I'm sure it will. All right. Let's just run it. Let's see how it works. What's interesting is the Zoom. I almost feel like it's OBS. Like maybe I should. If I fired up a different streaming software, it would be an issue. I'd have to set up new scenes and everything. But anyways, hey guys, let's see if this is working.
This looks calmer.
Are we up on YouTube yet? Okay, we're up on YouTube. For the love of God, let this work. All right. Well,
I tell you, that's why you factor in that half hour ahead of your guest, right?
Sure.
For moments like this.
I don't know what we're going to do for the next 4 hours in which we have like 20 guests. Like if we hit a bump in the road, but oh good. I do see we're already dropping some frames, so that's great. All right. We're just going to keep talking like everything's working fine and hopefully everything smooths out. I have to say I'm not particularly optimistic with the way some of our previous streams have gone, but cheers. Cheers to everybody for who's hanging out, who's going to try to be here through all the technical difficulties. Can I at least get some it's working in the chats so I feel better? Even if it's only moderately working.
Mr. Brooker says so far so good.
Okay, great. Well, anyways,
there you go.
Right, there we go. As a reminder, we are raising money for the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. We got a lot of donations in the in between streams here that I'm going to have to address. We've already gotten 5 or 6 today, including some familiar names that I'm going to get to in a second here. But we are raising money for the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center, which is obviously local. Like I said, it does research and treatment. 100% of the donations are going straight there. I'm not touching the money. It's going straight into their bank. And as you can see in the top right of the screen, you can use your donations to make us do silly things on the stream. There are some milestones that if we hit, we'll do bigger silly things. You can go to prideofdetroit.com and look for all the information on that there. We'll go over them too when we have more time, but I want to make sure we get to all of our donors before our first guest arrives. If you want to know, there are a couple things resources that you can use so that you don't have to keep asking me questions. Exclamation donate gives you a donation link, or you can use the QR code there in the bottom left. Exclamation point schedule will give you the schedule of guests, a link to the schedule of guests that we have all day today. Exclamation point auction will get you links to the auction that's currently still going live. And then I think exclamation charity will give you more information on the charity. Exclamation Movember will give you like a full encompassing list of everything you need to know. Okay. That being said, before we fall way behind, let's get to some donation alerts. And then I'll talk to you, Eric, because you're sitting there very patiently.
Oh, man, get through your stuff. Let's
okay,
go.
Great.
It's important.
David Ronaldo donated $500 off stream. No message, but appreciate it, David. We had an anonymous $5,000 donation, which got us from just under 14,000 all the way to 19 and change. So we have 6 spins on the Wheel of Pain we need to get to at some point, and we are $250 away from an extreme Wheel of Pain spin. So once we get a break in action here, we're going to rapid fire some painful things to do. Detroit for Life, a $250 donation. Madi, a $44.30 donation, which I think we all know what that's emblematic of. Paul, $50 donation, says Loins for Life. Our good friend Ash, $20 donation, says good luck with the marathon stream. The Roar the Lines UK guys, 24-hour one taught me to value caffeine at a whole new level. We'll try to listen while at work. Hey, I don't drink a ton of caffeine, but made a little McDonald's stop this morning, so this little guy is going to have to carry me for a little bit. Austin Mammoth, a $44 donation, said this early and I've already hit my morning schlit. I already had my morning schlit.
Nice. Well, I try to help you out as much as I can.
Another $44.30 donation says, "Write Herbie again, please. Go Lions." I will do that because, as you can see in the top right corner, if you donate at least $24, I'll write something on my face. Jason Sugars, a $25 donation. Anthony, our good friend Between the Numbers, a $10 donation. Matt Deary, already stopping by early in the morning, a $50 donation. Appreciate you, Matt. And I'm not going to go into the details, but Matt told me a very heartwarming story about Pride of Detroit and someone who is a fan, and it was very awesome to hear. Appreciate you stopping by, Matt.
I want to hear that story.
You will. Off
Remind. Thank you.
And then Mason Mitchell, a $100 donation. And as you can see, we are now, as Jill always pointing out in the chat, $142.46 away from a spin on the wheel of extreme pain. If I'm doing my math correctly, that's probably only 3 donations of $44, or that'll get us right there. Just throwing that out there to celebrate, of course, the Lions' 44 points on Thursday night. All right. Couple Twitch alerts I'll throw in there. I'll be honest today, chat, I might not read all of your Twitch alerts. No disrespect to our Twitch subscribers or our YouTube subscribers, but the focus today, I want to be on the donations. So, if you want to even hold off your subscriptions for a month and donate that $5 or $6, whatever it costs these days, to the charity, very much appreciate that. Do not mind not getting that $5 or $6 this month. But that being said, we are getting a couple of subscriptions here, and I'll get to them now since I have a little bit of time. Chattahoochee Slim, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Ron Dog, thank you for following on Twitch. What?
That's how you do it. Yeah, if you want, look, use that Prime and then
doesn't cost
reallocate that money into. Yeah, good. Yeah, exactly.
David Lunch, 34 months, also using that Twitch Prime. Jay Skell, 55 months subscribed to us on Twitch. Mustachio Green, 3 months subscribed to us on Twitch, and Irwin, 45 months, says almost 4 years. Okay, I think we're caught up. So go ahead.
Important question right at the bottom of Twitch. Are you guys recording these segments? Because I'll be gone for a couple of guests.
Yes and no. We're not going to be. I don't think the plan is to record them and put them on the podcast feed, but these feeds will remain up on Twitch and YouTube, so you can always go back and search and rewatch any segments of that. I will say, I believe at some point YouTube is going to shut off. I think they only allow 12-hour segments. So when that happens, we'll just reset the stream and do like a part 2. If my math is correct, that will happen around 8 p.m., right?
Yeah, right during Dan Miller, right?
Perfect. So maybe right before
you might want to reset. Right before Dan.
We'll try to put chapter.
Maybe a nice way to
YouTube.
Way to kick off the second segment of that with Dan.
Yeah.
Right.
So maybe around like the 7:30 mark, just so we don't run into any sort of technical difficulties. We'll restart the stream and do a part 2. But yeah, all that stuff will remain up. So if you miss any of it, it's not going away. Assuming that we don't have an interview just blow up because of technical difficulties. Fingers crossed. All right. Now that we do have just a smidgen of time, let me show some of these stuff on the line for today, including our schedule. So we're going to have Ben Solak here from ESPN here in about 10 minutes. Then our old pal Mike Payton at 9, Nolan Bianchi 9:30, Ben Raven 10, Colton Pouncy 11, Justin Rogers 11:30. We'll have a cancer survivor who went to the University of Michigan Cancer Center and a good friend of Miko's at 12. Rich Silva at 1, Will Burchfield 1:30, Tim Twentyman 2 o'clock, 2:30. One of the doctors at the University of Michigan Medical School 3:30. Ryan Walsh, one of our friends over at Western Michigan Radio 4:30. Lomas Brown, Hall of Fame semifinalist. Herman Moore right after that. Dan Miller at 8, Dave Burkett at 9. Maybe a surprise or two. We'll see. Fingers crossed. But, of course, throughout the entire day, you also have Pride of Detroit fellas stopping by. I also want to show off the milestones because we are right on the precipice of another one here. We've already activated our $5,000 milestone, which means we are going to get punished by things. It's already essentially happened. Basically, every touchdown pass that Jared Goff threw during the month of November, Ryan is going to have to eat at least 10 chicken nuggets. I believe he threw 10. So at some point, Ryan is going to try to eat 100 chicken McNuggets. Every punt inside the 20-yard line and field goal of 50 yards or more, I have to do 10 up downs. Turned out to be 11 during the month of November, so I have to do 110 up downs, and I'll try to do that at some point during the stream. And then Miko had to
consecutively or like
I will try. Yes, I'm clearly not going to be able to do it. So like,
dude, last time you hit your head on 3.
Yeah.
So
we're when I do that, we are going out into a more common area, not this tight place. And then Miko
that's part of it.
Miko has to run a mile for every Jamison Williams touchdown during the month of November. And I think he hit 4. It was a very active month of November for all 3 of those challenges. At 10,000, which we already hit, we're gonna do a jump into the leap into the stands of Ford Field. I've already gotten approval from the Lions. It's just a matter of when we are going to do that. We've already activated me doing a round of disc golf in the Macho Man costume, which I will do at some point. Obviously not today, but at some point. We are $95 away from Ryan having to do a Jared Goff chant somewhere in the public, a chant that he has openly hated and stated as much multiple times. Our next milestone after we hit that is to do a 30-inch pizza challenge. 3 people have to try to eat this monster of a pizza at Thompson's Pizza. We haven't really contacted them yet, but we're going to try. That's what it looks like. Probably not going to work. Miko, I think, can put it down. I can't put down a ton of food. I'm not sure about Ryan, but Miko works out so much that I know he tries. At 30,000, we'll play some video games with Graham Glasgow. Again, that's not going to happen today, but we'll make sure we set aside some time. 3,500, Ryan is going to try to do the Dan Campbell Caffeine Challenge, where he's going to try to drink Dan Campbell's coffee order and see what it does to him. At 40K, some of the Pride of Detroit team will run a 5K. At 50,000, we will do some sort of public karaoke night and do Toto's Africa. At 60,000, I will do the Dan Campbell and dress up as Marilyn Monroe. And at 75,000, if we get there, setting all sorts of records, I will shave my head. Well, what else? I think that's just about it I need to tell y'all about, which means we can actually start some Lions talk if you want to talk some Lions football.
Okay.
Well, actually, hold on. There was a $48 donation from Lost Oceans who says, write BB and a heart for Brian Branch. Absolutely will do that. And a $95 donation from Insane Lions fan who gets us over the $20,000 mark in the first half hour of this stream. Thank you, Insane Lions fan. And yeah, I got a couple things I need to write on your head. I also want to let you know that I'm not going to continually add to my face. Throughout the day, I'm going to have to erase and rewrite and erase and rewrite. And yeah, so it's whatever gets written now is not going to be up there forever. But I obviously want to honor all the $25 donations that have cashed that in. All right. So I got to do Herbie first. Shout out Herbie. And then a BB. Do we want to start there, or is that too sad?
I don't care. We can start there.
That's pretty good. I'm off to a hot start with writing stuff on my head.
There you go.
I'm not going to lie.
Plug your strengths, man. Just keep getting those.
Yeah. Let's start with Brian Branch. Let's just get it out of the way so we don't have to talk about it anymore. Obviously, news broke yesterday that torn Achilles, which I think is a bit surprising, given all the Twitter doctors out there saying high ankle sprain, maybe fracture. Looking back, that we didn't want to hear that either. But that would have been a much better outcome than Achilles tear, because those are long-lasting injuries. It certainly puts Branch's 2020 start to the 2026 season a little bit in doubt. Those can take 9 to 12 months, and start of the 2026 regular season is about 9 months away.
The crazy part about the Achilles injuries is that the the advancements that they've made medically on how to treat them have made huge strides in the past decade, past 15 years. 15 years ago, an Achilles was a career ender, not just season, career, like you were done.
Yep.
They started doing studies on them about a decade ago. I did a research assignment on them because they had a couple of Achilles injuries the Lions were dealing with a couple of years back. And so the long story short of all those studies is that it's like an ACL. The lighter you are, the younger you are, the easier it is to recover. And so, we've seen guys like Cam Akers come back in 6 months, which was a bit, unexpected. And he I think rushed it back. But then you also saw Aaron Rodgers at 40 tear his Achilles and then almost come back and try and play on that. So I know the initial panic is, oh crap, he's not going to play till next Thanksgiving.
Right.
But I do think this has become one of those injuries where there's potential maybe to return a little bit quicker because he's 24, because he's like under 200 pounds. Like those things matter. And then we don't know the significance. Like, is he going to have to have a full repair? Is it a clean? Is it we don't know the details surrounding it. So we're going to have to wait and see. Worst case scenario is it's going to cost him maybe half of next season, or maybe all of next season would be worst case scenario, I think. Yeah. But, there's a good chance if you play the odds, he's looking at least like 9 months, which would mean he's rehabbing to start the season type of thing. And best case scenario is, he could return for the season, though that seems, again, that'd be going against the odds. Right. Like I said, though, we have seen it a couple of times, but I don't think either of those cases where the person came back early, they weren't really returned to form necessarily.
Right.
Early.
That's what I was going to say. Like, using Cam Akers and Aaron Rodgers as the optimistic viewpoint is understandable because they did make it on the field as quick as possible, but they weren't. They didn't look, like you said, like themselves. They weren't at full capacity. They weren't.
Right.
They weren't playing at their best. A lot of people are wondering what this means for contract talks, and it's a fair question to ask. I would imagine the Lions are probably not going to look at an extension before he gets back on the field, which means probably going to run the clock on basically his entire contract because next year is going to be the last year in that rookie deal. And so I don't know. I think that's how it affects it, is like the Lions are just going to have to sit on their hands now and wait and see what he looks like when he comes off that injury. And it's not completely fair to Branch because, as we say with most injuries, especially long-term ones, sometimes it's like a full year on the field before you really are your most comfortable. You're playing at your best. So, even if Branch somehow miraculously makes it onto the field to start next season, I don't think the expectation would be for him to be playing his best football until December. And so
we said the same thing about Aleem though, and he came back a little bit earlier than expected too. So it's
true.
Yeah. So, but I agree with that timeline. It's not ideal because, of course, but I also don't think it's like it necessarily is like crippling for him. He'll still have a chance to earn that contract. He's still a significant person and player for this organization, and it just means everything kind of gets delayed. I wonder if we're going to see both second round picks from that draft class that are eligible to be re-signed with Laporta as well.
Yeah.
If his extension gets delayed a little bit as well.
Yeah. What a cruel twist of fate with Brad's best draft class, maybe outside of maybe his first one, to have both your second round huge hits go out with pretty. We still don't have a ton of details on Sam Laporta, but back surgery is never good news for an NFL player's career. Let's just, before Ben gets in here, talk about the short-term implications what the Lions are going to do for the rest of the season without Brian Branch.
They have to adjust, right? They have to completely like adjust their defense. They can't run the same style of dropping the guy down in the secondary and being super flexible because they don't have another Branch type player.
Right.
They can still incorporate some of the things that were working if you have the right players healthy in order to make it happen. But the defense certainly is just going to have to be altered, and they'll move on. But the defense that we saw against the Cowboys will be a little bit different. It was a little bit different than what we saw against the Packers, and it'll be a little bit different now next week as well. Could mean more too high shells, which is more common. It's easier to adapt that way. So,
and honestly, like that's almost a change I'm welcome to anyways. Like, obviously it takes a little bit away from your run defense. It takes a little bit away from, BB monitoring the middle of the field and taking away some of the tight ends up the seam and things like that. But a big problem of this defense has been the big plays. And if you're playing a little bit more too high shell, maybe the unintended consequence of this Brian Branch injury is that you're a little bit more conservative about preventing that sort of thing.
Right. It's exactly like with Sam. Sam goes down and they have to move away from their 12 personnel and then shift into more 11 personnel. You get more JMO. When Sam goes down, it's more of a focus on JMO. Now with Branch going down, you're really hoping Kirby comes back. Now you're leaning on Thomas Harper even harder now, and hoping that like he's because he's got the range. He can kind of play both spots as well. So when Kirby comes back, Harper can make a little bit of a shift. But yeah, it's just you're going to make tweaks just like they did on offense when Sam went down. They have other options. Change that scheme a little bit, change that focus, and find a way to be effective.
All right. Our first guest has arrived. Let's bring him in. You know him from ESPN. He makes a bunch of appearances on the on Mila's podcast. Ben Solak is here, and let's see if I can get the right Ben. Welcome to the show, buddy.
Friends and family. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Doing well, thank goodness.
Appreciate you stopping by. I like that you said friends and family because we spent Thanksgiving together. Essentially, you were in town for the game, sitting right next to us in the press box.
And that was when I saw Eric's Google Sheet, or excuse me, Microsoft Excel roster, which now looking over his shoulder, I'm fairly certain he has framed in his office.
Oh, that's my whiteboard. It's pretty much the same thing.
Whiteboard. Okay, and it's magnets. All right. I thought you had printed it out and you had it in your office. I was like, that you might be unwell now. Like, we might be legitimately concerned about how dialed in you are at the 90-man roster for the Detroit Lions.
Well, Ben, I think I want to just get started with Thursday's game. We haven't even had a ton of time to digest or talk about it here, but I love just kind of the national outlook. I know you've been grinding some tape of the game. I'm sure you watched live. What were your thoughts on how the Lions came out in essentially a must-win game?
Yeah, it's funny because the Lions, I do betting coverage a lot for ESPN, and the Lions are a team where, after a loss, Dan Campbell is $5 billion and 6 against the spread, right? Over his time as head coach of the Lions. And, at home, he's got a great record against the spread. And in primetime games, night games, he's a great record against the spread. And so everybody knows these trends. And so people have been expecting the Lions to win some of these games. The Eagles game, which was a primetime game, right? I think the Giants game was the game coming off of the loss, right? So, okay, they're going to cover for sure. And they've been having these disappointing outcomes, right? Thanksgiving, exact same thing. And so in the betting community especially, there was this idea that the Lions are just on a downswing. This was the low point for the Lions. Then you have the Cowboys on the other side of the ball, who obviously are coming off of wins over the Eagles and the Chiefs. This is the high point of the Cowboys season. Post-trade deadline, the defense is going to be great. And so whenever you have one of those games where it's the absolute peak of the point for one team and it's the absolute valley point for another team, everybody and their mama is going to have money on the peak team, right? Oh, it's all going to be the Cowboys. Right. Cowboys are going to upset the Lions. And that's a spot where you want to be, I'm going to be the team that rides the guy that rides the Lions for one more week. Because it's probably more the truth that it's somewhere in the middle, right? The averages are going to come back into play. It's exactly what you saw happen against the Cowboys. Was it true that every issue you have with the Lions, over the last like month and a half was still there. There were interior pass protection issues, right? There were defensive problems where like they don't have the depth of corner to be playing the man coverage. Like all those issues were still there. But just like you didn't have to do like 9 fourth downs in this game, right? You had 5 against the Eagles, 3 against the Packers, you didn't get any of them. And so like the offense just looks better, you know? Like you're able to hold on a second half lead so you can run the football. Like everything makes more sense. And so I don't feel substantively that much different than I did about the Lions before the game. But that's because I don't think I overcorrected to all the losses and overreacted too much to those. Like I think I still thought the Lions were a very, very good team who had gotten some bad breaks against some good teams, and they were probably going to be fine. And then there they were fine against the Cowboys.
Did it surprise you at all, given all of those narratives about the Cowboys being the hot team, the Lions, hitting the low point, that the Lions remained like 3.5 point favorites all week?
No, because like that line, like if like model wise, that line was at like a 5, like 10 days ago, right? And then you had the Cowboys beating the Chiefs and the Eagles, obviously 2 enormous wins. And you have the Lions. It was tight against the Giants, right? Game goes to overtime, and then you have the loss to the Packers. That line took money all week on the Cowboys, right? And what you saw happen, I don't know how I made this into like a niche betting conversation. I apologize. What you saw happen was public money kept on coming in on the Cowboys. Every like 90% of the bets all on the Cowboys, but the line never really moved off of 3.5, 3, and that's the books pretty much saying, we know if we post like, Lions minus 2.5, insanely sharp, professional money in the millions is going to come in on that figure as the key numbers. They kind of put a backstop there, and wisely so. So listen, I definitely spent a good portion of Wednesday, Thursday being like, they might lose this. Like, I don't know, it's Quinn Williams and Kenny Clark against this interior. Like, there were definite matchup concerns. The Lions are still a better team than the Cowboys, even for as much upheaval as there's been this year. They're still a better team than the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think the talk of the Cowboys defense doing a full turnaround into something I talked about all last week is like, okay, but they faced a Raiders team that is completely lost in offensively speaking. They faced an Eagles team that is going through an offensive crisis, and then the Chiefs put up 28 and like a decent success rate against them as well. So I think that kind of expectation fell back to reality. Let's talk bigger picture though. Let's talk the NFC playoff race, because I think that's what's on every Lions fan's mind now. Basically, I think if they go 3-1 down the stretch, they have a pretty good chance of getting in, especially if one of those wins comes against the Bears in that finale. Where do you like the Lions' playoffs chances right now as it stands? Essentially a game and a half out of a wild card spot.
I like the chances. I would expect them to make it. They're a trustworthy team. They've made it in the last couple of years. They know how to win games close. They know how to win games late, right? They make the right decisions. I generally don't like. It's obviously the NFC field has 8 very good teams in it, right? I don't trust the Cowboys. I don't trust the Panthers. Like them, it's very nice that those guys have their names on the graphics, but like I'm pretty comfortable excluding them. And so if you're looking at the 2 NFC West teams who don't win the divisional title, and then the 2 NFC North teams that don't win the divisional title, it's going to be extremely tight. I like the Lions better than the 49ers. I have no idea how the 49ers keep winning games. The defense is like so young and doesn't have enough star talent, right? Like Purdy looked a lot better against the Browns, but Purdy still doesn't look like 100% back from the toe injury. Their offensive line's not that good. Like I've got no idea how they're here at 9-4, but they are. Obviously, like the Lions are on the outside looking in. I still think that you're going to see some cannibalism, right? Packers and Bears play each other twice. The Niners also, I think, play the Bears, and so it's like there's going to be losses somewhere for enough teams that if Detroit handles their business, they should get there. But yeah, this is the difficulty of having lost some of the close games that you lost, right? Those Packers and Eagles games standing out as like, all right, now like the eye of the needle gets narrow, right? The road does get a little bit thin. So I do trust the Lions. I definitely like if you put the Lions and the Niners on a neutral field right now, I would expect the Lions to be favored and win that game. But the 49ers won all their stupid coin flip games, and the Lions didn't. That's what happens sometimes.
Yeah. It's interesting you bring up the 49ers because I think, every Lions fan, the Lions' path to the playoffs seemingly is by jumping the Bears. Like, I think that's the general consensus in Detroit is like, they're just going to have to jump the Bears. They have the head-to-head currently. That obviously that Week 18 game looms pretty large. And, if they like even a split between the Packers and the Bears puts the Bears in striking distance just by nature of winning out. But the 49ers are an interesting one because they don't have a very easy schedule down the stretch. They have Tennessee after they come out of the bye this week, which is their one easy game, but they're at the Colts, home against the Bears, and finish against a Seahawks team that's probably going to be playing for something in that Week 18 game.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still think the Lions would probably have to go either 3-1 or 4-0 to jump them, but like you said, there's a fair amount of cannibalism that's going to happen in the NFC regardless.
Yeah, you got to go 3-1, but that's right. The Niners play the Seahawks, the Rams still play the Seahawks, so the Seahawks obviously play the Niners and the Rams, right? And so again, you're gonna have cannibalism there, and then you have enough NFC North games, it's gonna be cannibalism. So win your divisional games, right? And it's gonna obviously help you for conference tiebreakers as well. But then what's the Lions out of division schedule? Who do they have left?
They have
like
the
at least one. They have one cup game, right?
Steelers.
Yeah. Steelers at home.
All right, well, just don't get Tomlin.
Right. So I was looking through it too this morning, and the one thing that has me be most concerned is that the Lions just don't play well against teams that are good defensively, because obviously, the Lions probably their best route of winning each week is just to outscore the opponent. But if you look at the games they've lost this year, I think 4 of their 5 have come against top 11 DVOA defenses. And it doesn't even matter if they have good offenses, right? Because they lost against the Eagles. They lost against the Vikings. And so you have the Vikings again. You have a Steelers team that the one thing they do good is their defense. And then obviously you still have next week's game against a Rams, a top 5 defense. So the Lions are going to have to buck some trends there and be able to produce good offensive numbers against a good defense, which they really haven't done much this year.
Yeah. They're a good I think they're a good matchup for the Steelers, because the Steelers want to throw the ball super fast. The Lions are going to get up there. They're going to press. They're going to slow down the release of the football. It's going to create time for the pass rush to get there. And then the Steelers defensively, like it's just, can you run on the team, right? If you can't run on them, and then you let TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith play really fast and 3rd and long, that's how you lose to the Steelers. But if you can stay in good down and distance, and then you get to your early down pass stuff, they don't have the secondary for it. And for all of the interior issues. By the way, wait, who's going to be left guard going forward? Is it Colon or Frazier? Because they were like rotating in the game.
I don't know.
Or were they hurt? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It was
anyway, even with all the interior offensive line issues, they should be able to run the football. I was Googling, dude. I was like, Cologne hurt? Question mark? And there was nothing there. I was like, okay, I guess there's rotating guys.
The way Campbell put it was they wanted to just get Frazier some of his first reps, which is like a weird thing to do in the middle of a must-win game. But there's also a little bit of hope that Christian Mahogany might return for the last 2-3 games of the season.
That would be nice.
Yeah. At the same time, Cologne gave up 4 pressures on 9 pass blocks, his first 9 pass blocks. And so then he went to the bench.
He very much did.
Yeah. So that certainly, I think, may have lit a fire under that move to get Frazier some more reps.
Frazier had a couple good reps against Quinnen. He also got 8 by Quinnen a couple times, but like that's going to happen. Mahogany, like that'd be anybody. When Cologne got the lead block on the last Junior Gibbs touchdown, I was pissed. I was like, this should be Miles Frazier, man. Like, Frazier earned the snap.
Yeah, I think later in the stream we're going to try to. I think when we get some free time in between some of these interviews, I think we're going to jump on NFL Pro and maybe look at some Frazier film just for fun. But yeah, I mean it's the most fascinating thing to be going through this weird left guard rotation or searching mission in the middle of a very intense playoff race.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think in their if they prioritized them, it'd be Mahogany, Aushika, Cologne, and then Frazier right now. I know a lot of fans are pretty excited about Frazier, but you can see he's still raw, right? He's still a rookie who's got
6th round rookie who missed camp, right?
Right. Yeah.
Camp in 2 months of the season, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was his first NFL action ever. Yeah. So it's going to take some time. He showed promise though.
Against Quinn and Osodigizu and Kenny Clark. That's an ask, brother. Holy smokes.
That's a tough one.
Can I get your honest opinion of the Chicago Bears? Because I think everyone is just waiting for the other shoe to drop, but like it hasn't yet, and they finally notched like a quality win.
Yeah. They are a good incomplete team, right? And in an average NFL season, there are 8 good incomplete teams, and they all finish somewhere from like the 3-4 seed to the 6-7 seed, right? I would call the Broncos last year a good incomplete team. There are the clear, massive offensive limitations for that team. They had such good defense. They walked into Buffalo, and everybody who was a Broncos fan was like, "Man, we're about to shock the world. Watch us beat the Bills." And everybody else was like, "Okay." And then the Bills were like 9-point favorites, and then they won, right? So usually the good incomplete teams are that going into the postseason this year, because it really feels like there's maybe one good complete team, and that team just lost to the Panthers, so we're not even like that positive. Because of that, the danger of the good incomplete teams feels like outsized, right? It feels bigger and more dangerous than they have in the past. The other thing about the Bears that feels scarier than the average good incomplete team is that there are some good incomplete teams who don't know it and they don't admit it, right? And they're like, no, like, this is us, it's the best, right? These like the Joe Lombardi, Brandon Staley Chargers. They're like, this is the best way to do it. It's like, this is not the best way to do it. Like, you guys have a clear ceiling on this. The Bears, it's like, hey, they're what are they, 9-3? It's week 13 coming into week 14 or week 13 right now. And Ben Johnson's still up there being like, we have so much to improve in the passing game. Like, Ben Johnson, as you guys very well know,
yeah,
Ben could watch an 8-play, 99-yard touchdown drive where they don't see a second down and be like, man, we didn't get lined up fast enough. Like, this is a guy who's about the details, or he's about execution, right? There's a clear high standard there. And so Ben knows, like, all right, we're 9-3, but we're not 9-3. And the Bears, there's a chance that over like December, the Bears passing game gets a light bulb moment, takes a big step forward, and all the concerns that like we in the national media have rightly had about the Bears, and the Bears themselves have acknowledged, get wiped away because they figure something out before January. And then their play actually reflects the record a little bit more. Right. And so it is simultaneously true that the Bears are not as good as a 9-3 team typically is, but it is also true that the Bears still might be a really dangerous January team. We got to see what happens in December, because they're still a young team, they're still a growing team, and we know that because of just their talent level, they have a higher ceiling than some of the recent plays indicated. Not as good. Like, they are below the Packers in my power rankings. They're one team below the Lions in my power rankings. I don't think they're going to beat this Packers team, but I said that about the Eagles last week. And we were struggling to calibrate to this Bears team. They're hard to figure out.
I think the whole NFC's been like that, right? The whole NFC's been like that this year. It's like you mentioned, the Rams, even who look like the best team over the last month, dropped one to the Panthers last week, right? Like, I don't know. It's hard to kind of figure out. While it looks like there's that clear 8, trying to pinpoint which one is going to be the odd man out is I think it's tough right now.
I keep buying stock on whatever NFC team loses a game, like the divisional game, right? Like when the Seahawks and the Rams played and the Seahawks lost, I was like, man, I want Seahawks stock, right? Because like that game was to me like very close. Packers Lions on Thanksgiving, like obviously the game ends up a touchdown. Packers go perfect on fourth downs. Lions go 0 for on fourth downs. Like, that was the game. Like, I by like, yards per play, EPA per play. Like, that game was extremely close. I wanted Lions stock after that game. Like, I don't want to get too much into head-to-head because everything's going on with Notre Dame, Miami right now. But in the NFL, like, we don't do, we don't do formulas or committees or whatever. We just play the games. And when the Rams and the Seahawks, rematch in week 16, 17, whatever it ends up being, there's going to be a lot of, this happened in the first one. Like, man, it's the NFL, you got to throw that out. Like, this is a new game. If they play a third time, that'll be a new game too. So I just find myself, I keep buying stock on the teams that lose the divisional games, because I think it is that tight together at the top of the NFC.
I got 2 ones before we let you go here. One came from one of our viewers, and I assume this is some sort of inside joke. Ross asked, did you find the perfect Christmas tree?
Yeah, I went Christmas tree shopping yesterday. And as always, like, I don't know what you guys did growing up, but like my dad would take us to the fire station and he would just like walk around and he'd be like, this one. And we'd be like, why? And he'd be like, because it's like full and it's symmetrical and it's beautiful. Then we'd bring it home and like unwrap it and it would be like awful, right? Like it's all over the place, like super pointy. There's like, no one ever taught me like this is how you actually identify if a tree is good. So I go there with my wife and my 2 daughters, and I don't know, I'm trying to be a man. And so I'm walking around and my wife's like, which one's good? And I have to like look at these trees. They're like all wrapped up and like, held in place and pretend like I can divine which one's going to look the nicest. I'm looking at stem straightness and whatever. I don't know. And so I just tweeted. I was basically just like, the yearly tradition of just walking around being like, this tree, like in all of my experience of picking trees. Our tree came out very nice. It's good. It's got a good shape. It's nice and straight. My oldest daughter is 18 months, 20 months, like 1.5. Mm-hmm. She's so stoked about this tree, dude. Like she's just walking around the house, tree. Walk up there, ball, pointing the ornaments. She is fired up. She's gonna yank this tree down, which is not good, but she's excited, it's very Christmas spirit right now in the Solak house.
I love it.
I remember when my kids were little, when they were at that age, Ben, we just wouldn't put ornaments on the bottom like third of the tree. So
she was really stoked about hooking ornaments on, right? She was having a good time. And
Yeah,
so she
yeah.
would take the ornaments and she would say hook, and she would go hook, or if it had a loop, we would go loop, she would go loop, and then she would put it on the same lowest possible branch, right? She would do it. And then she would turn away to go get another one, and quickly we would grab it and put it up really high. And then she would come back, and like that branch was empty, and she obviously can't remember. So she'd walk back up, same branch. She put like 40 ornaments on one branch, then my wife and I would just relocate them up higher. So yeah, there's a couple that are within her range, like little like plastic balls that are fine, because she likes to touch them and feel them and whatever.
Right.
But everything that's valuable, up top.
Last one, and I'm going to ask this of all of our guests today. What's your favorite thing that you've written this year?
Oh, I got to do some profile-y stuff this year in August, where I went on training camps, and I got to sit down with some guys and write some pieces that then came out over the course of the season. And I got to do a profile on Derek Stingley Jr., who's the corner with the Texans.
Yeah.
Stingley Jr. Stingley to me is like I think the best corner in the league is a legitimate conversation between him and Surtain. Like, I think he's right there. I think honestly the last like 14 games, like end of last season into this year, he's been better than Surtain. He's been number one. You don't hear this at all because Surtain's got a name, he's got a podcast, right? Like Stingley just hates to talk, just absolutely hates to talk. And everybody told me like, dude, he's not gonna want to talk to you. I was like, all right. And then we just sat down and I just watched film with him for a while. And he did not like talking, and he really didn't like talking about his good plays. But he has a lot to say about like plays that he thinks he should have made, and that was really interesting because a lot of corners, as you guys and everybody who's been around players has experienced, a lot of corners are really vocal guys. They're really bombastic guys. They have a lot of confidence, and Stingley is just like exorbitantly self-critical and just like extremely introspective. And I had not experienced many NFL players like that, let alone defensive backs, right? Like, this is just not how defensive backs are, man. And so I got to write that profile, and it was very challenging, right? Like, it took a lot of, deleting Google Docs and going back to blank sheets and whatever, because you have to write around a guy who doesn't want to talk very much.
Right.
You don't want to say his words for him. You also want the reader to experience what it was like to sit next to a guy who's, without question, one of the two best players at his position, and just only hear him be frustrated with himself, right? Like that is a unique person to be in. It's a unique space to be in. So it took a lot of hard writing, and I wrote it. And it's one of the things where like you write it and you submit the final copy and you're like frustrated. You're like, that's not as good as it could have been. Like, I wish I was better. And then you read it back with clear eyes, like 2 or 3 days. You're like, that was pretty good. Like, I enjoyed reading that. Like, I'm happy with how that got. So I was proud of that one. And the Texans PR was happy with it. A lot of Texans fans really appreciated it. I thought that was cool.
Nice. Appreciate that, Ben. I love hearing stories like that. Yeah, and if you want to follow Ben and make sure you get all of his awesome stories, you can follow him at Benjamin Solak on social medias, all that sort of stuff. Ben, appreciate you.
Can I ask why something's written on your head? I've been wondering for 54 minutes. Or 24 minutes. I hope it's been addressed.
Every $25 that someone donates to the charity that we're supporting this year, they can send a message through my forehead. So someone sent Herbie, which is a cancer survivor, father of one of our donators, and then this is for Brian Branch.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah. I got to go ask my wife if I can spend $25. I'll let you know in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good, man. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for stopping by,
have a great stream. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You guys are the best. I appreciate you.
Thanks, bud.
Thanks,
bye-bye.
That's Ben Solak. One of my favorite guys to talk to. He's obviously just incredibly smart, really kind guy, and whenever he comes to either training camp or Lions game, he makes sure he talks to everybody on the beat, which I think is a testament, one, to the kind of person he is, but also the kind of like research he goes through, because he wants to hear our perspective, no matter who we are on each team, and I think you can see that reflected in his work.
He's had an interesting path to get to where he is, because he was one of the original guys at the Draft Network.
Yep.
Back before it had its whole blow up thing. He parlayed that into a spot at the Ringer, right? That's where he went next, I believe.
I think so. I mean, he was he running Bleeding Green Nation?
He was also, I don't know if he was running it, but he was contributing. Yeah, because he had a podcast with
our good friend Brandon Lee Gowden. Yeah.
And he had another, and even before him, he had a podcast with, oh gosh, I'm blanking on his name. He used to run the oversee the podcast before the change.
What podcast?
SB Nation. The whole podcast, SB Nation podcast network before the
I know who you're talking about. He does book talk now. What's his name?
Yes, I'm embarrassed.
Oh gosh.
But they had a podcast together as well. And then, like I said, he did stuff at the Ringer, and then eventually, has worked his way up into ESPN.
Not Sigma. I think he did do something with Sigma, but that's not who we're talking about.
No. It's
God, he was also an Eagles guy. God, I can't remember his name. Oh well, sorry.
Ben's one of those guys that has put the work in, right? And when he puts the work, you can see that he's put the work in order to get to the spots and progress. And I've known Ben, maybe like a decade. I feel like socially, like online. I met him like 10 years ago or whatever. But like I've known him in person now. I don't know, like 5 or something like that now that we've been that we've met at Lions games and camps and stuff like that. But like, I feel like I've known him like a decade, because I remember when I knew him before he was even at Draft Network. Like that's how long ago, like when he was just another guy, you know what I mean? Just like everybody was just kind of like a guy.
Right. I'm looking at his LinkedIn, because I guess that's what you do. He started at Locked On, and I think everyone in chat is saying that's what with Sigma. He worked for almost 9 years at Bleeding Green Nation as the deputy editor. Oh boy. I know what that sound means. That sounds means we just got a big donation, which should remind me to get to that before we bring on our good friend Mike Payton, who should be here in about 5 minutes. But anyways, shout out to Ben, a humble guy, smart guy, and someone I always enjoy talking ball with, or just listening to him talk ball from afar too. But
like you kind of glossed over it, but like we sat next to him at Thanksgiving, and just like he was just sometimes a lot of these national guys, like they look at the name tag and they don't, and they say, oh, it's not ESPN or it's not Detroit News. And so then they kind of look the other way. He's known us for a while. And so like he's always been super kind.
No doubt. All right, let's get to some donations here. An anonymous $20 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate that. Wizard, thank you for subscribing for 57 months on Twitch. Go Loins. Pseudo Sofer, thank you for the 13 months subscribed on Twitch. An anonymous $100 donation came in as well. A quarter, 38 months on Twitch, says let's effing go. Brian Wilson, a $50 donation, says thanks for the great Lions coverage. You guys are awesome. Cancer sucks. Indeed. Ron Van Dyke, thank you for the 29 months. Says always a great event every year. Go Lions. G Money, a $32 donation. I'm sorry, 32 months subscribed on Twitch. Says what up, everybody? Nap Dance Queen just dropped a $350 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Says for a good cause and to get me over the total for the hoodie. Okay, hey, yeah, $500 donation in total. Doesn't have to be all at once. Does give you a Pride of Detroit hoodie, much like the one that you're wearing, except that one's kind of nylon-y and doesn't have the Pride of Detroit Movember logo. It just has the Pride of Detroit logo. But $500 donation guarantees you one. It's not, you don't get put into a raffle or anything. I will send you a hoodie if you reach that limit. Just make sure when you're donating, especially if in multiple parts, you use the same email each time so that I know it's coming from the same person. That's the only way I can usually tell.
It'll also look sharper than this. This is like 5 years old. This is like using faded a Cricut and stuff. My expert wife knows how to fashion these.
All right, Mike, as the professionally is waiting in the waiting room here. I want to get to these last couple alerts here, as we just crossed over another 1,000. So now we are seven. Wait, we're seven.
Yeah, you're up.
I think 7 regular Wheel of Pain spins and 1 mega sized Wheel of Pain spin. So don't let me forget, chat. We're gonna have to find time at some point, maybe after Ben Raven at the 10 o'clock spot. Maybe we just save them all for after 5 p.m. because that's really when we have the biggest.
Let's do one with Mike. Mike will enjoy it.
That is true. He will enjoy that. Chili Dog, $25 donated to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate that. And then Tyler S. just got himself a hoodie with a $500 donation. It says, donating in honor of my dad. Thank you so much for running this, Jeremy. I also think this might be enough to buy an egg on Eric or Jeremy. It sure is, as you can see in the top right there, an egg smash for $400. So Tyler, I'm not sure what your username is on Twitch or YouTube, but if you want to designate a certain person for that, I went out and grabbed a fresh carton of 24 eggs last night. So yeah, let me know, and we can do that right now too. Like at this point, it's going to be such a long day that I'm willing to do that stuff early in the day, even though it's probably not the greatest idea to just have eggs sitting in my hair all day.
Not when you have back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
True,
right?
but all of our guests for the next 3 hours are guys that I'm more than comfortable with having eggshells in my hair during.
Sure.
That's me. Either person. Tyler, you're gonna make me choose? Uh-huh.
I bought some of the Bean Boozled for this.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't eaten a full meal in 5 days. In 5 days. Like I didn't eat for 2 days. Monday and Tuesday I didn't eat at all, and I haven't eaten a full meal yet since then. Like it's I'm still in a bad way food wise. So if I actually have to go down and do this, like we might legitimately like have like I might need a bucket.
Great.
Like if we have to go any of that.
Just make sure you do that off screen, please. Do not vomit on screen because that's going to make me.
That's
throw
what
up.
I'm saying.
I'm one of those people that if I see, hear, or smell someone throw up, I'm in trouble.
Oh, well, that changes things.
No, now you're using that as a threat. I don't like that. All right. Tyler did choose you, by the way, for the egg. I don't know if you want to accumulate those for later in the night or whatever. And then JP is me just came in with a $25 donation. Says, as a cancer survivor and a current radiation therapist, I appreciate the charity you guys do. Can you write TK85 in honor of our new permanent kick returner? Absolutely, yeah. I can. And JP, first of all, congratulations on getting through, your cancer diagnosis. And then also, I don't know if it was happenstance that you became a radiation therapist or part of the motivation behind doing it. Thank you for doing that. Obviously very honorable work and important work. So appreciate you, JP, as me, but I don't mean to keep Mike waiting any longer. So let's bring him aboard.
Yeah.
There he is.
Here I am.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Not too bad. And ignore me writing TK85 on my face. That has nothing to do with anything.
What do we got on the forehead here? BB? BB heart?
Little Brian Branch with a heart.
Oh, yeah.
Little TK85. That 8 didn't quite work out. But
apparently numbers are a little a little tougher than...
Well, your cheek is a little bit more flexible than your forehead, but...
Yeah.
Thank you for the anatomy lesson. Appreciate that.
Well, you know.
And we're using non-permanent markers here, I hope?
It's Sharpies. So I don't know if you consider that permanent or non-permanent. I think that's technically permanent, but I've been Mike. I've been doing this for years. We're okay.
My desk says it's permanent.
How are you feeling, Eric?
Terrible, but I'm getting better.
Still on the IR.
Yeah, I'm more questionable than doubtful now, which is
okay.
Good.
Yeah, all right. Getting there.
But
taking the Kirby route.
If it's Lions questionable, that just means you're playing. Like
apparently, that's
I feel
just
like
the way
95% of questionable Lions players end up playing.
Yeah,
that's the Belichick route, right?
Yeah, it is.
Test the game.
That's how it is.
Game time and see what happens.
That's right.
Give Jeremy Fowler the thumbs up, and you're ready to go.
That's right. Mike, I got to see you on Thursday. You were there live for the game. Tell me your thoughts on it. Are you all the way back on the Lions? Are we making the playoffs and making a deep run now?
I never left, baby. I've always been here. You know me. No, yeah. I mean, that was going into that game. I know, like a lot of people thought. I know they were favored Vegas odds, but I think it's fair to say a lot of people thought they were going to lose that game. Yeah. And that Dak Prescott was going to go off on this horrible defense that's really not bad. And it was just good. It was just going to be bad. But no, that's not what happened. I thought they played a great game. 5 field goals for Dallas, who has been arguably top 5 offense this season and has been really good in these last few weeks. I thought they controlled things really well. Maybe it was a little scary there for a minute when Dallas got it back to just a 3-point deficit. But they handled their business after that. 2 more touchdowns, and that was it. I thought they played a really great game. I thought everything went well. I think this is the biggest challenge of their entire season coming up next weekend. A little worried about that one, but
Yeah.
I still think they can make the playoffs. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I tweeted it out at the time, but I think that first half that they played against Dallas was maybe their best half of football all season. What was it, 20 to 6, 20 to 9 at halftime or something like that, where
Yeah.
you hold a Cowboys defense out of the end zone for an entire half after everyone praising them and thinking, they were a top 2 scoring offense going into that week. Now they're 3 behind the Lions. And offensively speaking, that was the most in rhythm we've seen them in quite some time, it felt like. Now there certainly is I think it's fun kind of like playing with narratives, because going into the week it was, wow, this Dallas Cowboys defense completely transformed. Like Quinnen Williams makes them in a completely different defense, and they're so much better, and this is why the Lions are going to win, or the Lions are going to struggle. And then now the Lions hang 44 on them, and then it's like, oh yeah, that Dallas Cowboys defense was never any good. Like, yeah, they played the Raiders and an Eagles team struggling, and now who cares? Like, I don't know what I'm getting. Like, I'm trying to form this into a question, because here's my question. Do you think some of the Lions' offensive statistics, offensive success this year, I know they're number 2 in scoring, do you think too much of that has been because of just beating up on bad defenses?
I mean, that Eagles game kind of showed you something, like maybe.
Sure.
But the Eagles they've been doing that to everybody, and
Yeah.
the Lions on the flip side, I thought you had a good point after that game, is that everybody focused on how bad of a game Jared Goff had, and nobody focused on how bad of a game Jalen Hurts also had.
Right.
Which I think shows the Lions defense is also pretty good too, if they were able to remain healthy. But yeah, I think there's part of that, but they have faced some tough defenses. Cleveland is certainly a tough defense, and they were able to kind of handle their business in that game too.
Sure.
And despite Green Bay beating them, I thought they played a pretty good game offensively against them, and that's a good defense too. So. No, I don't know. I don't know if I fully believe in that. I mean, I know the Rams have a good defense, so we're going to really have that whole idea tested. But I think this team offensively is very good. And I don't know who put this out, but somebody said something like, if Jared Goff can get like just a moment of good blocking, like this team could be unstoppable. And you kind of saw that against Dallas. Like if they could just get a moment of good blocking, Jared Goff can get off some passes and things can happen. And I thought he had some good passes under pressure too. Like he had a like a comeback route that, or well, it wasn't really a comeback route. JMO had to come back to it, but like he had a really good throw with a guy literally tackling him. So I do think this offense is for real. I think if I'm not worried about the offensive line, I think you get a good center in the offseason, and maybe Ragnow comes back. Who knows what happens there? But I think they're going to be just as good next year, if not better.
Yeah, I think Jared Goff's best pass of the night came on that JMO crosser on like a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 that JMO turned upfield for like a 30-yard gain or something. He had a defender right in his face when he made that pass, and that again, like that particular thing, I think he's excellent at, which is defender in his face, not going to throw off his back foot, like willing to take the hit to deliver an accurate ball. That's one of the things he's most underrated about. But yeah, the reason I ask the offense question is because it's not quite a murderer's row of defenses, but the next 3 are tough defenses, right? You mentioned the Rams. The Steelers actually have a pretty decent defense. I think they're 11th by DVOA or 12th by DVOA, and then the Vikings are 11th. Yeah. And the Vikings are 11th there. So, it's a challenging, like, those are the teams that have given them problems, right? Like, the Vikings don't have an offense, but their defense kind of carried them in that game, and JJ made just enough plays in that one for me to not overlook them moving forward. But let's talk playoffs, right? They're back on the table. They're back on the menu.
Playoffs.
Where do you kind of fit in terms of like odds? I know the actual odds are, somewhere between like 45 and 55%, depending on what model you use. But are you feeling optimistic about the team right now, given the schedule, given maybe some of the other NFC teams beating each other up in these final 5 weeks of the season?
Yeah. I think people are going to think I'm crazy, but I think this team could still win the NFC North. I feel really actually pretty good about that.
Spicy. Okay, I like it. Let's talk about the path.
Well, I mean, the path, really, you got to start with the Bears. You got to start with the Packers. The Bears have to play the Packers 2 times. They got to play the 49ers. They got to play the Lions. There's no way that they're just walking through all of that with wins. They're going to lose some games. I think the Packers are going to sweep them, personally. The Packers have the Bears twice. They've got the Denver Broncos, who are the hottest team in the league right now, kind of defensively. Maybe the best defense in the league. I think they're number 1 DVOA, if I'm not mistaken. And then they've got the Baltimore Ravens, who are going to be fighting for a spot. Like,
it's important.
The AFC North is bad, but they can absolutely make the playoffs. And the Lions have, kind of a tougher road, as you mentioned too. The Rams, Steelers, Vikings, but they could beat that Vikings team. I think that loss coming out of the bye was it felt like an anomaly. It felt weird. Felt like it shouldn't have happened. And I think they can beat the Steelers team. I don't feel very good about their offense at all.
Yeah.
I feel like the Lions. There's a path to where the Lions can win out.
Yep.
And knock the Bears completely out of the playoffs in Week 18 and win the division. And there's a path where the Lions can go 11-6 and knock the Bears out of the playoffs in Week 18 and win the division. So I feel good about it. I feel maybe there's a regeneration happening here, and the Lions are going to get back to who they are, who they want to be. Worried about the safety position at the moment, but other than that, I think I think the corners are playing well. I like how Rocky Sean's been playing. I think he can handle it.
Yeah.
I thought Amik had a much better game, despite the mix-up he had with the touchdown, the Florida touchdown. But I feel good.
Well, let me ask you this then: if you think the NFC North is on the table, does that mean you're rooting for a split between the Packers and the Bears? Because I feel like that's the best route. Like those two have to each give each other a loss, right?
Yeah, I think it splits the way to go, but at the same time, man, seeing the Bears lose twice would be kind of sweet, right?
Right. Well, I mean, it depends on
really feeling themselves right now.
Your priority, because obviously, I think if the goal is just get into the dance, one of those teams sweeping is your best odds, right? Because that's an opportunity to game 2 games on either one of those teams, and that's all the Lions need. They need to jump 2 games on one of those teams. And I think the Bears are probably the most likely one to do that, because not only if they lose 2, that's all you need to make the difference, but you can hand them another one with that loss. And they have the 49ers. But if you want to win the NFC North and have that home playoff game, I think you have to get a split there. So if you're that confident, I think that the Lions are going to make the playoffs no matter what. Maybe you're rooting for that split. But for me, the nervous Nelly, the wet blanket, whatever you want to say, like, give me a sweep by one of those teams, preferably the Packers sweeping the Bears.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Packers sweeping the Bears, and it's in Green Bay on Sunday, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
So I think Green Bay is probably going to take this one. They usually do, but we'll see.
Ben gave him some bulletin board stuff to start.
What did he say? Oh, to start the season. I love beating the Packers.
Yeah, at his opening press conference,
That's right.
I like beating LaFleur, I think is what he said. Yeah.
You can't say stuff like that if you're going to go lose, man. That's very embarrassing.
I think the key really is you just got to let Jameer score, because when he scores, they're 8-0, and when he doesn't score, they're 0-5. So
Oh, okay.
why don't they just run the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown play more?
Just do that every time.
Yeah, anytime you get down to the 1 yard line, well, look, do we want to win the game or do we want to lose? Sorry, David Montgomery, you might be better fit to score in this situation, but sorry, rules state that we win every time Jahmyr Gibbs scores.
Look, it's factually accurate. I don't know what to say.
I got to add though, if turnovers are going to be a thing again, Jeremy, I think you put out some sort of stat that said if every time they get turnovers, they seem to win.
Yeah,
and they finally started capitalizing on them on Thursday too, which is
they're either 6-1 or 5-1, or maybe they're 7-1 now at this point in games in which they just force a single turnover. Just one. Yeah. That's all. Like, and it kind of fits the narrative of this team right now too, because the defense is struggling every now and then. But it's just like, defense, can you steal one possession? That's all we need. Like, all we need to win a game, just steal one possession, and we're good.
And a Gibbs touchdown.
And a Gibbs touchdown.
And a Gibbs touchdown.
There it is. That's
100%.
I know Lions fans are kind of tired of hearing Dan Campbell say, well, we're one thing could have went this way or two things could have went this way when we won the game. But like, it's pretty true. I think you get a turnover against the Packers, you maybe win that game.
Yeah. I mean, all you needed to do was stop. Even if it was a turnover on downs, they probably win that game.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Tell me a little bit about what's going on at AtoZ, man. I feel like I haven't checked in on you professionally and everything going on over there, because you really seem to have spread your wings quite a bit since you made the move over there. So tell me some of the stuff that you've been working on, some of, just I guess what people can find over there in case they're not that familiar with your work over there.
Yeah. Well, recently AtoZ Sports has made some might say questionable decision to put this face everywhere.
I keep seeing you pop up on Pro Football Reference, and it's still like it. I don't weirds me out is not the right word for it. It's like, oh, I know that guy.
Weirds me out. It's like, hey, I'm checking Jared Goff stats, and there I am. But yeah, we're doing the TikTok thing, and just last week we started doing live shows on all platforms. So I went live yesterday. I went live the week before that, and that's going fairly well. Just kind of, getting the handle on being the only one talking, and not have somebody to go back and forth with is a little difficult. But other than that, that's been fun. I won this. They gave me their MVP award.
Dang.
Over the summer, so that's nice.
So things are going well there, man. I like it. And, it gave us the opportunity to move to Detroit, where I get to see you guys more often, and we're gonna go play trivia on Tuesday. It's gonna be great with our dogs.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, it's cool. I like working there. I do miss Pride of Detroit sometimes. There's just a certain feeling you had being a POD person, but
sure.
But yeah, I like AtoZ.
It's a fun little community of staff. Go ahead.
When you do the solos, how many times do you have to attempt the intro before you actually get going? Because it takes me on average about 12 to 15 times I have to restart myself whenever I do the solo stuff.
Well, so on the very first episode, I tripped all over my tongue and said something like "Welcome to the," and the very first words I ever said on live were that. So yeah, I'm struggling.
It takes time, man. I feel like I've been doing solos for a while, and I still am not used to it.
It's the hardest thing in the world.
Yeah.
It really is.
Just getting started.
It's
the first 5 seconds.
You especially if it's a long show, when I occasionally have to do the training camp reports without you, and I'm checking my notes while I'm talking, it's just every second of silence feels like 10 minutes. You're just like, oh God, I can't not talk for a second here. before we let you go, Mike, I'm asking this of everybody today, just in case there's some good Lions content out there that maybe someone had missed, or just as a celebration of your own work. What's the your most favorite thing that you've written so far this year?
Oh man, this year.
I know that's a tough question because I don't even know what my answer would be. So,
you know, I am a little proud of this one, I guess. At the combine, I think that it was maybe the night before the combine, the Indianapolis Colts did something with where they were celebrating their Super Bowl, and Peyton Manning was there, and he talked about somehow the Lions came up, and he talked about how, hey, we had this really good year, and then we wound up losing to the Steelers in the playoffs, and then the next year we came back. We finished our story and we won the Super Bowl. And how, you know, he essentially told Dan Campbell and Lions, you guys got to keep chopping wood and finish your story. And if you watch WWE, you know that Cody Rhodes' whole thing was like, I gotta get to WrestleMania and finish my story and win the WWE title. So my headline was like, Peyton Manning tells the Lions they have to have their own Cody Rhodes story. And I just liken the entire story to Cody Rhodes' journey to the WWE Championship. Because that's, you know, I'm a nerd.
That's a perfect like confluence of all the things that you're about, right? Like it's Lions optimism, wrestling, and it all just kind of, and you throw Peyton Manning in there, like perfect.
I got one more. This one was actually a couple weeks ago. I love this one so much. Dan Campbell said something about urgency and how it's important, but you don't want to be too urgent,
right? Because
then you start making mistakes, and that's when guys try to do too much.
Yep. And
it kind of sounded like Keanu Reeves' quicksand speech from The Replacements. So I wrote a story that the headline was like, Dan Campbell gave an important message about quicksand, and yeah, man, if I can work a movie or a TV show or wrestling into a football story, I'm going to do it. I love it.
This is how I know you're going to be a good trivia partner. It's like anything pop culture related, you're going to be on top of it.
Oh, we're going to nail it. But if it's world history or something,
oh shoot,
those are the Jeopardy questions I miss.
We're going to need a history ringer somewhere in chat. If you're a history ringer, let us know. We'll need it. We'll need it Tuesday. But Mike, appreciate it the time, man, buddy. Always good to see you. Always good to catch up, and probably see you a couple more times before the year's through here.
Absolutely, guys. Love being on here. Love what you guys are doing. Just, I lost a parent to cancer a couple years ago, and for you guys to do stuff like this, it's awesome. So if anybody's on here, donate your money if you can, and man, this is the place to do it. Pride of Detroit kills it every year.
Mike, if you want to stay on for a spin on the wheel of pain, you're more than welcome to. We did say we were gonna. I owe 7 already. So if you want to stick around and watch that, we're only gonna do one now because I don't want to keep Nolan waiting whenever he arrives. But people thought you would get a kick out of it to stick around if you want.
Yeah, I'll stay for a minute. Yeah. For sure.
All right. I haven't adjusted the wheel of pain, so we're just going to stick with what's ever on there right now, which is spoon of mustard, push-ups, Bean Boozled, Vegemite, or smelling salts.
It's 9 a.m., man.
Yeah. Yep. Also,
you gotta hope for Bean Boozled, right? Because you might get something good out of it.
I made an impulse buy last night while I was getting more eggs. I think this is going to make a lot of people happy, even though it's going to make me very upset. Guess what we're bringing back?
Oh, no.
The wasabi is back in the house. We're not going to put it on this wheel of pain, but wasabi is also back on the menu, but not in this particular time. All right, let's spin it, see what we get here. I don't understand. Is this wheel weighted towards Vegemite? It does not make any sense.
It's gray, so probably.
Isn't Vegemite good? Like
No.
that's, like Australian people make Vegemite sandwiches.
I think
it's
it's
disgusting.
I think it's supposed to be good in like small, like.
Just now realizing I have an old spoon that still has some Vegemite remnants on my. I'm gonna go get a new spoon and not use that
Use
one.
it.
No.
Why?
Because it's
Why?
gross.
Yeah, Wheel of Pain dictates you got to use the old
No,
spoon.
no.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it. Everybody.
So Eric, you want to do a quick mock draft while Jeremy's not here?
Did you see Danes? He got
No,
a left
is it-
tackle.
Is it out?
Brugler did one last week.
Is it Proctor?
Yeah, he took Proctor from Alabama.
That's the dream right there, man. It's like having Sewell on both sides.
Yeah, well, yeah. If anybody's seen any of the highlights, Proctor's 6'7", 350, and he's got the athleticism to move and stuff. Like, you can probably play guard, but they said the same thing about Sewell. Like, they were like, "Oh, Sewell can play tackle or guard." They're saying the same thing about Proctor. I don't think Proctor is going to be near as athletic, but he certainly looks. He certainly would be a lot of fun, and I think he'd answer a lot of questions on the left side.
Can I while I appreciate you guys talking mock drafts while I'm gone, can I give you some bad news about Penei Sewell? Infuriating news. It's not bad news.
What?
Men made him a 98. They took him off of a 99.
He's going to win Protector of the Year. Like he's one of the best. He's like the best offensive lineman in the league right now.
I was pulling up ESPN's page, and literally the headline of the Lions page is that Madden removes latest 99 or Madden 99 club loses a member.
That's good journalism by Eric to go find that one. All right, go for it, man. Describe the taste.
Like it doesn't even move when it's vertical like this. That's how gross this stuff is. All right, I guess this is for crossing over 14,000, which we're across 21,000 now. So some catching up to do here, but thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Let's keep the donations coming in.
That face tells you everything.
I just realized I don't have water either.
What do you compare it to? I mean, what does it taste like?
It's like if soy sauce was a solid. It's very
soy
salty.
Sauce tastes good.
Would you like take a shot of soy sauce?
I might. No, no, I probably wouldn't.
It's salty and very yeasty. Yeasty is the other like component of it. Ooh. It's terrible. Ugh.
Yeah.
Take
Delicious.
it off the next spin.
I think I'm gonna replace it with wasabi, which is honestly a downgrade, to be quite honest, because I hate horseradish in that flavor. But
are you washing it down with coffee now?
I'm trying, but
I'm trying to drink from the empty coffee cup.
There's a little
bit
bit.
The taste of Vegemite out of my.
It's worth it.
Oh man,
Mike, what does the moon say about the playoff odds? Before we let you go,
it's full right now, or we're just coming out of it.
Well, actually, that's a big deal because the Lions never win on full moons, and they did on Thursday.
Dude, so, I don't know if, when I was driving into the game, just the most awesome looking full moon.
I looked in my my side mirror to change lanes, and it took up the entire mirror. It seemed like it was closer than it had ever been before. It was awesome.
It was beautiful.
The only thing that scares me though, before I quick jump out of here, is that if the Lions were to make it to the Super Bowl, they've lost on the same moon in the playoffs in the last 2 years, and the Super Bowl this year is that moon. That scares me a little bit. But we'll see what happens. But all right, guys.
All right,
buddy. Have fun with Nolan, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah. All right. Joshua Mercer 61 months subscribed to us on Twitch. Appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. I think we're caught up on alerts. Do we want to fit another spin in here? Do we want to crack an egg?
Can you?
I could probably fit another spin in if we want to do that. Yeah, what the hell? Why not? Let's knock him out while we can.
You got like 1 minute. Nolan's gonna be in the.
Yeah, buddy, give him some time in case he's late. All right, let's.
All right. That's not a lot of confidence in our buddy.
I want to give them some grace, and I also know he's more of an evening guy than a morning guy. Where did my spinny wheel go? There we go. Let's put up the rewards there so we can see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Spin wheel, please. There we go. All right, as you can see. Oh, well, there we go. Now Nolan's here. We're gonna do it real quick. Spin.
Bring him in and then spin.
We're doing both.
Oh my gosh.
Push-ups. All right, Nolan can watch me do some push-ups.
Hey, buddy.
Nolan.
Hello.
What's
How
up,
we
buddy?
Doing?
How are you, man?
Just woke up about 25 minutes ago, but we're doing good. We're doing good. I was getting ready. I was doing all sorts of exercise to wake myself up. But here we are. I'm ready.
Doing some calisthenics.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good timing. Good timing because Jeremy has to do some push-ups.
True.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. Do you want me to
Wonderful.
do them while I ask you questions?
Yes, please. That's the only way I will agree to answer questions.
Okay. Well, let me ask one, and then I'm gonna have to take my headphones off so I can do this and not hear
Okay.
your answer. So,
Good. You can
I'll-
do them after.
no. We're gonna do it. This is gonna be fun. Tell me.
This is not
actually,
going to be fun.
No, this is gonna be great. And I'm just now realizing, in order to for everyone to see it, it's probably best if I go desktop view here. Tell me your overall thoughts on the Lions game on Thursday, and if they are in fact all the way back. Ready, go.
Oh.
Yes, I will say, no. Well, yes and no. Like, and that seems to be like the theme of this season so far is they like keep going back and forth. Like we're usually used to seeing them in the last couple of years at least win a few games in a row here and there, but that obviously hasn't been the case as of late. So I gotta see them win a couple in a row, or 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, something like that. Before I can feel confident in saying something like they're all the way back. But I think that was a super encouraging sign because I know that the Cowboys pass rush isn't exactly heralded, but I thought Jared Goff had as much time to throw as he's had all season. And that was, even with the reputation the Dallas defense had coming into that game, like Quentin Williams had those guys firing at a point in time. And, they roll guys pretty quickly, but they held in there. And I thought Goff had as much time to throw in that second half as he had all season. So, I mean, that
what
was
do you think
encouraging.
changed? What do you think changed? Because the first two series, they were getting home. And then they switched Cologne, put Frazier in. It seems to change the dynamic. And then they kept flipping them back. But, was it as simple as just making that switch to throw the rhythm? Or do you think they figured something out?
I have no idea because I think that they were playing well with both guys. Like Cologne had a rough start.
Yes.
He felt like one of the guys who was like getting beat up pretty badly on those first two series. But he was like also part of the group that was doing well. So it's hard to say, but I think that Miles Frazier is so interesting. Like I still don't think it's like reasonable to expect that he is like starter caliber this year, but the fact that they trusted him and then put him back out there again and again and again for 26 snaps, I think is super intriguing.
When do you think you got a read on Mahogany? When do you think he might be able to come back?
That's a good question. I didn't talk to him in the locker room the other day. I know he was walking around. I think some guys might have got in touch with him, but I mean, still looking at that kind of last game of the season, maybe Chicago. But I think that was just the last that we've heard about him. So
yeah, he was working with trainers. There was some video of that the other day, right?
Yeah.
And he says he last time he talked, he said he wanted to come back early, but
yeah,
I wonder. that whole like left guard situation just seems to be like way up in the air right now.
Well, yeah, and you know what that game did for me is it was like confirmation that like, oh, they can just figure out the interior offensive line, like they'll be fine. Like going, like no matter what happens at the end of this year, like if they can just figure that out this offseason, like they will be well in contention to be, 14-3, or 13-4 the next season. I think like that. I kept going back to that. Like when I would like assess this team's like playoff viability, I would just go like, do I think that this offensive line can have 4 good games in a row against playoff caliber fronts? No.
Mm-hmm.
And then just like it was what it was. But the Cowboys game I think was super encouraging, and I think going forward this offseason, like people don't want to hear next offseason, but I think that they can really get this thing back on track.
Well, so you said that you didn't feel confident or wouldn't feel confident saying that the team was all the way back until you see them string multiple wins in a row. Let's take the Rams game like out of the equation here, and then you got your last 3 games against Pittsburgh, Vikings, Bears. If you're going to make the playoffs, you got to win. You're going to have to win those 3 games regardless of the Rams. So if they string those 3 games together, those 3 wins, and they're going into the playoffs with those 3 wins, how do you think that changes your outlook?
Oh, dramatically. Because to do so, I mean, you got to play a Vikings front that gave you a ton of problems in Week 9. You got to play a Rams front who, I know Rams game aside, but you got to play the Rams front who's really really good. And then Pittsburgh, obviously, TJ Watt, all those pass rushers they have over there. So if they can win those games and like look good doing it on the offensive line, I think that would inspire a lot of confidence. Because like I said, it felt like we haven't seen it like games in a row, with this team really since maybe that couple game stretch at the beginning of the year. And then like already you get to Week 4, that Cleveland game, and like they got whooped. The Goff was like 15 of 29 or something like that for his lowest stat total of the season. So
second best defense in the league.
Second best defense in the league.
Yep.
Absolutely. But that was kind of like a microcosm of like, okay, yeah. If they're playing a front that can get home with 4, like they're going to give them problems all day long, and there's not really anything they can do about it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at kind of the commonality of their 5 losses, and a lot of them is you faced an elite defense. And if you're going to make a Super Bowl run, you're going to have to go through either the Packers or the Seahawks or the Rams, and
yes,
all those teams are pretty darn good on the defensive side of the football. So I think the Lions, outside of obviously needing to go probably 3-1 in these last 4, they're going to have to prove that they can contend, they can beat a team with an elite defense, because it's going to have to happen at some point.
Well, and here's the thing. From a DVOA standpoint, you have Rams are 4, and then Minnesota's 11, Pittsburgh's 12. And so you have to go through those. You're going to have to win at least 2 of those games in order to get in. So I think that you can exercise some of these demons here. If you can take care of a couple of these teams that you absolutely, I think, are going to have to. Like you have to win 2 of those games. At the end of the day.
What I think is funny too is like we're kind of thinking it in of the season in the context of like there's only 4 games left. There's a quarter of the season left. Like if you think about it in that perspective, like there is still a lot of room to grow here. And again, I think back to 2023 and they went 2-2 in that stretch, and from like weeks like 12 to whatever. And then I was driving to the Cowboys game with my lovely beat partner Rich Silva, and I was like, man, like this feels like 2023 Broncos game, where Broncos are the hottest team in the world. Lions are going through problems, and I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but there is a possibility. Like something that's on my mind is, what if the Lions blow out the Cowboys tonight? And they didn't quite blow them out. I mean, the final score was obviously 14, but they were blowing them out for a lot of the night. And I was like, yep, this feels like a lot like that game. And if like you guys remember, like they won that game and then it was over. Like they just shut it down from then on. They just kept winning. So I'm not exactly as confident that that's going to happen this year, just given the the Rams game ahead of them and stuff like that. But I think that's a good possibility. They'll be okay.
just in case anyone needs a reminder of what happened in that 2023 season. So you lose a tough one to Green Bay on Thanksgiving. You go next week. I feel like people were really shaken by that, and you're like, all right, well, we got to beat up this New Orleans team. They jump out to like a 28-0 lead in that game, and then almost blow it. And if it weren't for Jameis Winston coming in late and giving the game away, they might have lost that game.
Again.
Dude, Bruce Irvin knocked out Derek Carr out of the game,
right.
and Taysom Hill was giving him problems. I think that's
Wait, was
how
it
I
Taysom
remember
Hill?
that
I thought
game.
it was Jameis.
No, Taysom.
I think it was Taysom.
No, but Taysom was the one giving him problems. Jameis ended up coming in at quarterback, didn't he?
Yeah,
I
think so. I think that's right.
They were running Hill in a bunch of other different ways.
Right.
Yeah.
And following that game, they lose badly on the road to Chicago, a team that was out of it at that point. And then you're like, oh my God, this team, they don't have it. We thought they had it. They don't have it. Then they blow out Denver in that, was it Saturday night game? They beat Minnesota the next week. Then it's the Dan Skipper Dallas game, which was a heartbreaker, but you didn't really feel any worse about the team after that loss. And then they beat up on Minnesota in the finale, and then they make their NFC Championship run after that. So it's a really interesting comparison to make. And I think you're right. Like there needs to be a little bit perspective that like, yeah, this team can still grow. They still can improve. You're supposed to start playing your best football now anyways. But I think the biggest questions still remain on defense. And I want to kind of move the conversation in that direction because, they've been beat up a little bit by quarterbacks in the past month. And obviously now you're going to be without Brian Branch for the rest of the year. Maybe you get Kirby Joseph back soon. That one still feels very much up in the air. So I guess where's your confidence level in that the Lions defensively can manage their way through this last stretch of the season? Granted, they're not going up against the greatest offenses past the Rams here next week, but they changed some things up this Thursday. Some of those things worked, some of them didn't. Where are you feeling about the Lions defense right now?
Well, as it relates to like the secondary, obviously concerning. But I don't know if you guys agree, but outside of linebacker, maybe like that's probably the one place on the field where I feel comfortable like digging into that reserve kind of bucket. Like Rocky Sin has been phenomenal this year. Thomas Harper, I think, has gotten a lot of flack for like no good reason because like for not being Kirby Joseph, but I think he's like for the most part, given the circumstances, played like pretty good. And then Avonte Maddox comes in. He has an unbelievable game the other night. And, it's a matter of can they do that over the course of X amount of games and stuff like that. But I would say the defense as a whole, now that pass rush is humming a little bit, and it sounds like, to your point, they're cutting them loose, maybe a little bit more speed. I think that's good. Like that was like the big frustrating thing for me through the last like month of the season was like, this is still a team for as many offensive problems as they had that has to rely on the offense because the defense just can't be trusted to like make impact plays. And they're just kind of like holding on for dear life in some of these games, Philly aside, but like they kind of got lit up a little bit against Washington and everybody like just kind of like swept it out of the rug because it was like, they scored 44 and Dan Campbell's calling plays, so everything's fixed. Like, don't worry about it. And then, they have the good performance against Philly, then New York and Green Bay, and it's like they're giving up kind of a lot of points. But I think if they can like force negative plays, turnovers, sacks, those types of things that they really weren't doing in the last month of the season, it's going to go a long way. And I think early in the season, that defense was doing that, and the offense wasn't capitalizing. And then later on in the season, the offense was kind of starting to figure things out again a little bit, but the defense wasn't exactly holding up its end of the bargain. And I think that is something that absolutely needs to happen down the stretch is like the defense needs to play lights out and that's a tall task given what they have going on in the secondary. But I think if you can get Kirby Joseph back, if you can get Thomas Harper back, you'll be missing Terrion and Branch, but for the most part, you'll be mostly healthy. And at a certain point, you gotta kind of throw your offense on your back at times.
Well, this is a defense that primarily cover one man, cover three if they go to a zone, right? Do you think they end up shifting to more cover two? or more cover 4, even, to try and incorporate a little bit. They showed a little bit more zone against Dallas.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to have to do? I think that's going to happen moving forward. They're going to show a little bit more zone again than they have previously, or maybe more than they want. But do you think cover 2 and cover 4, those are going to be things that they have to show a little bit more of, or
I mean,
you think they're going to
maybe
stick to their guns?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think they should probably try to change things up a little bit because I don't know. You guys are like, I think, more like adept in like the schematic parts of it. But one thing that I didn't really understand was like why they had their why they were like, oh, we're gonna play man to man, and then their pass rush philosophy was like just slowly
Right.
crush the pocket, slowly crush the pocket. And I don't. Does that, like, with all due respect, make sense to you guys? Like, it didn't really to me.
I think it's a confidence thing, and the fact that they have a lot of it, and they think like when they come out all the time, and we're a man team. We're a man team. They
Yeah.
take a lot of pride in that, right? And so they think that despite the slow rush, that they can hold up. Like that's their just mentality, and they have at different times held up, but it's playing the numbers. It certainly is against logic to say
Yeah.
we're going to hold up long enough to get home at the last rate. But I mean, when you look at their statistics, they're top 10 in pressures, yet worst team in the league in getting home. Like
Yeah.
that only happens because you're able to hold up. And I think it's just a confidence thing. Like, and with Glenn, like they never really wavered off that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
with Shep, I think Shep's a little bit more humble, maybe a little bit more
flexible,
willing to make changes. I don't know
No
if you
doubt,
agree
right?
with
Like, I
that.
mean, just the
I
whole
agree.
QB spy thing, right? That's a great example of like where Aaron Glenn was real it. I think the most fascinating defensive stat to me is the whole like they take the longest to get there in terms of their pressure, but their average separation in terms of coverage is best in the NFL. It's just like, how are those things not working together right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels like a mean thing to do to those guys who are covering. Like
It's hard.
like an analogy I would use is like it's like going on a diet without exercising, and it's like, yeah, cool.
What's wrong
Like,
with that?
uh,
That's standard, right?
no. I mean, if I'm on a diet, I'm exercising. If I'm going through something, I'm going through something. But it feels like, when you're like, oh wow, like I lost like 2 pounds in like 5 weeks. It's like, well, just imagine if you just would have like gone to the gym as well. Like you probably would have lost 10 pounds. Like it feels like when you're just doing half the thing without doing the other, then it doesn't really like add. It's like, oh, you could like compound these things together and make them extra good. But instead, you're just like, well, we're just gonna hope for the best, and that didn't really make a lot of sense to me. But I think like if they continue to use more speed on that defensive line, like Al Muhammad gave them the other night, like I think that's big. Like that, they need to find ways to just like get to the quarterback kind of at all costs. I think.
Yeah,
And because you've seen it, like the whole Hutchinson thing, going back to week 1 against Green Bay, like the ball will be snapped and he's instantly like he looks like a point guard on the perimeter. Like he has no he's not rushing the quarterback on those on plays. Like I don't know.
I think there was a big philosophical change on how they approached second down on both sides of the ball this past week.
Interesting.
And you saw, I felt like, and again, I haven't looked the numbers up but I felt like there was more blitzing on second down against the Cowboys, as opposed to bringing them more traditional blitzes on third down. And, what Dallas's approach is, get me 5 yards on first down, get me 3 yards on second down, so I'm in third and short. And when Shep started blitzing on second down and keeping them in like third and manageable or third and even long, that threw off their game plan on third down. And they ended up only being, I think they only converted like 40% of their third downs because of it. And so I do think there were these different approaches on early downs, like you said, like now instead of you know, throwing your arms up like you're one of those like, you know, machines, one of those like little flail, right?
Yeah.
On first down, they said just go after him a little bit harder.
Mhm.
Those subtle philosophical differences, and then on first down, and then bringing a little bit more heat on second down, that changed the dynamic on how they created pressure. They ended up having what, like, depending on who you look at, like 20 pressures, I
Yeah.
think, by next gen and 29 on PFF or
Yeah.
something ridiculous like that. Like,
Yeah.
that's those. I think those are going to stay,
Mhm.
right? Like those, because those are changes that Shep said we got to make those work. So let's see if they can work. It's really the back end stuff that I think they're going to have to start making adjustments for.
Mhm.
And it's this week makes it, you know, this is
Yeah.
a hard week to make those
Yeah.
adjustments, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that was like kind of a problem I had with this defense for large stretches. It was like, be the aggressor. Like I don't know. It feels like the offense is kind of just taking what the defense is giving you, and then the defense is just kind of like hoping for the best, like trying to just like the defense like had the philosophy of like, we can't stop you, we can only hope to contain you. And it's like, well, you got a lot of good players over there. Like, you know.
Just I know Jeremy's probably going to want to get you out of here in a second, but I just wanted to like put a cap on this, or kind of bring it back. Like we talked about earlier in the year, how they were the more aggressive side of the ball. Like, hey, look at
Yeah.
Tampa. Like they
Yeah.
were super aggressive against
Yeah.
Tampa, and it felt like they laid back over the last month. And then against the Cowboys, they seemed to dial that aggression up. So I agree with you. I think if they have to be more aggressive to be more productive, then we've seen that cost benefit early in the year and then last week as well. I think you're right on that assessment.
All right. Before
Sweet.
we get you out of here, Nolan, I'm trying to ask this of everybody. What is your favorite thing that you've written so far this year?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think the profile that I did on Tim O'Neill, the Lions equipment manager,
Yeah.
was a really, really cool story, because it's like very, well, I don't want to say it's rare, but like I talked to him for like 2 hours. He's been here forever. Like, he is a Wikipedia or encyclopedia, I guess is probably more appropriate term, of just like football knowledge or like equipment knowledge. Like, I'm an equipment guy. Like that's one of the things that like I'm just like weirdly like honed in on. Uniforms, equipment, things like that. So I got to talk to him for like 2 hours for the interview, and then talking to all the players around the locker room. Like, you never know what you're gonna get when you start like going around and asking about somebody. But it was like everybody I said, I was like, hey, I'm working on a story on Tim O'Neill. Like, you got a few minutes? They were like, absolutely, like anything for Tim. And just like a super cool, selfless guy. Like, the quotes that I got on him were absolutely incredible. Like, Jack Campbell said that, like, you know, one day when he has kids, he's gonna like raise them to be like good people like Tim O'Neill, and like have the same principles of like just helping people out. And it was really cool because, like I said, everybody, like from JMO to St. Brown, like Campbell, David Montgomery, like all these guys who are like big stars, they have this guy who they like love and trust more than anything to like get them right for game day. And just a super cool like backstory for him. And yeah, I it's always good when you go to write a story about somebody and then the players pretty much just fill the story for you, you know.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
The story is called "The GOAT: Meet Every Lions Player's Favorite Coworker, Equipment Manager Tim O'Neill." That's O''NIELL, 2 L's.
Yes.
Google search that if you want. I threw it in our Twitch chat as well. A link to it. Nolan, thanks for making some time on your like our first weekend off. It feels like in months. So go enjoy. I know you love watching Sunday football. I hope you don't leave the couch for 10 hours tomorrow.
I appreciate it. I'm going to the MAC championship in about an hour here, so I'm very excited about that. So it's gonna be a great day. Thanks for having me on. This is awesome what you guys do. I know Jeremy and Eric have told you about this in person, but it's like super cool to just be a part of it. And thanks for taking it, buddy.
Yeah, and I should also say Nolan donated a bunch of cards that were, I think maybe we should do it now. We're going to give away some cards, including some Amon-Ra rookie cards, some Panay Sewell rookie cards, a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to be giving out throughout the day. So appreciate that, Nolan. Appreciate your contributions there as well.
No problem. Good luck to all who are playing.
All right.
They're good
Thanks,
cards.
Nolan.
All right, appreciate
see you
guys.
buddy. And that's not the one. Yeah, let's do this one. All right, yeah, let's do a Twitch giveaway. Let's give away. How about some Amon-Ra St. Brown rookie cards? We got a 3-pack of them via Nolan of Amon-Ra St. Brown rookie cards. Sorry, they're backwards, but I can promise you they're real. A 3-pack. So what we're gonna do is this is gonna be a Twitch giveaway because I can't do both combined. I'm gonna ask for a keyword in a second. And all you have to do to enter is type in that keyword in the chat, in the Twitch chat. So, because it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, how about just ARSB? Amon-Ra St. Brown. ARSB, doesn't matter if it's all caps, doesn't matter if it's not all caps. ARSB, type it in the chat and you will be entered. Hold on, not yet. And now. Okay. And if you don't see your name up there, type it in again. You won't be entered more than once if you type it in twice, so it doesn't matter how many times you type it in, but make sure you type it in, make sure you spell it correctly, and you can type it in multiple times to just make sure you're entered. So SRAB, that's not going to count. ARSB, I'll give you guys a couple minutes here, especially if you're on YouTube, to give you a chance to either make an account over on Twitch or just jump over to twitch.tv/Pride of Detroit. In the meantime, some alerts that came in.
I don't know if you happen to, before we keep going, Tony Gonzalez on the Prime pre-game show.
Yeah.
Called him Amon St. Brown 100 times. And it's amazing what Amon St. Brown is able to do. Even his coworkers were like, Amon-Ra St. Brown? And he was like, yeah. And then he just stopped saying the name. But every time he would say the full name, Amon St. Brown. And I was like, dude, what? You're missing a key component. What's up, Ty?
You're muted. You're muted, Ty.
Sorry, I'm sorry. How you guys doing?
Man? Good, buddy. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Glad to be a part of it.
If you guys don't know Ty, first of all, shame on you. Ty has been writing about the Lions for, I don't know what, 2.5 decades at this point, like a very long time.
Something like that. It was the morning after 0-16 when I started. I was like, okay. I know I can do this. I've got these words in me. It's time to let them out. And so instead of working that day, I registered a Blogspot account and just started going.
Yep. That's obviously where I first got to know you through the interwebs at the Lions in Winter blog, which was probably my favorite read at the time. And now Ty works for us in terms of the Pride of Detroit direct newsletter, posts a column every week, continues to carry the blue flame in a way that I thought was like very effective this week with your kind of like, hey, every team has warts. Like, I understand the Lions are on the outside looking in, but like every team is mad at every fan base is mad at their team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, going back and forth between, okay, I'm covering the Lions. Okay, I'm doing national stuff. Okay, I'm still doing a little national stuff and I'm kind of covering the Lions. It gives you that extra perspective, right? And, like I wrote in the piece, it's like I was on KLAA Los Angeles after the Rams tripped up against the Panthers. And they're like, is Matthew Stafford's MVP candidacy over? And I'm like, what? Like, man, like who? We giving it to Baker Mayfield? Like, what? Who else is out there? Like, no, he's still candidate number 1 right now. Like,
yeah.
And it's emotional. It's week to week, but all you got to do is look at the schedule and see who's ahead of the Lions and who they're playing and who they have played.
Right.
And you go, oh, the grass is not necessarily greener.
Yeah. I even showed you. I won't mention the publication, but a publication that handed out. They did their winners and losers after the game, and I think that the headline of the article was Matthew Stafford shows his true colors. And I'm just like, what? The guy won a Super Bowl for you. He's the clear MVP favorite, and all it takes is one bad game, to be like, yep, we're back to old Matthew Stafford, which is apparently a bad thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah. I always, like I said, I think I said to you, I'm like, oh yeah, like he wins the Super Bowl, puts up big numbers year after year, no matter who's around him, from, fellow MVP candidate talent to literally nobody. And you're like, as soon as he has 1-3 turnover game, you're like, I always knew he was a bum.
Right.
Okay. All right. Sure.
All right, I'm going to take a pause here so that we can finish our giveaway here. Last chance to type ARSB in the chat for an Amon-Ra 3-pack of rookie cards given to us by Nolan Bianchi. We got 63 entries, so you got a pretty good chance to win right now. I'll choose a winner here in a second. And then once I do, we'll have to get in touch through Twitter DMs. I'm sorry, Twitch DMs. As we await, Ben Raven's going to be here in 1 minute-ish. 67 entries. It has to be on Twitch, but we'll do some on YouTube as well. All right, I'm going to draw in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Your winner is Monkey 81. Congratulations, Monkey. I know you're always in the chat. Send a message if you can, and I'm just going to write your name down so I don't forget on my Excel file of winners. All right, let's minimize that for a minute and get back to our regular scene here. This one? Yeah, okay. And there you are, Monkey in the chat. I see you. Let me click on your name. Whisper. Okay, I sent you a DM, Monkey. Follow those directions, and we'll get you going here. But Ben is here waiting. We'll go to the Zoom view here since we got 4 people, and let's bring Ben on. Oh, I forgot to go through I'll get through the donation alerts here after we talk to Ben, because there's a bunch I need to catch up on.
Look at that handsome man.
Oops. What? Oh, I still got my. That's my school background. That was for a project. Oh no.
It feels wholly appropriate, though. I know. Are you on a hiatus right now with energy drinks? Is that where we're at?
2.5 months, not a single one.
Wow! Dang.
Yep.
I don't
cold
think
turkey.
I don't think people realize how big of an accomplishment that is, because you were kind of notorious in the beat room for just like having the most exotic flavors and range in terms of your usage, let's say.
Yeah. It used to be Chris Burke's favorite part of the job is seeing what drink I had that day.
I see you sporting the Central Michigan hat. Are you joining Nolan at the MAC championship today?
No, I told him I was boycotting that game.
Fair.
No. No, good luck to Western. Take it home for Michigan. Whatever. I don't care.
Sorry. I'll be honest. I didn't even know who was playing in it. I thought maybe Central was in it, but sorry, sore spot. Clearly a sore spot. But let's talk some Lions football, man. I kind of want to just start with your takeaways from Thursday, because the wave of emotions in the Lions fan base over the past month has been crazy. So can you provide a little bit of bird's eye view of where this team is and what's still realistically on the table for them this year?
Yeah, I think it's important to know that the doom and gloom was on the outside world, and that the coaches and the players, I mean, they were themselves outside of the interaction with Kirby in the locker room. Everything else was business as usual, you know? So
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing to know. And listen, I'm not a momentum guy either, especially week to week, but like the Dallas Cowboys were hot, and that is one of the best interior defensive lines in the game. And the Lions have broken another, the Flacco trade, the defensive coordinator switch, and now George Pickens is back in Pittsburgh. George Pickens after facing the Lions, but no, I just think your superstar wide receiver did what you want your star players to do, and that's rise to the occasion, fight through the pain. And shoot, man, when I looked up and saw you had like 96 yards at the end of the game, I'm just like, this guy is just St. Brown. You're different. Like he was talking about not being sure if he was going to be able to cut when we spoke to him on Monday or Tuesday,
Right.
but no, I just think the main concern for me moving forward is just the secondary and how to put the pieces together. Because, I mean, we don't know about Kirby. Thomas Harper's got a little extra break now, but the Branch news is just, I mean, that truly is devastating. But everything's in front of them, man. 8-5. It was never over. This team's impossible to be like, oh, they're done. It's over. 30% playoff chances. Oh, they're not going to make it. No, I've kind of held the belief that they're going to find a way to get in. They'll figure it out. I really do see them going 4-1 down this stretch. I don't know when that one loss is coming because they can beat anybody. I still believe that. They proved that again. I mean, excuse me, in a week that saw Frank Ragnow retire, unretire, Terry and Arnold gone for the season. Kirby Joseph, one of the most depressing locker room interviews in history, and, and then come out and beat the Cowboys by 14. So there you go.
So just to be clear where you stand, don't fire Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would not recommend that.
Just wanted to be clear there.
Yeah, I would not recommend either of those moves.
Okay, so you have the Lions essentially going 3-1 down the stretch, which I assume means you think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yes.
Are then the Bears the odd team out? Is that who you're picking to be the team that drops out of a current spot?
The Bears have earned my respect. Like a couple weeks ago, I was like, "Oh, this end of the schedule is going to destroy them," and then they go into Philly and win. But I don't see the Lions losing to that team if it means something, if it means everything, if it means nothing. And I really just they're gonna at best split with the Packers. So I do think the Bears are gonna be eventually the odd team out. Like I do think that's the rooting guide for Lions fans and also the most realistic expectation.
It's wild that a month out, the number one team in the NFC by record is the team that most people are saying, "Oh, they're probably not going to make the playoffs." Like it's just the dichotomy that's happening in the NFC this year is just wild. So if the Lions are going to, you said you're a little concerned about the secondary, obviously, with the whole Branch situation. What do you think that they do to make that adjustment? We saw them adjust up front last week. How are they going to have to adjust in the secondary, do you think, in order to make sure that they win 3 of these next 4 at least?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, good thing Avonte Maddox is here. I thought Maddox played pretty well on the fly. I mean,
Certainly.
it's for all the things that people have screamed at Brad Holmes about, getting Rock Ya-Sin and Avonte Maddox in here deserves a lot of praise because it's really helped hold things down this year. And I guess just hope that Thomas Harper is all right but then on the same token, I mean, Daniel Thomas, I know he hasn't played a lot of defensive snaps in the league, but I mean, he's been with the Lions for 3 months now. He's a vet, played a lot of ball. So it could be worse, I guess. Maybe not at safety, but I just, as long as that pressure can keep coming, all the defensive line we're talking about, like, hey, we just kind of let the reins off and let it free. And I mean, it worked out, man. I mean, I think Marcus Davenport getting 2 games under his belt, most importantly, being healthy coming out of those. McNeil, 5 games in? I mean, you got to bank on that front 7 to carry the load. I mean, the linebackers are one of the biggest strengths of this team, and you just got to bank on them continuing to do it. And you got to see more pressure like that because there can't be games like it was against the Giants or the Packers, or those safeties are going to be in trouble, especially with a guy like Matthew Stafford coming up next.
Yeah, it's a really good point where, outside of the schematic changes they made up front, like there's also an expectation that those pieces can continue to meld a little bit because, you still are in the first month of Aleem McNeil coming back, and Marcus Davenport, for as sour as this fan base is on him, like there's a chance like he becomes the guy that they always wanted him to become.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been terrible in these first 2 games, but like you also have to give him time since he's had 2 months off, 2.5 months off, whatever it's been. And you're absolutely right about the linebacking core. I mean, Jack Campbell, like all pro, is that what we're about to have?
Dude, I think so. I mean, he's been watching the Jack Campbell growth from 1 to 2 to 3 this year is really, I mean, you see some of the stats get thrown around. Oh, it's just him and Chris Spielman that have done this. And it's like, what? Right. I saw it. I forget who it was tweeting yesterday. It was like, man, that next Jack Campbell contract's going to start with a 2-0 in the front of it. And I was like, yeah, at this point, I mean, he's been unbelievable. And it's hilarious to look back on the Gibbs and the Campbell picks and the outside hand wringing from Nationals and some inside hand wringing, and just to see what those guys have become, literally the offensive cheat code and your defensive just absolute leader. And man, I'm a sucker for old school linebackers. Campbell is just, dude, he's unbelievable. He's like the perfect linebacker to be playing for Dan Campbell. It's really unbelievable.
You're absolutely right. And I think that the fascinating part about that is like, it just like linebacker is one of those positions that just takes a long time. And so early on, you kind of like, you got some flashes of Jared Davis a little bit where it's just like this over-eager linebacker that is just like over-committing. And you didn't quite ever really have the tackling problems that Jared Davis did. But like you could sense the PTSD from some Lions fans, maybe very much including myself. But it's just like he's grown every single year. And now it just feels like he's got such a firm grasp of the defense. His instincts are way better. And even some of like the coverage stuff, which is obviously I think the last thing to come, particularly for a guy like him, even that stuff is starting to look a lot better right now.
Yeah, no, and I think that was the thing coming out on him. It was like, the coverage stuff is going to be rough for a while, but he's tall, athletic. He's not the most fluid, like, motion turner, but the coverage stuff is picking up. And I mean, Anzalone, for the kind of weird training camp it was for him, just remains an awesome coverage linebacker. And I mean, if you can continue to get more out of Derek Barnes, helping out with the pass rush too. I mean, I'd like to see more from Barnes in the pass rush, but like that's like literally like the smallest complaint, and it's like the only complaint I have against the linebackers, because that's true. Imagine that linebackers coach turns defensive coordinator and his linebackers are the strength of the team. So perfect.
And I do wonder if like maybe the Lions had sensed some of that lack of playmaking from Derek Barnes, because we did see a little bit more Trevor Nowaski on Thursday night, which I thought was an interesting wrinkle, because early in the season we saw a lot more of him. And when I think of that Ravens game, I'm like, Nowaski was a big part of that game plan as well. And did they have 8 sacks that night?
Yeah. While playing the spy.
Right.
Right.
Go ahead, Rick. You're good.
No, I was just saying they did the same type of thing. Like they used more spy. They've scaled Barnes back a little bit. They've had to change. They've used a little bit more nickel. They've sent more aggression. But really, I how they change in the next, how they adapt in the next month is really going to be the story. I know there's questions about defense, but do you have any questions about offense? Like, do you think like the offense is just rolling now, or do you think that there's some concerns that you have at any spots where you're a little bit worried? Because there are some holes because you've lost players.
Yeah, obviously the tight end situation is not great, but man, the jumbo looks in that game on Thursday night, I thought were awesome. Let's maybe chill on the Dan Skipper motioning out wide stuff, but
that was there. That was there.
When he put his arm up, like calling for the ball, I was like, bro, stop. Like, but no, I liked to see the more jumbo looks, obviously a little more Tesla. But the offense, I feel like the offense is going to be all right. And I know Miles Frazier needs to learn the snap count, but I was really encouraged by what I saw out of him. And like I said that to somebody in the press conference room, I was like, Frazier's PFF grade is probably going to be like 25 because they just hammer guys for penalties. But like, I thought he was pretty good. I mean, for a guy who didn't have training camp, a guy who doesn't have the preseason, I think I wrote in my 3 things column, I'm like, screw it, start him at left guard until Mahogany comes back. So I don't know. We'll see what happens there. But no, I just go a little more jumbo, You got St. Brown, you got JMO. I've loved what I've seen out of JMO, just the production. Outside of the one goose egg, he's been unbelievable since Campbell took over on the play calling. And I just think the more they figure that out, him and Goff are on a pretty great level for them right now. And the more they can feed into that, and if St. Brown can just stay healthy, they got the horses. I know no Laporta, that's huge, but like I don't know. You just see them adjusting. More jumbo looks than they had since 2021. Screw it. I mean, it worked. All three Gibbs touchdowns came on that. I think they had like 149 yards in those looks. Like, if you have to live that way because you've got the pieces to do it.
Yeah, I think, and I think it speaks. Sorry, I think it speaks so huge of this coaching staff. Which I'll be honest, like before the Cowboys game, I kind of wrote a scathing piece for our newsletter subscribers about how the players weren't developing. They were dealing with like. My concern was that Dan Campbell was still talking about playing better fundamental football in December.
Yeah.
And that felt like maybe a coaching mistake. But the one thing that they deserve a ton of credit for on both sides of the ball, and I think this year in particular, is the adaptation, the willingness to change your identity, to play different schemes, to play different personnel formations. That really came through, I think, on Thursday night more than maybe any game this season.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And it was nice to see it on the offensive side of the ball because I think that's been something that Shepard's been amazing at with the defense this year is kind of just tweaking the scheme, tweaking his thoughts based on the opponent. And, hey, we didn't see that as much with Aaron Glenn. It was just kind of like, this is my defense. What are you talking about? Like, this is what I do. And, you see a little more flexibility and like, I like that, and obviously on the offensive side of the ball, I mean that's what you have to do when you're missing pieces is adjust and figure things out, and just find out what's working. That's absolutely a strength of the staff that deserves some love too. But yeah, Shepard's been unbelievable at that, and I think Campbell, as he gets kind of used to like having the play sheet in his hand again and having his responsibilities changed, is kind of really honing into that too.
I mean, he's only been calling plays a month, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so, right. So I guess that was the logical follow-up question here is he just getting comfortable? Is that like what we're seeing, this evolution of him getting comfortable and starting to make those adjustments? Or because I think when he came in and put 44 up against Washington, everyone was like, oh, he knows what he's doing. Cool. Right. But like, but like we saw the very next week, like that he was still kind of adapting. And so do you think like that's in Campbell's DNA? Like, is he still figuring things out with the offense and that's why we're seeing these adjustments? Or is he just kind of is what he is? He's Dan Campbell and this is going to be what the offense like looks like. Do you think there's like he can make these alterations, or do you think we're just going to kind of see what we see?
I think there can be alterations because I think you hit the nail on the head. Like he's only a month into play calling. Like doing that in the middle of the season, I don't think it's not just like taking over on Madden. Like there's especially for a guy like that. Like you're not just changing your role on game day. You're changing a lot of people around you's role around you on game day. You're counting on more people. You're figuring out who helps me the best at this too. So I'm sure like there's alterations to come because like that's a big process. And a lot of people wondered why they did it in the Commanders game, and it was like, well, shoot, that was kind of a good game to do it on the fly against a banged up, struggling team. I don't think that was Dan Campbell calling a shot, but I do think like the more he gets comfortable, the more you'll see this offense kind of evolve. And I mean, we saw some deep shots for the first time, like consistent deep shots for the first time in a while last week. I just think the more he sees out of JMO, the more he knows St. Brown is good to go. You're gonna see week to week changes, and I think you're gonna see some more deep shots finally.
I
want to go back.
Go ahead. Fit one more, and then I got two. Quick.
Just I want to ask because you mentioned how much you liked Frazier. I want to know what your like left guard tier is. Like if Mahogany's the starter, like what's your next? Is it Aushika, Cologne, Frazier? What's your tiering system that for you, not for the coaching staff? But who would you like to see if Mahogany's not available?
If Mahogany's not available, go with Frazier. I think go with Frazier. I'm really there. I like Cologne. I like Awashika. I think it's great to have those guys on standby if it doesn't go well. But there were enough things in that game where I was like, dang, Frazier, quick on the double team, bang, jumped off, put someone in the dirt, linebacker jumps in the sky, put him in the dirt. Like, this is he's been practicing for like 4 weeks. Like, this is like literally a carbon copy of what happened with like Mahogany last year. And I just think you show me like 5 things that I really like in your first plain, no preseason, no training camp. Like, all right, build on that. Like, you liked this kid, you like him at tackle, you like him at guard. Like, you've got a chance now to get him playing time with Mahogany out. The second Mahogany's back, put him back in there. But give Frazier some run, and if it's a disaster, you got 2 vets ready to roll.
Let's not forget that Brad Holmes, if he had still had pick 102, would have considered taking Frazier at 102, but if he hadn't traded up for Tesla. We found that out in the Inside the Den series. Right. So they have high hopes for him for sure.
I want to go back to the offensive coordinator or play calling stuff really quick, because we're not there yet, but I think some people are peeking towards next year and wondering, what do you do then? Are you keeping everyone on staff and adding an offensive coordinator? Is Dan going to continue to call plays? Are you going to hand the sticks back to John Morton? What do you think? I'll ask it 2-parter. What do you think is going to happen, and what do you think should happen?
I've been so on the fence about this. I think my main takeaway is you can't. I don't think there's a reality where you can give it back to Morton. I just don't. Not even talking about John Morton. I just like, don't do the snip snap. Like, you don't want to do that. There is a reality where I see this staff remaining what it is, and Dan Campbell just continuing to call plays. And I think Dan Campbell should continue to call plays. He's never had a full off season where he's got to go in as the offensive play caller. Like, the 2 times he's took over calling plays has been in the middle of a season. So I think he should go into next season, end of year press conference. I'm calling plays next season. We're going to take the next 6 months to figure this operation out, streamline it, get it to where I want to be. And like, man, he's an offensive coach. Like, he is like, I don't think people outside of Michigan realize like that guy takes a lot of pride in his offense. He has high standards for his offense. I mean, he wants to win he wants to win, but he wants to win with offense. And I think, and I just think he should go into the offseason like, I'm doing it.
Yeah. The glasses are starting to change the narrative a little bit. Like, he's now put up 44. Like, the Lions have put up 44 in 2 of the games he's offensive coordinated this year. And so, I mean, I know those are 2 not great defenses, but you don't see people hanging 44 on Washington every week. You don't see people hanging 44 on Dallas every week. So there's something to say for that. Before we let you go, Ben, I'm asking everyone this so that we can kind of share everybody's work. What is the best thing or your most favorite thing that you've written this year?
Well, this year, I think it was my little Roy Lopez feature I did a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know, it was tied into a My Cause, My Cleats thing, but it was like, Roy's awesome. Like, Roy is the easiest person to talk to, and I just like how he blends his family into everything, how he's playing, what he's about. So yeah, I would say it was this year. It's probably the Roy Lopez feature, and I did really like the column that I wrote Monday morning. I don't like a lot of stuff that I write, you know, it's especially this time of year where I'm tired of hearing my own voice in my head. But no, the Roy Lopez feature a couple weeks ago I thought turned out pretty well, but I also liked this past week's Monday morning column. Yeah.
And to be clear, that's the one, Be the Best, How the Lions Defender's Family Motto Shaped His Career and Foundation.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, so Google search that. If you're on YouTube, I threw the link over there in our Twitch chat to go read Ben's awesome Roy Lopez piece. Ben, appreciate you making some time. I want to say this to all of my Lions Beat guests today. I know this is our first weekend off in a while, like true weekend off. So I appreciate you spending even 15 minutes of it, because part of me just wishes I was sleeping for 40 straight hours right now.
I know I'm about to go do that, but anytime. I love doing this. I love what you guys do, and I always got time for you guys, even if it's not this. Anytime, anywhere. You know, you guys are the best in the game at what you do, and I really do mean that.
I appreciate that, Ben. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday. And yeah, go get some rest. Go not watch the MAC championship, and then just red zone all tomorrow.
That's right. Sunday at home. That's a rarity. You got to take that in.
Absolutely. All right, buddy. See you later.
All right, guys. Good luck today.
Thanks, Ben. All right, let's get back to this scene, and let's give you an appropriate name, Ty, because you are not Nolan Bianchi.
Oh, I'm not. Dang.
I mean, do you want to do
I'm
an
just finding this
impression of
out.
him?
No, that's okay.
Whoops, I turned it vertical. Nolan does great impressions, and now I'm kind of regretting that we didn't ask him to do any. But
Oh yeah.
if you ever see Nolan in person, ask him to do an impression. Don't do
Okay,
that.
I
That's a
will.
terrible thing to do to a person. I immediately said,
No.
let me pull that back. Don't do that. All right.
I will artfully
Do it
Suggest
and say
to him.
Jeremy told me.
yeah.
Jeremy told
There we
me
go. There we go.
that you
There we
do
go.
great impressions. Or Jeremy told me to ask you.
No, don't do that. All right, we have a little bit of a break. We have about 40 minutes before Colton Pouncy gets here, so let's go through some alerts. We've had a bunch of them. Maybe do a giveaway, maybe do another spin on the Wheel of Pain, maybe just talk
I'm
to
gonna get
Ty
some
because I
water.
feel like I don't get to talk to Ty
be
as
right
much
back.
as I would love to. But let me get through some of these alerts first, and then we'll figure out what to do with our time here. I have to scroll and find out where the last one we did. Okay, there it is. Deb Mom, who, I mean, it's weird. My mom is named Deb. I wonder if that's a coincidence. A $1,000 donation. It says in memory of your father and to celebrate all you do. Ringo rules. Nah. My mom is a huge Beatles fan, and I always joke that Ringo is terrible, which is something that it's almost like the mozzarella sticks meme with me, where it's like I don't actually believe it, but I lean into it because it makes me a villain. Like I understand that Ringo is actually a very revolutionary drummer, but also the songs that he sings, like where he's lead, they're pretty garbage songs. Octopus's Garden, come on, no. Rise Beast, a $2 super chat says less than half of those push-ups counted. Jeremy, were they really that bad? I'm pretty sure I hit 21 again. By the way, like that is my peak. I can only hit 21 push-ups. I got before the night's through. I want to hit 22. Home, I don't know what that's about, but Home donated $50 to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Thank you so much. Mrs. Ruby dropped by. I didn't see her in the chat, but thank you for the 58 months. Subscribed on Twitch. Says go Lions. David Rowe, $55 donation. Says good luck this year. Appreciate it. Drafty Fish, thank you for the follow. Your boy Maroc, thank you for the 40 months subscribed on Twitch. Colton Pouncy dropped by a little bit earlier. A $100 donation. Thank you, Colton. Appreciate you. Looking forward to our chat here in 35 minutes. I hugged Pele with a follow on Twitch. Love the nickname. Jay Hoffman, a $25 donation, who may or may not be my uncle, wants me to write duct tape on my forehead, which I'll I'll give the story behind. He used to, just like as a game, he used to like grab me and wrap me up in duct tape as like, I don't know. It sounds weird to
That's
say it,
quality uncling.
right?
That's what. Yeah.
That's exactly what that is. Appreciate you, man. There you go.
I've got a few nibblings I need to start wrapping up in duct tape. This is a good idea.
By the way, I like that so far the only guest that has, well, no, there's been two guests who have even asked. I think part of it is like most of our guys know what's up now. Like only two have even asked like, why do you have things written on your forehead? But yeah, that's part of the fun of it. Laser Mouse, a $424.46 donation, which I think just brought us to even numbers here. Says, appreciate you putting on this again this year. Also appreciate you breaking out an egg smash to make sure that you keep your energy up. Yeah, let's do it. Where's the hold on, let me add, just in case you guys don't know, because your donations can be used to impact the stream. It's not. It's chat text. There we go. Rewards. Where? There they are. Boom. Oh God, it's huge.
That's what you. Wait. I came back at the right time.
You son of a. Yeah, a $400 donation will get us to smash an egg on my head, and I guess, now might be the time to do it. Unk J, also a $75 donation to bring our current total to $22,800. Now, if my math is correct, we've done 2 spins on the Wheel of Pain. We still have... Okay, that got us over 13, over 14. So we have 15, 16, 17, 18,
I'm tracking it.
19, and then 20 is this extreme. So are we still at 7 spins I still need to do?
Well, we just went over. Yeah, so you're looking at one
Extreme Wheel of Pain.
Stream, and then 6 others because you just went over.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 others.
All right. What do I want to do first? What do we want to do first? What makes sense to do first right now? Because we have a half an hour until Colton.
I would say knock another wheel off. Just a standard.
Just a standard Wheel of Pain?
Okay.
You know, I should also.
get
I'm going to
one
have
done.
this whiteboard. You have the whiteboard? I'm going to grab a whiteboard of my own just to make sure I'm keeping track. So, Wheel of Pain. I'm at 7 regular and 1 extreme.
Well,
oh, no, 6 regular.
I thought it was 6. You've already done 2.
I have.
Right.
Okay.
So
let's just do 1.
6 plus 1. There you go.
I gotta pull that ahead again. Okay. Let's do that now. Here we go.
Did you
Smelling
take pickup off
salts.
since you just? Oh, okay.
Okay. I've only done this once before. That used to be an extreme Wheel of Pain, but we've downgraded it. Let me make sure I still have. Okay, they're still here. This will wake me up a little bit. This is perfect. We'll do this and the egg smash. Get me all woken up. So don't try this at home,
At
kids.
least I'm glad it's happening at 10:30 instead of 8:30.
No, I want it at 8. I'm gonna need it at 8:30. I might just do one for fun.
No, I mean the one.
Oh, in the morning.
8:30 in the morning. Yeah, I was a little worried you were going to draw that one.
All right.
Best part of waking up.
That's right. All right. So in case you're just curious what these look like, there's just that little dot in the middle is where you're supposed to crush it and then just inhale, I guess.
Inhale is deep. It's supposed to be a deep inhale, like you're a kicker. Got to keep that focus.
Like I'm a kicker who just got trucked on a kickoff and then had to kick a 50-yarder 10 minutes later.
That was nasty.
Yeah, McVeigh, I'll put on the mozzarella stick after the egg crack here. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's aggressive, right?
Stings the knot. Oh my god, that is so effective.
Yeah, your brain's tingling right now, isn't it?
A little bit. It's making my eyes water.
Yeah.
Tasu, don't. My dog is now very interested in sniffing, and I'm now like, is this good for you?
No.
Ooh.
No.
Whew. All right.
Probably not good for you.
Probably not. Listen, we got 12 more hours of this thing. I'm great. We're good.
Whew. Yeah, you need to save. You need to use one later.
That's right. Hey, we got 8 more.
Right before Dan Miller.
Don't do it 8 times. Don't. I just have to say this.
That's yes. Medically speaking, and we got to make sure we let that be known for everybody else.
Read the back on how many times you should do that, because legitimately, you probably shouldn't do it once every 4 hours or something ridiculous like that.
It doesn't even say.
Up. It doesn't?
It doesn't.
All right,
say
well, let's do it 8 times. Let's test it.
Science. All right, I'm gonna go get an egg. You guys talk with the chat. Archduke, thank you for the first time subscriber on Twitch. Yeah, I'm gonna get an egg, and I wish I had a poncho or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll be right back.
Rain jacket.
Eric,
Ty,
sorry for I was just gonna say, how do I see the chat? Because I'm in the Zoom call, not the Twitch thingy.
I have the chat up on a separate monitor. That's
Cool.
what I end up having to do. Yeah, you can't do it on the Zoom, unfortunately. you
cool.
could minimize the zoom and watch the feed, but it's a
That's
slight
got the
delay.
Yeah.
Um,
That's tough.
So what I do, I just watch the Zoom and then I side chat it on my second monitor.
Perfect.
Laser Mouse, I'm feeling better, but this is also day 6 of me getting past it, right? So like this, I should be on the mend. It was last Sunday night I started not feeling good. And then Monday and Tuesday I slept, I think 40 out of 48 hours Monday and Tuesday. And then slowly Wednesday started to come back to life. Thursday was a little bit better. Friday was a little bit better. I'm still probably like 50% of what I should be. I said to Jeremy earlier, Ty, that I haven't eaten a full meal since Sunday. Since last Sunday.
Lord,
it's been I've been able to eat like half meals at a time, but like half a bowl of chicken noodle soup, half of the it's not been fun. Yeah, my wife has had to really save me this week because I have been just useless.
Brutal.
Yeah, but I am getting a little bit better. But yeah, I tell you, we were talking about losing weight earlier. I bet I've lost some weight.
Hey, take the dubs where you can.
Nolan was talking about how you have to combine. He's like, it doesn't make sense to just like diet and not exercise. And I'm like, that's kind of like what I'm doing right now. Like I got the full on diet going, not by my own makings, but
yeah. I always say that you got to be careful about how if you're trying to do that. If you're trying to like cut weight and work out, like you got to make sure you know your macros and you know that you're getting enough fuel because you're like, all right, cool. So I'm gonna start in crazy intense workout regimen and also stop eating, and it's like, no, that's not gonna work.
Jeremy, did you add another thing to your forehead?
Yeah, duct tape.
Another name?
Was there another one that I have to do?
Oh, duct tape.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I was just wondering when you were going to run out of space.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a refresh here soon once more.
The egg is going to mess that up too.
True.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Really quick, is Lion's Blood in the chat? Because Lion's Blood donated something to give away that I want to show off in a minute here, but I want to make sure. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
In the chat. Sweet. So after I crack this egg, I want to reveal something that has not been revealed about our Movember giveaway yet. A really cool thing that Lion's Blood donated to the cause. So
it's a good tease.
Yeah. All right. With that being said, I think it's time to get going, especially since Zazu is currently underneath me crying because somehow I think he knows what's exactly going to happen, and he goes crazy for eating up egg remnants. So we're just going to get to it. Hi, buddy. All right. Glass is off, too. Smart. All right, here we go. For Laser Mouse with the 426 to 420, I can't read without my glasses, 424.46 donation. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Very dramatic.
There you go.
Wow. Oh, all over
don't get right under me where it's going to drip on your head. Ah, that went into my eye. All right, I'm going to go clean up real quick.
That's the worst part. Don't get it on the shirt.
There we go. All right, I'll be right back again.
Incredible.
It's awful.
The sacrifices he makes.
Have you seen, I don't know if you've seen the video in previous years when I felt better. And back when we had a lower cost on the eggs, my kids used to throw them at me like a shooting gallery. Which is a fun thing to do, but it's been too hard trying to get that together this year. But yes, a couple of my little ones were like, they'd get real close and throw about as hard as they could. And it was, it was always funny.
Yeah, my littlest one is a senior in high school, so I would not want them whipping eggs at me.
Yes. Oh man, your shirt.
Oh, I got to change it out, right? We're gonna put on the mozzarella shirt anyways.
Cool.
Throw it in the wash. Cycle it back in when you need to later. Throw it in the wash.
This shirt,
single load.
I have a whole load of laundry I need to do. It's fine. We're not gonna wear this shirt again today. It's okay.
That's isn't it?
It'll be fine. It is the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center shirt. I understand that.
Don't you want to have you want that later, right?
It's okay. I got the hat that I can wear later. The Stream for Mott's Children's Hospital. So we're covered there. Still dripping down my head a little bit.
Right.
All right. I'll go put on the mozzarella stick shirt, and then I want to reveal the gift real quick and maybe give one away.
Okay.
There's nothing over there, bud.
Sarek, you were gonna ask me something?
Oh gosh. Oh yeah. Jeremy's been asking everyone what their favorite thing that they wrote this year is. I can't think of what mine might be, but I was wondering if you had an idea of what your favorite thing you wrote this year was.
Yeah, good question. Like him, I was happy with my column this week. I try not to do too many just like straight vibes based, especially, telling fans how to feel is not a thing I like to do very often.
You're not a gatekeeper.
No. Feel how you feel. That's what this is about, but also I feel like, hey, like, here's the perspective that I have. And, I always walk a tricky dance being like, I am a national analyst. I have done, national stuff for 13, 14 years now. And like, I do have that objectivity hat. I know how to be a fan and still write. I know how to not cheer in the press box, right? But I also, as Jeremy pointed out, came up writing like a couple million words about how if there's one Lions fan left in the world, it'll be me. So I can't be like, I'm not a fan, right? Like that, I can't say that, So that was pretty cool. I've done some stuff. Unfortunately, my day job and life has been busy enough with my kids. Like I said, my youngest is a senior this year. So it's been like really tough for me to do some of the like national freelance stuff that I normally do. Right. Also, hey, the digital economy, paying writers to write words hasn't been what it's been. Right. So I've had a couple other national opportunities, but most of them have been like, hey, do you want to go back to like, lock in like news coverage like all the time? And I'm like, nope. Not at least not till the kids are out of the house, and safely through college or whatever, because I just don't, so I don't have like any like, oh, this is like an all-timer for me this year. But the POD stuff I've been writing, the Pride of Detroit Direct newsletter, it's worth the money because of all the extra stuff that you get from Jeremy, Eric, and everybody else. But B, it's so rewarding for me every week because I've got freedom to look at it. I can do a film review, I can do stat deep dive, or I can just write one from the heart in like an hour because like it's this is what I'm feeling right now and I've got it. So that one was cool, but I could go back and look through all the ones I've written this year and probably pick out 3-4 more that I'd be like, this is some of the best stuff that I've written lately. So yeah, I've really appreciated the opportunity.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference? Do you have a preference on like stylist, like which style? Like, because I know it's hard sometimes to like, you get in a rhythm.
Yeah.
Where you're finding like, is it hard to, or do you have a preference? I guess let's go back to. Do you have a preference on which style of writing that you like to do? Like, do you like to write more from the heart stuff that you can like get in a rhythm and go, or do you like to have the more deep dives, or is it situational? Like.
Yeah, it's a little bit situational. I think the big deep dives are most rewarding, and this goes with reporting too, whether it's reporting or like a big feature, talking to like a couple dozen people or whatever. When you get the story, like when you land the plane, right? There are statistical deep dives I do and I go, well, this is interesting and that is interesting and that is interesting, but I didn't get the like smoking gun where it's like, this is the thing that I saw, this is what I wanted to see, this is what I, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I did one where a few years ago for 538 where it was like week 5 or 6 and I was watching the Packers, and I'm like, hey, just watching Red Zone, I noticed the Packers have gone up like 14-0 like every week, and then it's been a nail biter every week. What's up with that? And I looked and I saw Aaron Rodgers had like a 66 passer rating in the fourth quarter through 5 weeks. And I was like, oh, okay. Like what's going on there?
He's terrible.
Terrible. That's correct. He's just bad. He's just bad, and that's all there is to it.
I mean, player, person, overall.
But I like to think I can bring smarts to the emotion. Editor of mine, Bleacher Report years ago, once said, like, your knee-jerk reaction column is everybody else's second wave reaction, or day after. Your day after column is everybody else's 2-3 days later. Your 2-3 days later is the take that everybody's gonna be at in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's nice to hear. That's a nice thing to say. But that's kind of the target that I shoot for, that I've got the awareness and understanding and perspective to make the knee-jerk take, or like the hot, like emotional take, also have that perspective, and hit harder and kind of drive conversation.
Well, I
is
think
there
you're doing
one that you think you're. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was going to transition. So if you have one more question on that, let's do one more question.
I was just saying, do you feel like you have a strength in any one side? Or like, is that is that really what your strength is? Is that ability to like react like that? Or
yeah.
Okay.
On deadline, unfortunately, it's like that's both the thing that's hardest for me to do, is lock in and be like, yeah, cool, I'll be there no matter when the game is, where the game is, because like I said, it's like I split the work-life balance stuff pretty hard. I love my kids and I love my other activities that I do. So it's but like I think that's probably the thing I am best at, is this just hit the wire. What do you think? Or this is the game. How did it go? I think I'm probably strongest there.
I think people, I don't know if, I mean, maybe it's obvious, but I find that the stories that I'm not, I don't normally write, which seem like they should be really easy, end up taking like so much longer, right? Than like the stories that like, I'm writing weekly, right? Like where you get in a rhythm. And even like these deeper statistical things where I know it's going to take me like 6 hours to find all the stats and all the information in the, and even more time when I start adding in film study, but like it's easy. It's a flow. It's where my strengths are. I know I can get this article out, but then like this other, then I'm asked to write an Aiden Hutchinson article about his comeback, and then I'm like, oh, that should be easy. It should just timeline it in a way. And I'm like, this took me like 5 hours to write, and it should have been like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Because just to kind of like put things together and pull it's because it's so like almost uncomfortable, not uncomfortable, but unusual, right? Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Have you just been around long enough where like you are comfortable in all of those settings, like, or
he's just talented.
Yeah,
like also.
No, but okay. Well, all right. Thanks for the.
I'm not saying no. I wasn't saying
Eric isn't
you
talented
weren't
enough to do this. I got it. I got the underlying message there.
Right.
But
it's not all about you, Eric. All right. Not everything I say is about you.
But I look. It's. I lost my question.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
At this point, but
no. I'll say something that's tough for me is, I did this nationally full time for close to a decade, and some of the stuff that I had to do that was terrible grunt work that I really did not enjoy, like Bleacher Report
stuff.
Yeah, the grind stuff, and also drafts and stuff. I always had to do mock drafts, always had to do the draft coverage, and there was one year where they had me do a live updating mock draft, which was the worst assignment I've ever been given. Like as the picks are cut, like, okay, at the end of every round we post, okay, now that the third round is over, here's Ty's mock through 4, 5, 6, 7, having to get it was terrible. But the thing that gave me was like the encyclopedic recall of, I could probably rattle off the 53 of every team in the league and give you a couple sentences about every player, right? Or, close to it. There's some teams that I was a little fuzzier on, interior offensive line, maybe not so much, secondary, linebackers and safeties a little, but like, I haven't done that in years. And so now I don't have I'm not as you can put me on anything and I'll crush it instantly as I used to be. But also then you get adept at faking it a little bit, which is why when you hear like, oh, like these lazy national guys, it's like, well, yes and no, because like you have to be adept enough to fake like you can cover at all 32 teams, which is way harder. But then also, there are some times you're going to get asked, well, like, Ty, what did you think about safety you've never heard of this weekend? And you're just like, I don't know, man. Like, I got me, but I can make up something that sounds like I know what I'm talking about, and let's move on, you know?
Right. And now I feel like it's
hard.
I would say like it's probably easier to fake it now because you can just like there's all these data sets that you can access that are public that weren't public 10 years ago where you can be like, well, his EPA against zone coverage is this and all that sort of that sort of stuff didn't really exist unless you were paying, you know, hand and foot for sports media systems or whatever it's called. And so so like it's never been easier for a national analyst to fake it, but it's also like you're still faking it, right? Like
you can still tell, like, though, like if you cover a team on a day-to-day basis, which national guys are paying attention and which national guys are just using those data sets, though. Right?
Yes.
Like there's a national guy at ESPN who I'm not going to name names, but like every time they write about the Lions, they're like, oh, they're missing this part of their defensive line and they need to get this. And when it's like philosophically, Lions don't do what you're talking about. Like you're just reading ESPN's data points and just regurgitating what those data points are telling you instead of actually watching the team. But I guess that's also part of the difficulty in covering 32 teams.
When I was doing it full time, I was watching all the games, right? And you know, it was like red zone.
Not everyone's as dedicated as you.
So that is the split.
But you can tell the people who put the time in, versus the people that don't, right? Like realistically.
Yes, you can. Like, but then there's also people who put the time in who I don't really think know ball or you know, have a good feel for the game.
Certainly those guys out there as well.
How many donations to get Eric to spell the name? I can tell you, like, I'm so good at Eric coded language that I immediately know who he's talking about. There's no doubt in my mind I know who you're talking about. All right.
Can I balance it out?
Yeah.
My former colleague at ESPN, Matt Bowen, just pushed the
it's not Matt Bowen.
1,000. What?
Matt Bowen. I said it wasn't Matt Bowen.
No,
I like Matt Bowen.
No, he puts in the time. He treats covering the league like he treated being in the league, like a player. Awesome. And he just pushed an article this week that was like the 1,076 best players in the league. Like but it's one of every trait. Like, so it's like, like the best at like setting the edge on third down, or like the best, you know,
he does
safety to put over a linebacker. Yeah.
He does that for the draft too. It's awesome. Like it really is. It's such a huge thing.
So that guy does the work, and he takes the work every bit as serious as he took playing in the NFL, coaching high school football, whatever he does.
Yeah.
Intense dude, and very, very nice. Good dude.
All right. We got awesome. Colton coming up in 9 minutes. I also want to say, if you aren't a Pride of Detroit Direct subscriber yet, it's $50 a year. But during Movember, a $100 donation will get you a subscription to Pride of Detroit Direct. I will send you it hopefully in the upcoming week. I know I haven't done it at all for other $100 donations yet this month. I'm just going to get all the donations together hopefully this weekend, but probably more realistically later in the week. And send out a Pride of Detroit Direct subscription coupon code, essentially, to get you it, I believe, all the way through training camp next year. So if you're not a subscriber yet, you can become one while giving to a really good cause, the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. I promised I was teasing a new reward giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
Donated by Lions Blood in chat. Lions Blood in chat made a Pride of Detroit Movember custom t-shirt, and we have 9 of them that we're going to give away throughout the entire day. And I think we should do one now, and I'm going to go full screen so you guys can see what it looks like real quick here. It's awesome. I know it's backwards right now, but
No.
well, it's backwards to them. It might not be backwards to you.
Yeah, looks great.
It's really cool. Turkey who's wearing a hoodie with our logo on it. It's got the year on it. It's got some of the Lions logo in it. It's really freaking cool. So this is for everybody. This is anyone can win this. We're gonna do this giveaway on YouTube. So for our Twitch viewers, if you want to jump over to YouTube really quick, yes, Monkey, you can get in as well. And so all I need you to do on the YouTube side is free shirt, no spaces, free shirt. Type it in the YouTube chat. Boop. Get us back to our normal view here, and I'll show you guys the entries. I know there's a little bit more of a delay on YouTube, so I'm going to wait a little extra time until we get all of our entries in. But just type in free shirt, no spaces over on YouTube, and you will be entered to win. And why didn't that one work? Maybe there's a lag on it. I'm starting to see them come in, but it's not showing up here. Hold on. Let me go back real quick. Oh, there they go. Okay. They did show. They're showing up. There we go. We got 24, 27 entries. They're coming in. Perfect. I'll give you guys a few minutes. Again, we got Colton Pouncy coming up at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. Talk more Lions football. After that, Justin Rogers will be at 11:30. While these continue to come in, I got to go find my phone in case anyone is texting me and saying they need to delay their appearance. I thought I had my phone right next to me, but I don't. So keep typing in free shirt if you're on YouTube. We'll get all those entries going, and then we'll give away a shirt.
Jeremy needs a producer. Where's the hotline? Somebody needs to be able to text. Sorry, man, running late. My kids, blah blah blah. I'm like, no, okay. Can you make the next hit? Like, next segment's 11:15. My kids grew up very used to. Oh crap. Sorry everybody. Be quiet. Daddy forgot. Daddy's got a radio. Be quiet. Mute the iPads. Come on. Dad's gotta be on a radio hit. Okay.
What did I miss?
I said this is. No, I said you need a producer. You know, who are you texting? You know, who's texting you from the car being like, oh no, I'm like, you know, I gotta, and you're like, oh no, okay, it's cool. Can you make the next segment at 11:15 or whatever? I just said, you know, my kids grew up with, you know, oh, sorry, daddy forgot he's got a radio hit. You know, he's got the phones ringing from, you know, right. Phoenix or whatever. And like, oh, Atlanta. That's right. I said I would do a radio spot. And all the kids being like, no, dad. I'm like, sorry, be quiet.
Yeah, I've had those calls before where you're just like, oh, I recognize this number. Oh crap, it's a radio station. I forgot that I'm on, and my headphones are all the way across the house, and you're just sprinting to make it in time. All right, we got about 60-ish entries on YouTube. I'll give it maybe 2 more minutes to go here. To just type free shirt in chat, no spaces. Doesn't matter about capitalization, but it has to be in the YouTube chat, Twitch chat. This is not a giveaway on that side. I should also say that we have, I believe, 3 mediums, 2 large, 2 extra large, and 2 double XL. So the winner will get their choosing. We're not gonna like force you with a size early on here. Yeah, and then the only tricky part on YouTube is being able to communicate with you, because there isn't I don't believe there is a DM system in YouTube. So we'll just have to play the honesty policy, and whoever wins is going to have to send me an email with relative proof that you're who you are. Which is why we generally do most of the giveaways over on Twitch. It's a little bit easier, but I appreciate y'all on YouTube. It's just, the problem is not with the people on YouTube, it's with the YouTube system. I think Twitch is very much better built around building a community because of like the channel point stuff, because of the giveaway stuff that's a little bit easier. but I recognize that most of our fans over on YouTube these days, because it's just a huge platform.
Can I answer the question from Dan Campbell there?
Please.
Yeah, so I'll guess I'll do the first thing that came to mind. Most surprising and predictable thing this season. I think the most predictable thing this season for me was that the Ben Johnson Bears were going to come out looking like a pretty rough mix of Ben Johnson Lions copy and the Bears still. Most surprising thing is, I think, just the wins and losses. It's not at all surprising to me that as the season's gone on and Caleb's gotten more comfortable and Ben's got more comfortable with Caleb, because a lot of the stuff that Ben Johnson did relies on execution, right? So that means reps, that means understanding, that means, all 11 know their assignment very well and can sell it, right? When you're doing running, builds to play action, builds to passing. The run blocking has to be able to sell, all that stuff's got to be in place. And that just takes time and that takes reps. So it's not at all surprised to me that it's gotten better over the season. I did not think that this would be what the standings look like so far this year. 9-3. I did not think 9-3 was going to happen. And if you look at your DVOA and your other strengths, scoring differential drive stuff, EPA, right? This Bears team is not a juggernaut. This Bears team is not a 9-3 team in the moral sense. But it's definitely, they are exactly where I thought they'd be. I just didn't think they'd be 9-3.
Right. And I mean, the ultimate question, I think we talked about it with Ben, is like, okay, they haven't been a 9-3 team, but are they now? Like, realistically, could they have gotten good enough as the season goes on, their first season in the first year in the scheme, first year defensive scheme, offensive scheme? Like, have they gotten to a point where their actual talent level is in line with their record? Because I think we can all agree that they don't deserve, is maybe not the right word, but like,
right.
They don't deserve to be 9-3, because I can't think of a better word.
Yeah. And it's, part of it is that I always say it's like the literal thing of it. 9-3, it doesn't matter if you're fake. Even if you're fake, you're real, because you have 9 wins under your belt with like 5 weeks to go or whatever, right? Like physically, you're going to be in the playoffs. You're going to be in the mix, for the division, right? But at the same time, it's the belief. And I think the belief, this is the key for Ben Johnson, because I was talking about this with my kids last night. Like, when Dan Campbell gets up and goes, "Oh, I love you, man. We're going to win every game we play." And he looks like he could give you 2 or 3 series at tight end still. You, me, and NFL football players go, "Yeah, okay. Cool, I'm buying it." When Ben Johnson gets up and is like, "I love you and we're gonna win every game we play," you're like, what is that guy's deal? Like, what? Like, you have to prove that you can do it, right? Like, and you have to prove to the players that you know what you're talking about, that you can help them win. And if they listen to you and do what you do, you do what you're asking them to do, then they're gonna win games. And now, seeing him with his shirt off and those dudes jumping around him, it's like, the belief is there. And, just like Jeremy, we said, momentum isn't real. It's like, momentum isn't real except all the players think it's real. Right. And that's what makes it real. Right. And so it's like, if all of them believe in what Ben is asking them to do, and all of them believe in the system they're being asked to execute, and all of them know their assignments and understand the assignments and go out and execute because they believe if they do what they ask to do, they're going to win, that makes them much more dangerous than the team at the beginning of the year that thought they had some pieces and was excited about the direction, but didn't know how or if it was going to come together, especially because that franchise had been, hollowed out over the 3, 4, or 5 years prior. Eric.
And hurry, because I need to do this giveaway, because Colton is also waiting.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, the trick will be Campbell had walked a road of adversity to get to that point to earn it. Ben has not had that adversity outside of the first couple games of the season. And so when that adversity hits, how they respond will be the real test.
All right. We're going to just run the giveaway now, because I don't want to keep Colton waiting. With 71 entries, so good job over there on YouTube entering. All right, let's choose a winner, and I will write down your name and try to get in touch with you. Winner is 6651J. If you're in the chat, let us know. If you're watching, please send an email to Pride of Detroit Jeremy at gmail.com. I'm just going to type it in the chat, even though I don't think you're supposed to do that. gmail.com. Send me an email there to cash in your prize, and then I'll get into contact into where to send the shirt and all that sort of stuff. And if it's never claimed, chat, then we'll just do a new one, and maybe it's not even today. We could go over a new day. But anyways, let's get Colton in here. Don't want to keep him waiting. Don't want to run too much into his time. Colton, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Thanks for making some time, bud.
Of course, anything for you guys. What's up?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's just get into some Lions talk. Let's not waste any time, man. I think I like to lead with this one, which is just like, all right, like bird's eye view now. The Lions make a big win on Thursday night. What are your feelings about their potential for this year? Like, is everything still on the table for this team?
Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously it would be a different conversation if they lost this one, but I did want to kind of look at this one as maybe a barometer of where they're at. If you could beat a team that was, coming into this game, the Cowboys were on a little bit of a run there. They're closing the gap in the playoff race and had some momentum. So I was kind of curious to see how they respond. Everyone talks about the interior that the Cowboys have, that they kind of built, versus Lions interior, the receivers. But for the most part, I mean, they took care of business, man. That's what you wanted to see. So I think I'm still in a little bit of a wait and see mode. The Rams game is obviously going to be pretty tough. More injuries piling up. But in terms of where this team is at, like, they're kind of, for the most part, where I thought they'd be. I think I predicted them at like 11-6, which is still very much on the table if you go 3-1, and that probably gets you in, as we've seen the numbers. So, yeah, I think they're right where they need to be, but they're going to need to, win some of these more games, a few more games, to feel a little bit more comfortable with that.
Outside of just winning, is there something specific you need to see from this team to make you feel better about their chances?
Consistency. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, week to week, it just hasn't been there. Whether it's offensively, defensively, they have not played complementary football for many stretches this year, and I need to see that. When you're talking about needing to win 4 or 5, or right now 3 or 4, they have not been a consistent team all year. So I need to see that complementary football. I need to see offense and defense working together. We saw it last week for stretches. I don't think the defense wanted to give up as many points as they did. But getting 3 takeaways, 5 sacks, it looked like they were the aggressive unit that we thought they could be. They were not letting offenses kind of dictate what they want to do to them. They were kind of taking control of that game in some ways. So then the offense, I thought the offensive line did some really good things. I thought there's some bright moments. I thought Miles Frazier, penalties aside, played pretty well. I'd like to see more of him going forward. I thought they kept Jared upright. I thought Jared was being more aggressive with some of his downfield throws. The balance between J-Mo and Saint was awesome to see. I think that's something that we all thought was possible, but just haven't seen it for many stretches this year. And then Demo getting involved and breaking off that big run. I thought that was huge for him because Demo's a guy that I think he needs touches to kind of get into a rhythm. When you're only giving him 6 a game, it's kind of hard for him to do that. So I thought he did make the most of his opportunities in that one, but I'd like to see him get more involved, as we've been saying all year. But the balance between him and Gibbs, I thought, was pretty solid. So they did some good things. I think that's sort of the blueprint. Maybe not that exact score every week, but the elements of that win, I think that's stuff that they can kind of continue going forward.
Yeah, just to stick with Montgomery for a second there, because I thought it was really like he was the feature of that drive that kind of spanned from the end of the third quarter to the beginning of the fourth. And I was like, oh, maybe this is just a Demo game. Like, maybe this is how they ride the end of the game. They put the game away, and then they kind of went away from it for the rest of the game, which was mildly frustrating, but also it worked. So who am I to say? But I think you're right. Like, there needs to be that sort of balance sometimes, because especially when you're going against a really good interior, the defensive line, like, I think part of the reason Jameer doesn't work in those instances is he does have a little bit of that, like, well, I'm going to make a play out of this one. And we've seen him do that a couple times and then lose 5 yards. And this team is not great when they're behind the sticks. And so if you just stick with Montgomery, a bad play from David Montgomery is like a 2-yard gain. Like, he's not going to lose you 6 yards on a play.
Yeah, it's about staying ahead of the sticks, man. Staying on schedule, staying on track. And as great as Gibbs is, and he can definitely erase a lot of the bad elements of an offense, he does do that every now and then. And I just think getting Demo more involved, whether it's earlier or later in the game, make him the closer if you want that to be the case with him. I just think there's a way that he can provide value, just getting consistent positive yards. I think that's, we've seen that kind of hurt the Lions at times this year. And if they go back to that a little bit more, I think it would be beneficial for him.
I'm going to Really quick, I want to throw this question that we got from our live chat because I think it's out of left field, and I'm also curious about it myself. You and Nolan Bianchi have served as the pool reporters this year, which means you're the guys that get to talk to the officials after the game. And I'm just curious what that experience has been like. It's not something that I've ever even thought about volunteering myself to do because I walk the line between fan and reporter, and sometimes I feel like when it comes to the officials, I might have trouble being impartial. What has that experience been like for you this year?
It's been interesting. I think so. Nolan's done most of the heavy lifting. I did the Thanksgiving game, obviously. That was an interesting experience because basically how it works is you let the Lions know you want to trigger a pool report, and you have to tell them what you're asking about. So that's the first step. Lions put you in contact with the NFL. So someone with the NFL will shoot you a text and say, "Hey, I'm so and so. I'll be connecting you with the officials after the game." Like, cool. So the game ends, clock at 0. Everyone's kind of rushing down to do interviews, locker room. I decided to stay up and just do it there. So I'm just waiting for a phone call from the league. And someone connects me to whatever official is doing it. And then they say, "All right, go ahead, Colton. What questions do you have?" And that was my first time doing it, that Thanksgiving game. And so you're going back and forth. And I think I asked about the Wicks touchdown, which I actually thought was a touchdown. I mean, I know some people feel some type of way, but I don't know how much he could say that's going to sway anyone. You probably feel the way you feel watching it. Right. But I did ask a couple questions. And he gave me an answer, and I followed up. I was like, "Was there any, conversation about a bobble or possession?" That was kind of where I was going, and his answer was like, "Oh, these receivers are just so good, And I was like, "That's kind of wild." I was like, "All right, cool," and I just wanted to let that answer kind of stand on its own. I didn't think I needed to follow up. I thought that kind of told you everything you needed, I guess, depending on how you feel about the situation. The follow up later in that pool report was interesting about the timeout, which was clearly
right.
That one to me, I was like, LaFleur he clearly called that timeout after the false start. And I asked 3 questions and I got the same answer. And I was like, this guy's not saying anything. So I felt like I did my job. I asked 3 direct questions. It looked like LaFleur was covering his mouth during this. How could you have seen that? And I asked one more after that. And he was just like, well, we determined that the false start came after the timeout. I was like, all right, that's their answer. They're sticking with it. That's kind of what they do. These aren't super insightful. You're not going to hold these guys to the fire. That's not what the NFL is trying to do with these. They're just trying to give some sense of transparency, even if they're going to say the bare minimum. So it's been an interesting experience. Me and Nolan kind of take turns doing it. We were going to trigger one for the last game, but ended up not doing it. I think it was the safety.
Right. Because the narrative on that one changed once they came back from commercial and showed an angle that looked relatively conclusive.
Yeah, that's kind of what I determined, but I know if people are going to feel however they want to feel. But we've been going back and forth on it, and it's funny because every time something happens, we just kind of lean over to the end of the row and you doing it? I'm doing it. How are we doing this? So, it's my favorite. It's interesting, but it's kind of fun.
My favorite is when they announce it over there's in the press box, there's a narrator who tells you what down and distance is, and before the game, they tell the process if you want a pool report, these are the 2 people to contact, and once they say your 2 names, you guys share a lock from 10 seats away.
Yeah, I always record it, so that's my favorite in stadium tradition now.
My favorite was the first week when I think when you seemed caught off guard by it. When they announced your name and you were like, "Oh, yeah, me?" Yeah.
I forgot I agreed to do the way it happened is I think it was over the summer, maybe during training camp. Dave Burchett used to do it. And he's just I don't want any part of this anymore. I need someone else to take this on. So he kind of comes out of a little side room. He's like, "All right, people, someone needs to take this on. Any volunteers? Who wants to do it?" Nobody say anything. And then Nolan, being the upstanding citizen he is, was like, "I mean, I guess I'll do it." And Dave's like, "Great, Nolan, you're the guy." He's like, "Now we just need someone to help Nolan." Okay, there's kind of quiet in the room, and I was like, "Come on, guys, somebody do this." And Nolan's my guy. For those that don't know, me and Nolan live in the same apartment complex. He lives 2 floors below me. So we hang out all the time. He's my guy. So I'm like, I can't leave him hanging here. So I'm like, I can do it. And Dave's like, "All right, Colton, great, congratulations." I'm like, "God damn." So that's kind of how it came to be. And so like the first time I heard it, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I did that. This is gonna be a fun season. So yeah.
Yeah, it's fun to hear that. I'll be honest. For some reason I didn't even realize that it was over the phone. For some reason I thought it was like, oh, you're just gonna run into the refs down in the basement and talk to them.
No, they don't want that smoke. They don't want that smoke. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's talk big picture here because the playoffs are back on the menu here with whatever probability model. I know you probably have to talk more about the New York Times /Athletic model, which is what, at like 45% or something like that.
Last time I checked, yeah.
What are your feelings if you had to pick right now? Are the Lions gonna make their way in?
I think so. I think so. I'm not confident, but I think they can get it done. And I'm kind of going against what my eyes have told me. I think you're watching this team and you see some of the issues, and it's like the offensive line. They're allowing it's not just the pressure. The pressure rate is fine overall. It's the quick pressure. I think they're number one allowed, at least going into week 14, in terms of quick pressure allowed. And when you have a quarterback like Jared Goff, who obviously is not the most mobile guy out there, saying that kindly, that interior pressure when it gets, I'm trying to, that interior pressure when it comes, and it comes quickly, that derails the entire rhythm and flow of this offense, which is so timing based. So obviously we know the issues there. Defensively, like those last two games before this, and even this to an extent, I'm like, that's not the defense I feel like I've watched all year, giving up, however many it was to the Giants, then coming back and the Packers giving up 31. It's like, 58 points in 2 games. I'm like, I feel like there's a higher standard here. And I'm sure Kelvin Shepard is saying the same to the guys behind the scenes. But, the Cowboys are a pretty good offense, top 3 in the NFL, whatever they are. So I'm giving them a little bit grace for this last week, and the turnovers and sacks kind of got me back on board. But I do need to see more. And the injuries to Brian, especially Brian Branch, man, that's brutal. So I want to say my eyes tell me this is not a playoff team. But having covered Dan Campbell for 4 years now, this dude is one of one. And if there's any coach in the league that can rally the troops and get these guys to play good football down the stretch and finally find some rhythm, some consistency, and find a version of themselves that is sustainable and conducive to a run that they need, it's Dan. So I'm kind of going off of that more so than what my eyes and the numbers and whatnot tell me. So it's going to be hard, but I think they can get it done.
Is it the Bears? Are they the team that's dropping out?
Yes. I think so. I mean, that's probably the most realistic, right?
Yeah.
You look at their schedule. I think it's more that they haven't proven capable of hunkering down during a stretch like this. They absolutely can. They don't need to win a ton of games to get there. Probably 2 of their last 4, or whatever it is, probably to get in. But I look at it and I'm like, Ben Johnson, this is his first year doing it. This team is young in some areas. They have kind of overachieved, I think, to where they are now. I don't think anyone expected them to be 9-3 right now. Schedule's been a little bit light. Metrics don't really support a 9-3 record. And then they have a difficult stretch coming up. You got to play the Packers twice. That Browns defense is pretty good. I don't want to – that could be a trap game for them. They have to avoid that scenario. Kind of what was it, that Panthers game for the Lions in 2022? Everyone thought they're going to steamroll the Panthers and give up 500 rushing yards that game. There could be a game like that in between. You got to go to San Francisco, and then you got to finish at home against the Lions. And I promise you, there's nothing Dan Campbell wants more than to take it to the guy that everyone's saying is responsible for his success. To win that game in Chicago and keep the Bears out of the playoffs. I promise you, Dan wants that one. After all the narratives this offseason, I promise you that's the one that he's looking forward to. That's probably circled on his schedule. I know he says we take it week by week, one game at a time. But there's a part of him that keeps receipts, and we know that. I think he told us that during the playoff run in 2023. I have a whole bunch of receipts, and there'll be a time where I bring them out. So he does this.
It's not just Brad.
He's got the image that he wants. Yeah, it's not just Brad. So I promise you he wants that one. But in the meantime, you got to take care of business, and that's going to be easier said than done.
Ty, I know you got a question for Colton. I'll let you take the next one.
Yeah, real quick. Colton, I don't know if we're co-host twice removed. because back at the beginning of the
It's true.
Athletic Detroit, me and Chris Burke started backwards down the field, a Detroit Lions podcast.
No way.
And then when the national, because it was like 2017, 2018, and then it was like literally we just started snowballing. We had like 100, 200 subscribers, and then it was like 250, next week 400, next week 500, next week, and we got to like 900 and some. And then the national org went, hey, we're doing a podcast strategy across the whole network. If you have at least 2,000 subscribers, you're good. Everybody else, no. And we're like, oh, okay, all right. And then like 6 months went by, and then they went, no, actually, I think you're good. You're good. Yeah, you can start. And it was like right before the season, like week 1. Like, okay, good.
What?
And so I'm like, okay, so like we're good. And then they went, actually, I'm sorry, no, we're not. We're not good. Chris will have to do it with somebody else who's on the payroll, because I was freelancing, right? And so so then he brought in Nick. And that became one of these years, and now you're welcome to Detroit. And you guys do an incredible job, but it cracks me up. The like one podcast begat the other, you know?
Yeah, I'll be honest. That sounds very on brand for our audio strategy at the Athletic. I think I've done like 4 different shows in variations since I've been at the company. I had a Michigan State one. Nick and Brendan Quinn had their show called The Beat. And that was their show, but then they're like, oh, Colton, we're going to get rid of your Michigan State one. Why don't you just go on there, since it's Michigan State, Michigan anyway? I'm like, okay. So I would be a guest on that one. Then we had like, they're like, okay, we're going to scrap all the local beats. We're going to focus on national ones. And then I did like a national college football one where I was hosting with Austin Meek like once a week. Then they scrapped that. And then I took over for Burke on one of these years, and then they scrapped that. Then me and Nick made our own. So like we finally feel like it's in our own hands, and they can't like disrupt us. But that is very like on brand for the Athletic. So that's the one thing I'm like, what are we doing here, guys?
Yeah.
Sure.
Own your own stuff, kids. Make
Right.
stuff and own it yourself if you can.
You skipped over one, I think, very important era of your podcasting career, and that's ineligible. Reporting is eligible.
Reporting eligible, yeah, a Detroit Lions podcast that never was. Which, like in hindsight, I actually think it worked out well, because that's such like a niche thing, like to have be the name. But basically, there's a Packers podcast, which I don't even remember that situation with them, which is probably for the best. But that was a funny incident, because we were like ready to launch, like we had been hiding for like 2 months, like waiting for the season to get closer to start. And then we put out, I paid this dude like $200 to do a graphic, and all of a sudden put it out. A Packers pod of all people threatened to sue us over like a podcast name. Like, are you serious? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. So I was ready to like fight him, and I'm like, you cannot sue over a podcast name. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And Nick was like, all right, calm down, Colton. Like, take a breather. Figure this out. Is it really worth getting into a legal situation over a podcast? And I was like, probably not, but I want to. And he talked me out of it. So we decided to change the name. I think it worked out. I think the new name, Welcome to Detroit, is a lot better than Reporting Eligible. So
I remember you workshopping the title in the media room, and none of us caught it, because why would we have? But
why would you? Yeah.
Right. But you're also part of an awesome podcast, the Lions Collective, which is you, Justin Rogers, all future guests of today, by the way. Why am I blanking?
Jeff Eifrady.
Jeff Eifrady, and of course Will Burchfield. It's very fun. I think you guys have a nice balance of all viewpoints, and just want to shout it out because it's a relatively new venture. I don't know, you're what, like 10 episodes in or something like that? Somewhere
like
around
that,
there.
yeah. But no, that's been a lot of fun. We do that Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Sometimes the schedule has to change, but usually around then. Justin and I have talked about doing a show together for probably a couple years, since Nick and I were trying to figure out our plans. It didn't really work out a couple years ago, but this opportunity came up, I want to say in like March. And there were a lot of discussions about who would be on. I won't get into all that, but unfortunately, some people couldn't participate. But it was still a lot of fun to kind of like figure out who would be involved, and then to see the show come to life has been a lot of fun too. So yeah, definitely like that one as well. Before
I let you go, because we've already run past your 15 minutes, so I appreciate you sticking around a little bit. I've been asking everyone this, and I think it's an important question to ask because I want to spread the love and work everyone has done on the beat here. What's your favorite story that you've written so far this year?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's probably, I think it's pinned to my Twitter account.
Okay.
It's it's like a behind the scenes story about like the turnover that the Lions anticipated, because they knew basically when they hired Dan and Brad that if this thing was going to be successful, they had to plan for turnover like as early as then, which you might think is insane for this franchise to be planning on losing people to other teams and other organizations and whatnot. But that's sort of kind of how they operated back then. And that was all Sheila, and I think Chris Spielman had sort of, I think it was December of 2020. And so they're like interviewing all these candidates, and it's Disner, it's Sheila, it's Spielman, it's Rod Wood. They like signed a pact that said, these are our core principles. We're never going to stray away from them. And it was leadership, it was culture, and it was staffing. And we know about the leadership element. We know about the culture element, obviously. But the staffing part was interesting to me. And I talked to someone in the offseason, like, who kind of let me know that was part of the original plan. And I'm like, what can you tell me about the staffing element? Like, oh, they signed this pact in December. And then when Dan and Brad were hired, they had them add their signatures. And then they framed them and they hung them up in everyone's offices, just as a reminder, as like, this is why we do this. These are our core principles. We're never straying away from this. And so the staffing element is like, hey, we're going to be a good organization. Like, we're going to do things the right way. People are going to want to steal our model. Like, that's what they were thinking back then.
Yeah.
And when that happens, we need to be ready, and we need to have people in place that are ready for that. So, it doesn't always work out. Like, there are going to be misses along the way, but I think it's like trying to stay true to those core principles as well as you can, because that's what got you here. Never stray away from what got you here. Tweak along the way, make adjustments, but I think they feel really strongly about the leadership they have in place and why they do the things they do. And I know not a lot of people agree with that. There's been a lot of conversation about the way they go about things, but I think just where this franchise is at its current juncture that has a lot to do with how they've done things and just the discipline they've had along the way. So that was a cool story to write.
Yeah, that one dropped like right before the season started, which felt like great timing because there were all the questions about the brain drain and things like that, and there still are, obviously, but I think it shows how much foresight they had in preparing for situations like that. Doesn't mean that, like you said, it's going to be perfect, but they thought about it, which I think is probably better than you can say for maybe some other franchises that got picked apart.
Yeah, they're always thinking, so yeah.
One of the hardest parts about being able to maintain that third principle is funding, right? Like, you have to have the funding to do it. You have to pay the people to bring in the building. Like, think of how many different spots were created, within this regime now, because Sheila's been, willing to pay for it.
No doubt.
All right, we're going to let you go here in a second. I also, assuming you were the one who donated the $100 under your name, want to thank you for that.
Of course.
Chad is reminding me that a $100 donation does give you the permission to change my background. If you want me to change it to anything of your choice, JT Sam suggests your favorite pop singer, which is an option. I would assume.
Is that a BB Rexa joke?
I believe it is.
Okay. I kind of like that. Can I brainstorm and like text you and then you can change it?
Yes.
100%.
Okay. I'll come with something good for the people. Don't worry.
All right.
I didn't realize that. That was not the goal.
Either way.
It's a great bonus. I love it.
Yes. The donation is appreciated, Colton. And of course, your time is just as valued too. So thank you, man.
For sure. No, you guys are doing a great thing. And I told you guys this, but really appreciate the work you guys do on the beat and how you carry yourselves. So thanks for having me on and appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Colton.
Thanks, buddy.
See
you, bud. All right. Let's get back into the three.
I remember Colton's first day on the beat. It was fun. Wasn't it like Ben's first day was interesting because Ben's first day on the beat, we did the skills competition.
Was that Ben or was I get those?
That was Ben.
Okay.
Colton, I think.
All good time.
It was like the day before, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah. Yeah.
Because I think Colton. No, it might have been the first day as well.
I thought it was Colton's first day. That was.
I think it was his first day as well.
Because it was like
I know it was
the very
Ben's.
end of training camp, or I guess maybe OT.
Yes, him and Nick and him. He and Nick were like Nick was kind of walking him through like the steps. I think it was the first day. Weird to me because I know it was Ben's because I remember Ben going, "This is what you guys do here." Like the first day, he was like, "This is great." Yeah, that would be ironic if they both like when they both transferred over to the beat were on that skills competition days.
I want to get to 2 donations here. Justin's already waiting because he's a pro. He's 3 minutes early. And I'm more than happy to bring him on early because I love talking to Justin, but I want to get to these alerts really quick. Ken Fletcher, a $44.30 donation, says, glad I've got today off to enjoy the entire day. For the first of many, can I get Ty's all-time favorite lion written on Jeremy's face? Thanks for everything you guys are doing.
Wow. I should have like an answer, but okay. There's a story about Pablo Picasso when asked what was his favorite period, his blue period, his rose period, his cubist period, and he just went, which is my favorite finger? Like that's I feel like I'm trying to think of a hipster choice. Mel Gray.
Mel Gray. Okay. I love that. Did you own a Mel Gray jersey?
I did not own a Mel Gray jersey. I'm actually surprised no one has asked. This is the Charlie Batch.
Oh, wow. That's impressive. I need to check if it's Mel Grey or Gray. It's a Gray.
I think it's AY, but yeah. Well,
it is AY.
Shoot, now I'm Berenstein embarrassing myself. Mandela effect. But no, actually, this is genuinely one of the greatest regrets in my life. I went to a Steelers-Lions preseason game with my buddy back in the early aughts, and I knew Batch was on the roster, right? But so I was looking at my, closet of jerseys, and I thought about the Batch, but it was like, the numbers are ratty, and it was a little wrinkly. I was like, now I'll wear a different one. And so did not wear the Batch jersey. And so then we watched the game, and we are leaving Ford Field, and Charlie Batch is on a corner on Branch Street with this, is like holding his luggage, and he's like, yeah, come pick me up. I'm like, here, hangs up, and he's standing there, and me and my buddy are like, okay. So like, hey, Charlie, like big fans. Oh yeah, cool. And he was super cool. We talked for like, a minute or two, and then I was like, how was I not wearing my Batch jersey? How was I not wearing my jersey? Like, I'm sure he would have gotten a big kick out of it,
Yeah, for sure. That's a funny story though. All right. Yeah. So you're Mel Gray and I mean, it feels like you are leaning into the hipster Lions fan stuff with Mel Gray and Charlie Batch.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, I figured, like I said, I keep a lid on the Lions fandom stuff a lot of times. I try and talk, from a like analyst perspective or whatever. But hey, this is a Movember charity stream. We want people to donate. We want people to give. So I'm like, hey, just in case you were curious, I have my bona fides. Like I have been. The blue flame still burns.
All right, let's bring Justin in from Detroit Football Network. Waiting patiently in the waiting room there. There he is. What's up, Justin?
Couldn't wait to see what you looked like. Got to be honest.
Not too bad so far. One egg on the head. We had to erase some other stuff that were written on my forehead before. To be honest, it's more because we're way behind, because before we even went live, there was a $5,000 donation, which is 5 spins on the Wheel of Pain. Then we're what? Damn. 3 deep? 2 deep?
3. You've done 3.
Yeah. So we've got a lot to go.
What is this shirt, Jeremy? Can you
it's a mozzarella sticks shirt. It's just a shirt with
grape
enlarged mozzarella sticks.
I am not going to say what I thought it was because I don't need to get anybody canceled.
Great.
Yeah, I'll tell you Monday.
I think I can figure it out. All right, let's just start big picture. Start thoughts on Thursday and what it means for the rest of the Lions season here.
Well, I was part of the group that really did not expect them to win that game, and even when long-term trends suggest they'll bounce back, the resiliency has been there consistently through the Dan Campbell era. I just had this feeling that the attrition was starting to catch up. The vibes, the grit just weren't there this year, and Dallas was playing good ball, and we're pretty healthy. Obviously, they were missing Clowney, they were missing an offensive lineman, but reasonably healthy, had beaten back-to-back both Super Bowl participants, and I just had a really difficult time seeing a Lions victory in that one. And so to see them come out and respond the way they did, and I said this in my morning after column, like I think the tone was just kind of set in warm-ups with St. Brown out there going through full go. Your leaders set the tone for kind of everything, and for him to push through what he was going through is reflective of grit, if you will, right? Like he was going to be there no matter what. He was going to give everything he had to give no matter what, and that sets a tone for a roster. I thought it was their best offensive performance of the year. I thought the game planning was excellent. I thought the coaches probably had collectively their best performance of the year, and wasn't always pretty, but regardless of the adversity they faced in that contest, whether it was self-inflicted, whether it was some weird officiating early in that game, they did what we've grown accustomed to these Lions doing, and they just plowed through it. They wouldn't let the outside factors or the self-created blunders slow them down. And they're going to have to do it back-to-back games. It's something they haven't done in a while, but you do these confidence polls or whatever, and people swing so wildly during the course of a season because it's 17 games, right? Like each one matters so much that you get these wild emotional swings. But like, I feel like people probably went from dead in the water, 0% chance, fire all these people, cut all these people, to hope is afloat again, and we'll see how that carries to the Rams. It's a really tough game coming up, but you feel like even though they're on the outside looking in, still like playoffs are very much alive for this team, and probably feel as good as you have felt about the team in a while after that one.
Let's stick right there then. I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. 4 games left.
Yeah.
I know the probabilities are anywhere from like 45 to 55 based on all these weird models, but like, where are you at? Do you think they're going to pull it off and make the postseason?
Man, can I have till next Monday to make my decision, right? Like, I would say, and it probably fits within that model. Like my lean is very, very slight yes. I'm not buying Pittsburgh. It's a home game. I like that one. I think Minnesota, the wheels are falling off, and I understand like they took it to you at your place, and you've got a little bit of a problem with Flores and what he's able to do with your line, both the youth and maybe some of the deficiencies there, but there's also something to teams checking out, right? Like they're going to be well eliminated from the playoff race. They're going to be thinking about vacations a little bit more, and so I think you can win that one. So then you go to this win and in finality final against Ben Johnson, the Bears, and that team is so weird. I know we all know it. Like they are defying the metrics about them, and I really thought they were in for a wake-up call there in Philadelphia, and the exact opposite happens. And it happens so often in football. What we expect is not what happens, right? But they bullied the Eagles, and I think that was really, really surprising for all of us. And there is something to it's what Goff said in the locker room afterwards. You can't dismiss faith and belief, right? And all these wins that maybe they maybe didn't deserve, or got by in weird ways early season, like ultimately confidence starts building from that, and you believe, I don't want to say destiny, but your ability to overcome, to win these close games, like that builds up over time. And so the Bears are benefiting from that right now. It's going to be a really interesting week for them in Green Bay, because Green Bay has had their number for a long time, and that belief might swing in the opposite direction going to Lambeau. But I just think, what a great way to end the football season for both teams and the league and just fans in general, to have this like super meaningful contest with all the built-in storylines there in the finale. The only part is, like, I am done with primetime games. I'm done with them, and that one's gonna be the marquee matchup of the league if this is the way it trends.
Yeah, I mean, it feels almost essentially guaranteed if the Lions win that Steelers and Vikings game that game is just going to have to be what is it, 257, 256, whatever it is, final game of the season.
Yeah, and like, look, you can't argue against it. You can't. It's such an easy story. It's two very marketable teams. Obviously Chicago's been down a while, but that's a massive media market with a very ravenous fan base. Obviously Detroit shows consistently the same, like they are a ratings draw, and so like the NFL is salivating. Like, that's, you want to talk about scripts, like boom, that is as good of a script as you could write for your finale.
I don't want to give away everything behind a paywall, but I know you just recently,
everything
in the last hour or so, posted a film breakdown of Miles Frazier, and he's obviously been a little bit of a hot topic. Can you give us the Cliff Notes version of what you found on Miles Frazier, again, without giving away all the juice behind a Detroit Football Network subscription?
Super predictable rookie performance. I mean, I think that is what it is, and fans wanted to see him. They got to see him. I think the results of the drives even inflate it more. He's out there for 4 possessions. They score 17 points in those drives. Like, that's awesome. And Cologne struggled early in that game. So like, already, like, it didn't matter what you put in there. They could have put me or you at left guard, and people would have thought, oh, this is better, right? He started off strong. I thought his first half was better than his second half. But there's just a ton to clean up. I would say that if you wanted to go by percentage with the 24 or 26 snaps, like, it's going to be below 50% on snaps where he executed, which is way, way below standard of what you want a starting offensive lineman, particularly interior lineman, to grade out. Gave up multiple pressures, had 2 false start penalties. There were some positives. He looked really athletic, and I think the one thing that stood out above all with the positives, Lions have really struggled with their second level blocking in the run game. Yeah. That ability for a guy to climb to that second level, to ID a linebacker, to remove that linebacker from the play, whether it's firing off the snap or working a combo and then getting to that second level. And I thought Frazier executed really, really well within those assignments. I think that was a really strong place for him to build off of. But I'm talking about things to build on. 1, it's a small sample size. 2, that's Kenny Clark right. And Quinnen Williams. And even Osa, like, I know, like, he's kind of the third wheel in that thing, but like the third wheel in the way that like Nick Fairley was once the third wheel in Detroit, like, that's still a really, really good player.
He got an $80 million contract this offseason. Like, it's a great player.
Correct. Like, a great player. So you had 3 really, really dominant interior guys. Kenny Clark abused Frazier a little bit. I think they matched up 4 times, and Clark might have won all those reps. Got him with a pretty brutal push-pull on a pass rush. He tossed him aside on a run snap. But that's good. Like, I said this with Tesla a week ago. Like, there is no greater teacher than experience, and he needed that taste. And I think Dan Campbell and company did a really good job of getting him that little taste a controlled taste of 2 series in each half that, hey, this is what it's about. Like, you played in the SEC. That's an awesome conference. You face NFL draft caliber players all the time. And this is Kenny Clark. Like, this is different than anything you saw at LSU. You think you saw this, you didn't see this. You know, this guy is a grizzled veteran with all the great traits of the Georgia guys and the Alabama guys you played, but he's figured out all the little trips, and nuances. And that's the difference that, you know, will make Frazier a better player ultimately.
It's to me, it's really quick, and then I'll let you get in there, Eric. Like, the thing that's crazy to me, and I mentioned this, I think, when I was talking to Solak earlier today, is just like, you're running that experiment this week in a must-have game. Like, I understand there was a certain level of, you know, you didn't expect to be out Aushika this week. That was a midweek injury, but like, that's what you decided. Like, okay, now's the time to get his feet wet against that defensive line in that big of a stage.
Yeah, it's almost a total Dan Campbell move. Like, it's why I didn't give it 0%. I thought it was very low that he played, honestly. Like, given how little how much time he missed 1 and how little practice he had 2, like, I didn't think there was there wasn't a realistic chance he played, but like, this is what Campbell does. Like, he pushes guys in a controlled way. And you know, how big is the separation between him and Cologne? You know, I think you know, Cologne has experience and that matters, and he's seen things, but like, from a physical execution standpoint, it's not a terrible drop off, particularly in pass protection. I know people want to see the shining toy. I get it. I think, like I said, Cologne started that game rough. He also rebounded and had some really, really good plays, including the key run block, I think, on 2 of Gibbs's touchdown runs, including the pulling block on that game sealer. So, like, I know fans this is just how fans are, right? Like, they're done with the stopgap veteran on the $1 million contract. They want to see the draft pick, but like, it's unreasonable to say this guy is garbage and this guy is great, because that's just not the reality. They both struggled. They both had moments, and you know, Lions patchworked a difficult situation down to their 3rd/4th string player, and it worked.
I wonder if they would have still gotten Frazier in if Aushika wasn't hurt. It feels like this was maybe the game plan regardless. And if that's the case, do you think that they continue to try and run this same sort of 2 series in each half strategy moving forward?
Say the words. Say the guard rotation. The guard rotation is back.
It's so different though. Like,
of course,
you know, with that, I know people hated that guard rotation, and they deserve to hate that guard rotation. It was such a terribly thought through thing by the previous regime. Like, Graham Glasgow was clearly the better player than Kenny Wiggins at that time. I have no idea what they were thinking. You pissed off Glasgow. You ran him out of town. They didn't value guard play. Like, what a mess in a slew of messes. This is different. I would compare this to Tracy Walker's rookie year. And so at that point, they had Glover Quinn, and I believe it was a Hedebo at that point. And then, I don't know at what stage in the year, kind of middle of the year, they started working in Tracy Walker about a series and a half, right? That was, correct me if I'm wrong, third round pick, I think, was Tracy.
Correct.
And so you know this guy is your future, and you know probably a Hedebo is done after that season. And so you start giving him that taste. This is what the speed is. This is what the intensity is. This is what some of the ways that teams are going to try to attack your skill set. So that when we need you the next year, you're ready. And so I asked Frazier when he learned he was playing, and he said early in the week. And it's tough to say what that looks like on a Thursday, right? Like, was it Monday? Was it Tuesday after Coyote got hurt in practice? I don't know. I should have probably thought to get clarity. I did not. I don't think it's inconceivable that this was the plan, right? Like, I think Coyote is the best option right now of those 3, and I think that's relatively clear, even though, again, people are down on Coyote the same way they're down on Cologne, because he's just not an interesting long-term option. But I very well could see them saying to Frazier like Monday, like, hey, we're going to get you maybe a series a half. And I think Campbell's comments after the game were somewhat revealing. Like, he played better, he handled himself better than expected, and we gave him more. So maybe it was supposed to be one series a half, and it turned into two series a halves, or two halves. What did I say, right? Two series per half. And so, it's 25 snaps. I think that's a really, really good starting point for him. And we'll see what's going on with Coyote this week. Like, foot injuries are very vague and could be debilitating, where you need footwork to execute your job. He was questionable originally going into that game, so I feel like it's not that severe, but who knows? Maybe he gets put on IR Tuesday, because that's what this team does.
Don't put that out there. We've already run your clock, so I'm only going to ask you a couple more here, because I want to.
I mean, I'll stay as long as you need me. I'm fine. I got nothing else going on.
But that's the thing. Like, don't you want to have nothing going on after 3 games in 10 days? Yeah, but anyways.
What was Ben, by the way? Was Ben all right today, or did he sound like he had
No, he was great
last night? I'm curious.
I know
right.
the killer event was last night. I don't he was there late. Did he have a late shift?
Yeah, I was after him, but he stayed and we kind of worked together. We left very late. I think Ben got a hotel.
Okay. It was that kind of night. Gotcha. Loud and clear.
That kind of night.
Was he wearing Central Michigan stuff last night? Because that's what he was wearing this morning. So
no, he had a killer shirt on last night. So
okay.
That's awesome.
By the way, that event was crazy. Like,
I got to make my way out to it one year.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you have ever been inside the lodge. I would guess they smashed their fire capacity by double last night. I wouldn't be surprised if like 600 or 700 people were in that building at one time when
crazy. I
got there. It was pretty wild, and that was at 10:30. And Stoney was singing karaoke, and it's always something for sure.
Yeah,
incredible.
Speaking of Ben, I asked him this question, and I think it's a down the line question, but I think it's an interesting one to broach now. Is the offensive play calling kind of future outlook, because they're going to have some really interesting conversations, whether it's going back to John Morton, keeping John Morton in the building, which we think is probably going to happen because they like him a lot, or Dan Campbell continuing to run the ship in 2026. And I know we don't really have a clear answer for any of that. We probably won't until we get to the offseason, but I'm just curious as your thoughts on what makes sense for the team and maybe what you think they will do regardless of what you think they should do.
I do not think John Morton will ever call plays for this team again. I know that is the politically correct thing for Dan Campbell to say about a guy that he respects and likes and busts his ass day in and day out to provide the best game planning information for this team. But I genuinely believe that ship has sailed. And so it's going to either be Dan Campbell or somebody new. I think that if I had to put a pie on it right now, Campbell would be well north of 50%, probably closer to 80% that he would continue. I think he likes it. I think he's relatively good at it. I would say his absolute strength is feel.
Yeah,
I think he's got a really good feel for his players, for the flow of the game, for how a game might develop in the game planning segment. And so, I do anticipate that will continue. If a really intriguing young our name comes up in the offseason that is compelling, maybe they'll consider it. I don't know. I'm sure people would love to hear Brian Dable here. That's probably unlikely, but I know we were all joking about Kafka, like just unloading on the Lions in that game. And like, I have no idea how realistic it is. I don't, he might end up getting the Giants job with the way he coaches. I don't know where they're standing, but like if that was on the table, like I think you should consider something like that. A guy that knows how to value the run, but also dial up some aggressive, unique play calls. Like that's good. But if you ask me today, I think 2026 Dan Campbell will be your play caller.
Go ahead, Ty.
Can I follow up real quick? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Justin, do you think I felt like maybe Campbell was kind of swimming a little bit with some of the head coachy stuff that he's normally so on top of in terms of in-game decision making, and maybe he's getting back on top of that or figuring out a balance? Do you think maybe if they make a move, it's someone to help more with that than with the play calling?
Yeah, when you make that switch mid-season, right? Like, there's a lot of things to figure out. One, like you're essentially removing yourself from the defensive element, right? Like, or the whatever the opposite side of the ball is of your coaching specialty. And so I think a lot more trust was put into Calvin Shepard. I don't know what negative ramifications there are or were there. I don't know how much Campbell was really meddling with that. That's one of his. I think it's a strength, the managerial strength, where you delegate and trust, right? Like, I think that builds a strong company, whether it's a football team or a Fortune 500 company. Like, you trust the people you hire to do the job you hired them to do. But maybe some of the game management stuff is a balance that, like, you maybe need somebody to be a little bit more on top of it. And obviously they wear the headsets for a reason. There's lots of people on lots of different channels. I'm sure those responsibilities were shuffled and adjusted and have continued to be tweaked here. And, maybe they sell into a good spot, because I thought, some of the game management stuff, including the way they managed the clock there at the end of the first half, was really, really good. I think that trickles down to what I was saying about really being the best coaching performance of the season. So, maybe you're right. Maybe initially there was, because that's a big change on game day. And so there are things that are going to be moving parts in flux that you've kind of got to adjust to. But, if you have a full off season to kind of get those ducks in a row, I think you'll be okay. There are a lot of coaches calling plays in the NFL right now. I think it's more than half, right? It's definitely the way the league has gone. And there is nothing about Dan Campbell's intelligence or confidence that lead me to believe that he can't be successful in that role.
All right, I got one serious question and then one non-serious question.
Serious.
And it's about, the serious one is about something that I know you love to talk about, which is yourself. What is your favorite story that you've written this year?
This year?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, man, that's probably one I would have needed a little bit more time to reflect on.
You don't have to get the number one answer. Maybe just one that you really enjoyed the process of writing.
Yeah. No, I've really enjoyed the Hidden Figures series, obviously, because it's just something that's different. But I don't know. I feel like the Decker story was timely. I really had wanted to write it before the season and kind of tie his, as he put it, football mortality to Ragnow, and how that, just hearing that news hit Decker and change maybe his outlook short and long term. And we didn't connect the day we were going to talk, and then it gets awkward in week 2 or week 3. But as he starts missing time and the shoulder injury builds up, it worked out really well to have that conversation later. And you've been around Taylor for a while, and I feel like I've forged a really good relationship with him over the years. And so to get this honest, lengthy self-reflection about how he sees himself in that world with his injuries, with Ragnow's decision, was I thought made for a really good story.
And very cleverly named A Frank Conversation with Lions left tackle Taylor Decker.
Yeah. Every once in a while.
Yeah. The non-serious question comes from someone in chat, which, I mean, I shouldn't maybe call it non-serious, but give us a Kyle Meinke story and update. I don't know if he's kind of been off the radar. I don't know if you've talked to him at all in the past
Way off.
year and a half. How long has it been? 2 years?
No, I think we just passed a year, Jeremy.
Okay.
I will be honest. Kyle and I had maybe drifted apart a little bit towards the end. I think maybe his dissatisfaction with his job, understandable. Like, it's an exhausting job. Like, but we're so serious about what we do, and it's go 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 all the time that like. When he became less serious about it, we just didn't connect on the same level. So when he left, we weren't particularly close. I have not heard from him or talked to him since the last day I saw him at the facility. Like, that's just the reality of the situation. But there's a lot of great memories there. I would say at the end, those last few years, he had picked up disc golf on one of his European vacations during the summer, and he came back and asked if I played. I was like, I said I played a few rounds like a decade ago. Like, I still had the disc. Like, I had 3 discs that I had no idea what any of them did, and so we all know what that's kind of spiraled into. Now I own 100 discs. I don't know. I certainly don't use them all, but
Heck yeah.
So we would go play on the road a lot, which was great. And I would say the owners' meetings, who knows what year? I mean, just make up a year, Jeremy, right? 3 or 4 years ago, COVID, certainly.
Yeah.
Kyle got COVID at the owners' meetings. Were you at that one, Jeremy?
I don't think so. No, that must have been an Arizona one.
It was.
Yeah.
So he got there early, went to New Mexico, visited some friends, probably did peyote. Who knows? Kyle.
I was going to say disc golf has a hobby with certain connotations.
Yeah, I don't fit that culture. But anyway, he got COVID, couldn't go to the league meetings, and we had these like disc golf plans after the league meetings. And so at some point he's like, "Oh, it's been 4 or 5 days or whatever. I'm whatever CDC cleared." And I said, "I'm not getting in a car with you for 90 minutes. Like, we can drive separately." And we drove 90 minutes north of Phoenix, which goes up into the mountains, and we played this just absolutely gorgeous course in the mountains with the lake, super windy, very, very difficult day. But those are the things I'll remember. Like, just the weird side things. We had an incredible meal actually after that too, which was also memorable. And like, who cares about the work sometimes? Like, the work is the work. It's always there, but like it's how you kind of fill and build those relationships after. And so, things like that will always stand out to me.
Well, appreciate you, Justin. And we have become the disc golf buddies of the beat for now. We're still trying to convert other people, less successfully so, but appreciate you making some time today. If you guys want to support Justin and his work, you go to DetroitFootball.net. Bunch of awesome stories there, and you're building your own kind of Lions community there, which is kind of interesting because it's not. I'm not saying you didn't do that at the Detroit News, but like it's a different aspect of the job that you now have to like devote more resources to, and I think you're doing a great job of it.
The struggles.
I sure do. All right, Justin. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, dude.
Talk to you.
See you, Justin.
All right. We have a queue of guests now coming in, and I know, Ty, you said you have to slip out here. If you're obviously welcome to come back at any point throughout the night. We're still live for another 12 hours, so if you get the itch, we'd love to have you around for some more Lions talk. But do appreciate catching up with you a little bit here and seeing your face again.
Absolutely. Awesome to get the opportunity to chat with you guys and catch up with some of the other beats. Great to talk to those guys as well. I'll at least be in the chat off and on throughout the day. If I get the chance, I will jump back in. And everybody, please donate. Awesome cause, awesome event, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of it.
All right, appreciate you, Ty.
Absolutely. See you guys.
See ya. All right, let me get Miko in here. What? Waiting room. It's Miko first. There he is. What's up, Miko?
What's going on, guys?
How you doing? How's your Saturday going?
Technically for me, it's like barely getting started because I got up like an hour ago. So
I wish I hadn't asked that question.
How's that happen? Man.
it happens by like not sleeping well like through the night. And so when you finally fall back asleep around like 7 a.m., you just let it happen.
It sounds like your wife and children let that happen. That's what it sounds like.
Well, they're at dance, so yeah.
Oh,
They
there
were
you go.
also asleep. So yeah,
Well,
so like they
there you
don't.
go.
Yeah, like they get up like maybe like around like 9, and then they're basically gone until like 1. So
All right. I know there's a ton of alerts I need to get to. I know we crossed over another 1,000, so I'm up to 6 regular spins and 1 extreme spin. But we do have another special guest that I want to bring in. Let me just bring him in here first, and then I'll introduce him. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, how you doing, Jeremy?
Good. How are you doing? This is our first meeting. But Kyle, I think rather than introduce you, I think I'd rather you kind of tell us your own story, your own journey. Obviously, you're a Detroit Lions fan by the hoodie, and of course, I already know that about you, anyways. But can you tell us your kind of journey here and why you're part of today's big charity stream?
Yeah, absolutely. So in early 2007, I was a immature 19-year-old, and one night I was flipping through for the TV, and there was a song from Tom Green. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
I know exactly where this is going.
Testicular cancer. Yes. So I was like, and I'm not going to go any further because you don't know who's watching. And I'm like, maybe I should check myself. Well, thank the Lord I did, because I found a lump on my right testicle. And being the immature 19-year-old that I was like, man, I don't want to tell my dad. I don't want to admit that I have this or whatever. So I lived with it for a few days, and finally it was extremely painful. I finally told my parents, because I was living at home at the time with them. And they immediately got me into the doctor's office. Shortly after, it was all a blur, but probably within a week or maybe 2, could be a little bit longer, I was at U of M getting screened for testicular cancer. I did have it, and thank the Lord that I had early detection, because they caught it super early. So probably from start to the time I had my surgery was maybe a month.
Wow.
Had it removed, and then shortly after that, started 4 rounds of chemotherapy through U of M, through the cancer center.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward 2 years later, knock at the door. Here's cancer again. Other side, testicular as well. So my parents had the foresight of protecting the ability to have children in the future. I'll let you guys fill in the blanks of that.
Sure.
In 2009, had cancer again, testicular as well, had it removed, and another 3 rounds of chemo ensued. So from 07 to 09, I didn't have much of the early 20s that most guys have.
Yeah.
It was, I feel odd saying this, but like it was one of the best things that ever happened to me, because it really put into perspective what family means, what friends mean, and just how fragile life is.
Yeah.
Now, all these years later, have a 4-year-old little girl who is going on 14. Wow. Running this house. We've been married for 9 years. and we're about to become foster parents, and it's just been from '07 to now almost 2026. It's been 19 years of just a whirlwind that started with one simple Tom Green song in U of M. So I'm forever grateful to both of them.
Yeah.
And my wife arranged, Tom Green did a performance at I think it was the Royal Oak Music Center, or Royal Oak Music Theater, or Mark Ridley's. I'm not sure which one.
Yeah.
And got front row seats, got a picture with him. My wife was working on the back end of with his people trying to get me to meet him. And it was kind of that full circle moment that I'll never forget.
That's an incredible story. And as someone who, we must be near the same age, I imagine, because I was definitely in that era where Tom Green hit me comedically, and for such a silly song. I'm sure he didn't even have the foresight that a silly song about your bum that turns into a song about his own testicular cancer, journey. And I'm certain you're not the only one that was affected by something like that and changed their life for the better, obviously. It's just a very neat, unique story that inspiration can come from a lot of different places. And also just hearing that story, you kind of learning those heavy lessons at 19, 20, that's an early part of your life to be learning something like that. And for it to turn out as you put it, one of the best things that happened to you, that's an awesome story. And just credit to you, I think, as in terms of your character. I know I'm just meeting you, but I think that says a lot about your character to take on that sort of adversity so young and come out the other end, stronger than ever.
Yeah. I feel odd saying that it was the best thing, one of the best things ever, because cancer's not fun for anybody, and there's so many people that lose that battle. But I was fortunate enough that early detection, which all the doctors that I ever met with, anybody in that field, they always harped on early detection is crucial.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Can you tell me a little bit more just about the facility itself? I was supposed to make a trip there this month just to check it out, and I still definitely will. But it's something that I hear just awesome things about. But as someone who's gone through it, just kind of curious what the experience was like for you.
I never saw a sad face. And I'm speaking specifically on the staff. They were always so welcoming. Anytime I would come in the morning, there was always, hey, how was your weekend? Yes, we're dealing with this heavy burden, I guess.
Sure.
But it didn't feel like it. I was fortunate enough, at least when I was there, I'm sure, layouts and all that has changed, but there were two different sides to the cancer center, a chair side and an expansion side. I primarily was in, I forget. I was in the one side that was a little bit more, was on the smaller side, and it was always quiet. It was, they would have different therapeutic, I think there was someone that was playing the harp, or they would have dogs come in. It was an amazing facility, and I will always be grateful for them. I admittedly haven't been back in since 2015 or 16, when the doctor said, hey, you can come back and visit all you want, but we don't need to see you anymore. You're good. So I haven't been back in to see. I know there's been huge changes, because whenever we would go to football games or whatever, I would swing by, just drive by the outside, and just seeing the transformation from the outside is incredible. So
yeah, it truly is
awesome.
Yeah, a very impressive. Just again, from all the stories I hear, very much an impressive facility. I think I want to talk some football with you though too. Like you're a Lions fan. We're here.
Yeah.
We're celebrating a big Thursday night win. So,
Yeah.
let's talk a little ball. Like where's as a fan, where's your mindset at with this team and like everything ahead of them right now?
Anytime you can beat the Cowboys, I'm on. That's first and foremost. Let's beat them. It's been difficult, especially after last year of getting bounced so early in the playoffs to then come back and you're 7-8 or 8-5. Sorry,
right.
Math isn't my strong suit. Seeing the go from 15-2 to now this, it's tough, but especially losing Branch and Kirby being out, like that's always difficult. But I have hope, not for maybe the division, but a wild card. And I mean, anytime you have Hutch on the end, I always have hope in that. So,
no doubt. Are you like Michigan native? Always been a Lions fan? Always.
Yeah. We were born and raised in Michigan. Been down in Georgia now for the past 2 years.
Okay.
So being able to watch them is a little bit more of a challenge.
Sure.
With all the different streaming stuff, but anytime I can catch a glimpse or find an ESPN game or Prime or whatever streaming service they're on, I'm locked in. So.
And lucky for you, they're good now, and they're on national TV more often than they're not.
Yeah,
it seems
no
like
more
these days, right? Oh God, the blackout era.
Yeah.
Feels like that was a long time ago.
Yeah, the hoops you'd have to jump through during that blackout era to try to watch a game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely a dark stain on the NFL that they've turned the corner on, but now it's just like now you need all the streaming services, which is
absolutely
its own struggle and frustration.
Yeah.
Is Hutch your guy? Is he your favorite player?
Yeah.
All time or just now?
All time, it's Calvin.
Okay. Yeah.
But of the current, it's Hutch. I mean, U of M Cancer Center,
right.
U of M football. Wow, stars aligned, and now he's on the end there, and I'm rocking with him.
What do you got to say to the Hutch doubters? Because I feel like they're starting to creep in again, and it's like, I don't know if it's a Michigan State thing. I don't know if it's like he got paid and he's not giving us like.
Whoa! No, don't put that on my fan base.
Hey, I'm not saying all Michigan Staters are like that. I'm just saying maybe all Hutch doubters are Michigan State guys. It's like not all rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles type of thing.
Miko knows where we've had these battles back and forth with Michigan State, so I don't know. I don't know how to handle that one.
you can play it safe. That's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
I guess comment is a perfect response.
What?
He said no comment.
No comment is a perfect response.
Yep. That's where I'm at.
Well, you guys are lifelong friends. How do you two go back to?
We've known each other for. We've been married. My wife and I have been married 9 years. Probably
10.
No, dude. It's probably like 13. No, because her and I started dating in 2013. So it's probably like 12 years, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we went to the same church together. He was one of my groomsmen in my wedding. One of my best friends. Miss him, but
I miss you too, buddy.
I'll be home for Christmas. So.
Oh, perfect.
Yep. We'll link up.
No, absolutely. But yeah, like Kyle said, we've known each other for a long time. I can say, like Jeremy, to your point about his character, Kyle is one of the best and most positive people I've ever been around. Him and his wife were a true inspiration for me when I first met them, and to know like his story and to know everything he's gone through, like it was always a true blessing to my life, the fact that he was able to make it through that. And like you said, yeah, while we don't, see each other as frequently, like he is still easily one of my best friends, one of my favorite people. His wife is one of my favorite people. I would literally fight to the death for those three people, him, his wife, and his daughter.
Love
That's
you.
awesome.
Love you,
Alien
Simpa.
Vivitor, one of our live chatters, has a great question for Kyle. Have you ever seen Miko wear a onesie before?
I don't think so. If I have, I've blacked it out.
Well,
it has never happened.
Well, I'm right on cue, and you don't have to necessarily reward this, Miko, but we do have a thing on our Twitch chat where a certain amount of channel points, which is basically currency you get by just watching, can make our hosts do things like wear a onesie from Buc-ee's, and Alien Vivitor did just cash in that. If you want to listen to it, Miko, but you don't have to.
I feel like the Macho Man outfit is so much better, but sure, I will put it on. Just give me a second.
Yes. Oh. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. There's some other things that I'm just way behind LJ. I can go put on the cowboy hat as well here in a second. But I want to get back to some more football talk here, Kyle. What's your level of faith right now of just postseason? Will this team make the playoffs?
If they do, it's going to be down to that last game with the Bears.
Yeah.
I think the division is kind of out of reach.
Yeah. That's probably true.
But I think it's going to go down to that last game and I will say yes. If I have to stand on something, I will say yes, but I'm going to be biting my nails right up until that last second.
That game, assuming everything goes as kind of everyone is predicting it to go, which is, the Lions might lose this upcoming week against the Rams, but take care of business against the Vikings and the Steelers. Almost certainly that means that last game will come down to a do or die situation for potentially both teams, most likely both teams, unless the Bears continue their kind of improbable run here, in which case we're talking about Sunday Night Football, almost certainly the last game of the regular season. Yet again, as someone pointed out to me, that would be the third time in 4 years the Lions have been featured in the last game of the regular season, which is crazy to think about. You go back to Eric's favorite game, the 2022 Lions-Packers game. You go to last year where they were in the finale with the Vikings, and then it would be again here with the Bears. I think everybody would be biting their nails on some sort of level, because even as much as the Lions worked the Bears in week 2, I think it's fair to say both teams have changed pretty significantly since that game. And you never know with divisional games. They very rarely play out the same way each time, right?
Yeah. We saw that with Green Bay. It was a little bit closer the Thanksgiving game, but they both went the same way for them this year. So hopefully it transfers to, oh man.
It's the most comfortable onesie in the world. You should absolutely get one, because I know there's a Buc-ee's in your state, so you should absolutely get one.
Dude, our halfway point between here and home is Buc-ee's in Richmond, Kentucky. So I may or may not have to pick one up on our way up.
Yeah, for Christmas, you guys can match.
We can match. That'd be great. Me, you, and AJ can all match. It'd be perfect.
I love it.
I need a taste of Buc-ee's. I've never been to Buc-ee's. I've never had one of their Buc-ee's nuggets. Someone told me their brisket is really good. I need to be indoctrinated by the Church of Buc-ee's.
It's definitely overstimulating when you walk in there.
Yeah,
because there's people everywhere, but it's good stuff.
You won't be disappointed. I think the only thing that's probably disappointing for me is probably the jerky, but that's because we have Righteous Felon and nothing compares.
Dang, almost worked in the segue right there. It was impressive.
Love it.
All right, last last thing before I let you go, Kyle, and I do appreciate your time and obviously sharing a very personal story of yours. But you know, I guess with the, you know, the change in the trajectory of your life because of everything you've experienced, you know, if there is anyone out there that is either, you know, in the early stages of going through this or concerned about that sort of stuff, what sort of advice can you give just based on, you know, everything you've gone through?
Early detect, like check often.
Yeah.
And I know as guys, one of the things that maybe we sometimes struggle with is pride. And that's something that I've always struggled with, but swallowing that pride and getting the help is crucial. Because testicular cancer is very curable if it's caught early and it doesn't spread. So that's why early detection is absolute key.
Yeah.
You got to check, and you got to check often.
It's great advice, even outside of the medical field, is to, I mean, just like, don't be afraid to rely on your support system, right? A lot of times you'll think like, you know, I'm invincible. I can handle this myself. The reason there's people in our lives is to rely on them when you need them. And whether it's a medical issue, a psychological issue, something that's just been bugging you, reaching out to people that are around you. Don't act like you're a burden to them. Kyle, I really do appreciate it. I hope this isn't the last time we talk.
No, because it'll be more of a burden if you.
Sorry, my internet connection's funky, so the timing's off again. But I'll let you have the last word here.
No, I was just gonna say you'd be more of a burden if you let it go undetected and the worst thing possible happens and you don't catch it early and then you pass away.
Right.
You don't, I mean, there's no coming back from that.
Yep. 100%.
So check
Kyle.
often.
Yeah. Appreciate the time, Kyle. Let's have you on again and just chat. Your story is very inspirational and very important to highlight those sort of things, because again, like maybe you can be the Tom Green for the next generation where you're spreading awareness and saving a life or two, you know?
Yeah. That's what we need to do. Pass it on, right?
Exactly. Thanks a lot,
Pass
Kyle,
on
man.
the positivity.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
See you, man.
Man, great stuff. Shout out to Kyle. Shout out to Miko too, for letting me know about Kyle. And seems like you guys go way back and have a really good relationship, and I can see why. I can sense the brightness, you know, that you're talking about.
Yeah, he's, like I said, like he is truly one of my favorite people. I was like so sad when I found out that he was moving, but yeah, like that's just him like 24/7. Like it's
good dude. All right, we got 5 minutes. God, I thought we had more time. No, we have 35 minutes. We have 35 minutes until Rich Silva from the Detroit News is with us, so I think this is a good time to catch up on a lot of things, cash in some rewards, maybe spin 1 or 2 or 7 times, and then we could talk to Miko about some football stuff because you're an asset here as well.
I was gonna say, because I haven't talked to Eric. Like, I feel.
I know. I was going to jump off, and then I was like, "Oh, it's Miko. I haven't talked to him in a while, so I'm gonna. I guess I'll stay on." If it was anybody else, I probably would have bounced because I haven't eaten this morning yet, and I'm starting to get a little hungry.
Okay,
so
the appetite's
I was
coming
thinking
back.
about a little bit, maybe have a little half meal or something again.
Yeah,
but I was like, no, I haven't talked to Miko in a bit.
So what I heard is I'm the most important person here at POD after Jeremy.
Well, in my mind, in the moment, yes, you are.
That's all that mattered.
You are the guy. Jeremy, you can go to the bathroom or get some food yourself, and Miko and I will just chat.
Okay. I mean, I might take you up on that, honestly, after I read off of these alerts, because I would like some lunch as well.
honestly, because like I'm looking at our schedule here, and it jams up again. Like you got 4 more guys back to back, and then looks like Al might be jumping in, and then you have another one, and then it's like then Lomas, and then Herman, and it's just like boom, 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 and I'm like, I was looking at it saying, I don't know when you're gonna eat. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm
all
willing.
of them.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
good, so get through your alerts.
Yeah, let me get through the alerts here. A lot of donations coming in here, and like I said, I got to do a bunch of spins here. Chris Sims with a $25 donation says, "Shout out to my beautiful wife Robin, a dedicated and compassionate NICU. NICU is it NICU, which I know is like a baby, not like intensive care unit. Is it natal intensive care unit?
NICU. Is that what you're talking about?
NICU. Yeah.
Yeah.
NICU.
All right.
Anyways,
I don't know.
Shout out Robin, who is a dedicated and compassionate NICU nurse, wonderful
Nice.
mother, and my very best friend. I love you with all my heart, Chris. Says, P.S. Appreciate everything you do, fellas. Keep up the great work. Neonatal. There we go. Is it NICU? NICU, whatever. We all know what we're talking about. Arnick with a $44.30 donation. Of course, the 44 to 30. Go Lions. Excited to see them live in LA next week. Cuck Fancer. Agreed. And there's a couple whether I'm going to be there in LA next week. And unfortunately, the answer is no. As much as I do like making the trip out to LA to see a bunch of my friends out there, it is a little bit of a burden. Just the West Coast trip in general, it's tough in the middle of the season, and I made my one away trip this year to Baltimore, and that was enough for me. Mr. Visix, thank you for the $150 donation. Says, love what the whole POD team does. You all bring great content to fans, and I love the donation drive every year. Appreciate that. Nighty Nix, thank you for the $100 donation. Says, appreciate everything y'all do. Go Lions. Go Lions. Arnick with the 50 months subscribed on Twitch. Karen W with the $10 donation says, F Cancer. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you and agreed. Darian P, $25 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate that. Subron, thank you for the 10 months. Says, Go Loins. Reminder to use your Amazon Prime free subscription to support POD on Twitch. Appreciate that. Herculind, thank you for the $100 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. And Michael S, $102 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. That gets our total up to $23,400.60. We started just over 13,000, so we've already essentially added 10K in the past. If you want to go back to late last night, essentially 12 hours. Like I said, there's still a lot of spinning in the wheel. Six regulars and 1 extreme. Is that right?
Yeah, you've done 14, 15, 16, and you still have 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, and then the big one. So you have 6 regulars and then 1 mega.
On top of all those things that I have done, you may, if you've been around all night, day, whatever it is, Colton Pouncy joined us earlier. He also donated $100, and he was reminded that a $100 donation can change my virtual background, and he said, "Let me get back to you. I gotta think on it and come up with a good answer." So I'm going to turn my camera off for a second, and then I'll turn it back on with the background that Colton picked. So
nice.
Enjoy this for a second. How do I turn my camera off? Boom.
Enjoy Jeremy's black screen.
Oh, you know what? But I think when I do it, I have to go to full cam, and you guys are just gonna see the whole thing. It can't be a dramatic reveal, I don't think, unfortunately. Yeah,
that's fine.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to see my full cam face here, and hold on. Where did I save it? Spoilers. I don't know the best way to do. We're just gonna do that. Oh wait, hold on. It has to be there.
Context?
Colton, when BB Rexa was in doing like the halftime show or whatever it was that one time, Colton was very non-discreetly trying to get in contact with her on social media. He was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And it became like a very funny like shtick where he was like, "Hey, if you need like someone to show you around town, like I can take care of that for you." It turned into a very funny shtick. But yeah, Colton, he's since been associated with BB Rexa.
Shoot or shoot, I guess.
That's right. Yeah, so we'll stick with that for a little bit here, I guess. Not the full stream, and I'm gonna be completely honest. When a doctor from the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center is here, that's not gonna be here. Okay, let's be clear.
Whoa, you don't hold on. You don't know. BB could be really into cancer.
No,
cancer, like what?
No,
like
absolutely not. In fact, I might pull it.
If it gets more donations, you might have to leave it up there. Honestly, like if it gets more donations, you might have to leave it.
In 90 minutes, we have Tim Twentyman from the Detroit Lions. Like I feel like I can't even have it up for that. So,
I definitely take it down before Lomas gets on. Like absolutely do that. But
I just realized there's what is it? Is that Eric's name just hanging out right here? I think it is. You can have your Twitter handle there. Sorry. All right, let's spin the wheel a couple times, huh? Yeah, let's do that.
How many times have you had to do Vegemite so far?
Once today already, and we've only spun like twice.
3 times. He did Vegemite, push-ups, and smelling salts.
Well,
is it Vegemite again?
No, it's smelling salts again.
Oh, goo! You were supposed to take that off.
I think we're going to take it off after this one. Because we're not sure what the healthy amount of doses of smelling salts in one day is.
Yeah. Maybe, I feel like is there double check that there's not like a once every 4 hours
how many times
type of thing.
I mean, like bodybuilders and powerlifters use it like multiple times in a working session. That's like within an hour.
Okay.
All
right. So
you should be fine.
Miko bringing the knowledge here. This is one that we used. It turns all red.
Miko doesn't care about your safety. That's fine.
Out. I'm not a doctor.
Good. Yep, it's good to have that on record.
Just because I tweet out medical opinions does not mean I'm a doctor. All right.
Shots fired. All right, here we go again. Oh God! I try to take in a real deep breath, and I after I have
why? I feel like that's the mistake. Like I feel like you're taking weight too much of an inhale.
Oh, stings the nostrils. Oh,
you need to save that for when it gets late.
We'll see. It's coming off the list now.
When it's like 9 o'clock, it needs to be like 4 smelling salts and then like one other thing.
What do I want to replace it with?
Anything, man. Terry, the wasabi.
Wasabi's already on there because we took away. I guess I could just put Vegemite back on there. I don't really want to. Ooh, biting onion. I think is more of a wheel extreme pain. As someone who's done it before, you know what? We'll throw hot sauce back on the list. Do I have hot sauce on this list?
Can come off. Good job.
I don't. We don't have any more bugs, so I'll put hot sauce. All right, smelling salts has been replaced by hot sauce. Save that. There we go. Wasabi, Bean Boozled, hot sauce, push-ups, mustard. I could do up-downs again, but I feel like I just want to save all the up-downs for the 110 that I have to do at some point today. How many miles do you got to run, Rico? Is it 4 or 5?
4.
4.
What do I have to cash those in by?
I don't know.
I asked because Ryan basically drug out eating Bean Boozled until literally
He did.
days before we had to start.
Chat was on his ass basically every day, so
I'm going to do them. I just don't know how soon I'm going to do them because I've been having knee issues, and so I'm probably gonna be starting physical therapy soonish.
Plus, you don't necessarily have to be one of the people that participates, but there's also a 5K potentially in our future.
I was going to do that too.
Yeah, I should pay attention. Where are we? So the $2,500 alert, or benchmark, which is $1,600 away, is the 30-inch pizza eating challenge, which should be interesting. I think the current plan is for
which Jeremy said you could do basically on your own because you work out.
Wait, what's the pizza challenge? I don't think I read that one.
Oh, really? I mean,
Jeremy has volunteered you for this one, by the way.
I think it was going to be a PODcast special because Ryan was the one that found it. There's a place called Thompson's Pizza in Chelsea that has a literal 30-inch pizza challenge where three people have 30 minutes to eat a 30-inch pizza with 3 toppings of their choice. And I just said,
Ryan, and who?
And me. But I mean, I don't have to do it because I don't know how much of my weight I would be pulling. But I said, like, you'd probably be pulling your weight because I know, like, you work out a ton so that you can eat a bunch of stuff, like a 30-inch pizza.
So I actually watched somebody do this on TikTok, and it looks intimidating. Like, yeah. I think of the 3 people that were eating it, the dude whose channel it was, I think he ate like 5 or 6 slices. Like, he ate by far the most. Somebody only ate 3 though.
Yeah.
So I was just like, there's no way in hell. Like, if we're gonna do it, like, we have to eat equal portions.
First of all, I'm just gonna be straight up honest. I don't think we're gonna be able to do it, which is fine. It's just like we're only supposed to attempt and like make a legit attempt at it, obviously, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think that's all that really matters.
Right. But I was just, it's like, what is this on my head?
We do gotta agree.
I still have egg just like sitting at the top of my head. It's great.
We are gonna have to like agree on toppings because like,
true.
If we're gonna do that, I can't be anything weird.
What's your go-to pizza toppings?
Oh, like Meat Lovers is just like easy.
Yeah.
But I also feel like for a pizza like that's too heavy.
Right.
So I almost feel like we have to go like margarita or something.
Right. Just like basil. Does basil count?
Banana peppers.
That was
easy.
Yeah.
That would be the way to go.
That's good. Good call there. Been around the block? Is that what you're about to say?
I've had some pizza before.
All right, let's do another spin. I'm down to 5, including this one.
Okay, you've got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
If you're okay,
it's okay. Right. I have leftover pizza in the fridge, so it's going to take me 10 minutes to eat tops. If that's what you're concerned about. All right.
Do you microwave your pizza?
Nah, air fryer.
He would.
All air fryer all the time now.
There you go.
Mustard, huh? Ugh. Fine. A full spoonful of yellow mustard.
Ugh. You're not going to want to eat anything after this.
No, I'm going to immediately
Jeremy, if you're going to get up, you got
something.
If you're going to stand up, you got to make sure that you move your chair out the way so that the audience can get like full.
It's a good point. All right, I'm gonna use the same one as my.
Oh.
So
with the residual Vegemite on it.
Some residual Vegemite.
Oh no, you gotta have different spoons, brother.
Oh.
I mean, it was from 2 hours ago. It's fine. Oh, it's a little watery.
It's a lot. Oh, you gotta shake it.
did. You literally saw.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to your background.
Oh, talking about it. You gotta shake it. You gotta shake it, BB. Gross. You can barely see it because it's greenish.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was. Oh man.
All right, here we go. For whatever 1,000 this is at this point, 18,000 maybe. Definitely had some residual. Like now it's a clean spoon.
Oh.
All right. I think that's my cue to step out for a minute or two here. I'll let you guys enjoy the view while enjoying conversation between Eric and Miko about whatever you guys want to talk about. And I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Just as a reminder, Rich Silva from the Detroit News at 1 o'clock, Will Burchfield of 97.1 and the Lions Collective at 1:30, Tim Twentyman at 2 o'clock, and then a doctor from the University of Michigan at 2:30. Those are our next 4 guests here in the next 2 hours ish. So I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Mika, what's the last film you've studied?
So I've been so busy this year, I have not been able to study any.
Really?
And I think also with YouTube just being like really crappy when it comes down to like flagging our content when it comes to film studies, it's like I was telling Morgan earlier, I think it was like a couple weeks ago, I was like, it's probably the best decision we made not to do film studies this year.
Yeah.
Because like for anybody who doesn't know, like Morgan and I specifically were putting in like hours when it came down to watching film, like trying to watch multiple games, trying to find like very specific things to be able to do like our all 22 film breakdown. So it's kind of unfortunate that we haven't been able to, but hopefully it's something that we can like get back into the mix of next year.
It's hard. I know people know it's time consuming, but like it's really time consuming. Like,
yeah,
you know, we say that, oh, it's time consuming and we only have so many hours in a day, but like to be able to just get the clips that you want, it's why so often on Twitter you see people just like using their phones to like video the screens and stuff, because to go and get it in the right software and then to get the proper length and then to be able, if you're going to talk over it, it's, oh my gosh, it's exhausting. So it's one of the reasons why I've really never gone down that road, is because I end up having I spend so much time looking ahead that going back and the time that it takes to do it, it's so challenging.
Well, especially the deeper you get into the season too, right? Because like early in the season, like, oh, I'll just look at like the last game, or maybe I'll look at one game from last year. But like you get to a point, especially like let's say you're focusing on the Lions. Let's say I want to do a film study on Brian Branch and like how he had been playing up until the injury.
Yeah.
It's not beneficial to the audience, or at least I don't feel like it's beneficial to the audience to just look at like the last 2 games. Like I want to go find like his best games, I want to go find his worst games, and then like kind of show that comparison between the two. So yeah, it's something that if this was my full-time job, I probably would put way more effort into it, because I think fans really do value like that level of analysis. And
yeah, for sure.
And not everyone's going to do it for your team specifically.
And the lucky thing, I guess, for Lions fans is that we end up getting so many national eyes on the team that you end up getting a lot of those clips from people who can do it faster, whose only job is, hey, the next day, all I have to do is, cut these up and put them on there and talk about them, because I don't have a deadline that I have to write for, or I don't have these, things, these quotas, these things that I have to meet. So it gets a little easier. I see we have a couple. I saw one question in chat they asked about the being down so many tight ends from LJ. It says, can we discuss how they approach the offensive game plan on Thursday, being down so many tight ends? Look, for me, the way that I think they're going to approach it from now on, um, being down your top three, really, I mean, look, realistically, it's probably your top four, because when you went into the offseason, you also had Yaboa that was in that conversation, and you lost him. So being down your top three and not knowing when Zylstra's coming back, the incorporation of Dan Skipper as basically a de facto tight end is something they're going to lean on moving forward quite a bit, right? And then they leaned on Dwelly initially against the Packers because he was the most experienced guy.
Sure.
But we saw them last week incorporate Ferkser a little bit more. And I think that's because he's more balanced. He can block, but he's a better pass catcher than Dwelly is. Dwelly's more of he's better suited as like a blocker. And then Rucci, the new guy that they got, he was inactive, but he's got H-back, fullback type of capabilities, kind of like they used Horton the week before. So I kind of envision them like having this usage of these four guys, and I think they're going to do what they did last game moving forward, which is blend them together and utilize Skipper plus one. Right. And it's going to be, it's going to be Dan like 30% of the time, but then it's going to be, you're going to incorporate Ferkser in a little bit more of like the Laporta role, and Dwelly in a little bit more of the Brock Wright role, traditional roles. Right. But what I liked what they did in this past week was they threw the ball to both of them in the first quarter. Yeah. And when they did that, it made the defense account for them right off the jump. And now the defense is like, oh, they'll throw to their tight ends for first downs. We have to now make sure that we're not just ignoring them. Like, we can ignore Dan Skipper lining up outside, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah. So, all right, go ahead. I've been chatting.
No, I agree with you, because I think the first thing that comes to mind, at least my first thought going into the game, is like, you're going to see the tight end position used less, right? No one is going to be used. Like, they're not going to try and spotlight that position. Definitely not the same way they would with Sam, but even less so than they even would with Brock. Like, you saw that even when Sam went down, like, they were still trying to use Brock Wright a good amount, like still getting him some quality targets.
Yes.
But I think once you kind of see these other guys come in, I like what you're saying about using Dan Skipper and then maybe plus one, because I think that is going to make defenses have to at least think, like, are these passing situations? Are they running situations? Because this is another lineman. And like, technically they now have 6 offensive linemen that they should be able to just bowl over people. So I think from a play calling standpoint, I think you'll see like the tight ends maybe get targeted less, but I think you'll see some very creative things when it comes down to the running game. And I think you'll see some creative things when it comes down to how Jahmyr Gibbs is using the passing game, as well as I think we'll probably see some more David Montgomery going forward. Because if Ja has to take on more of a load in the passing game, you have to take off some of the load in the running game. And I think that's when you're going to see Monty get way more usage in those types of situations, just to kind of alleviate the amount of hits that Ja is taking.
From a lineup standpoint, they have been putting Skipper basically at that like 6 OL, and then another tight end on the outside, and so then they're going like heavy right, and then they would run that direction, but they also have a counter where they'll set up that counter, and now the defense will shade, but they can't just like overload, right?
Yeah.
And so they went from being a top 5 team in 12 personnel with one running back, 2 tight ends, to now I think they're now middle of the road in 12 because they've just completely stopped using it. And their jumbo sets have gone up from like 6% to like 36%. So basically they've just taken all their 12 and put them into jumbo sets with Skipper as the like de facto tight end. In my snap counts article that I write after the game, I'm just listing Skipper with the tight ends at this point, because that's really how he's being utilized. And you put him out wide, that's you get a little hokey because you're gonna put a guy out there, and if they don't cover him, everyone like that play. I think what was supposed to happen was they just had him lined up outside as a decoy, and then I think he was just supposed to stick, and then Jared checked because no one went to cover him, and Jared checked into, I'm just going to quick throw it to you, and when he checked, I don't think Skipper knew what the check was, and that's when Skipper went in motion, and then that's when and then it all went funky, and then he just threw the ball, and Skipper wasn't ready for it anyways. But like, that play was the check that I think screwed that play up, because Jarrett, I think, wanted to get a little bit cute with it, but it's effective, right? Like, it's effective to get him out in those spots like that.
Well, because again, you're talking about a team that has a history of doing very funky things with their linemen. Like, they've shown the mindset, like, hey, we will throw it out here. And if you decide that you don't want to cover him, like, I think even by like getting that penalty, like, that's now on tape. And now
people they're always going to put a guy out. Yeah.
And like, ideally, to your point, that's probably what the Lions want. Like, the Lions probably want you sending someone Dan Skipper's way so that they can throw like a little flare screen to JMO or Jameer out there, and Skipper gets to take two guys out at once. And like, that gets to be the play. So I think even in that play not succeeding, it was still it's still going to be helpful for something that the Lions may want to do later in the season.
The other adjustment has been with more jumbo, but also more 11 personnel. So that's more Tesla. And against the Packers, what we saw with Tesla was you're putting him out in front and you're asking him to like locate a guy in a blocking game, or you're asking him to sit and wait and then try to make sure you're anchoring in the right spot. And what they did against the Cowboys was they flipped it. They said, you're going to crash and you're going to be the aggressor, as opposed to like trying to make a block in space. And so they started having him wham block and crack block, and he was just relocating people when he was doing that.
It's what he did so well at Arkansas. Like,
100%.
when they would put him in the slot, and then they would have him crack back on like the linebacker or being able to help chip on a defensive end. Like, he was so well at just getting a good head of steam, and with his size, being able to like wall off guys, or being able to at least like push guys. If you can get him on like a slightly smaller linebacker, like, yeah, he can kind of push things away and really open things up to his side. So like, I do think that's where he's a better blocker. Right. I mean, like, not everybody can be JMO and Saint in terms of being able to just go head up with people. I think he'll get there because I think he does have the right mentality for it. But I think that strategy that you're talking about in the Cowboys game is way more beneficial to where he is right now in his young career.
Yeah. And that worked because it'll always work. Right. Like that. As much as defenses are prepared for it, you can't see the wham because it comes out of your ear hole, right? And so like he's coming in and just smoking people, and you should be able to do that. They ran a lot of gap and duo blockings against the Cowboys, and I want that will work moving forward. It will work against the Rams. It will work against the Steelers. It's going to be harder against the Vikings because the Vikings always throw weird crap, and you can't duo them because the linebackers are too fast and stuff. But it'll work against Chicago too. And so I think a lot of those things that we saw in the Cowboys games, the extra skipper, the extra overloaded sides, the gaps, the pulls, the whams, Those are all things that will help this team, adjust for the lack of talent at tight end.
Yeah. Do you guys get the feeling that fans are worried about the amount of talent that the offense has? Because like
Sorry, I got distracted by Jason saying, "Damn it, Jeremy's back."
Don't make me bonk you with the horny stick, chat.
But like I ask that because I think what people are forgetting when it comes to this offense is that like we went into the season same as last season. Like this offense has a wealth of riches. So like yes, it's unfortunate to lose Laporta and Brock Wright and to be down so many tight ends, but you still have like your top 2 wide receivers. You still have your top 2 running backs. Yeah, your offensive line, I think, considering all the like moving parts and stuff, has still found ways to play really well, and it's mainly because you have 2 really good tackles. Like, and I think people get freaked out because of the rash of injuries, and they start thinking like, well, this offense has to do something drastically different to be successful. And it's like, no, you just continue to get the ball to your playmakers. You may have to find a slightly creative ways, like you're talking about, with maybe shifting from, one type of personnel package to a different one, but the game plan is relatively the same, I think.
Yeah, I think there was some natural consternation of like, okay, is JMO ready to step up and be either the number 2 or on Thursday night there was a danger of him being the number 1 guy. Can he provide some level of consistency as the feature guy on your offense when he's had a pretty up and down career, even an up and down season. But I think he's answered that bell really in the past month, to your detriment, Miko, in terms of all the touchdowns he's scored. But like he's obviously stepped up. Obviously, like Jahmyr Gibbs has now worked his way into Offensive Player of the Year conversation, which I think is legitimate. Last I checked, I think he was 3rd behind Jonathan Taylor and Jackson Smith and Jigba for odds of Offensive Player of the Year. And then, Amon-Ra is still Amon-Ra. He showed why he's such a special player on Thursday night. But I think the last 2 weeks, honestly, have been pretty encouraging because, even the Packers game, they put up, 24 in that game against a really good Packers defense that gave them all sorts of fits in week 1. Gives you a little bit of faith against two really good defensive lines too, where the interior of both of those defensive lines are pretty impressive. Micah Parsons is obviously a hassle, and the Lions came out obviously not unscathed. They lost the Packers game, but I came out with more faith in the offense, sans Sam Laporta, than I thought I would.
Well, and the other thing that specifically coming out of the Cowboys game that I'm really excited to see, like, how much more run he gets is like the sprinkling in of more Monty, right? And him being able to still show like I think people forget like Monty hasn't been used a ton, and it's not because he's hurt. Like he's healthy. He just hasn't, like, Ja's just been so good that they haven't really been splitting the carries as evenly. But I think he still has that ability to be very much impactful. 6 carries for 60 yards, like I think that number will likely need to go up in these, like, down the stretch here, but I mean that's still another impact player for your offense.
Yeah.
The crazy thing statistically is Gibbs has crossed 1,000 yards rushing. We didn't even talk about it. We were just like, like
missed it.
It's already happened. There's a month left in the season. He's already over 1,000, and like we're just like we're spoiled. That's what it is.
Well, I was gonna say it's
spoiled.
It's crazy because I want to say it was like 3 weeks ago. He was like, maybe it was about a month ago, where he only had like 500, and I was like, man, like it was kind of slow going a little bit. Where I was like, is he actually going to get it? And then he rattles off like a couple 200-yard games or a couple big, almost 200-yard rushing games, and it's like, oh, okay, no, never mind. It's okay. It's in the bag.
Not only is he above 1,000, but he's got more receptions than he's ever had in his career, and he's what 20. He's 45 yards away receiving from breaking his career reception, most career reception yardage as well. Like he's just exploding this year, and with a month left to be able to be knocking these numbers out, it's pretty nuts.
It's what happens when you have more moves than $1,000 hooker, Eric. That's exactly according to Shannon Sharp. That's what happens. That's
All right, and with that,
Shannon would know.
Rich is waiting in the waiting room. Let's bring Rich Silva from the Detroit News aboard here. Rich
just posted a film breakdown.
A film breakdown of Al Quadin Muhammad. Maybe we'll ask Rich about it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, I think.
What's up, man?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? Does my audio sound okay? My headphones aren't working.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you.
Sweet. What's going on?
Not too much, buddy. How's your relative? I know you just hopefully filed your last thing for the weekend. How's your quote unquote weekend off going so far?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I filed the film review, and then later today, I know I've mentioned to you, Jeremy, a couple of us have the college football league that me and Nolan and Ben play in. So
yes.
I've got the SEC championship. I'm Arkansas. I've got the SEC championship coming up at around 2:00, and then the real life SEC championship at 4:00.
That's right.
I'm excited for that later today.
Who are you? Are you Auburn?
No, Arkansas. I'm Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah, Nolan is Tennessee. Ben is Ole Miss, and then another one of our friends that isn't on the beat is Florida.
Okay, and you're in the. Are you playing one of them for the SEC championship game?
I am. The guy's name is Tyler. I am playing Tyler in the SEC championship. I'm pretty sure I'm undefeated against Tyler in the regular season, but in the playoffs, I have not beat him once.
Oh,
he's like
he turns it
4-0. Yeah, we're the Bills and the Chiefs, and unfortunately, I'm the Bills.
Gotcha. Or the Ravens, one of the two.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to give away your entire piece, but I am kind of interested because I haven't been able to dive into the tape yet. Can you give me just kind of like a Cliff Notes version of what your thoughts were with the defensive scheme and Al Quadin Muhammad on Thursday?
Yeah, I think there was a couple things that I noticed because obviously Kelvin Shepard, when he talked to us on Tuesday, kind of teased personnel and schematic changes to better rush the quarterback because I thought he was pretty blunt. I forget who asked the question, does the lack of a pass rush over the last month make it difficult to play as much man coverage as you'd like? And he basically said it makes it difficult to play any type of coverage that we want to play.
Yeah.
So a couple things that I noticed. One was obviously Al Quadin Muhammad's bigger role. Played, I believe it was 38 snaps in this game, which is his most since week 7 against the Bucks. And that's not like the Cowboys ran a lot of plays. They ran nearly 80 plays, but his snap share was as high as it's been since week 8. So it's not like it was just more plays, so everyone played more. He had a larger snap share. So and a lot more on the edge specifically. And he was really good. He finished with 4 pressures, 3 of them obviously for the sacks. He had 1 quarterback hit that caused an errant throw in the I think Dak Prescott was targeting Flournoy, I think is how you pronounce the receiver's name.
Yeah.
In the end zone. One of his sacks was kind of a gimme because Nathan Thomas, the backup tackle, just kind of inexplicably
He froze,
gave
right?
him yeah. He looked, it almost felt like he thought he was going to have a running back or tight end on his side, and it was actually empty. So Al Quadin Muhammad just had a free sack. But 2 of the other ones were really good. His last one was, I thought, most impressive. He did a cross chop move on Terrence Steele, who's no slouch. Terrence Steele's a really good player. And he did a cross chop move on him to sack Prescott. So that was one thing, just Al Quadin Muhammad's increased role. And then also a smaller schematic change that I noticed was, I think going into this game, Amik Robertson had only been used as a blitzer 4 times on the entire season. And I think that's a product of him playing on the outside more, given the injuries, because obviously easier to blitz when you're the nickelback. But he did it 3 times on Thursday. And Dak Prescott went 1 for 3 for 1 yard on those plays. He had a pressure on one of those plays towards the end where Dak, it looked like maybe on purpose, just overthrew the ball out of bounds on a wheel route to Javonte Williams with Al Quadin Muhammad in coverage. Robertson replaced Al Quadin rushing from that side, and he came free and untouched. So those were a couple of the things I saw. To put a bow on it, on one hand, I am optimistic that they can continue it moving forward because I think they're going to continue to give Al Quadin Muhammad opportunities, and also that Dak Prescott was in terms of pressure to sack rate heading into Thursday, was like the third most difficult quarterback to get on the ground besides Bo Nix and Brock Purdy. Um, and they were able to do it. They sacked him 5 times, 4 from the defensive line. So that's why I'm optimistic. Why I'm a little bit more pessimistic is they did have an 18-point lead in the second half. So like it's easier to rush the passer when there's, when you know what's coming. And the Cowboys never had the ball down only one possession. They cut the lead to only one possession, but the offense responded every time. They never had the ball. So it was never like, it felt like they were always playing catch up. I think out of Dallas's 36 plays in the second half, 6 of them were designed runs, or 7 of them were designed runs or something like that. Right. So part of me is like, I wonder if this is like a little fool's goldy, but we'll see. We'll certainly see against the Rams.
Yeah. I mean, game script matters, right? It changes how the game is played. It changes what you can do defensively, offensively, if you're playing behind the sticks or playing behind the score. Maybe one of the things that goes undersaid when breaking down the results of a game. But I do kind of want to take a bigger picture now that we have this data point of the Lions maybe riding this ship a little bit here. Their playoff odds back to like 50-50-ish, depending on what model you like. Where do you stand on the Lions' future? And I'm gonna have to hold your feet to the fire here and make a prediction. Do you think the Lions are gonna make the playoffs this year?
So it's funny. I was messing with last night with the New York Times' playoff predictor or simulator or whatever that is.
Yeah.
And it allows you obviously to pick the Lions games, and I picked what I think is going to happen, which is they are going to lose against the Rams and then win out. Even with that, because then you can pick for the final 3 weeks, you could pick all the other games, like all the other relevant NFC games. I think it absolutely is going to take 11 to get in, 11 wins. I don't think 10 wins gets you in at all. Like that's not even, I'm not even considering that. And there's like a world that's not that unlikely that an 11-win team could be the 8th seed. It's kind of wild. Like when I was going through and predicting the NFC games, and of course there's like 30 games or not 30, but however many games remaining that are relevant to the Lions' playoff hopes over these last few weeks. I'm not going to go 100% picking them, but from what I predicted, like it did kind of come down to 2 games in week 18, and it's the Lions beating the Bears, and then San Francisco, I think, is playing Seattle, I want to say, in the final week. I'm not 100% certain on that, but whoever they're playing in the final, that game was impactful to swing their playoff hopes. Like if the 49ers beat Seattle and then get to 11 wins, they've got the tiebreaker on a lot of teams because they've got a really strong NFC record that they piled up earlier in the season.
Yeah.
So it's a long-winded way of answering your question. I think if you asked me right now, if I had to flip the coin, am I landing heads they make the playoffs or tails they miss? I'm landing on heads that they make it for now, but I am concerned is the wrong word, but I have my eye on, dude, what if all of these teams just kind of keep winning?
Right. There's a certain aspect of it that can't like literally happen because there's a lot of like infighting that's going to happen here in the last 5 weeks. But, if the Packers and Bears split and, the 49ers take care of their business, like, which they have been, using that same thing, you're right. If the Lions lose this upcoming week and then go 3-0 down the stretch, 95% chance of making the playoffs, but you'd think it'd be better for an 11-6 team, right? Like, and yeah, I don't know what's your opinion on the Bears? Because I think that kind of like a lot of what happens from here out is what happens with the Bears. They have the 2 Packers games, they have the 49ers, and then obviously they finish with the Lions there. Can they keep spinning the plate and stay alive here?
All season, I thought they were like house of cards, like the turnover differential, like it's not going to last, like it's going to come down, they're going to come down back to earth. But after they beat the Eagles, I'm like, shoot, man, they got 9. Like all you need is 2 and 3, really. Like all you need is 2 more. So even if it does come crashing down, so to speak, it almost doesn't matter. Obviously, if they go 1 and 4, 0 and 5, it would. After that Eagles game, I'm more in on them than I ever was, and I think that's the case for a lot of people. Like I said, through the first however many weeks, I was like, nah, like it's not real. They keep figuring it out, man. And I go back to last year when the Vikings kept winning these games to keep pace with the Lions to set up that week 18, winner gets the 1 seed against Minnesota. right before that, my coworker Nolan Bianchi does like a day after column after games, and I think in week 16 or 17, towards the end of the season, he led his column with, "As it turns out, the Vikings can keep getting away with this," because that's what it felt like, and that's how I
Right.
kind of view the Bears. Like, as it turns out, the Bears can just keep getting away with this, and I think, like I said, all they need is two more. So it is scary. What you mentioned about the fact of the Packers and Bears potentially splitting, I think is the worst case scenario
Yeah.
for the Lions. That's the best case scenario if you think you can come back and win the division. But
Right.
in my head, that ship has sailed. Just make the playoffs at this point.
The interesting thing about the Bears, though, is like if you start counting wins and like doing tiebreakers and things like that, there's also a very realistic scenario in which they win 11 games and don't make the playoffs, because if one of those two wins doesn't come against the Lions and then the Lions get 11 wins, well, suddenly they have the head-to-head tiebreaker because they beat you twice.
Right.
And so, like, if their win comes, let's say they got the Browns mixed in and one of the Packers games, but you lose the two other ones and then you lose to the Lions, you're going to be at 11 wins and you're not going to be in the playoffs, which is just
Right, which is insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's just as crazy in the AFC too, honestly. Like,
the margin for error this year is bananas. We were talking about this the other day, that if the Lions had just handled business against Minnesota the first time and adjusted to the pressure looks that Minnesota was giving them, they're one game out, not of yes, of the division, but also of the number one seed in the conference. They'd be
Right.
one game out. Like, that's the margin of error that we're talking about this season, which is nuts. It's like you can maybe afford one misstep. You can't afford more than that.
yeah. And was it Ben who said, like, you guys realize 4 weeks / 5 weeks, there's still technically 5 weeks of the season left. Like, that's a quarter of the season. Like, there's still so much left to be played, so many narratives that can change. And it's weird to think it, because it just feels like we've already decided whether these teams are good or not, when a lot can still change.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, shoot, man, in 2 weeks something can change, and I know the Lions have already played their game this week, but there's 5 weeks left for the rest of the NFL. So yeah, a lot of time, a lot of football.
I wanna ask this question that I've asked about half the beat, because I can't help but think about the future, and we've gotten the same answer both times, and I was actually surprised by the answers. But I want to look ahead to play calling in 2026, because there's a pretty big decision that lies ahead with this Lions organization, with what they want to do with John Morton, what they want to do with Dan Campbell calling the plays. I'll ask you two questions. What would you do, and what do you think the Lions should do?
So I think what I would do, and what I think the Lions, well, so I'll answer the first one first. What I think I would do is Dan Campbell continue calling plays. I know that he's had some maybe in-game management issues when he's had that on his plate, but I think he can grow and get better at that. He's not the only head coach in the NFL that's calling plays, and I think this last game was the perfect example of him handling in-game management well. I think to the end of half, where they're aggressive to call timeouts on defense to get the ball back with 50 seconds, and then they are able to match Brandon Aubrey's long field goal with a 47-yarder from Jake Bates to go into halftime, I think, with an 11-point lead.
Yep.
So I think he can continue to get better, not only at calling plays, but also at managing the responsibilities that come with that. I think, and again, it came against a bad Cowboys pass defense, just like the 44 points came against a bad Commanders defense. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But I mean, I thought like he called a great game. Admittedly, like, this is not my original thought. I've seen people breaking this down on Twitter. I've seen multiple people do it. But like basically like the dagger to St. Brown, not a dagger route, but like
Right.
the dagger.
The second
Dallas's
down,
heart.
yeah.
Right, the 2nd and 9 to St. Brown. Like, it was a great call given how aggressive Dallas's linebackers were being. And you see, like, as soon as Jared Goff takes a snap and does the play action to Jahmyr Gibbs, the linebackers come crashing down hard, and it leaves the middle of the field wide open for St. Brown. So I thought like that was a really great call. So that's my answer to the first part. I think they should just continue to roll with Dan Campbell. What I would do, I'm conflicted, because I think Dan Campbell is really, really good. But again, speaking out of both sides of my mouth, it does take away some of his, I think, best assets as a CEO, maybe, like when he has to call plays. But again, it's no guarantee that whoever you hire is going to be better than who's been calling plays this year
Right.
beforehand, right? Like, I mean, the Eagles got lucky when they not got lucky. They made the right hire when they hired Kellen Moore. But like, there's no guarantee that that'll happen again. But maybe it does. Maybe you pick up one of these fired coaches like Dable or something, and he comes and calls plays, or maybe it's a guy that we don't know who really it is, or maybe it's an in-house guy. Like I know, like I did a story about Tyler Roll within like the last month, and he told me like, to be clear, he made these comments to me before Morton was removed of having play calling duties. But I asked him like about his future and like what he wants. And he was like, yeah, like I want to be a coordinator, I want to call plays, and eventually I want to be a head coach. So like I know he wants to be on that track, and he's called plays before at North Dakota State. So like maybe someone like him is an in-house option. We saw like Hank Fraley receiving attention from the Seahawks. Granted, I don't know if he was going to call plays over there, but regardless, like he had attention this offseason to go be an OC. So maybe the guy's in-house, maybe the guy's outside the building. What I think they ultimately end up doing is keeping Campbell in his current role.
3 for 3. That's been everyone's answer, which I think is a little bit surprising. I don't know.
Who else did you ask?
Justin. Ben and Justin.
Yeah. I wonder how much David Shaw is involved in helping them run the game management style of what's going on, the clock management at the end of the half. This is a guy who coached at head coach at Stanford for a decade, right? So I wonder if his role has increased a little bit on game day. Be interesting to try and maybe track those answers down.
Yeah, I would love to know like what exactly goes on in Dan's ear on game day. Like, obviously he has people up there like when to challenge, what's worth it to challenge, and things like that. But also, right? Yes, yeah. But even like in-game adjustments, I've always thought about not to be like whatever, like a high school Harry or whatever that is, but like I played 1 year of high school football, and it surprised me like being on the field how different like viewing things is. Like I remember being on the sideline, and ever since then I'm like, how do quarterbacks see anything? How does a quarterback know that a guy's open 40 yards down the field? It doesn't make any sense.
It's why like when someone is like, how do you think Miles Frazier played in that game? Asking Dan Campbell, I'm like, how does he know? Like, how's he supposed to see the left guard from the right sideline? Like, I don't.
Right, and my larger point when saying that is like, I'm curious what goes on in Dan's ear, because it seemed like they made like great in-game adjustments to like take advantage of some of the things that Dallas was doing. And I'm like, that had to have been from like either Morton or somebody upstairs, like discussing that with Campbell. Because I'm like, there's no way he's seeing that himself. Maybe he is. Maybe
right, or maybe the tablets or the tablets are helping out, probably a little bit, but still,
right.
It's
no, but that always like stunned me, the fact that being like eye level with the field, like you don't. I couldn't see anything. Like I had no idea what was happening.
Right. It's why like when there's an offensive coordinator is like, I need to sit in the booth, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Of course you do. Like you want to be able to see everything that's happening.
Right.
I wonder if Eamon would allow all of us to just
have a headset,
put a headset on with no mic and just listen. All of us, the whole beat.
I wonder if he would give us a mic. That's right. Maybe we can make some adjustments ourselves.
Rich, I got one more for you before we let you go here, and it's one I've been asking all the people on the beat just because I think it's important to share work. What's the favorite piece you've written so far this year?
This year, let me think. So I like the Tyler Roll one that I did. That was cool. I don't know if it technically counts as this year because it happened in January of this year, but it was last season. But I did a story about Amik Robertson last year, which I really enjoyed, just talking about like, what's made him into the personality that he is, the dog, for lack of a better term, that he is.
Yeah.
I like that one. I'm trying to think if there's anything else specific from this year that I particularly enjoyed. Probably the Tyler Roll one, to be honest with you. Just talking about them. Talking to him about like the word journey always like makes me laugh because I'm like, I don't know, it's just it seems like a silly word, but for lack of a better word, like his journey through delivering papers in North Dakota at however old he was, and he told me like his house burned down, and him and his brother and his dad like rebuilt it like together, like things like that. So that was a cool story. I enjoyed that.
That one is called Brotherhood, Legacy, Big Dreams. Lions Tyler Roll is exactly where I'm supposed to be in quotes. I just linked it in our chat if you guys want to check it out, or you can just Google those words and find them. Rich, appreciate the time on your quote-unquote day off. I hope the rest of your day is filled with some big college football wins.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry, I was going to say, sorry if I keep looking down. My cat was messing with me. I went to pick him up so I could show the screen, but he ran away.
Okay, no worries, buddy. Thanks for your time, man, and I guess I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, Miko, I love the Buc-ee's sweatshirt. Germany. I can't what's the word? When like you, I can't vouch for some of the food because you know how my diet limitations.
Sure.
But I will say Buc-ee's bathrooms are the best bathrooms in the game. They're the cleanest.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Thank you. You will never find a more peaceful, serene bathroom to be in publicly than a Buc-ee's bathroom.
Serene is the exact way I would describe it.
We need to be sponsored by Buc-ee's at this point. With the amount of time we've already talked about them today, let alone your onesie, which I mean you don't even see the best parts of the onesie right now, Richard. Not asking Miko to show off because his body, his choice, but just saying there are better parts to the onesie.
It's not that type of Twitch channel. Let's just say that I'm not Baby Rexa. I'm not pulling that out.
What do you mean? By the way, this is Colton's work. In case you were wondering,
I've heard through the grapevine.
It's okay, great. All right, man. Have a good rest of your day, man.
I'll see you guys.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Oops, wrong one. There we go. Nope, that's the wrong one too. There we go. That's Rich. Man. Always fun to talk with Rich. I didn't mention it while I was there, but like Rich and I feel like see the game and like have more similar takes than anyone else on the beat, which I know frustrates some of them because like some of the things I say like with momentum and things like that, even a little bit of like the running backs don't matter stuff, like Rich is more in line with me than most other people. Granted, like I think my thoughts have evolved on certain topics like that. I won't say changed, evolved, because that way I don't sound wrong.
Because Jameer Gibbs basically sunk your battleship on the whole running back.
Certainly hasn't helped. But no, Rich is great. It's been a super good addition to the beat. And I forget to mention it, but I'm also very much a fan of his podcast with Nolan, the Gridiron Gang. Definitely worth your listen to if you have more bandwidth for Detroit Lions content. I definitely recommend them. They have such a good chemistry between them. It's like a brotherly relationship where they frustrate the hell out of each other, but they love each other in the
what's that like?
Long scheme of the things. Yeah. Good point.
So real quick, so I just so happened to check my phone because I always have it on like do not disturb when I'm doing the podcast.
Yeah.
I got a text from Kyle's wife that says, "I'm watching downstairs and I'm crying and sobbing. We love you guys."
That's awesome. Nice. Yeah. I'm glad to have met Kyle. It's a great story. And if you missed it, that was 12 o'clock. If you missed our interview with Kyle, one of the patients from the University of Michigan Cancer Center, told us his story and then talked some ball, which I enjoyed. So you can go back and watch that. Just like you can watch any of our previous interviews, you can just scroll back on YouTube. I don't know if Twitch allows you to scroll back. I think after it's done, you can watch on Twitch as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what to do here with the next. We got about 10 minutes. I just got a text from Will that he needs a little bit extra time. I know Morgan just texted me. He's going to be joining us as well here pretty soon to just check in with him. We could do another spin. Unless you guys have a topic of conversation you want to talk about.
I did have a question. I mean, since we brought up Jameer recently, looking at what he's obviously like young career, but like looking at specifically what he's done this year and last year, is it in your guys' mind, is Jameer already starting to ascend to the stature of like all-time great? Like he's on that trajectory?
On the trajectory. On the trajectory, yes, I think.
Right. He's definitely on the trajectory because like now I think he entered the season with like, is he top 3 running back in the league? And now it's like, is he top 2? Is he top 1? Like,
yeah. Because there's a lot of people that are going to say he's 1.
Right. Right.
And
it's him and Jonathan Taylor right now. That's what the conversation is, right? I don't know if there's like Christian McCaffrey's still in that conversation. I think he's low-key still having a phenomenal year over there.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of really good backs, but the difference between Ja and pretty much everyone else is every time he touches it, you have to worry about him housing it.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not something you can put on every back out there. And that is, I think, what the biggest driving force towards his ascension to this being the guy is right now.
I think for me, it's just like you have to be in that conversation of best in the league for like at least 3 years. And so I think this is probably year 1 of it, if we're being completely honest, because last year was Saquon and Jonathan Taylor and Ravens guy who for some reason I can't remember.
Derrick Henry.
So like he probably wasn't in the top 3 conversation. He was close last year, but like this is the first year where it's like, okay, he might be the best. And if he can stay at that level,
Henry's falling off, right?
And that's the thing with running backs though. Like there is a steep drop off when it happens, and obviously Gibbs is only in year 3 now, so I wouldn't expect it anytime soon. And for him to also be doing it while the Lions are going through this transition on their interior offensive line is a credit to Jahmyr Gibbs and Jahmyr Gibbs only. But he needs to stay up there. Like there needs to be some sort of longevity before I'm like Hall of Famer, best of all time, better than Barry. Like I can't have those conversations quite yet.
Oh yeah,
slow down there.
Yeah, we can't have the Barry conversation.
Right?
Yeah, no.
Just
yeah.
But like it is like obviously like what these broadcasts do. Like they obviously love to put up like players' numbers and compare them to all-time greats, and obviously like, the game is drastically different than it was. But like to see Ja already 3 years in, and his numbers are already like creeping up there with some of these all-time greats that we know of. It's like yeah, like I don't know if I ever thought we would see this out of the running back position.
Right.
Again.
No.
Right.
Do you remember pre-Kerryon Johnson?
Yeah.
When like we couldn't buy a 100-yard rusher in a game to save us. Like I was talking. This is ironically a conversation I had with Rich 2 games ago, because he was talking about after the Giants game. He was saying Gibbs might be the best player in the league, like hands down. Like just
he was saying like the best player he's ever watched in person.
Right. And I was like, and I was trying to explain to him what life was like even before Kerryon Johnson. And when Kerryon Johnson cleared 100, how the place erupted like they had won the Super Bowl, and all the teammates were like slapping him on the back and like, oh my God, there was like a decade where we didn't even have a 100-yard a game guy. Like it was crazy to me. So like, it's like such a weird spot. Go ahead.
Yeah, because like I think when it comes down to the running back position for Lions fans, like if you've been a Lions fan within like the last 10 years or so, maybe 15 years or so, it's like you remember the Reggie years and like those were really good. Then you remember like the dead years where it was like, oh, we just kind of can't find a running back. And then like and then like you had, I mean, like you had, I was gonna say you had the spark of Job at best where it's like, oh, this might be some
Kevin Jones, Kevin Smith,
and then it's like Kerryon, and then it was like Kerryon maybe, and then it quickly died out. A slight spark of like Swift that fizzled out, and like I think for like probably the first 2 years for Ja. Oh yeah, and even like the 1 year of Jamal where you're like, oh okay, like this is really good, but then he wasn't back the next year. You're just like, I don't know if they're ever going to get that position locked down. And even when Ja was playing well, like limited but well, his rookie year, you're just like, well, maybe this is just like the ceiling for him though. Like maybe he'll always just kind of be the rotational guy.
Right. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, I think part of the reason for my running backs don't matter was the trauma of 2nd round picks that this team has wheeled through over the past 2 decades, and you're just like,
well, a couple of them were first-round picks too.
Right,
Jones,
right.
Javid Best, those guys were first-round picks.
Right, and I'm just like, well, why do this when Clinton Portis, undrafted, he went undrafted, I think, was like just running the show for a while.
You're thinking not Portis. Portis was very early. You're thinking like Willis McGahee was like, he went undrafted because he had blew out his ACL in the championship game.
Okay.
Same Miami team. Frank Gore, Portis, and McGahee all on the same Miami team.
Right.
Was
just unfair.
Right.
Yeah. And they all and they all should have been drafted in the first round, right? Like,
but the overall point of what I felt at the time, and still relatively do feel, is that like offensive line investment is more important, and I still think that's true.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I just think I think the thing that makes Josh special though is that like this offensive line hasn't been at its best.
Right.
And he is still, and he's playing better.
Yep.
Than he did last year.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like the amount of explosive plays he's produced this year is nutty, and both in the run and the pass, and
they weren't there early. Like they were kind of sparse, to be honest, in the early portions. It's really just been the last month plus that he's really even elevated his game even further than I've really been sold over the last the last month.
Yeah.
That he can be a standalone guy. You know what I mean? Like I always thought he's going to be part of a rotation. He's always going to be this guy that like needs a Montgomery to help him, but he's still like this incredibly talented. I don't think he needs anybody anymore. You could put him back and he could just be the guy.
Sorry, Colton just tweeted out a screenshot. It said best $100 I've ever spent. Thanks for watching,
I will
Colton.
say Austin Mammoth, I agree that Gibbs is one of the only players on the team that, like, if he gets the ball in his hands, I believe it could be a touchdown no matter what. J-Mo is also there. Like, every time J-Mo touches the ball, I'm like, that could be 6.
Yeah. Even when he's coming back towards the ball on a curl route, he can still turn in his...
It is crazy to see how he comes out of, like, the way he stops on a dime now.
Yeah. Like, his body control has really... That's really been a... You know, we've talked about his route running and stuff like that, but it's really all been about his ability to control his body, right? He started in a league like too wiry, then he was a little bit more out of control as he built some NFL strength, and now it's like the strength is settled in. He's got more, confidence in his ability to move. It's just, but the body control that he has is nuts. And that's really what makes him the guy that they wanted to extend. It's really what's made him the guy that you can throw and get 7 catches out of now, the past 2 games. With Laporta out, with Laporta being out, was really honestly could be a blessing in disguise for J-Mo here, because it's really opened up his the need for him to be more involved, right?
It's more of the need for him to run those underneath, like those mid-range routes.
Well, and Dan also certainly helps.
For sure.
Dan play calling, but yeah, my goodness, the body control that he has now, the acceleration, deceleration, turn, like nuts. It's just nuts. They're almost like the speed that those two have when they drafted them. We're starting to see now what the vision was when they got them. We're starting to see it mold together. And that's really, I think, is what's most encouraging about this offense right now, is you're seeing Ja take it even further than what we kind of thought he would do. We're starting to see all the things that we saw in the offseason with J-Mo. St. Brown is delivering. You're starting to see a little bit more flavor out of Tesla now. And it's just like, all right, there's still so much here that developing at the right time. This offense can still I still think they can hang 50 on anybody. Honestly, like any given day.
Anybody?
Well,
if you catch them on the right day, it's hard to stop them. I'm just saying.
I think the thing it goes back to your question, Jeremy, to like all the beat writers about like whether or not like what the Lions should do about play calling.
Yeah.
It is kind of one of the reasons why like I do kind of lean towards like I think they need to just like leave it with Dan, because like every time Dan has taken over play calling, it's always been the same rationale. It's not, the game's not being called the way he wants it called.
Yeah.
So if you have a vision and you have a vision for how you want these players that you also had a very strong hand in drafting or getting signed here, whatever the case may be, I don't really understand, outside of obviously like the management of the team, like I don't see why you would give that over to someone else when you have a very clear vision of how this team wants to, like how you want them to play. And whether it's this season or the 2021 season, like it's drastically different. Like it's visibly different when you watch them play when Dan is calling plays versus anybody else.
Yeah. All right. Want to start transitioning the conversation. We're waiting on Burchie. Should be here in a minute or two. Experiment did donate a $75 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Says, is the machine willing to write beep, boop, beep on his forehead?
Yeah. Laura went, well, all right, I can try and do it. You won't be able to read it if I do it. But if you want Laura to write it so that it's legible, she'll be right back. She just went to get some food.
Okay.
Or maybe I can see my kids.
El Gato Diablo.
I'll do it.
Khalif is not on IR, right? I didn't miss. Khalif is just okay.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure like I didn't miss anything, which is very possible given how crazy things are with the injury stuff. But yeah, Khalif is not on IR. I mean, they could theoretically put him on IR. With the question is, how I think maybe to reframe your question though is like, what do they do with Khalif when he's healthy? Does he just become the punt returner? Because Tom Kennedy might take over his duties as kick returner. I don't think he's going to take over Khalif's punt returner reps, but like, does he still have an offensive role?
Yeah, wide receiver 4. Like you're going 11 and I think you can play 10 as well, and with this tight end group, like you still have things that you can do. But I want Tislaw out there doing what he did against Dallas, right? But adding Khalif out there, it just adds more weapons to the arsenal. Plus, it's not like these guys are out there like 100% of the time. You're going to rotate them through and bring them in. Like 100% Khalif is still a big piece in this offense when he's healthy.
All right,
Jeremy, if you're gonna bring in Burchie, I'll go ahead and bounce. My family got home, so
if you want, sure, that's fine.
I've already gotten weird looks from my wife.
Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by, Miko. And if you want to come back anytime later tonight, you're more than welcome to.
All right, yeah, I'll definitely let you know.
All right, sounds good. All right, Miko, thanks for stopping by.
Later, guys. Later, chat.
And yeah, we do have Burchie ready to go. So let me go to the right screen here. Bring him aboard and then change the name. There he is, man. What's up, Will?
What's going on?
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing? What are you in, like hour 6?
That sounds rightish. Somewhere around there.
What is time at this point, right?
Who knows? Appreciate you making some time, buddy.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for having me on. Can I crack a beer on here? Is that allowed?
Please do.
Oh, yeah.
Which
right.
I mean, this will be a great segue into your what was a new segment from Will Burchfield, the post game Miller time or whatever. What do we call him this thing? Because I enjoyed it, and I will say, like, as someone who is like a chronic beer nurser, just seeing you take down that beer in 3 gulps was maybe the most impressive thing about that whole thing.
Yeah, so that was kind of a brainchild of mine just over the past month, thinking about ways that we could just kind of churn some more content out. Eamon always has the media PR room stocked with beers in their little mini fridge, and he usually comes around and asks any of us if we want a post-game beer, and we usually accept the offer. And I was like, there's probably a way to turn this into some content, so came up with the idea of the Miller Lite Minute, which is just a the 16-ounce Miller Lite into a Tommy's glass, drink that in a minute, talk about, whatever has happened in the game, and it kind of became 3 gulps and 3 thoughts. And I've already begun thinking about maybe the Miller Lite 2-minute drill, which would be 6 gulps, 6 thoughts, 2 beers in 2 minutes. I do need to tighten it up because I really do want it to be just a minute of either swilling or discussing the game. So that was the first one, but I think it's been pretty well received.
Yeah, I very much enjoyed it. And yeah, I mean, getting out 3 thoughts while downing a beer in 60 seconds feels like something to build towards. This is your 21-day evaluation period. Maybe you'll get there after a couple weeks.
Right. Yeah. No, we're definitely going to keep them coming. I'm hoping that if I just keep tagging the Miller Lite, they'll be like, fine, we'll sponsor it. Just shut up.
Who knows? I mean, I've seen
weirder
know. Things happen, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, let me get your kind of maybe more extended thoughts on what happened Thursday night and how it pertains to the rest of the season. Do you feel like after a big win in a critical moment that everything is back on the table for this team?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was a season-saving win. I really was viewing that game as season on the line. I felt like if they had lost that game, they were pretty much cooked. I know certain models would have given them maybe a 10 to 15% chance, but the idea that they both would have had to go 4-0 and at that point probably received help and a decent amount of help, even if they had gone 4-0, just made the path impossible. So I thought that not only that saved the season, but also reopen the door for possibilities for this team, especially the way the offensive line played against a defensive line that had been playing pretty darn well since Quentin Williams came back and Overshown came back. And, I think we can put some stock into that offensive performance that maybe we couldn't say against Washington or say even against Chicago back in week 2, because that really was a defense since the trade deadline that had been playing close to a top 10 unit. And, I thought the biggest takeaway for me was is Miles Frazier your left guard now? And I know they still feel pretty good about maybe Yodi and maybe Cologne. And I know PFF didn't paint the most rosy picture about Frazier's play, but I thought he went in there and played pretty well. And I think he offers you maybe a ceiling right now that Yodi doesn't and that Cologne doesn't. So maybe that's a little subplot to follow here over the next 4 games.
What about the defensive performance? Because I think everyone is on pins and needles. Okay, are they back? Is the pass rush back? Or are we back into these weird, 5-8 sack games in between the zeros? or was this just a confluence of, the Cowboys playing, behind for the entire game?
Yeah.
Or maybe just a 1-game luck? How much do you feel like what they did defensively was sustainable?
It's a great question because, you go back and you watch Al-Quadin Muhammad's 3 sacks and okay, I want to believe in the speed and I do believe in the speed, but on the first sack, backup left tackle just decided not to block him. I don't know why. He was looking inside and I guess we can credit Muhammad's speed for making that count, but he didn't really win that rep so much as the rep was given to him. And then I thought his second sack was maybe the most impressive, where he kind of got off the block, shed it. And then I think that one was against the left tackle. And then the other one comes late in the game. I do think this, and I think this is a thought that a lot of us have begun to share in the media room in Allen Park. For all of the Lions talk about wanting a physical, powerful, heavy pocket crusher opposite Hutchinson, what they really might need is the lighter speed rusher, and that is what Muhammad is. And I think for that reason, he makes more sense across from Hutch than Davenport does. And frankly, Davenport has been, in my eyes anyways, mostly unnoticeable in his 2 games back. I like this, and this is what I put some stock into after the game when we were talking with Hutchinson about the pass rush, and he mentioned on his own accord that he felt like the coaching staff had taken the reins off the defensive line this week, and it was hard to know if it was just a throwaway comment or if he actually meant it. So when we round back and I asked him what does that mean? Yeah. He said something that felt like it might be sustainable. He was like, we just decided this week to rush with a mentality that basically every play was going to be a pass. Like, even if it might be a run, get off the ball like you're playing the pass. And I do think that helped them. I know Hutch was shut out again in the sack column, but he was more noticeable to me than the week prior. And I hesitate to even bring up quarterback pressures now because it's become such a charged, divisive conversation. But 9 pressures do indicate that you're causing some havoc. So I thought the fact that they may have changed the way they're rushing, the way they're approaching rushes, is something they can continue to do moving forward. And even if that means you sacrifice a little bit of the run defense, to me that's worthwhile. The way Hutchinson described it gave me the idea that this might be the way they approach the rest of the season. He was honest, like, we've been getting hit pretty hard on those like play action passes, 8-man protection, block it up. And, we just wanted to transition more quickly from defending the run to rushing the passer. And so maybe there's something to be found there.
Yeah, that comment from Hutchinson, I feel like it deserves more attention because it's like a huge philosophical shift. Because every time we hear Dan talk about the pass rush, he's like, we're always kind of going in with that run first mentality, and where we need to improve is that transition from run to pass when it is a pass. If they're going in pass first now, that is like a complete change. Like, I understand schematic changes, I understand personnel changes. I did not think this regime had it in them to be like, what, the run game doesn't matter that much defensively.
Yeah. I wonder if they have grown so confident now in Jack Campbell as a run defender and in the big boys they have in the middle against the run, that they're a little more willing to sacrifice there schematically, because they know, like, all right, if we're gonna rush the passer all out and they do run the ball, we trust Jack Campbell to come downhill and put out a fire, or we trust if DJ Reader or Tyleek is out there to get off and win their block and compensate for whatever we might have lost in trying to set the edge. So I think Jack Campbell's emergence as like a top 3 off-ball middle linebacker in the NFL, and maybe the best run defending linebacker in the NFL, is allowing this defense to rush the passer maybe more aggressively.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I hadn't even really considered that. We were talking about Jack Campbell earlier in the stretch, but yeah, the strong linebacker play, even some of your defensive backs playing a part in your run defense, although you're obviously going to be missing a big part of that in Brian Branch. But it's a really interesting idea, and we'll see if that was just a game plan specific thing or if that's how they're going to look down the stretch. But I do want to kind of look ahead and kind of get your thoughts on what the playoff outlook is. Are you on board now? Is this team making the playoffs despite the 50-50 odds? Probably have to go 3-1 down the stretch here.
Yeah, I think they do get in. I think 3-1 feels very doable after watching them beat the Cowboys pretty soundly on Thursday night. I don't necessarily love their odds against the Rams, but I have complete faith that they will win those final 3 games: Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Chicago. And I feel like we're colliding toward a Week 18 must-win game for both the Lions and the Bears, which will be absolute cinema at Soldier Field. Probably would be flexed to the Sunday night game, right? I mean, the final game of the season. If it's Dan Campbell versus Ben Johnson with a playoff spot on the line, like, get your popcorn ready. But it does feel like, maybe depending on how tomorrow's game go between Packers and the Bears, that we are veering toward a massive collision in Week 18.
Yeah, credit to the schedule makers. I don't know if they knew. I don't know if they got the script earlier or anything.
The script writers.
Exactly. But man, that is some storybook stuff, and it would be crazy. I keep forgetting who told me it. Maybe it was you. That would be the 3rd time in 4 years the Lions were featured on the last game of the regular season.
It wasn't me, but that's right. Damn,
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. It'll be like probably 2 degrees too in Chicago.
Right,
so
right.
We can have the Jared Goff, Kenny throwing the cold conversation all over again. He
Glove
loves
watch.
talking about. He loves talking about that.
He sure does. Ask him questions about playing in the cold, his glove, and throwing deep. Just if you can fit all 3 of those into one question.
Yeah, and his chemistry with J-Mo. Hey, by the way, how about that though? I thought the past 2 games, J-Mo has come to life in a way that this team has envisioned for a long time. Like, when they drafted him and they thought about what they wanted it to look like, I feel like the past 2 games is the example of that. This is like the vision coming to life. And Jared's best throw was probably that 3rd down crosser over out to JMO, where Miles Frazier did kind of lose his block, but he did just enough. And Jared had to hang in there with, I think it was Quentin Williams in his face. Yeah. And he lofted that pass in stride. JMO catches it, turns it upfield for 20 yards. Ever since Dan Campbell took over play calling, there has been a clear commitment to getting JMO the ball just in stride, intermediate routes, short routes, the kind of stuff that we've all been clamoring for 3 years. And it's turned into, the receiver they thought they drafted 12th overall.
Yeah, I mean, the big question when Sam Laporta went down was like, all right, who's going to step up? And you knew Amon-Ra was going to be part of that. You knew Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be part of it. But like, there was definitely this added pressure that JMO needs to be a reliable guy. And there was even the thought that he might have to be the number 1 guy on Thursday if Amon-Ra hadn't played. And either way, the chemistry there, the faith in him is there. And outside of the 4th down drop against the Packers, and the one game where he was shut out, I don't know, 4 weeks ago or whatever, like he's really brought it to the table.
Yeah, Jared was on the Amazon Prime set after the game, and I think he also said a version of this to the media, but it was noteworthy to me when he was like, JMO is becoming as reliable a receiver as I've ever had. Like, I know Jared sometimes talks in generalities, but to say that about JMO was meaningful to me. And he was like, I trust him in those big moments to make big plays. So, if there's a path to the playoffs for this team, I think it involves JMO having some more games like he's had recently.
All right. Before we let you go, Will, I want to ask all of our beat writers this because I want to share your guys' work. What is the favorite thing you've written so far this year?
It's a great question. Even just last week, I'm trying to think what I wrote. It all blends together.
The Hassanin piece was good, but I
thought that was fun.
Hassanin writes the piece himself, right?
Totally, dude. I went over there just to ask him how he was feeling, and 15 minutes later, I had a chance to ask a second question. Just wind it up and let it go. Yeah, he really does. He fills a notebook unlike any player in the NFL. I feel like I was especially proud of something I wrote recently, but now it's just I've lost it to time. I feel better about Al-Qadim Muhammad's performance on Thursday night because I wrote a pretty glowing feature about him like back in week 9 or 10, and then he just kind of disappeared and they stopped using him, and I was like, that's my bad. I'm sorry about that. What else did I write this week? There was another thing that I published recently that I feel like was a somewhat of an exclusive story, but yeah, it was so good that I can't even remember it.
Well, I always tell people that your work, it feels like doesn't get enough attention. I always try to bring attention to the stuff you do because I do respect you and the work you do, because you're also not just a Lions writer. You're one of the utility guys over there at 97.1 The Ticket, and I don't know how you do it, to be quite honest, because it feels like one sport is enough for me. You're also on Fox 2, the sports work a ton. And so I know your plate is always full, which means you even spending 15 minutes, 20 minutes with us today means a lot to me. So appreciate it, buddy.
Dude, any excuse to sit in my car and drink a beer is one that I'll happily take. My wife is putting little man down for nap time, and I was like, sorry, I got a call. I have to go drink a beer in the car. I simply have no other choice. No, dude, Jeremy, I would echo all those sentiments, and I sincerely appreciate you saying that. Your guys' audience is huge, and when I look around the NFL and even around the other 3 major sports leagues at SB Nation content, a lot of it is really good. I firmly believe that the stuff you guys put out is better than almost all of it and is as good as anyone's. It's thorough, it's thoughtful, and it's done with care. And there's a lot of sports media coverage these days that doesn't follow that formula, and you guys do a really good job with it. I'm not alone in saying I go to Pride of Detroit a lot just to educate myself on the granular details of the game that a lot of us either overlook or don't have time to get into ourselves. And on top of all that, just entertaining content nonstop. So, dude, I'm proud to call you a friend and a colleague. And this today, I mean, this is great work. Hey, did you find out who donated the $5,000 anonymously? Because it was me. It was not.
I do know who it was, but yeah, there was some behind the scenes.
It was not anonymous for a reason. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But I mean, dude, what a great credit to the work you guys have done that someone is willing to endorse it with that much money. So just a huge credit to you guys, and it was a pleasure being on here.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it, buddy. We'll see you next year for sure.
If the piece comes to mind, I'll text you.
Yeah,
you can ping
text
it
me
later.
and I'll send it out to our viewers for sure.
Love it.
All right, buddy.
All right, Jeremy. Good talking to you guys.
You too, buddy.
All right, you guys too. See ya.
Bye. All right. Is this the right one?
Sorry, it got super loud here, so I just figured I needed to mute myself.
Okay. Tim's already in the waiting room, which means, sorry, chat, I'm gonna change my background. Like we're just gonna have to. Like me with something written on my forehead is already enough. Not like and chat, I know there's also a couple big donations that came in. I promise we're gonna get all to that. I'm sorry that like everything is just on top of each other. But I want to make sure we have enough time for our guests who are donating their time. We'll get to all that sort of stuff as well. And I know I'm behind. But keep them coming. We're only $85 away from another spin on the Wheel of Pain. We
will slow down at some point.
And $85 away from. Let's see if I can remember what the $25,000 reward was. I don't remember. My brain's not working right now. But either way, keep the donations coming. I promise I will get to them and give you guys the proper recognition for your donations. And if you want to donate another $100,
pizza's $25,000.
That's right. Great. Okay, let's bring in Tim because he was on time, and I appreciate that. He's early. He's very much taking what I would consider the Dan Campbell approach is if you're not 3 minutes early, you're late. So let's bring him. Well, let me change to this. No, this one. Isn't Will great though, man? Like he's entertaining, he's thoughtful. He's a hidden gem in the Lions beat.
Yeah, he gets hidden because he writes on a radio station site. You know what I mean? So like it's easy to overlook. Hey Tim.
What's up, Tim?
Hey guys.
How's it going, buddy?
What is on your forehead?
Great question. Mel Gray, the name Mel Gray, because every $25 donation that we get comes with the ability to write something on my face. And they chose what Ty Schulter's favorite line of all time was. So I had to ask him, and he said Mel Gray, which is an interesting answer. So how's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
It also explains the shirt and the hat and all that stuff. But anyways.
Gotcha. You guys doing all right? You're a ways into this now.
Yeah. I mean, what is this? 6 hours in? So that is 10 hours left.
Wow.
Not quite halfway point.
Okay.
But we're getting there. How are you enjoying what I hope to be at least a weekend off, maybe?
Yeah, it is.
That's great.
It's nice. Yeah, it's the second. You get the bye obviously, and then we get this little mini bye, so it's nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get with some guys tonight. We're gonna play poker, so I'm gonna enjoy myself on a Saturday. So yeah.
That's beautiful. Let's talk about your Thursday night, our collective Thursday night, and everything that happened in that big Cowboys game. I know you had a funny moment in the game because I joined your podcast this week, and you're like, one guy I'd really like to see is Derek Barnes step up. And as soon as he had that interception, you ran over to me like, what'd I tell you?
It's been crazy, because I had Tesla on a couple weeks, or I had Harper on a couple weeks ago, right before he had the interception. Mm-hmm. And then I had Tesla on. He has, the touchdown catch. And then we talk about, Derek, he's got the intercept. So whatever subjects I think I talk about or guests that I have on, Roy Lopez was on this week. He had a pretty good game. So there's this thing going on with the pod now that you join the 20 in the Huddle podcast and something good is going to happen to you the following week. So
okay. Well, I'm excited to see what happens to me next week, I guess.
Hey, and I've got to tell you guys the timing of this. So you guys have Dr. Salami on after me. So the
Yeah.
smartest guy, the professor of urology, oncologist at the UM Medical School, is on me afterwards. So I have to preview into the smartest guy you guys are going to have on the entire podcast. Something seems like a conspiracy here with this timing.
No doubt, no doubt. But tell me like your overall thoughts on the game, and I guess like the bigger picture of what it means for the season, because you know there was negative vibes outside the building all week, right? It's not just losing on Thanksgiving. It's the ups and downs of the Frank Ragnow stuff. It's Kirby dealing with everything he is. Felt like a lot of people were kind of giving up on the season again, all outside of the building. Do you feel like with the win and maybe kind of convincingly so, that this team is suddenly like right back in that Super Bowl contender conversation?
Like you said, that was never thought outside the building. Those guys know what they have, and they have confidence in themselves. They just had to put a game together. They had to put all three phases together. And I think that's the more important thing from Thursday, is that their defense had some big takeaways, and then the offense took advantage of it. Their special teams cover units were great. Tom Kennedy steps up and gives them great field position. When this team has all three phases operating together cohesively. And I asked Dan Campbell after the game, look, when you guys get this kind of performance from all three phases, are you guys hard to beat? He kind of smiled a little bit, and he didn't answer that part of the question, but I think he knows it. And I think everybody in that building knows that if they play complementary football, the roster's good enough to beat anybody on any given week. And so that was the thought within Allen Park throughout that week, was just, we've got to start playing complementary football again. We've got to play our brand of football. And so there was never a lack of confidence. It was just needing to know that they could put those kind of performances together. And now they've got to stack those performances. You guys know they haven't won back-to-back games since week 4 and week 5, Cincinnati and Cleveland. If you're going to be, a high-level NFC playoff team, you've got to go on some runs, and no better time than December here to not only to get yourself in, but you guys have been in those press conferences. You've seen Dan talk, and he says, look, we want to be playing our best football in December. Were they playing their best football in November? No. And so now they need to get to a point where they're playing their best football in December. They set themselves up for January, and then they can hit the ground running come the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have to win 3 or 4 games in a row to win a Super Bowl. So they definitely need to get in that rhythm of stacking good performances back to back at this point.
Yeah, and look, Dallas is a good win. They're a team that you were competing with. They were the number 9 seed. You were the number 8 seed. Dallas wins that game. They hop you, and now the road gets tough to the playoffs. Now you've probably got to win 4 straight. You've got to get some help. So you set yourself up where you still control your own destiny. And as a football team, that's what you want. You want to be playing meaningful games in December with the opportunity to take care of your own destiny. Now, can you win the division without a little bit of help and those kind of things? No, but you can get yourself into the playoffs by playing good football. And I don't think this Lions team cares where they have to play, who they have to play. They just want to get in the dance, and they know that they're a good enough football team once they get in that they can cause some damage.
No doubt. I hate to bring the conversation down, because I agree with everything you said, but like the latest news is the Brian Branch news, where there's a report out there that he tore his Achilles and is out for the rest of the year. How do you think the Lions respond to that? In terms of personnel, do they have to change up what they do schematically defensively because of losing such a big piece that's not just your starting safety? He's a guy that kind of transforms what you can do defensively.
No, it's a good point. And obviously it's a big loss just because what Brian Branch brings you. He can step down and cover a slot. You trust him to cover one-on-one a tight end. He can play in the box. He can play the deep part. He can do a lot of different things that allows you defensively to do a lot of different things with your other personnel. But look, the one thing I think Brad doesn't get enough credit for is what he's done in terms of building the depth in the secondary. I mean, we saw it all against Tampa, right? The Legion of Whom, and that was one of their best defensive performances of the year, with all 4 of their starters in the secondary out. And so look, Thomas Harper, I think, has stepped in and played pretty darn well for Kirby Joseph. Now we'll have to see what Kirby looks like moving forward. He was pretty dejected after that practice Monday, and then we didn't see him at practice Tuesday. That concerns me a little bit. We'll see where that knee is and what his status is moving forward. But I think just the most recent, look at what Avonte Maddox did on Thursday. stepping in there. Well, I think it was 8 tackles, a forced fumble, a pass defense. That's a guy that won a Super Bowl in Philly last year. He's played a lot of good football in this league. And so if you got Avonte Maddox back there and Thomas Harper, I think that still allows Kelvin Shepherd to play the same kind of defense that he wants. He trusts those guys. Avonte's got not at the level of Brian Branch, but a similar type of versatility where he can play the nickel and he can do some things. And he was really productive Thursday. And we talked about Thomas Harper earlier. He's been really good stepping in there. And if you get Kirby back, I think, then you're looking pretty good there. So obviously losing a Brian Branch is a big loss, but I think Brad has done a really nice job, creating some depth in the secondary. We've seen it with Rock Ya-Sin at cornerback as well. When they have to dip into those reserves in the secondary, those guys have stepped up. And so it's a big loss, but I think they've got some guys and some depth at that safety position where they can still continue to play the kind of defense that they want to play.
So you think even if it's Harper and Maddox, that there's still going to be heavy cover 1, cover 3, as opposed to like showing more cover 2 looks like a lot of the NFL is doing?
Yeah, I think so. I think Shep's got a style and they've got a way that they want to play football, and they haven't deviated it from it much. Now, they changed a few things up on Thursday in terms of the front
More
seven in some of their looks and played a little bit more zone like that. And I think that's based on the opponent, but I don't think they're going to just say, okay, we can't play this style of defense that we want to play because we don't have Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. I think they trust those guys back there. Now, they can mix some different things up and maybe not be 70% one, 30 the other. Maybe it's 60-40 or depending on the matchup. But I think you're going to still see all the kinds of coverages, styles of defense, and schemes that Shepherd wants to run because they trust those guys back there. And look, a guy like Thomas Harper, I mean, he's now played 6 games, started 6 games. So, it's not like you're just stepping in December and having guys play. Avonte Maddox has played this whole season too. So those guys are familiar with the scheme, what Shep wants. And I'd be surprised if we see wholesale differences defensively, guys, just because they lose Brian Branch.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we constantly hear from the coaches is like, there's a reason those guys are in the building, right? We trust those guys.
Right.
If we didn't trust them in the system that we're running, they wouldn't be here. And we've seen them dig into the reserves at other positions and do that sort of thing. Now, Brian is a special player, and it might require some changing here and there, but I also like that you brought up like the depth on this team, because that's not even like considering what happened in the preseason, right? Like you don't have a couple of your draft picks, right? You don't have why am I blanking on everyone's name? Probably
Ennis
Rakestraw, Dan Jackson, right? Like was probably going to be part of that safety conversation this year too. And so they're really like, they've lost 4, 5, 6 bodies there in the secondary, and it feels like they haven't really, I would say they haven't lost a beat. There are some issues there, like the big plays that we talked about earlier in the week, Tim. They need to clean some of that sort of stuff up. But in general, I thought the Lions have done pretty well, like with their personnel there in the secondary for sure.
Yeah. And when, like, you guys know, you've been covering this as long as I have, that when you play good defense, it's a marriage between the rush and the cover. So, okay, you're down some guys in the back end, right? You got some backup stepping in. Well, how do you guys help those guys out? How do you guys get the best play out of those guys on the back end? You do what you did Thursday. Yeah. You pressure the heck out of the quarterback. You get 5 sacks, and you make it uncomfortable there, and you decrease that time, whether it's zone or man, that they have to cover, and that's how you help those guys. That's how you help backups. That pass rush, and Jeremy, we talked about it earlier in the week, is that we've got to see down the stretch what we saw Thursday. Yep. It can't be the 4 games prior where they had 4 sacks in 4 games, 2.5 from the defensive line. Right. It's got to be more like Thursday, where they were after Dak Prescott. They sped his clock up. Dak Prescott, to me, and look, they made some plays in the past game, but he did not look comfortable for a lot of that evening. Whereas some of the guys, in those games prior, they got pretty comfortable in that pocket. So if Detroit can, better marry that rush and cover like we saw Thursday, and they can do that down the stretch in LA against Pittsburgh, Chicago, and Minnesota, then I think we're going to see, the kind of defensive performance that we saw Thursday, which I thought was really, really good. Holding a team like that. Now, look, people say, hey, they scored 30 points, but 5 of those were field goals. And a few of those weren't easy field goals either.
Right.
So, that's the best kicker in the game right now. And so, but, what they were on third down, what they were in the red zone, forcing them to kick field goals, and then you take advantage of it. That's what it's got to look like down the stretch. And I think if they do that, we won't be too concerned about kind of some of the pieces that they're going to be missing in their back end.
I do want to go. Actually, go ahead. Eric.
No, I was just going to say on the offensive side of the ball, we've seen them make little adjustments due to lost personnel. With Laporta, Luke goes away, less 12 personnel, more jumbo, more 11, right? And I think they've adapted to that well. But the one area that's kind of left lingering with some question marks is left guard, with Mahogany still being out, and then Aushika coming up injured midweek. What's your take on how that left guard played out last week, and what do you think happens there moving forward?
Yeah, I thought it was a tough start for Cologne,
Yes.
in the first quarter, real tough start. And I think that prompted I think Detroit wanted to get Miles Frazier, their 5th-round draft pick out of LSU, into the game. I don't think going in they expected him to play as much because I think they went to him probably a little bit earlier than they wanted to. But look, credit that kid, other than a couple false starts, which I'm sure he was pretty nervous. You get your first NFL game, Thursday night lights in Detroit in a game you have to win against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nerves were probably a little bit high, but I thought he did some good things watching back the tape. And look, I will say this about Tristan. I thought he played better later in the game. Had a really key block on the Gibbs 13-yard touchdown, and settled in. So I think it'll be interesting moving forward. I think the encouraging thing that we saw, and you guys were at practice this week too, is Christian Mahogany working off of the side.
Yep.
And he has said that he is expected back at some point, this season. I think Dan said early in the year we were targeting sometime in December, late December. Well, that's inching close. And the fact that he's out at practice, he's not in practice, but he's working off to the side, that's usually a pretty good indication that you're getting close to coming back. And now look, they usually, bring a guy back to practice, don't play him the next game, kind of let him get his feet under him, but you're running out of time, and so maybe that time frame speeds up with Christian a little bit once you get him back to practice. I personally would not be shocked if he was in sooner rather than later, if they feel the leg's stable enough and he doesn't put himself in danger. So I think at left guard, I think until Christian gets back, I think you might still see this rotation between Cologne and Miles Frazier. I think they want to continue to work the rookie in, but I think Christian Mahogany's coming sooner rather than later, and that's great news because you can plug him back into left guard. I thought he was playing pretty darn good before the injury, and so I'm not as worried about left guard as maybe I was a couple weeks ago, just knowing that Christian's back and knowing that Miles can step in and look, he's going to play better next week than he did this week. He's going to play better in 2 weeks than he did. He's just going to get better and better the more reps he gets. So, I'm not as worried about it. I think they're in an all right spot there at left guard.
Yeah, one interesting thing to keep in mind too is that 3 of the last 4 are on the road, and so that issue of communication could come up again, especially with a young guy like Miles Frazier, who has limited snaps. But if you're able to get Christian Mahogany back in there for maybe both the Vikings and the Bears game to close out the regular season, that could be huge. I don't know if I want to push your feet to the fire too much, but I am curious as to playoffs. Are they going to make it?
I think so. Yeah, I think they get in. Look, I credit Ben Johnson for what he has done in Chicago, right? Offensively, what they did in Philly, nearly running for 300 yards. They're top 8 in total offense. They're top 8 in scoring offense. But then you flip the other side of the football and you look at the defensive side of the football for the Bears, and it's the complete opposite. And they're bottom 5 in the league in total defense. They're bottom 5 in scoring defense. Now, look, they have taken the ball away, and that I think has allowed them to win some of these close games down the stretch. And you've always got to be cautious about that going in there in January and playing on the road. You got to take care of the football. But defensively, once it gets cold outside. And you know, what do we always say? If you can run the football and you play good defense, that carries anywhere on the road, down the stretch, and in the playoffs. And it's a team right now, yes, they can run the football. But defensively, I just think they give up too many big plays. They're not as stout against the run. And so, you know, I think that's a team that is going to come back a little bit. They've got 2 against Green Bay, 1 on Sunday. They've got to go to San Francisco before they play Detroit week 18. So I see Chicago maybe coming back a little bit, and then that's going to be the opportunity there for Detroit to get in. But I think they win at least 3 more of these games. You know, LA is going to be a tough one on the road against Stafford and company, how well they're playing right now, even though they're coming off a loss. But I think they find a way, Jeremy and Eric, to win 3 of these last 4 and get themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, that should be enough. If you win 3 out of 4, generally speaking, as long, you know, if the one loss is to the Bears, then it gets a little bit more hairy, but 3 out of 4 should be enough here. Before we let you go here, Tim, is there a piece either that you've written or produced or interview that you're particularly proud of that you think is some of the best stuff you've done this year?
Ooh, wow. That's a great question.
Yeah. I've been trying to ask everyone to spread the love and you know, in case anyone misses something to share it.
Oh boy, what jumps out at me? You know, one of the things that I personally, you know, this whole thing right here was meant to be written. This was not meant to be on camera. You know, you got to face for newspapers. That was the whole thing when I was at the Detroit News. I realized that very quickly.
Yeah.
But I will say, you know, I've enjoyed doing the 20 in the Huddle podcast every week. You were a guest last week, Jeremy, and it's kind of out of my comfort zone a little bit doing that. I'm a sports writer, right? I'm the old school kind of guy. When I sent you the questions for the podcast, what did I send? I sent you a written down notebook and pencil and a picture. You know, that I'm old school like that. But the stuff I've done with the 20 in the Huddle podcast, you know, I love having some of those guests on, digging into some stuff outside of football, kind of some of the interests and some of the things that make these guys tick, some of the things that happen in the meetings and behind the scenes that you know can let people know a little bit. So I would just say, you know, every week kind of digging in a little bit deeper with some of these players, letting people know who they are. Out of my comfort zone a little bit. I'm not a great interviewer, so I'm working on that. But that's kind of just the production of that, and Barrett does a great job with the Lions producing that and setting up all the you know, video and the graphics and everything else. I think every week I really love doing those 20 in the Huddle podcasts and just kind of giving people an inside glimpse of what goes on in Allen Park, what makes players tick. And then I always have an opposing beat writer to kind of break down the news out of Dallas, what to expect injury wise. So I'd say every week I just love doing those 20 in the Huddle podcasts, and we got 4 more and hopefully beyond that in January.
There's one episode that came to mind while you were answering that stuck out to me, and I think it was right after the 2025 draft when you interviewed Brian Hudspeth, because he gave some really interesting answers about like the transfer portal and NIL and how that has affected the draft. And I love it when someone deep within the organization that doesn't get a lot of face time gives you their perspective on how things are run within the organization, because it's one of those, like, it almost feels like sometimes the Lions just don't want to put those guys out there because their front office gets poached so often these days. But you can tell like the smarts of those guys. And so I really appreciated that interview, and I thought you did.
Yeah, I like the one with Ben Johnson too, when he decided to come back the year, you know, before his last year. He jumped on the podcast and kind of explained his thoughts and why he wanted to run it back. And so I agree with you. I do like when I get those coaches and front office guys on there, and we get to dive in a little bit about them. In the offseason, I always try to do some assistant coaches that don't get as much play. I've had Calvin Shepard on a bunch of times when he was a linebacker coach, and then you see them a couple years ago and kind of what they develop into. Now he's the defensive coordinator and probably going to get some interviews for a head coach. So I love giving those guys a platform when they're first just kind of starting out, let people get to know who they are, and I've enjoyed that part of it, certainly.
Well, Tim, appreciate you making some time on your weekend off, your rare middle of the season weekend off. That's not a bye week technically. So thanks for sharing 20 minutes of your time. Appreciate all the work that you guys do over there and the awesome production team, and obviously the written work as well.
No, thank you guys for doing this. It's a great cause, and now you guys get the intellect of Dr. Salami on next. So you guys should enjoy that. Hopefully I've warmed them up a little bit, but it's a great cause. Good job by you guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Now go off and play some poker, have some beers, and
yeah, I'm gonna get with the guys on a
That's
Saturday night that I typically don't get a chance to do. So yeah, it should be fun. Enjoy this, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, guys.
All right, see you later. Yeah, let's see here. All right, we got 10 minutes until Dr. Salami comes in here, so I think this is a good time as any to try to catch up on some alerts.
I'm gonna grab some food while you're.
Okay, perfect. Let me see how far I have to scroll back. 10 bits from Captain James Kirk says, I think you need to slide your camera shut. So yeah, that was a BB Rexa thing. Lauren, 2 hours ago. That's how far behind we are. Lauren, hopefully you're still around. Thank you for the $40 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. 80 Jerome, thank you for the 12 months subscribed on Twitch. McSpearmint, $75. We already talked about that. He wanted the beep, beep, boop, boop on his forehead. We'll see if we can get that. Key Schmidt, $5 super chat on YouTube says, RBs matter, but it's situational. If you rank running back and O-line on a scale 1 to 5, they combine exponentially. The OL is the base. The RB is the exponent. Oh, I like that. Math take. A $25 anonymous donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate that. Mookie, if you're still around, thank you for the $75. Says Lions 44, Cowboys 30, plus 1 Lions win over the Rams next week equals $75. The maths. Good job. 30 or 44 plus 30 plus 1. I like it. As much as I don't want to help out the Seahawks, I absolutely want to win that game, so worth it. Anonymous, a $50 donation as well dropped there. $250 donation from Stephen Ricard. Says love the Pride of Detroit community and love Pride of Detroit and the POD community. Appreciate the very generous gift there. Tobias, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And Damian Smith, a £5 super chat, says, will Scotty Montgomery be considered for calling plays? Campbell says he's a head coach material, but will he get a look as a positional coach? It's a good question, and I am very curious because my inclination is actually different than the 3 beat writers who we've asked the question to about the future of play calling here, which is I think Dan likes being part of everything. I think he likes being the oversight of everything, not necessarily involved like I think it was that Justin said, like he's a very good delegator and trusting his guys to do what they do. But I also think there's probably part of him that eats at him that he can't be more involved in the defense, even if it's just like overseeing it and listening to the conversations and focusing on that side of the ball. So I am a little bit surprised, intrigued of what they do with that play calling position. I feel like maybe it would make sense to bring in another body, but the question is, like, what do you do then with John Morton? Do you try to demote him? Do you have co-offensive coordinators next year? I don't know. I think it's just an interesting conversation to have, and I mean, maybe Scotty Montgomery is that conversation. Maybe you don't have to change around the titles of anything. I mean, he's already your assistant head coach, right? And so to have your assistant head coach calling plays, maybe that's as smooth a transition as you can go. It's a fascinating, I don't even want to call it a conundrum, but like decision that's waiting for this team in the offseason. Another anonymous $50 donation came in, which gets us now in striking distance, $35 away, less than $35, $34.40 away from 24,000, which would bump. We're already down to 4 regular spins on the Wheel of Pain left and 1 extreme. We have not done the extreme Wheel of Pain spin yet to those who asked. But I'm going to preemptively bump it up to 5 regular spins on the Wheel of Pain, just so I'm prepared. AC Deal, thank you for the 6 months subscribed on Twitch. Says Tom Kennedy, a hero to small white guys everywhere. Hey, I'm part of that club. This is also, oh man, do we have enough time to do a giveaway? I kind of want to give away another shirt. Twitch, you want to let's do a shirt giveaway real quick while we're filling some time here. Let me get to Nightbot. So if you're on YouTube right now and you want to be part of this giveaway, we're giving away a special Movember shirt made to us by Lion's Blood in our Twitch chat. Giveaway keyword. Yes. What do we want? We're gonna have to do a lot of giveaways. I'm realizing we've been putting aside all the giveaways. So like these last 10 hours are gonna be a lot of giveaways. Just type the word, if you're on Twitch, just type the word charity. Just type the word charity in chat. That's all I'm asking. And you'll get entered. $20 from Big Aries. Says kicking in $1 per. Yeah, I am kicking in $1. Yeah, I am post-thyroid cancer. Wow, dang. Big Aries, thank you for the $20 donation. That should get us over. I don't know why I didn't update the title, but let's give away another shirt. I'll put this on screen so you guys can see your names in there. Again, this is a Twitch giveaway, so if you're on YouTube, you're not eligible. Just jump over to Twitch. We've been rotating between Twitch and YouTube, so we'll do another giveaway on YouTube down the line here. But in case you haven't seen the shirts yet, really awesome design here. I think it's awesome. Like, I'm jealous. And everyone thank Lion's Blood for not only making the shirts, but donating them. Not only making the design, but getting them produced and sending them over my way. Got 44 entries here. I'll give you until 2:29, so you guys got 2 minutes before we get in there, and I want to make sure I don't miss Dr. Salami in the chat here. Ooh, I feel like I'm starting to hit a wall, chat. Thankfully, not thankfully, but we have gone through the majority of our guests, and so I know Morgan's going to want to jump on here in a minute. He can help carry the load a little bit. Just to give you a kind of recap of what we have coming up, Dr. Salami is at 2:30. Ryan Walsh, one of our buddies over on Grand Rapids Radio, is at 3:30. Then we got Lomas Brown and Herman Moore back-to-back from 4:30 to 5. And then we have a pretty big gap until 8 p.m. Dan Miller, 9 p.m. David Burkett. So that'll kind of be what it looks like here for the next few hours. Oh, I am Sam. Must have gotten caught in the mail. You guys got one more minute. Right now you got a 2% chance to win because there's only 49 entries over on Twitch. And I see Dr. Salami is waiting for us, so let's make sure we get this done pretty quickly. Up to 50. I'll give you guys 30 seconds. Well, I guess I promised till 2:29, so we'll wait until my clock turns to 2:29. You're in there, Drafty Fish. 52 entries. Okay, almost there. All right, 2:29 on my clock. You guys can't see it, but it says 2:29. All right, let's fire it up. Some last minute. All right. The winner of the next shirt is RGA. RGA, who just reminded me not to forget about his stickers. RGA, can I whisper you from here? Wait, do that. Whisper. Where'd the whisper thing go? RGA, I'm going to send you a DM and send me your size. First, send me your size, and then we'll get together on address and things of that nature. Why can't I find whisper? Dang it. Can you whisper me, RGA? Just whisper me. Yeah, and we'll get to it. Carlos, thank you for a $100 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. There you are. Appreciate that. All right, Dr. Salami was still waiting, I believe, so let's get him in here. Are you here, Eric? Can you hear me? Yeah, you're good?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bring in Dr. Salami here right now. Appreciate him waiting. And then... Hello, Dr. Salami. Thanks for joining us, man.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you making your time in what I assume to be a probably very busy schedule. Can you start by just kind of explaining your job and what you do?
Of course. Perhaps I can express appreciation, Jeremy, for the work that you do and for having me on the program today.
Sure.
And we appreciate the support that you continue to offer for the Rogel Cancer Center. So I'd like to express my appreciation on behalf of myself and Dr. Eric Ferron, our Cancer Center Director. So at the University of Michigan and the Rogel Cancer Center, I work as a urologic oncologist. I call myself a human plumber. I take care of patients, with prostate, and kidney cancer. And I also do research to figure out better ways of treating patients with these different cancers effectively.
Wow. Okay. So you're both involved in the treatment and the research side. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Yes.
Wow. Can you tell me, like, just because from the outside looking in, it seems very unique that one facility does both of those things. There are a lot of great cancer facilities out there, but they tend to have one focus on one focus on the other. What is that? What makes the Rogel Cancer Center pretty unique?
Absolutely. We believe that the way to win the battle against cancer is through discovery. So we're always looking for innovative ways to detect cancer early, to identify the right treatment for the right patient, and also to educate the next generation of leaders in the field. We believe that it takes a team to really win the battle against cancer.
Wow, that's incredible. What was your journey like to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center? When did you become aware of them? When did you join the team? And what drew you there?
I joined the University of Michigan in 2015 as a fellow. So after doing urology residency in New York, Long Island Jewish Hospital in New York, I came to University of Michigan as a fellow in urologic oncology. My fellowship was for 2 years. And when I came to Michigan, I thought that I'm going to spend 2 years here and then I'm going to go to a place that is warmer for a warmer weather. But here we are, some 10 years later. I tell people that one of the reasons why I stayed at the University of Michigan is because of the people. The team is a great team of people with the common goal of providing the best care for patients. It might be cold in Michigan, but the people are warm. I've really enjoyed my time at the University of Michigan, and I enjoy the work that we do and what we do for our patients.
That's some of that Midwestern warmth can keep you comfortable this time of year.
Right.
I'm fascinated by the research side, and I know some of your findings are probably going to be a little bit over our head, but can you point to like something that like an accomplishment on that side of your job that has been transformative in the business?
In general, cancer is seen by people as a death sentence, or when they hear the word cancer, they think it's chemo, radiation. But cancer really can be treated, it can be cured if it is detected early. And part of my work is looking for innovative ways for detecting cancer early. I'll give you one example. One cancer that I treat is prostate cancer. And as I'm part of the team that have worked on a biomarker that is expressed in urine that you can really use to identify aggressive types of prostate cancer early. And in general, cancer doesn't kill unless it spreads. If you can detect it early and treat it, you can prevent the spread of the cancer. And that's one of the things that, motivates me every day, as I go to work, to continue to refine ways that we can detect cancer early. So at the University of Michigan, for example, we have a urine test called My Prostate Score that was, developed to help facilitate early detection and treatment.
It's fascinating. We had a cancer survivor that was actually treated to the University of Michigan Cancer Center. I think right around the time you joined, I think is actually when he said, I think it was right around 2015, and early detection saved his life. And now he's able to have a happy, big family. And I guess do you have advice when it comes to early detection on what people should do if there's any sort of inclination or any signs that might help in terms of symptoms or anything like that?
That's a great question because sometimes, especially men, we don't tend to go to the doctors early.
Yeah.
I think early detection is key, and I strongly generally encourage people to go to the doctors like once a year. Sometimes they may even tell you come every 2 years, and they can provide access to different tests for screening that a person might be eligible for. And certainly, if anyone has a strong family history of cancer, then that person ought to be aware of presenting for regular screening because there are some cancers that tend to occur in families or in clusters. And if a person is having any symptom that just doesn't make sense, go to the doctor. For prostate cancer, one of the cancers that I treat, in general, you would not feel any symptoms. Symptoms that men usually feel from the prostate, maybe having weak stream or difficulty urinating or having to urinate frequently. Those are usually from benign enlargement of the prostate. But even symptoms like that, a person should go to the doctor and get access, to screening and early detection.
That's great advice. It's like I'm getting closer to that age where it's like you probably should just get general checkups for those sort of things. I know do you know of like the specifics, I guess, in terms of, age related things to get certain tests done just so people are aware of when you should be getting these regular checkups outside of, standard physicals every year?
Yes. So I'll start with prostate cancer. That is the most common cancer diagnosed in men. In general, 1 out of every 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. In the United States, for example, about 200,000 cases of prostate cancer are diagnosed, annually. And so we typically recommend that a person begin screening for prostate cancer about the age of 45 to 50 ish. And if someone has a strong family history of prostate cancer or has some abnormality in their genes that might put them at risk for prostate cancer, some examples are BRCA gene that is associated with breast cancer in women. If anyone has, those genes or a person who is a Black man, they should begin screening about the age of 40 to 45.
Interesting. That's a lot of really good information on sorry, Eric, you want to jump in right there real quick?
No, I was going to say, like, I've been getting screened for half a decade at this point, and it sounds intimidating, and there's some trepidation even when I first started, but like it's really so much easier than what people I think make it out to be, and it's not doesn't tend to be a very difficult process. It tends to be more getting over some of your embarrassment, that some men have going into this, but it's really so beneficial if you just have to get out of your own way sometimes as men, right?
I cannot agree with you more, Eric. I think, sometimes people hesitate to go to the doctor because this is a personal space, right? And people don't want to be vulnerable, but it can make the difference between someone who is cured versus not cured, or someone who dies from the cancer versus not. And the other thing I like to highlight is the fact that we have even better tools now, better approaches for screening and early detection. Say prostate cancer, we've got tools like, MRI, we've got biomarkers or tests in urine and blood that can be used. I think one of the things that men run away from is the rectal exam, the digital rectal exam. They don't want, someone invading their own personal space. But even now, evidence suggests that it's not useful for screening. It's only, that exam is only useful if someone has a high PSA blood test that you're trying to further evaluate. And you don't necessarily have to have that done. So I would not run away from going to the doctor simply because of that. The doctors are there to support. We recognize that things like this can make people vulnerable. We're here to support, our patients to get them through.
Well, speaking of supporting the patient, I think I'd like to kind of dive a little bit more into the center in terms of treatment and just what the facility is like inside. I haven't had the opportunity yet to go check out the facility myself, but when we talked to the cancer survivor Kyle, he spoke just glowingly of, the energy there, how everyone seemed bright and cheery. Can you kind of give just kind of an overall viewpoint of what it's like on that side of the business and what makes them special about it?
Yes, absolutely. When I think about the Rogel Cancer Center, I think about the people, the nurses, the doctors, the researchers, the physical therapists, the psychologists that are providing care for our patients. The goal is to provide a comprehensive care for our patients, to really take care of every single aspect of a patient's life. When they come in through the door, this is like the most vulnerable part of their lives.
Yeah.
And we have a very big team that work together in a complementary way to make sure that our patients are well supported and comforted throughout the entire journey. We provide access to cutting edge treatments like radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and surgery. And sometimes that's not what they need. Sometimes some patients don't even need to be treated. They have cancers that are not an aggressive type that we can determine, okay, let's just keep an eye on this for some time. And if it does begin to act in an aggressive way, then we provide treatment at that point. I still remember vividly a card that a patient sent to me. He said that when a patient hears the C word, cancer, it creates a lot of anxiety and fear. What if? What if? Am I going to die from this? But then he says that another word that is also a C word is comfort. And that was what he got when he walked through the door at Cancer Center. And that is something that our teams are always working on to see how can we make sure that our patients feel well supported and comforted throughout their journey.
That's beautiful. I love that. I love the comfort, the C word that you guys provide. I'm going to open the floor for some questions here. I've already seen some good questions here. And if you're not comfortable, you don't necessarily have the information to answer that question, please don't. But someone asked, how do at-home screening tests I see on TV compare to the effectiveness of a standard exam?
There are some at-home screening tests that might be an initial test for a particular, cancer. For example, might be a screening test for colon cancer, for example. But if one were to take that screening test, at-home screening test, and you then have to follow up with a doctor to make sure that you have a diagnostic test or even additional exam. For prostate cancer that I take care of, we don't have any at-home screening test just yet, but I do know a number of people that are working on that. I think at the end of the day, you still need an educated information from your doctor. So I would not just rely on a test result that you obtain at home. I will strongly recommend having conversations with your doctor.
Are there resources, people that either might suspect or maybe have already gotten a diagnosis, ways to contact the Rogel Cancer Center or anyone within the facility to get the proper treatment that they're looking for?
Yes, we have a tremendous amount of resources on our website at the Rogel Cancer Center. And one example is on our website, we have a link to the Wiser Prostate Center. And on the Wiser Prostate Center for prostate cancer, for example, there's an AI algorithm that you can actually interact and have questions answered. We have resources and videos that you can watch in preparation, for a visit to the doctor. These resources can also direct you on where, to make appointment. And of course, we've got contact information on phone numbers, to call to make appointments when necessary.
Great. Anything left from you, Eric, before we close out really quick here?
No, I think that was very informative.
Well, Dr. Salami, I guess, if there was one piece of advice maybe that you could give our listeners before we let you go about either detection or treatment or anything that your job is involved with, how would you leave our audience with that?
My one message is that early detection is key.
Yeah.
I mentioned this earlier that cancer in general does not harm or kill if you detect it early. Cancers that have spread are the ones that tend to harm a patient. So early detection is key. I think visiting with your primary care doctors to get access to various screening can make the difference between life and death.
Great. There's one more question we got from our live audience that I think is important to ask. So if I can have one more second of your time here. The question is, if someone has a parent that has had cancer multiple times, are there questions that you would recommend a person ask their doctor?
Yes, I think when someone has had multiple cancers or even clusters of cancers within the same family, I would recommend that the patient ask their doctor if getting genetic testing might be useful. There are genetic tests, sometimes it's just a blood test or just a swab in the cheek that can inform whether there are abnormalities in a person's gene that could even be passed on from one generation to the next generation. So I think a patient like that should ask their doctor if they will be a candidate for that test because it may provide additional information that will inform screening for other cancers or even inform screening for cancers in other members of the family. That's a great question.
That's a great, very helpful answer. Dr. Salami, I hope one day to meet you in person. I really want to swing by the facility and see all the amazing things that I've heard about it myself. And really do appreciate you making some time on a Saturday to talk with us.
Thank you, Jeremy, for having me.
Of course. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh man, that was some very awesome, powerful stuff. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for those of you that asked questions. I hope you got the information that you're looking for. And if there's anything I think we've learned from Dr. Salami and Kyle's, it's preventative, right? It's if you feel anything wrong, don't be afraid of the doctor. Waiting is only going to make things worse for you. Sorry, I'm dropping things. Man, powerful stuff. And thanks to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center, my contacts there. I know you guys have helped in setting up some of those interviews. Dr. Salami was great. Really appreciate you letting me get to spend some time with him and ask him some important questions. So that's just kind of a general overlook on what your money will be going to if you do have time and resources to donate today. Look who it is, though. Morgan, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while for some reason. I feel like it's been a month or two here.
Yeah, man. I feel like it's been several months. That's how time is moving for me right now. So,
in fact, I know the exact last time I saw you it was the Michigan State game, which also feels months ago, even though it was probably 1 month ago, literally.
Yep, it does. Yeah, that feels like a while ago. Shout out to my wife because I fell asleep sitting up.
He sure did. I mean, I think we were all exhausted. I don't remember why, but it felt like that was a low energy day. And I think part of it is just like that game sucked. That game was boring. But
it was boring. But at least I'm glad you and Sarah were awake. Eric, what have you? I know you were. I saw you said you were sick.
Buddy.
What did you have?
Oh yeah,
I'm sick right now.
Anti-Schlitt virus.
Oh snap! It was beating you up.
Dude, it hit me on Sunday night, and then I woke up Monday to help get my kids to school, and I fell asleep in between getting the middle schoolers to school and then trying to get the elementary kid there. And then when she came home, I had to set my alarm so that I could go get the middle schoolers because I kept fading, and I was like, something's going on. I slept 40 out of the next 48 hours after that. And then I was telling the guys, I haven't eaten a full meal since like
it was making you nauseous and stuff.
It was everything.
Oh,
I was asleep. My energy was low. Like I got a little bit back on Wednesday and then a little bit more. And then I'm like, oh my God. But today I'm feeling almost normal. I'm still feeling really tired, but like at the same point, I just have to sit in a chair and apparently write stuff on my head or get my wife to. And,
I was gonna say, I know you didn't write that.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is an easy day overall, just having to sit here.
Right.
But Mike, this is over 5 days, like that. It's just been killing me. Like I did nothing, I feel like, on the site this week. And I know that my name was on a handful of articles that I tried to write and Jeremy ended up helping me with, but helping me close out. But like, this was awful.
You know, I knew you were sick when I didn't see you at the game. When you weren't, on the video, when you were at home.
I missed the game.
What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Awful.
I was going to say, the surprising thing that we learned this week is that the Lions apparently don't need Eric's keys to victory to win. I think we were all under the assumption that Eric's Honolulu blueprint was the reason why the Lions have been so good over the past 3 years. But we didn't have one this week, and the Lions went out and won without him.
Look at that.
Yeah. I guess I've been put in my place.
See, you had it way worse. I just have a man cold. Well, I mean, it's a pretty bad, like my nose and my head and everything, but yeah,
dude,
I didn't have all that.
The thing I feel the worst about at this point now is all of the stress that I've put on everyone else around me. Like I didn't get half my work done this week. I didn't do any of my podcasts this week. I stick around for the post-game show just on adrenaline only. Mm-hmm. And then, like, my God, Laura was actually sick too. And she had to fight through a cold while I was unavailable, which, like, she deserves a lot of honors for what she did this week, man.
Shout out to the wives, man. Yeah, Sarah's bearing most of the, we have a sick, she's 5 months old, and I don't want to like be in her face, like obviously she's up to date on her vaccinations and stuff, but you also don't want to give her a nasty cold.
Let me tell you a quick story.
Yeah.
A quick story. Are you capable of telling a quick story?
When my oldest was 6 months old. When my oldest was 6 months old, I had a very similar cold where I could not get out of bed, except it lasted 4 days instead of just 2 where I couldn't get out of bed. And by day 4, Laura was like, I don't care that you are, I don't care that you don't want to go to the doctor. It's been 4 days. Laura, remember, this is like when you gotta wake up every night, right? Yeah. Multiple times to feed the kid, and like, oh my gosh. So after 4 days, she's convinced me now I have to go to the doctor. So we go to urgent care, and urgent care says, you probably were sick, probably had the flu. You're dehydrated. Drink some Gatorade and you'll be all right. So now she's pissed because now she thinks I've just been faking it for like 5 days, not wanting to do all the stuff. And she's like, oh, you just dehydrated, right? And I'm still sick the next day. Day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9. And then finally she's like, we have to take you like to the emergency room. Like, it's just, you can't be sick for a week or whatever it was at the time. And so we go to the emergency room, and they're like, why in the world have you not come in? Like, you're in really bad shape. And I was like, oh, well, we went to urgent care and they told me to drink some Gatorade. And they're like, you have full blown pneumonia. They're like, you are like, you don't need just fluids. You need like antibiotics, and you need this. Like, I damaged like my lungs. Like,
I bet, bro, you probably coughing so hard.
Oh, it was terrible. But like for 10 days, I did nothing. When Laura had a between 5 and 6 month old kid, oh Talk about her having to like pull the weight of the world. I mean, she's working full time. She's got the kid. Like it was so much like going on. And like I just had, but I didn't go to the doctor. And then when I went, they told me I was just needed some Gatorade.
Some of them urgent cares aren't worth anything, man. Like that doesn't surprise me at all, though. So that's why I held off too. I wasn't going to be on the thing with Dr. Salami. I watched it, but I was like, "There's no way I can be on the screen with this man. That's just not right." So, respect. I had to let the Michigan men, be on at once.
That's right. He was a smart dude, man.
Wait, did he go to Michigan, or am I making assumptions?
No. I mean, the guy that we just said, he works there now.
Yeah. No, I looked him up and everything. I just, that's funny.
No, he was great. He had answers for everything, and I think it was really helpful information.
Trust me, I've thought about it. I'm like, I'm going to start because I don't want to. So I was listening to that whole thing.
Part of the reason I asked is like, I'm turning 40 next year. I'm turning 40 in
about
5
that
months
time
here. And it is.
Dude, the age for like prostate checks used to be 50. And then the year that I turned 45 was the year that they were like, yeah, everyone should start doing it at 45. And I was like, nah, we're good, right, Doc? We're good. We're fine. And he was like, no. He's like,
let's
no,
do
we're
it.
not. But my doctor does not F around. He does not care.
The best kind.
He's like, yeah, too bad. Go ahead. We're doing it. We're doing it. Checking it. Right. Here we go. And I was like, holy crap.
See,
it was funny how fun, like candid Dr. Salami was being about people not wanting to do that because, come on, man, it'll be all right. That's what I would tell people. Like, stop being weird. He's a doctor,
I need to find myself a good primary care physician.
Mine's cool, man. He's like Eric's doctor. He just doesn't. He shoots it straight.
Yeah.
Like I need to see him soon. He's gonna be like, buddy, we need to start working out again.
All right, I got some donations I want to get to here. We had a couple of really big ones, and they all matter, to be clear. If you're giving 5 or 1,000, like if the amount of people that follow us on Twitch and YouTube, like if everyone that followed us gave us $5, $10, we'd probably hit our marks in an hour or two. So I don't want to say when I say we got to get to a big donation, that's not because I'm not respecting or anything you could give, especially the time speaking they are, is very much appreciated. But we did get an $1,000 anonymous donation. Didn't come with a message, but thank you out there to whoever gave the $1,000 donation that pushed us over 25,000, which moves us to our next goal. We're going to now do the 30-inch pizza. Eventually, the next goal at 30,000 is we're going to play some video games with Graham Glasgow on stream somewhere in the future if we get there. Graham's always up for it, and in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if he's on Twitch right now playing, because he's always playing CS:GO. I've never played CS:GO, and I think that's going to be the game of choice, and I'm going to get my ass kicked, and he's probably going to yell at me because he's going to do all these call outs that I don't understand. But it should be a good time if we get there. It should be very, very fun. We had a $250 donation. You heard the Tony Romo alert. In fact, I'm going to play it again because it still tickles me every time we hear it. There it is. Drew Falcon with the 250 says, I think Tony Romo said it best when he said, please write that on your forehead. Okay. Okay. Is that a new one? I think that's a new one. No, that's the same one, right? I can't see. No, it's the same one. Okay. I don't know why it played a third time. I don't know, chat. I think we need a, how do I spell it? And do I have enough room on my forehead for that many vowels? I think it's...
That'd be hard to write, bro.
I think it starts with an O.
I feel like that's pretty debated. I don't know.
We're going to need a CSGO practice stream. I kind of want to go in cold, though.
What is the CSGO? I mean, it's a combat game?
Counter-Strike, yeah. It's like a 5 versus 5 battle, and it's like 1st to 12 or something.
Oh, yeah. I've watched a little bit of his stuff. Also, Jeremy, did you I never followed up with you. Are you auctioning things off and doing like raffles and stuff like that during this?
We're doing giveaways. So basically, like, I have a list of 22 things where just people. Oh, you giving that?
This one?
You want to give that up?
These are the ones that I told you I got. So I got that one. This one's even probably cooler in my opinion.
Oh,
Bang.
nice.
Unopened.
Yeah. That's actually one of the auction items too. So if you missed out on the auction, which I think is still, for that in particular, is still up for grabs. But if what are those ornaments?
Mm-hmm. So the last year's gift. So
dang,
little things if you guys want to do those.
Sure. We're gonna have to do giveaways like every half hour at some point because there's so many stuff to still give away. And everyone, just the way our charity drive is working, everyone is eligible. You don't have to donate to be eligible for these giveaways. We're just going to do random drawings on Twitch and YouTube. I'll be honest, most of them are probably going to be on Twitch because it's a little bit easier for me to get in touch with you. The guy who won on YouTube, I still haven't heard back from. But anyways, we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay, let me write on my forehead, and I think we're gonna write over whatever this was, and then I think we're back up to 6 Wheel of Pain spins and an Extreme Wheel of Pain spin. So we'll get to all of that. And while I start writing on my head, because I haven't talked ball with you in a little bit, Morgan, tell me about where you're feeling. What's your like overall state of the Lions feeling right now as they're 4 games away from the end of the regular season?
I feel like they're in a good spot to get where they need to be when the playoffs roll around. Like I said it, last year too, but you want to peak at the right time. And I think for the last couple of years, they've peaked a little too early. And then things kind of, dude, watching you do this is hilarious. I can't pay attention to it. But yeah, it's just I want them to get hot at the right time. Like if they can finish 3-1 over these next 4 games, or even 4-0, I don't think there's going to be many teams in the NFC that want to see the Lions, because that means things have started to click. And obviously losing BB sucks. Like that really took the wind out of my sails on top of being sick and everything. Yeah. But they have so many difference makers at this point, man. Like when y'all were talking, I was watching a little earlier when you guys were talking about the Jameer thing.
Yeah.
I don't really talk about players in like hyperbolic ways. Like I'm not, I'm like, okay, he's really good, but like, let's see some, like, I don't know. It takes for me a while to be like, yeah, this person's elite, like capital E. But yeah, Jameer, were y'all talking about him being the best player in football? Who's talking about that? Rich?
I think it was Rich Silva. Yeah.
I wouldn't argue that, because what he did, like Deron Bland's a pretty good player, man. I know he hasn't really lived up to that contract that he got from Dallas, but Jameer made him look dumb. Like he was, I don't know. Every time he gets the ball in his hands, it's pretty special.
Yeah. I think I've mentioned this on the podcast before, because, I feel like the Giants game was kind of like that breakout game where everyone saw it. He won NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Like it was just one of those marquee performances that everyone in the league took notice of. But when it was happening, I was so stressed out about the game itself that like I didn't have time to digest what was happening in front of me, because it was like, oh my God, we're about to lose to the Giants and our season's over. And then they go out and pull it off. But it took actually talking to Rich, who provided that perspective of like, that may have been one of the best individual performances I've ever seen on a football field. And like, it snapped me out of it for a second. I'm like, oh yeah, that was pretty good. Let me look at the stat. Oh my God, he had that. What? Like that. And then it was just like, oh yeah, he did that. And then he did that. And then he did that. I'm like, yeah, maybe sometimes I got to get out of my own emotions in the middle of the game and like just sit down and appreciate what I'm watching a little bit more and be a little bit more in the moment, because that was such an incredible game. And he's now followed it up with 2 really good performances. He wasn't outstanding on Thursday night, but like he also had like 2 of like the most eye-popping plays where he makes a guy break his ankles on the sideline, and then like he has one of those receptions where he immediately makes a guy miss and turns upfield for another 30. It's just like, that is such a special player that it almost feels like it's easy to lose sight of when there's so much else going on with this team right now, that you can you can overlook what a special player and weapon he can be for this team.
He's so special. And I know it's hilarious because I know what you mean about the Giants game. Like, I knew he had a big game, but we obviously cover the team, but we're fans first. You know what I mean? Like, it's in our blood or whatever. So I'm watching the game in that context. I'm like, God, our season's teetering on razor's edge right here. I really don't want to hear these conversations, but he just made play after play. And yeah, that check down that he had, the first person he barbecued was Kenneth Murray Jr., who's a really good athlete.
Yeah.
Who's a really good athlete. And he looked like, I'm going to say the acronym NAF. It was on Hard Knocks years ago. If you know what that means, you're a real one. And he made him look like a NAF, and that's, Jameer to me, like, I'm really picky with who I get jerseys of because I'm very selective. Yeah. I'm about to order me an away Jameer. And my man adopted that. Yeah, I wore white. I had my white BB on.
Dang.
Yeah, my dog. But yeah, and I just like Jameer as a person too. I think he's like low key pretty funny.
He can be.
Like when he's on the same, he has like a lot of wit and he has a lot of one-liners. But then him and his girl adopted this dog in Flint because like this girl that I knew through rescue runs a program out there. If you guys want to support that too, MPEP Outreach, it's in Flint. And they adopted that German Shepherd they have from one of those situations. So yeah, shout out Jameer, man. I love that guy.
That's MPEP, right? MPEP?
Yep. MPEP Outreach. Yeah, that's a good program they have out in Flint. So yeah, nice. I'm excited. I think if they go 3-1, if they get to 11 wins, I don't think there are going to be many NFC teams that want to see the Lions come January. That's how I'm feeling. Even with the end, everyone's, and you kind of look at it. Someone had that chart I got sent. The number of games missed.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard people reference it.
The Bears were 1, we were 2, but like really, there was like 6 or 7 teams off the top that were like in the 180 to 200 range. I'm like, so. Like last year was definitely an anomaly for the Lions with just defense specifically. Like it would have even been better to spread that out a little bit on offense and defense, to be honest. But I just think they can. It sucks not having Brian Branch, but my confidence really hasn't wavered, and I'm excited, man. I'm just and like you said, there's still so much football left. We still got 4 games left. Let's enjoy it.
It's crazy, and yeah, that's the ultimate key. And I know I shouldn't be thinking this way, but it's the way my brain works. Is like next week to me against the Rams is just like great if they do. Who cares if they don't? Like,
yep.
It feels like a low stakes game to me, even though it very much isn't a low stakes game. Like I understand it's definitely not a low stakes game, but I have so much more confidence in this team being able to go to Minnesota, beat the Steelers at home. That like, and I also want to be clear, like they're going to walk those teams. Yep. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, those are 2 good defensive teams, and defensive teams will give the Lions some troubles. All right. I'll let you get on your Aaron Rodgers rant in a minute.
I knew that was coming.
The most important game on the schedule is week 18. Like if the Lions just win those middle 2 games, their season is on the line in week 18. And that's all we could really ask for. Obviously, I think it'd be nice if we'd get to a year where we can just kind of like kick our feet up and be like, hey, week 18, there's nothing on the line because everything's already locked up. But that hasn't happened yet. Unfortunately, like even last year when they're 15-2, we're still sweating bullets in week 18 because that's just how the NFL works. They do. I mean, for all of the faults of the NFL, they do such a good job making almost every single game matter.
Dude,
especially for the teams like. It feels like there's less and less of those, hey, we already have the 2 seed locked up. There's nothing we can do in week 18. It feels like there's so few of those games. Whereas you look at every other sport, you look at college football where like there's all these championship games that don't even matter, conference championship games that don't matter because the team's already in or out of the playoffs. The NFL does such a good job of it. But anyways, the overall point being, if you beat the Rams, well then suddenly like maybe we're talking about bigger things than just making the playoffs. If they don't, then everything is still very much in front of them. They go 3-0 down the stretch, which is very, very possible. then they're almost certainly going to be in.
Yeah, it's just getting hit hot at the right time, man. I was talking to Between the Numbers Anthony about this, and
My
I want
guy.
Yeah, I do love talking ball with that man. He's brilliant.
He's smart.
Very
He's smart.
We were talking about it's interesting with the Rams though, because they run so much multi tight end personnel, like 2-3 tight ends, like 12 and 13.
Yeah.
I wonder, like that kind of plays into even without BB, because now, in my opinion, without BB, you're just going to put more of the onus like on your 3 like stud linebackers and be like, let's go. Like, you guys got to bear a little bit more of the burden. Stop, like, don't make us stack the box. Like, you guys, let's clean up some of the stuff on, against the run and go from there.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I look at it, just because that's an interesting matchup, unless they just surprise us and McVay goes back to like a bunch of 11 personnel, but I don't think he wants to do that.
Probably not.
Right.
Gosh,
What you eating, Eric?
I haven't put like any thought into the Rams game yet.
I just was thinking, well, me and Anthony posed that question to me, and I was like, damn, that's a really good point for real.
Yeah.
Laura bought a little Mediterranean chicken.
Oh, it looked like some yellow rice.
Little chicken and rice.
Very nice. I'm just glad you got your appetite.
Al's gonna jump in here for a little bit.
Just slowly.
At least that's pretty healthy too.
Right. Well, she takes, like I said, she's been very kind.
Always, huh, Laura?
Ken, thank you for the $25 donation. Says, I'm in for the rest of the night. Now, love this day and month. Jeremy, will you write your favorite retired non-Lions of all time on my forehead? Sure.
Favorite retired non-Lions?
Favorite retired non-Lions player. Let's go around
I was gonna ask you, Jeremy, who your favorite player was when you're in like your teens and 20s. Like, who put a glimmer in your eye?
I mean, teens, it was Barry. Like, for most of my life, I've been only Lions loyal. I've never had like a side team. I don't think it's ever really been the case. I'm like there are honestly very few Lions who I was just like, no, if he's not a Lion, he's an enemy. Like, I don't. How am I gonna like that guy? The first name that pops up though is Larry Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
And
good person.
That's an excellent answer.
Yeah. I'll never forget that playoff game against the Packers. The double, was it double Hail Mary? Or just one? No, this is just one. I think there was a
just one, but then he had the play
where
he like broke 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say where he ran through the whole defense and
Yeah. I mean, Larry Fitzgerald took over overtime of that game and won it for them, and I had never been like so rooting against the Packers when, I mean, those were the days when the Lions didn't have much going on. And so all we had as Lions fans were rooting against the Packers. And
I watched that game in a Green Bay Packers dorm room my freshman year at MSU.
Oh, wow.
And was very pro Cardinals for that game.
Were they getting mad at you?
That was a fun Cardinal. Yeah, of course. Yeah, there was some back and forth. I think we might have had to run out of the dorm not soon after for cannabis, but
calm people down. Man, I'm trying. That's a good question though. Mine would be Ed Reed. I love Ed Reed, man. Like I'm like Jeremy. I've only ever been a Lions fan, but I like the University of Miami kind of just because I like the U and those days. But yeah, I went to Eastern Michigan, man. So I don't really, don't have a horse in the college football race like y'all do. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You
and Max Mom's from the East Side.
Okay.
I think I really liked Javon Curse, Tony Gonzalez, and Alan Faneca. I also liked Steve Hutchinson, even though he was a Michigan guy. He was very fun for the Sean Alexander, Adrian Peterson Vikings.
Was Javon Curse nicknamed? That was the one, the freak.
Yeah. So I was like 9, 10, and I was learning football, and I'm like, I think he's my favorite.
That's fair. I love Julius Peppers too, in that same vein.
There you go.
But I did not like. I remember I was so happy when it was Stafford's second year. Remember when Julius Peppers planted him, and then the shoulder was. Yep, I was like, okay, there we go. That was sad.
Yeah, 2010 was also rough.
Dude, is this still the Roma thing? That you're writing?
Larry Fitzgerald. The top one is
the top one is Romo. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what.
And we still got some TK85 on my cheek.
Tom Kennedy
hours ago.
I hope they let him return kicks the rest of the time.
Yes.
I hope they do. Don't mess with that. Every time too, because like we sit, you guys know where our seats are in 2-4, like in the end zone.
Yeah.
And so like you really see the kickoffs open up, and every time I'm like, yo, like after the first one, I was like, he's about to get it to like the 45 every time because he was setting it up so well. And like y'all said, he's fearless. Like despite being a low man, he runs in there with hate in his heart. You got to, man. Like there's some big hits. Like it's not as dangerous as a play, but there's been some big hits, right? Like, don't you see that on tape, Al? Like when you watch.
Yeah. And Tom Kennedy's like, I feel like he anticipates contact well and deflecting off of it a little bit with his lax background. I was starting to wonder it on Thursday because I ended up going for work to that game, and we had like a corner end zone, and I was up top, and like the way he was setting some of those up, and I'm like, I feel like lacrosse was actually a good avenue for him to succeed in these high collision moments.
Yeah.
Good point.
God, I'm still a little heated of all like the bad calls on Thursday night. The one I don't remember if it was him or if it was Sailors who got hit on a kick or punt return, a kick return.
The guy that planted his face.
Yeah,
back
and then
into
like
the turf.
shoved him in his face all the way as he got up. I'm like, that is happening right in front of everybody being able to see it. How is it like that? If that doesn't receive a fine, I'm going to be pissed because
how loud was? Oh man! Yeah, how loud did y'all hear the refs you suck?
I was thinking the same thing.
You could hear it on TV.
Refs you suck.
You could hear it on TV.
It was like probably 90% of the crowd. I bet you.
You know, this is going to be a goal of mine. I want to interview the guy who runs who coordinates the TV producer, whatever, who coordinates the big screen, because they are all over any sort of missed calls. If there's a face mask that no one saw, they're going to throw that replay up and piss off the crowd because they get it up so quick. And
it's amazing.
They had like 3 replays of that guy getting shoved in the head. I don't think they showed one on the broadcast, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
But like we saw it 3 times, and they're just like, they're always on top of it.
Dude, the DPI, the one on like, come on, like I'm not really a complaint about the refs guy because I think it all evens out. I know that's going to piss people off in the chat, but that's how I feel about it. But dog, like those are pretty. It was that one. What it was that one, the shove. I was that happened right on the boundary in front of the line judge. I'm like,
Jack Campbell got them the ref crew behind the 8 ball to start it, and then it continued to build against them.
But then after the refs you suck, man, the crowd was turned for like a good
it was cool
2 series. It like almost worked against them. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was gonna say like the JMO pass interference that wasn't called. I still don't know what that looks like because I was still just focusing on the offsides that didn't get called on that play. I'm like,
he grabbed his jersey and like slowed him down. Like, it's pissing me off again.
It's just when that play happened, after it happened, like the offense was just staying on the field. They're like, okay, well, we got the automatic first down. We got the first down because it was like a 3rd and 4, right, or something, or maybe it was a 3rd and 9, and they just like, oh well, who cares? We got a 3rd and 4 now. But like they all just stood on the field, and then like it took them 4 or 5 seconds to realize there's no flag on the ground.
Dude, Goff was in like we had punted the ball and they had ran a play, and Goff was still talking to the refs. I was like, oh, Jared was mad because like we have that view right down the sideline and. Yeah, Jared was not pleased.
There was a TV timeout, I think, after the punt, or maybe it was
exactly
end of the quarter. And I was watching him like he is in Sean Hockley's ear, and the other referee was right there. And like Goff, I was pumped that Goff was letting him hear it. That was cool.
Because dude, fun part is the
whistles. Whistles kind of went away after that one.
No.
Oh yeah, you get bullied by 60,000 people, 65,000. I don't know how many were chanting. You're gonna. I think Chris Long said that a couple weeks ago. He's like, that crowd in Detroit, they bullied. It was that one where they switched the call, where they got the call in, and I forget who it was against.
Was it the late flag, the Amon Ra, the Amon Ra pass interference DPI in the end zone, the first one of the season?
Oh yes,
that flag was so late that like
bullied.
The one that Jeremy planted. That was
Sometimes bullying works, man. I'm a firm proponent of that. Here and there.
It does in football.
in the right situation.
But I thought like I think it's been interesting like the whole season how there's been like main character energy in between these games, whether it's ups or downs of like different lines either stepped up or that like sometimes the fan base is giving hell. Like this week it's weird that it's been like Miles Frazier and then Tom Kennedy. Like how cool for him that like he had one of the coolest moments of his life. And like I feel like so many times in August, Jeremy and Eric would tell us like, you know, he's kind of crushing it in 7-ons. Like he's really good at training camp, but does he provide special teams value? And I feel like you guys were always saying that from a gunner standpoint, you know, like can he
he doesn't
be
do
a
that
core
well.
member on kickoff or something, and that's why he doesn't have a role now. 7 years in, and he's he did time with the Patricia era, like he's finally getting a possible opportunity. Like he only had 4 career preseason kick returns. I saw. Like he had 6 returns last year or something like that. 4, but like, do you guys remember him ever like showing off in training camp or practice
Tom
as a
Kennedy
return
made us
man?
look. He made us look like the biggest bunch of liars ever. For 7 years, I've been talking shit about Tom Kennedy not being able to play special teams, and then he shows up and he's the greatest special teamer under the new rules that there ever like.
I was explaining exactly what you guys have been telling me for years to my brother-in-law in Thanksgiving before the game.
To be fair to us though, like whenever they're doing
He's never shown
kickoffs,
that.
like he's always 7th in line, right? Like he's
a nice guy.
If we have time, we'll kick one to Tom Kennedy.
You wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think he'd be that kind of player, but then like the new rules, it kind of makes sense.
Sure.
The only thing that I can use to justify us is having this opinion is that if they knew he was this good, he would have been in earlier than last week.
Years ago.
Right? That's the only thing that makes us not look absolutely
we would have
terrible.
never seen Grant Stewart touch a football.
How long have the new rules been around? That's how
Just
how
2
long
years.
ago. Okay,
Just
yeah, 2
2
years.
yeah, 2
we would have seen
yeah.
him do this 2 years ago then.
It's interesting that even like
should've.
Daryl or who was the special teams guy?
Does Fit not know what he's doing?
Who was special teams guy under Patricia? It was
Oh
I
god.
can't get not Corey.
Oh, the guy who got dismissed because he went rogue. The Ohio
Braden
State
Coombs.
coach.
Braden Coombs.
Yeah, Braden
Coombs.
Coombs.
Yeah, like the fact that he thank you. The fact that he didn't even record like it's multiple special team staffs that have never
Dude, I forgot about that when he went rogue.
Just wild. And it ended his coaching career. Like the dude doesn't coach anymore.
No, he's in the workforce. Last I seen. Yeah.
Another guy that did well on special teams, I think, was Sione Vaki.
Yeah,
he's been much maligned. With,
Did he?
Did
he left the game? I was wondering the same
did he
thing.
leave? Like he had those 2 tackles, and I was.
He did have good 2. Yeah, he had 2 good tackles, but he left in the second half at some point because he was down, and I saw it was a 3, and I did my quick little scan. I was like, dang, it's Vaki, bro.
But he was what it looked like, at least from my angle, was that he was messing with his thumb, which was the injury he already had. And I know, I don't know how much we want to. I'll leave it to Eric if he wants to talk anything specific about that because he's our resident Sione Vaki expert, and I want to.
He just did a Chris Collinsworth slide.
That was a very good slide, and I want to make sure that if something is off the record, it stays off the record. But, I think there's a chance it was a re-aggravation of that injury, and if that's the case, he might not miss any time. But
that club on that thing, man.
I have not talked to him, since the game. Like I don't have his number or anything like that. So like I don't know.
Someone in chat says he came back. I should be able to actually check that. Very
I can tell you.
on NFL
I can
Pro.
tell you, he had the exact same number of special teams reps as Sailors, which he usually does every week. So that tells me he probably didn't miss any time because I thought the same thing. I didn't know if he returned, but the numbers kind of pointed to him being okay.
He played two more snaps according to NFL Pro. He was injured 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter. He was in on a Cowboys kickoff and a Lions kickoff after that.
So when I talked to him, the thumb injury was not on the injury report. But he said it had been bothering him, but I think he was like trying to play through it, right? And I was like, I just asked him like, what are you doing to protect it? And he didn't really. He was like, my pride, like I felt, I mean, like he's a young, he's a young player. And so, yeah, so he showed up with the next week. He had the brace on it, but like it's going to take him, if it's probably going to be something that carries him through the end of the year. If it is as bad as he was thinking it might be. So, but he can still play through it. It's just, it's going to be something he has to like just play through in pain for another month. Right. And that's unfortunately.
If he does put those injury issues in the rearview mirror soon, and like he does become a special teams ace, Kasim, not Matthew Slater, but like a Kasim Osgood, a Brandon Ayandabadejo, like a Nate Ebner. Do you guys, and he never really has an offensive impact, do you guys think the fan base will eventually accept trade up for that?
Yeah, I think so.
Too much heat, I think, too much.
This team loves the specialist who does good, right? It also certainly helps to have Manu hanging out right there. That they
be the punching bag,
right?
Yeah.
Right, 100%.
Yeah, well, yes and no.
But then that brings it. Yeah, it like compounds the much alignment.
So in training camp, when I was talking to Baki, he was talking about Pro Bowl. Like, I think I have the potential to be a Pro Bowl special teamer, right? Like that's where he was. And then it was like the next day or a couple days later, that's when he injured his hamstring for the first time. And then that thing just lingered, and then that led to the groin, and then he just couldn't shake it. It was one injury to the next, and then the thumb was separate. And that's all that's left. So he seems to have really gotten the rest of his lower body cleared. And so now it's just a matter of, I can't use my right hand, beyond, like you look at like Dorsey's got a full club on his left hand,
saw that.
right? Like he doesn't want to go that route, but he's obviously limited with it, right? But I think he's a guy who has the potential to be a special teams Pro Bowler, and the city will love that. I also think he will have the opportunity to create a spot on offense under his rookie contract, even if it's just like third down back or something like that. Those are still in his future. Those are still things that I think can happen over the next 2 years. But as long as you're a guy who's running down the field with everything you have, and then you smack people, this city's going to love you, right? And when you get blocked by one guy and you tackle two like you did in Houston last year, like people are going to embrace you, right? Like, so everything he has about him it feeds right into the things that this city embraces. So yeah, I think there's the ceiling's so high. His injury bug has just caught him this year.
Couple things real quick. Someone wanted to see if NFL Pro had the shove to the head after the kick return. I just watched it. It does. We can watch it real quick if you want.
Will you get demonetized? Will that be an issue?
We probably will, and I don't care. This stream isn't about monetization.
I mean, isn't literally the whole thing what we're talking about for the? Oh, okay, never mind.
Nah, we're good. We'll go 7.5. But this is Sailors returning. It's just that shove at the end. It's just like, it's the literal definition of unnecessary roughness.
And taunting. Stepping
Yeah,
over
yeah,
him.
it does feel like a taunt too.
Because they've been calling that
forward.
the flexing over people, and
and you can see like
15. Look at a 99. Like what the
It's
watch
so
running
weird.
back. Is that Wheat?
That's Wheat.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was having a brain fart. Watch Wheat at the end. He's like, bro, are you serious?
It's so weird and unnecessary, and like just like, it's violent too. Like you're shoving that dude's head into the ground.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
It's very messed up. I don't know what was going through his head there. $50 donation from
guy's
Cruz.
fist.
$50 donation from Cruz says, "Go Lions!" Thank you for the $50 donation. Skidmore, the Skidmore's family, $25 donation says, "JR, you are awesome for all you do, my man. Good to great to know you, brother." Same, Gene. Appreciate it, buddy. Alex Reno with a 27-month subscription says, "I've got a few minutes of free time to say I love you guys and keep being great people." Hey, love you too, buddy. Okay. I believe our next guest is here. He is, I want to make sure I get his credentials right. He's one of the hosts of a Grand Rapids radio show with former NFL kicker Shane Graham, which is always like, God, just a blast from the past name.
Bengals?
I think was he like
Bengals?
2005 Pro
That's
Bowler
right.
for Bengals?
Yeah. Ryan Walsh, who has always been a big supporter of Pride of Detroit and our Movember campaign. Ryan, what's up, man? Oh, no, I can't hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, there
Can
we
you
go.
hear me
There we
now?
go. We got you
There
now.
we go. Okay. Just had a mute, not a mute. How's it going, fellas?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. I was looking at the list that you guys had going for the guests, and I was telling Ryan when he asked me to be on the show. I don't know if you guys are Parks and Rec fans, but they do a live drive like this, and the big guest is Detlef Shrimp, which I think is just comedically perfect.
Yes.
Big guest. And I see you got Lomas Brown coming on later. I'm like the opening act for him here. And there's a part at like 3:30 in the morning where Ron Swanson canes a chair and they actually lose money. That's what I told Ryan I'm worried about happening during my slot here. So hopefully you guys don't lose money in the campaign. That's my one goal here.
You're good, man. I'm glad to kind of pay it back to you because you've been such a big supporter of Pride of Detroit. I know it was important for you to get as many of our staff on your show this month, or this past month, I guess at this point, to help bring awareness to our campaign, and I enjoy talking ball with you too. So it was a perfect fit to have you here for the segment here.
Well, yeah, you guys have been great guests of the show. There's two that I haven't had on yet. We've got Al and Eric on the stream here, so I'd be glad to have them. But Morgan's always a great guest when he comes on, and then yourself, Ryan Matthews. Yeah, we have the whole slew. Whoever wants to come on, you guys always give great content, and I love this cause because I don't think I talked about it some on the show with you guys, but I obviously we all have history with family members or friends with cancer, but I had about 5 years ago, I had a situation where my sister, my stepmom, and my mom all got breast cancer at the same time.
Oh, wow.
And my mom was the third one of the three. I was actually going into my old job in intelligence, packing out 6 weeks later, and I had to decide whether or not to go. I was married at the time. My wife decided that she didn't want any part of what was going on with the family tumult. So then, kind of had to rebuild from there. And then I ended up writing my book about sports memorabilia when I was taking care of my mom during her 4 cancer surgeries. And then that's what led to my show. So I just wanted to tell that story because it's like, you try to get, it's what you guys are trying to do here, have good things come out of a difficult situation. So my heart goes out to all the individual people dealing with these different situations here.
Yeah. Kind of sounds a little bit similar to Kyle's story. Obviously he was one of the people going through all that treatment, but being able to persevere through that, not to tap into the Lions' gritty spirit or things like that, but like to be able to come out on the other end of that and not necessarily be a better or worse person, but like someone who has gone through all of that and persevered and maintained and kept their self-identity or whatever. Like, kudos to you for going through what I have to imagine is probably a very, very difficult time and trying to make your best out of it, because it can't be easy. As someone who's only gone through a fraction of something like that, that's tough.
Yeah, it all affects us differently, but it's a nice cause to be able to unite everybody, and it's hard to get everybody on the same page about pretty much anything nowadays. So this is one of the few things, I guess, that we can get on the same page with, and it's a great cause. So yeah, I'm happy to help however we can. I heard you guys were doing Tom Kennedy talk before I got on. That's pretty good.
You want to jump in? You got some Tom Kennedy takes you want to fire off?
Well, it's just you talk about the gritty part. We talk about that some on the show because it is amazing. Like there's a reason it's like a cyclical thing with the fan base and the team. Like gritty people are drawn to this team because Detroit is inherently gritty. That existed way before the Dan Campbell regime. It's just that we didn't have it in, say, a Matt Patricia regime. If I'm just picking a coach, there's a few of them, but but that's what's interesting. And Tom Kennedy, he does kind of exemplify that. I'm with you guys. I think I heard you say it, Al. I'm surprised by the fact that it took him so long to get this much action on the return side of things, because we all know that the special teams is very important for the Lions. And the idea that he wasn't able to get reps when they didn't really have a set kick returner for a little while. They threw Sailors in there this year. He's been a revelation, and that's been a big help. And he waited to be next man up for, I don't know, several years. He's been next man up before, I guess.
Yeah, and
I can tell you that my guess is the reason he never got the shot is because he's under 200 pounds, and they value that role as a guy who can take punishment. And that usually means guys that weigh like what Sailors does, like 220, 215, 220, 225, like the Vakis and the Sailors. Like that's the prototype that Phipp has kind of been looking for. And he's been a little bit more hesitant to go to the lighter guys. But he has lately. But if I had to guess, it might be purely that he was worried about Kennedy being able to, with
physically withstand,
be able to take. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even think of that, but they clearly go for an archetype. They have archetypes everywhere to a degree.
Yeah.
There's different people that fit those, and then they go against that. But it's like they like to go for a certain type, even because we talk about Tesla a lot since he's a local kid here from Hudsonville on the west side. He was in a weird way not their archetype because he was a traditional archetype. So then they had to go against, like, oh, okay, I get this guy has speed and is tall, and I have a shirt on that says height, weight, speed, or whatever, and I guess I got to take this guy.
It's the funniest thing with Brad, because he says he doesn't care about height, weight, speed in the same draft on the same day that he drafts guys that are like in the 99th percentile of athleticism, right? Like when that draft because it was in the second round, it was Ratledge as well, who was also like in the 99th percentile. So like, it was funny that he was wearing that shirt on the day that he drafts these two elite athletes to say it doesn't matter. And I think with Tesla, where he does go against the like the mainstream idea of what they're looking for, this, contact, possession type of like receiver, but he has these other intangibles that I think override it. Tenacity in a blocking game, drive, willingness to there's so many cool things about Tesla that I think we haven't even really fully uncovered yet as well.
Well, he still remained underrated to a degree, even with those measurables, which is kind of hard to do. But he got buried in Arkansas. He started at Hillsdale, then went to Arkansas, kind of got buried there, didn't have great quarterback play, and got to show off his blocking and some of the other things. But yeah, usually people get enamored with those guys through the draft process. It's just interesting that he didn't, but he also wasn't invited to all the things. He kind of had to basically show up. He was like Willie Mays Hayes in Major League. He had to show up and just start running.
We talked about this when it happened, but I don't know if we've talked about it since. Brad Holmes, Tesla came on Brad Holmes' radar at the Senior Bowl.
Right.
Tesla was not invited to the Senior Bowl. He was invited to the East-West Shrine, and he played so well that he got the bump up to the Senior Bowl. If he doesn't play that as hard as he does at East-West, Brad Holmes never sees him, and he doesn't become a Detroit Lion.
6th, 7th round pick if he doesn't get the bump.
Right. And that work ethic at East West is what gets him drafted by the Detroit Lions in the 3rd round where they trade up for him. Like it's just the layers on how they acquired him is fascinating.
Oh, it is, especially. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I was just going to make a snarky comment. I was going to say, so if he doesn't go to the East-West Shrine game, the Lions have an extra 3rd round
Still
pick
have
if they trade
two.
Jalen Phillips for at the trade deadline, and our pass rushing would be fixed by now.
Sure, if that's the way you want to try and rewrite history to make it favor your opinion, yeah, that could happen.
This seems like a glass half full, half empty discussion that we're having to a degree. Well, Brad's got to stack up 3rd round picks though, because that's what he always needs, and then he gives them away. So we just need him. I mean, like trade a 1st or a 2nd for just a bunch of 3rds down the road. Just a 1st for like 5 3rds.
Yeah, I'm down with him trading back if he wants to. If he wants to trade back, I'm okay with it. If he learns how to trade back, the first 2 picks. But I do think Tesla is like so many of the guys that they fit the culture because they were always destined to be Lions. Like everything he did matters, and that's how it is with the players that we scout. Everything he did mattered at the Shrine, and that's why he got the bump.
Yeah.
Well, I think my best and also easiest prediction that I made on any of our shows is I interviewed Isaac just after he finished the combine. So he was kind of a local kid. Oh, hey, look, he did well at the combine. He was supposed to be on our other show that I covered for, and I was interviewing him, and I'm like, man, you profile perfectly as a Lions receiver. Like Patrick's here for 1 more year. You could learn under him and then take over that role. And he was trying to downplay it because, his agent is coaching him. Hey, there's 30 teams out there. We know you want to play with the Lions, but we've got to appeal to all the teams. But I'm sure that was a big part of the process because obviously talking to these guys is huge for the Lions. So to your point, Eric, Brad being able to meet him and talk to him in person. I interviewed a few of the young guys through the process, not all Lions, but ended up going to different teams from this area. And you can really see the difference even in just a radio interview of how you could see these teams taking in these young guys very differently because those aren't easy things to do as a 20, 21, 22-year-old kid. I guess they're an adult at that point, but they're still young and they're not used to the media circuit. But he was very good. He was even correcting me on how to pronounce his name and all of that kind of stuff. I thought he was very good on the call. So once the Lions picked him when they did, I thought I guess my question. I mean, you guys do a lot more draft evaluation and things like that. I was surprised with all those traits that that 3rd round seemed high for him, which was kind of the assessment at the time when the Lions took him.
Yeah, it's just inexperienced. It was just he was limited in his experience, and he's a big body playing with the majority of his reps in the slot, right? So it was just he just didn't have enough time on task for what I think his role would eventually become in the NFL, right? Because Arkansas didn't play him at the X. That's really where he's best suited. Now that slot is really he's still going to thrive out of it, but Arkansas didn't feature him a ton either, and so there was a lot of I honestly think it just was he was a former quarterback who didn't convert until a couple years in, and then you played primarily a slot position at a huge height, and you just didn't get the ball. You got 30-something catches, right, or whatever it was. So I really think that's all it was.
Ironically, the guy who got all of the catches on that offense is now on the Lions on their practice squad.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know how that guy ends up in the slot with those traits. I mean, I know he had the quickness to be able to do that, but that was kind of I didn't watch a lot of Arkansas football before he got picked.
The reason is he had a hard time beating press. And when you put him in the slot, he doesn't get pressed. And that's really what it was. They wanted to give him easy releases. They also had outside guys that they felt comfortable with. And so it was, let's get him on the field by putting him in a slot where he doesn't have to worry about press and he's just an uber athlete. And we'll use him kind of as an athletic tight end, like a move tight end, but a more athletic version of that. And it's fine. They didn't really develop him. Right? They were like, let's play him, not let's develop him. The Lions are developing him, And that's why you're seeing this slower process, but you're starting to see things unfold a little bit more. And down the stretch, I think he's got a chance to really be, really put his mark on things, over the last month.
Oh, definitely. He's just got to develop a little more chemistry with Goff, and then I think they're going to be in good shape. They haven't had the reps together. It makes sense. But, well, he's apparently going to play tight end, according to some, though. They're going to put him in instead of Laporta.
That's right.
Well, they just change person. Yeah. Change personnel, I guess.
Baki's
right?
going to drop back to safety.
Exactly. I mean, he's having a hard time with his portion of the playbook. Let's add all the tight end stuff to his portion.
For sure. Well, Ryan, that was. I mean, I like that we're just venturing off into a different conversation here, because I feel like I've been a little bit repetitive in some of the things that I've asked some of the other guests. But I do want to kind of just like have your opinion on where the Lions stand after the big win on Thursday night. Like, are you of the belief that like Super Bowl is very much within this team's possibility again now that there's a cleaner path to the playoffs?
I mean, I think we all want to hope that the injuries really have piled up. I know we all kind of hate talking about the injuries to a degree, but they are a storyline, and they are a big part of this. Obviously, Branch going down. I mean, that safety pair is so important to the team, and now that's one of the incredible things about the team to begin with. They did the next man up thing, and they got so thin last year, but they did make some discoveries last year, and now they've done that this year. And I mean, there's guys that are going to stick. There's guys that they clearly like. They've rediscovered guys like Rocky Sin. Maddox looked good in the last game. So that's nice for the depth for next year, but we're trying to get through this year to next year. I think that, I always try to look at it as a totality thing. The NFC is still fairly wide open. I mean, yes, it's a tough division, but the Bears, even though they've been on top of the division, the sports books and the odds makers haven't really been believing in them to a degree, because there's a lot of close victories. Then you got the Packers that have kind of been, shifting throughout. Obviously, the Vikings have faded. But Morgan's favorite team, the Packers, I know he really likes them and likes everybody that covers them. I know that's his favorite team. But obviously the Eagles are a little bit of a house of cards. They're very talented, but they're having trouble finding their footing. And I mean, hey, we all followed Stafford in his time here. I think everybody probably still has somewhat of an affinity for him, and the fact that he's doing so well with the Rams. But is he going to be able to sustain this pace throughout this season? They've got a good defense, but I mean, his back, I just always, whenever I look at him, I mean, he's younger than me, but I look at him as like, is your back going to hold up, old man, even though he's younger than me? So it's those kinds of things that I look at and say, well, even if the Lions are in not an ideal situation, I still think that they've earned enough credibility with what they've been able to do with some of the backups, some of the guys that they've put out there, that it might be a more of a Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance 1 in a million, but I mean, I think I do think that they can cobble something together, especially because they've shown the ability, especially in that Dallas game, to kind of retool. You guys were did a great job covering the kind of the coaching stuff and be able to make adjustments. That was one of the areas that the previous regime kind of excelled at. This we haven't been able to see with these two coordinators, and obviously Morton is in a different situation than Shepard, but they did a good job generating pressure, and now we'll have to see how they fill in both of these safeties. Because that secondary, although Arnold and some of the other people weren't necessarily the top of the list for fans, you can see kind of when they went out, it makes me think of last year. It was like once we got to Anzalone getting out, that's when we finally noticed all of the injuries. They all mattered up until that point. Obviously, Hutchinson, McNeil, all those things mattered. But then it was kind of like, okay, well, I guess this was the last straw. I don't know what that is with this team, but Brian Branch is certainly a candidate.
Yeah, let's hope we don't get to wherever that line is.
Yes.
But, I think you bring up a great point about the NFC, because, the Lions have lost to the Packers twice. They lost to the Eagles. The two very much contending teams for the NFC title this year, but none of those games outside of maybe the week one felt like, oh, well, they just never had a chance in that one. It feels like if you play that Thanksgiving game against the Packers 10 times over, you probably get a 6-4 split, right? I don't think the Packers went 8 or 9 or even 7. Like, I think it's a pretty even split. And so single game elimination playoffs, man, I say it all the time. The best team does not always win. And I'm not even saying the Lions aren't necessarily a better team, but I think they got a shot against everybody. I think this is going to be the biggest litmus test against the Rams, right? Because there is this perceived, like, okay, they're a tier above everyone else. Like, maybe even the Seahawks are maybe on that same tier as well. If the Lions can even hang, and I know I don't want to like dip my toe into moral victories, but just in terms of like evaluating where this team is at, if they can hang with the Rams for 4 quarters, then I'll actually feel better about their chances, even if they end up losing the game.
Well, like you said about the moral victory side of things, I mean, there is something too. The games that they've lost, that some of them, the performances haven't been great, but the results still seem somewhat better than the performance seemed. Like, pretty much everything went wrong in that Minnesota game, but they were able to kind of cobble something together and not be that far off at the end. That's the part that you can't really count out with this team. I know that the word grit is overused and now it's gotten to all the other teams, but in the Detroit region, but it's true that they're not going to give up. And that's an important feature as you get later in the season here.
No doubt. Ryan, before we let you go here, first of all, appreciate the time, appreciate getting to see you face to face and all that sort of stuff. But because part of this, when I have guests on, I always want to make sure that I'm promoting their stuff and celebrating your accomplishments here. Can you let the people know, maybe if our West Coast listeners, where they can find you, where they can listen to some of the shows you got going on this year?
Yeah, so we just expanded to a second show. We've got a show with Shane Graham, the former kicker. So we do a lot. If you like kicking coverage, it's very good. I'm trying to dip my toe into those waters, but it's amazing what he knows about that. But Shane Graham's Extra Points with me, Ryan Walsh, and then I have Sports Intel with Ryan Walsh. You'll see all these guys on there. They're frequent analysts, and they help me cover the Lions. But those are all on Jethro FM. It's available nationwide at jethro.fm, and then they're available on all the podcast platforms too. But appreciate you having me on. And I wore this jersey, guys. I wanted you to get who this was because
Jerry Ball.
There you go. See, I knew Morgan would do it.
Morgan knows ball, man. I beat that. I was like, is that a Jerry Ball jersey, bro?
And it's actually a game-used Jerry Ball jersey. That's because I have a sports memorabilia background. I want you to see there's like a rip there. That's a team repair.
Bro, I love Jerry Ball, bro.
He was one of my favorite players growing up, so I had to snatch this. I'm glad you got on. I thought you were boycotting this part, Morgan. I thought you said I don't want to talk to this guy.
No.
Talking to him. He's on radio. I don't like radio.
No. I'm even coming around to some guys from 97.1, man. I'm a changed man here.
Well, it's funny whenever I see you post like
Burchfield
anti-radio stuff. I'm like, well, he does appear on my show, so he puts up with my nonsense at least. We're a little non-traditional, though.
No, you're good, Ryan. I like your coverage, man, and I like joining the show. But yeah, you're always good with me. You are on a stream with a Jerry Ball jersey on, so you're good with me forever.
I recovered. But yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate you having me on, and best of luck to you. And I'll be following up. I want to go through the punishments afterwards and stuff, and the different things, because there's some interesting things on there. So so yeah, good luck with everything, and I hope it finishes out well here.
All right, appreciate it, Ryan. Thanks for making some time, and again, appreciate all the support you've given to Pride of Detroit over the years here as well.
No problem. It'll keep up, and we'll look forward to having you guys back on the show. And go Lions.
All right, go Lions, buddy. Thanks for having.
Go
thanks
Lions.
for spending some time.
Take care, guys.
You too. All right, there we go. All right, now's probably a good time for like a quick reset to see where things at. Maybe do a giveaway, maybe do some spins. We got a little bit of time before is it Herman or is it no, it's Lomas. Lomas at 4:30.
Okay, I'll hang for a little bit then, because Ryan's going to jump on And then there can be 4 people. I feel like I'm gonna still watch though. Plus, I was coughing my butt off when Ryan was talking, bro.
I don't think we're gonna
did you guys see me?
Colton's background here.
No, I wanted you. Before earlier, I was gonna say scooch over, Jeremy. When BB was up there,
I'll say this.
I was like, "What does Jeremy have on back there?" I was like,
I'm willing to put it back up after the former Lions are here. I'm not gonna have it back there for Lomas or Herman.
I was happy you took it down for Twentyman.
Why? Lomas and Herm might like it.
They're probably they know Mike.
They may, but I don't want to put them in that position to admit it on stream.
No, that's true.
Imagine Lomas be like, Jeremy, what's behind you? Well, you ever heard of BB Rexa? Is that how you say it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I remember when Colton tweeted that 3 years ago. He's funny as hell for that. That was
very funny.
Colton.
Someone named Brad Holmes donated $3.33, and I think it should also be pointed out that right before that, someone named Nick the Greek hit exclamation point donated in the chat. I'm sure those two things are unrelated. But $3.33 says I'm giving away threes, folks. And then I'm
Sarah
assuming
texted me a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming this next donation was probably not from you, even though it says Morgan Cannon.
No.
$4.20.
Yeah, Sarah's like, "You're LOL. You're."
Says R.I.P.
The funny
Nate
thing
Dogg,
is, I haven't
R.I.P.
really
Brian
been
Branch.
smoking, man. This cold has been beating me up. I can't be doing that right now. I can't be doing my normal 420 stuff. So this is authentic cough that I got going on. Yeah, Sarah texted me. She was like, "LOL, your donation." I was like, "I haven't done anything. I've been sitting here." She's like, "Oh."
Thanks, Nick the Greek. Presumably.
That's what I figured.
That puts us at $25,443.13. Like I said, we have crossed over our latest goal of 25,000, which will get us the 30-inch pizza challenge. Challengers TBD. I don't know if I'm going to be up for it, but I might try. I'll at least be there and root on whoever we decide to send out there. But
who's eating a 30-inch pizza?
But I don't know. We'll see.
I could probably do that.
Maybe the PODcast crew, maybe not. I don't know.
30 inches?
30 inches.
Like,
3 people.
Yeah,
around?
it's
30
3
minutes.
people. Yeah, but it's like a.
Dude, come on, let's go, son. I could do okay. So 3 people from the PODcast. I'll pick real quick. Me and Eric 2.
Jeremy,
I mean, we could have multiple people try
said
it.
Miko.
Multiple teams try it.
Miko could probably eat a lot. Ryan can eat a good little bit. I know I can eat a lot. Obviously.
Unfortunately, I checked with my donation crew to see if there was anything we could do about that, and unfortunately, we can't. So I understand the frustration, and it didn't go as how I was hoping either. But unfortunately, the biddings that are closed, those are perma closed for now. Sorry, bud. But here are some of the donation milestones that we're still looking to hit. So if we get another 4,000 and change, we'll do a stream with Graham Glasgow playing some video games. If we get to 35,000, so a little bit under 10K more, Ryan will do the Dan Campbell caffeine challenge, where he will try to drink Dan Campbell's coffee order, which is for a man much larger than Ryan. We'll do a 5K sometime in the next year if we get to 40K. If we get to 50K, which is maybe one of my favorites, we'll try to get as many of the Pride of Detroit crew in some sort of public karaoke night, and I'll get up on stage or whatever and do Toto's Africa. 60,000, I'll dress up as Marilyn Monroe, and then 75,000, I should say. I'm not going to shortchange you guys 5,000 for this. I will shave my head, which I have never done, and admittedly kind of terrified to do. Yes.
Yeah.
You got a little head. You'd be fine, bro. You'd just be cold.
I know.
I'm afraid what's underneath there. I'm afraid.
I want to say shave my head was like 50,000 like a couple years ago, and as every year passes, it keeps getting further down.
Well, yeah, because they keep getting closer and closer to it.
That'd be fun. Yeah, dude. Dude, honestly, I hope we get 35, but I'm concerned about Ryan.
About
That's
Ryan.
a
Yeah.
ton
I
of
think
caffeine, dog.
Ryan and shaved head should be completely in
Dude,
class.
that's what I'm saying. I would shave my head before I did that caffeine thing.
I would too.
I'm 100%.
Ryan offered that
I
one
might
up.
go
I'm
to
like,
the,
are you
I might
sure
go
we
to
want
the
to do this?
hospital.
Why did it get at 35?
Dude.
That's what I don't know.
Because hold on, he gets, I remember the meme. It's 2 venti, so 2 20 ounces.
Yeah.
3 shots of espresso each.
Is it 3 or I thought it was 2? I thought it was 2.
Is it 2?
I think it's 2. It's plop plop.
2 still, okay, so 4 total, plus the 40 ounces of coffee. Oh my God.
Like, I mentioned this to him. Like, I
40
don't want
ounces of coffee?
2 venti. He says 2 venti. Yeah, Eric, he says 2 venti. He's like,
shit.
so venti means 20 in Starbucks. I don't go there often, but I know that much.
I just like
Starbies. Is my
I don't want to be that quirky news story that like people send around to an office like random Lions podcast host dead after dumb caffeine challenge.
Dude, I'd be shook, man. I don't know. That would have to be a 420 day for me for sure.
5K. No,
he died. Dude, yeah, come on, man.
Mr. Broker.
That's death.
Ryan sets a new record.
And then dies.
Ryan is a Olympic record for the year, or the new American record for the year.
Bro, flames coming out his butt. He's gonna be running so fast. That's crazy, man. That's so funny.
Adam, thank you for the $10 donation to the Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's do some spinning. You want to do some spins? How many?
Yeah,
do I
man,
have?
you're behind. So.
I'm 6.
I want to ask.
think I need
2,
6
3, 4, 5, 6 plus the Bega.
plus the extreme. Do we want to do an extreme one?
Yeah.
Maybe we just do the extreme one.
If you want to follow the order, you still have one more left. You're still on 19.
Okay. You know what? Let's do a regular and an extreme. How about that?
Woo.
Ooh, Jane Reed just got activated.
Uh-oh.
Right.
Bears. Watch out.
Watch out. Watch out. Ryan's colon going Super Saiyan.
Dude, that's what I'm thinking of. It's just a lot of like, I don't know. Like one time, man, I didn't know any better. And I was in Madison Heights and I got a Vietnamese coffee. Thought I was going to die for a little bit. It was so strong. You ever had a Vietnamese coffee?
No.
I have had, I don't remember. I don't want to.
Jeremy, you might have. Do you drink? No, Jeremy doesn't drink caffeine like that.
Not really.
No, I usually don't drink coffee. I had some today.
And you wake up at the butt crack of dawn too, bro.
Yep. 6 a.m., baby.
You drink coffee.
Great question of the day. That's my life.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you got 3 kids. I know you drink coffee. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Well, I didn't have caffeine. I didn't have caffeine for 4 days, and my head was just
that hurt
because all your capillaries constrict, right? When you don't have the caffeine, they all retract in your head, and you're like, you start getting like just headaches.
And yeah, that's something.
4 days, man. I could feel it.
I'm pretty dependent on caffeine too, but I hope we get to 35K. I don't know. Is someone going to be with Ryan? Maybe just Amanda can be.
Yeah, can we get the oncologist back? Just have a doctor with him
on standby.
Ryan, can you drink this in the emergency room?
Someone tried doing it. It was like some podcaster
like
back in the day.
Person, right?
Yeah, and he didn't finish it. He got through. Said he drank the first one, was having the shakes, and got through like a third of the second one.
Dude.
Real quick, because it's 4:00 on Saturday, and if you don't know what happens on 4:00 Saturday, the fines of the previous week are released. So Lions Packers fines may not surprise you to learn that there are 0 fines for the Green Bay Packers.
Shocked.
2 for the Lions. One is a Jack Campbell face mask, which I'm assuming was called. The other is a Jameson Williams taunt, and I'm trying to remember if I know that one or not.
Dude, he kills me. I love when he spins the ball. Did you see how far he threw the ball when he thought he scored that one time?
Yes,
he threw it to
I
like
saw
the
it live, like midfield.
Yeah, like the video of Jared running back, acting like he was going to catch it, had me dying.
Let me see if it's on NFL Pro, if I can find the moment in which, because it does give you the game moments. Fourth quarter, 13:34 left.
I'm trying to think of what he did. I mean, he gets him like he stands over people. He usually steps over people, and then he spins the ball better than damn near anybody I know. That thing spins for like a good 15 seconds after.
So
St. Brown does it good too.
He converts a 3rd and 3 here.
He definitely spun the ball.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember the Jack Campbell face mask. That was a red zone conversion. So where's JMO? Right there in the
right there
slot.
in the ends,
yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like you're spinning the ball at him. I don't love this. But like, I mean, you're very clearly like looking at him and kind of throwing the ball. I mean, it literally hits him, but I don't think doesn't get flagged for it. So I guess not.
He'll pay that $5, man. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Trying to tell JMO to not do. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I know there are probably a lot of people that don't like that he's getting fined, that he's doing things that are borderline taunting because it'll get the team in trouble, and there is, I think, at least a fair argument to be made there, but.
Everybody spins the ball.
Yeah.
It's like, St. Brown does the hip wiggle.
So, I didn't realize it, but the guy at the end of the Packers game, who caught the game sealing catch, he hit it after that. I'm like, dude, he's not even on the field. He's watching from the locker room.
No.
What are you doing?
No, they were. Yep.
All right, let me spin this wheel before Lomas is here, and then we realize we didn't do anything that we wanted to do during this little break. Bean Boozled. Okay, we haven't done this yet today. If you were just talking to me, Eric, you're muted.
No, I was talking to Laura.
Okay.
I was wondering if I asked her if I should do the Bean Boozled for you so that you don't have to.
Do one. That'd be funny.
I'm a little worried about my stomach, but
Oh.
at the same time,
No, you'll be all right. They're little.
at the same time, I do feel bad that Jeremy's had to do all the punishments.
LJ,
you got something on your head.
True. Beep boop. What does it say? Beep boop boop.
Because he's the machine.
Oh, that's pretty good.
No way. You know how bad these are? Oh God, no! I don't think she will.
You can try to give it a child?
She wants to know if we should give them to the children.
It'd be funny too. Oh, seeing Georgia. That'd be so funny, man.
Hi, puppy. Oh, you still got egg
I'm
on your
telling you,
head,
they're
dude.
bad. When you get one that's not good, it's bad.
True.
Like I will do it for Jeremy, but I don't know if I want the kids to have to go through this.
It'd be funny though. Actually,
dude. Okay, listen,
Harper.
Like this is how old I am.
What do you think, Jeremy? Jeremy has a good moral compass. Jeremy, what do you think? Let the kids do it or not?
I think the kids would have fun with it. They will also like immediately spit it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like get
Okay.
consent.
Bring some
Don't
napkins.
trick them. Don't trick them into thinking
no,
like,
no,
oh,
we're
do you
just
want
gonna-
these awesome jelly
we
beans? And
won't-
then
Okay, keep in mind Harper's in middle school, so she might not want to do it.
yeah,
You know,
that's
because
fine.
but the little one's kind of weird. But
I don't know if I would let the little one do it.
Georgia might be the funniest though,
she's the
for real.
one that might. She's the one that like I think would be the toughest.
Yeah.
She'd just be like, cool. I think Georgia would do it for sure. Oh golly. Hold on, I'm gonna yell for them to bring something.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm just gonna do one, just to get things
Do
moving
one.
here.
Okay, I got it.
What are the options? What is it? Or what? I like when
Oh
you do.
yeah, well there's
is the worst
There's
round.
like 20. The's like 20 kinds. Oh wait, you're doing it. I got. all
I'm gonna
these.
do one.
Y'all both
how
can
about
do it.
I do one, you do one, and your child does one.
I'm
Hold on, let me go to desktop so we can see everybody in your screen here.
Child.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now I want to warn you. Watch it. We're gonna watch Jeremy first.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, your hair is very staticky, little one.
All right, because everyone likes to
All right.
gamble on whether this is going to be a tasty or a disgusting one, I'll do one real quick.
So what this is oh, I'll mute myself while you do.
Okay.
It's like the Harry Potter beans.
What's it called? Is it tire rubber, burnt rubber,
Ooh,
or licorice?
licorice is also trash.
Yeah, I do
I
not
know
like
it's a
the
hot
black.
take.
So
But
you got 1 minute to vote in on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can gamble any or as much of your channel points as you want. Whether this is going to be burnt rubber flavored or black licorice, neither of which is very exciting to me.
have you had it before?
I've had burnt rubber before.
Was
Twice,
it
I
was
think.
bad?
It's terrible.
Oh, dude, I bet. I have faith in you, Jeremy. Hopefully it's licorice. Do you like licorice?
Not
Licorice
black
is
licorice.
trash, right? You do. Oh, black.
Even red,
You don't.
even red licorice is just like it
Trash,
feels like
bro.
I'm just eating wax.
Yeah, it's trash candy. My mom likes it. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
Lasermouth, thank you for the $25.87, and I think that rounded us out to no more cents. Which I always like to encourage people to mess with the people who like need round numbers. Like next time you donate $20.37 just to mess with people. But Lasermouth with 28.87 says, please write "Happy Birthday, Emily" on your face. It's my daughter's birthday today. I will absolutely do that. Maybe on the cheek. And then Wizard came in with a $50 donation. Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate the donation there. All right. Submissions are closed. Here we go.
It's weird when you don't know.
No, that's burnt rubber. That was burnt
dang.
rubber. It's God. It sneaks up on you.
Does it stay in your like taste buds for a while too?
Well, yeah, because it's licorice too. It also sticks in my teeth.
I gotta get
it's,
some
it's
pizza or
jelly
something
bean, I should
later.
say. It's a jelly bean that sticks in your teeth. Like I don't even like jelly beans.
I like good jelly beans. Yeah, for sure. But no, this just always makes me think of the Harry Potter ones. And Dumbledore's like, "Ooh, earwax." This is gonna be funny watching. If Georgia gets a bad one, it's gonna be hilarious, bro.
Eric, if you're talking to us, you're still muted.
Yeah, I don't know if he's talking.
No,
to
no,
them.
I'm not trying. I'm trying to talk to them still.
Yeah, I was
but
gonna say.
I took my headphones off so they can hear you.
Yeah,
All right,
gotcha.
Who wants to go? Who wants to go first?
Me.
Okay, good. You're awfully brave. Now listen, I want you to reach in. Don't look. Reach in. No,
Reach in.
Let go. Reach in and take one out. Don't eat it yet. Take one out. Okay, that one is going to be Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. Show the camera. Okay.
I'm scared.
Chew it.
What's it taste like, Gigi?
Does it taste nice and sweet or terrible?
Good bad.
What's it? Oh! Oh, good job, Georgia. All right.
Good
That
stuff,
means
George.
That means the odds are against us that we're
Uh-oh.
going to get good ones.
Harper.
Oh.
I was a
All right,
little
Harp,
worried about the initial face. I wasn't sure. I was trying to read it and I couldn't figure it out.
I know because I thought I was like, oh.
Let me see.
Oh god, I dropped my.
I like to know is it or what? That's the fun part to me.
Yeah.
Scared.
I'm not even sure which one that is.
Can you show it to me?
It looks like the strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish.
Ooh, dude. Ooh.
It's either the best one or the worst one.
That fish is gonna be tough.
It's a good thing I got a good one.
It is good, Gigi. Exactly. You're in the clear.
Okay.
I'm ready. Chew it up.
Oh,
no! Go have a sip of Coke.
Harper got a bad one.
All right, don't be a bragger. All right, pick one for me.
Oh, dead fish is bad too.
Dead fish is one
Sorry,
of the worst.
Harper. Hopefully, yeah. Go get you a Coke.
Jeremy
Go get
just did that one.
John
Go
Brown
get
on. I'm gonna get on
No,
my
don't
John
look
Brown
in.
later.
Just reach your hand in and grab.
You
All right,
picking,
what is it?
you
John
picking
Brown's
dads?
name the other day.
All right. Is this
It's tough
is this
sometimes.
the one you just did?
Yeah.
Or is
Hopefully
this
not.
This one? Yeah, this is the one you just did too. All right.
Oh no!
Don't get
Oh, you're
pomegranate
not.
or old bandage. That might be the worst one.
Good job.
Is it out of your mouth yet?
No,
Yeah.
Jeremy did a black one. Pick a non one that we've done.
Ow.
Brooklyn's coming to do one.
Yellow one.
No, I
by
don't want to
the-
force her. All right, yellow. Yellow. No, Brooklyn, you might not like these, sweetie.
That's wet
How
dog or
about
top
here?
banana, I think.
Here, you can have one of these.
Wet dog or what? Top
top
banana?
banana.
Wet dog or top banana.
Mm.
that's-
I don't know
that
why
doesn't
it
sound
has to have a
good either
weird
way.
just call it
But-
banana.
Is it a top? Are you saying tot? Top?
T-O-P.
Top banana. Hmm.
I know that's a saying. Like,
surprised.
yeah, he's the top
Oh,
banana.
this one's for me, Brooklyn. Thank you, baby.
Yeah, you don't want that one in Brooklyn.
Ready?
Mm-mm.
You.
All right. Do you want to gamble on this one or no?
Nah, it's fine.
It says somebody asked. That's why I'm up. All right, ready?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not good.
I don't know.
No.
I don't think I've gotten wet dog yet, so I don't even know what that tastes like.
It tastes more like burnt dog.
Oh.
Burnt
It's like-
dog.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
What top banana means?
Mm. No, it tastes like burnt dog.
Mm.
Ugh,
Gross.
nasty.
No, I'm not gonna spit it out. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Another $4.44 donation from Dirty Dan says going for it.
Okay.
Sweet face.
Also,
She
you
did.
get-
You
also,
did.
Jay,
You
somebody
got
said I'm
Tutti
happy
Frutti.
The youngest kid got a good one.
I know.
Good job, Gigi.
All right.
Yeah, good
Thank you,
job.
girls. You're free to go roam again.
Awesome.
You're good.
Aw, somebody asked you how do you know what burnt dog tastes like?
Because it tasted like fire. Like
I smelled like my cat
it
got
It
his
smells like Like don't stop.
my cat got his tail a little bit in the
Yes.
candle earlier.
Yes, it smells like somebody threw it on there. Oh.
Yep, nasty. I was like, I was sitting with the baby and I was like, what smells, bro? Bye,
Oh,
Harper.
God, she's already talking like a streamer.
Yep. It's the next generation.
All right. Well, I'm glad Gigi didn't get a bad one.
When's Lomas getting on 4:30?
4:30.
All right, cool. I'll say hi to Ryan and then I'll slide. I think he's about to get on.
I had to
Trying
buy
to
off
pick
the-
out.
What'd you buy?
I had to give my oldest gum so she wouldn't try and take one.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, because she might not like me.
She wouldn't have liked it.
No, especially if it was gross.
Yeah.
What?
I tell you, LJ, it won't be long before Gigi will start breaking stuff down for you.
For sure.
All right, it's time to up the ante here.
You doing the extreme pain wheel?
We're doing an extreme pain one. The 4 categories are fart spray, which is one of the worst things I've ever experienced. A sour pickle that has been preserved
No, come on.
for over a year
Come on now.
in a bag. It's a Warheads sour pickle. There's literally a pickle in there.
I'm once again protesting that one. I don't think that should be on there.
No, it's fine.
It's a pickle that's been in a bag for a year.
Yeah,
like
that's
Gonna hurt
how
your
they're
tummy.
Preserved.
no.
Didn't we look and find out it was fine? Or someone said it was
Someone
fine?
told
I
you
was
it was
right.
fine, and you've taken that as like a medical law. Or something.
Like it's a Warheads, like the brand, like the
Yeah.
Sweets Warheads. I like regular Warheads, but nah, not. Come on now.
We'll do a spoonful of this guy. Scorpion hot sauce, if we land on that guy. And you know what? Yeah, let's... Because sour pickle balls are essentially the same thing, I'll replace that with biting onion.
We should have had Chug a Buzz Ball on there.
Take the pickle off.
No.
Eric, you don't want to do the pickle? Do you have them?
I don't want him to do it.
Oh,
because
oh,
I
oh.
think he will end up in the hospital for the last few hours of the stream.
I wouldn't eat it, but you're a better man than me, Jeremy. I'm not gonna eat that.
All right.
Maybe do you eat after all? You eat all this crap all day? Like, what do you eat tonight? Like oatmeal, just to settle your tummy down?
Nah. I just
Go to sleep and try to sleep it off.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, I don't know what I ate earlier in the day, but there was something that for a minute I'm like, I might be in trouble, and then we were fine.
You had McDonald's. That's why. McDonald's was like,
McDonald's.
oh, you sure
Breakfast.
about
that?
All right, let's just get this over with before I change my mind about some of these things.
Like the
I don't even
pickle?
know what I'm hoping for. I can tell you, it's not the one that Eric wanted. This pickle is very swishy.
Bro, are you going to take a bite of it? You don't have to eat the whole thing.
I am not going to eat the whole thing. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to eat the whole thing. I'm going to create some
Which
room,
hospital are you going to, just so I know?
Great question. I don't know. I don't have a home hospital. I'm also bringing my trash bin here just in case. All right. I guess we'll move this up a little bit so you can see me. Just drink the juice. Absolutely.
No. I forgot you had the mozzarellas.
Henry Ford Hospital, the official hospital of the Detroit Lions. Is the person who gave me this, by the way, who sent it in our PO box, are they in chat? Because since it happened.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Eric,
hold on.
Eric, these sit in 7-Elevens for years. It's fine.
But this isn't even something that you purchased.
No.
This is something that some random person you don't know sent you that you're going to now consume.
Does it have expiration date?
No. No. We couldn't
It doesn't.
find
No.
We
Okay.
looked for it last time and we couldn't find it. But
Wow.
this is me giving back to the community, Eric. If this was something I bought, it would have been in the trash long ago. But I feel an obligation as a gift to do this.
Doing his thing right now.
I'm a people pleaser, Eric.
You're a good man.
but
You're a good man.
If I sent you anthrax in the mail, you're not going to be like, oh, is this baking powder? Yeah.
Right there, bang it. All right, well, go ahead.
A random person sent you something in the mail. You don't know who they are.
Probably an
and it's
upstanding
been-
citizen.
And then it's been sitting there for a year. And now you're like, I should probably eat this.
Dog, that looks like a fake pickle for some reason. I don't know why.
Dude, it's
Ew.
dripping on your desk.
No, it's
in his trash can.
It's a trash can.
His trash can's right there.
Your trash can. Throw the
no
whole
trash bag,
can.
though.
Throw the whole trash can
Look at
in
the
the
nice
garbage.
little
That pickle
speckling on it.
it's turning colors. That's
bro.
not a good sign.
I don't care. We're doing
Dude,
it.
I
don't care.
I am a proponent
You're-
of trying to make your life miserable.
It's great.
But this
your protest is noted and ignored.
Does it smell funny? Is it like?
It smells
I can
sour.
smell it from here. From here, I can smell
Bro,
it.
it's
I can
almost like
s-
kind of translucent. It's not good. I don't think. Go ahead though. Let's go.
Not translucent. Stop.
It is. I don't like what it's doing. Looks like a.
Oh.
It is very squishy. All right, here we go. It
That's
is
what I'm
not
saying.
very
You can
solid.
see it's. You can see stuff swishing around in it. That's what I'm saying. Ugh. Spit it out.
No, I'm not.
Spit
I
it
can't.
out. Don't go to hospital.
Why are you making that face? It's real bad.
Yeah.
It's an expired pickle from a stranger.
It's not expired though. It doesn't have an expiration date, which is crazy. Probably not regulated by the FDA. Do you got a Coke near you or something? Come on, bro. Just get it down. You need a Coke.
Have some water.
That's not gonna get the taste out of your mouth. See, come on, man. Yeah, come on. Love yourself, Jeremy.
All right, we did it.
Ugh.
The rest of that went straight into the trash. I don't know if you noticed.
I figured. Was it? It just was really, really sour, or was it the texture?
That
weird
whole
too?
trash can has to go in the garbage.
Ah, that sucks.
All right, I am going to throw all this into a bigger trash can because this one doesn't even have a lining on it. But Ryan's going to
It's
entertain
done.
me while I do so. So
Don't-
everyone say hi to
don't-
Ryan.
Don't
Oh, you guys
even.
can't see him. Hold on. There you
No,
go.
we can. Uh, don't.
Were you watching that,
don't-
Ryan?
I want the first question to Lomas to be like, have you ever seen a grown man throw up on stream? Because like that could happen in the next half an hour.
I wouldn't ate that. Would you? I know you've done some of the nasty stuff.
No, like I was saying, like in the
I
chat.
don't eat stuff people mail to me a year after they mailed it to me.
Also, this guy's been like, well, I don't want you to drink the Dan Campbell coffee order because I'm worried about
That's
you.
actually true. We are
and then
worried about you about that.
I drink coffee. I don't eat past the expiration date pickles that aren't regulated by the FDA.
You drink a lot of caffeine though. Like this would just be a big.
This is
he'd probably.
It's a lot of caffeine, right?
It would. I don't know. I'm susceptible to it though. So like Sarah could probably do it more before I could. To be honest with you, she could. But yeah, good job, Jeremy. I look bad, buddy. Yeah, I agree with Eric though. I'm not eating someone did that to me.
Jeremy, when are we doing the punishments for the players?
For the players?
Yeah, well, like the Nuggets, and you got to do the up downs, and Miko has to run.
It theoretically doesn't have to be tonight if you don't have time or the desire to do it tonight.
Oh, I didn't know it was. I don't know that was on the table.
If you want, like I'm sure. I don't know.
He's like, you could do it right now.
How many nuggets are you up to?
You have
make a McDonald's run right now.
Do you have 120 nuggets on you?
We're gonna have time
It's
to kill.
It's 100. It's 100.
You got pocket nugs?
No, I might Mick delivery them. I don't know.
We have
Dude,
you have
like
between
you have,
5:30 and
hours
8 and 9:30 and midnight. So if you want to do it during that spot, you can. If you need a day to prepare for something like that, also
dude, I was not planning on doing this today.
Have you eaten today?
I'm just throwing it out
Have you
there.
eaten today?
Yeah, I had a McDonald's breakfast sandwich.
what was your coffee order?
6 shots of espresso was my
straight to the dome.
I didn't even I said no coffee. Like I just wanted the espresso shots, and I pulled through, and I opened my mouth in the drive-through.
They just potted it there.
They dumped it in Dunkin'. So
yeah.
Question about the 100 nugs. It's one sitting, so like you have to sit till they're gone.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna be so easy. It's crazy. It's crazy how easy it's gonna be. Like,
are you gonna dunk any of them, or is it just like,
no?
I'm gonna be honest.
No, no dunking.
No dips.
No dips, guys. Come on, let's think about this.
Dips.
You're adding calories. You're
I know,
adding
but
calories with the dips.
It's
You're
not
adding
the calories.
though.
It's not the calories
The
that
sugar,
you should be
too.
worried about, though.
I need dippies, bro.
What are you worried about, Eric?
Just the volume. Like, I mean, like, the
Guys,
dipping sauce isn't. Dude,
Do I need to lift up my shirt and like do the
truffle
shuffle?
shuffle?
I can do it.
Like,
I could do that too, but I
too,
don't
but-
think I could eat half that.
I could eat 50 for sure.
I did 32 boneless wings at B-Dubs, and I didn't break a sweat.
Well,
And those are just like nuggies for real.
You
and
should
that's
talk
a
to your
lot.
doctor about that.
that's a third of what you're gonna have to do.
Okay,
But those
how
are probably
much,
more-
How much bigger are those? Those are so much bigger.
Yeah.
Dude, chicken
I don't
nuggets.
know.
I could eat 10 in
B-dubs are
30
little
seconds.
Tiny wings, though.
No, they're little chunks sometimes. But here, I'm gonna slide.
I'm going to get
before-
McDonald's now. This is ridiculous. I
it's-
feel like I'm being called out. This is bullshit.
No.
I'm gonna eat 100 nuggets to the face, and it's gonna be no problem.
So wait a minute, but is there a time? Hold on. I think you can do it if you had like enough time. Like you're talking about just one time straight through.
No, just get them and eat them as you stream here. You'll be good, bro.
I mean, Chad,
If you had a couple hours,
we are 1,000% putting channel points on whenever this happens, and we are not setting. It's not just going to be a yes or no, because sorry, Ryan,
Over or under 99 and a half.
No, it's going to be like 60.
Yo, the fact that he's so confident about this, and I know Ryan's smart. I know he can because he's getting.
You guys
I
are
get it.
crazy. I could do 20 nuggets in my sleep.
Yeah, dude, that's 1/5.
Yeah.
But he's saying he
what
can do that
happens
with
when
a
I wake
breeze.
up? What happens when I wake up? That's when
From
it's
your
time to
coma?
eat.
Chad,
once he gets into his flow state.
What's a realistic over/under for this? Because
You guys are really underestimating
I
how
think
much
you
I
can
can
do it.
eat. And
No,
it's
I think
upsetting
what's
me.
happening right
It's
now is
upsetting me now.
the exact same thing that like the milk chug challenge, the gallon of milk. I don't know if you guys did that when you were kids, but like
No,
everyone
hell
was
no.
convinced they could drink a gallon
No.
of milk, and no one.
That's
came
different.
close.
That's
You
dairy,
can't
bro.
biologically.
Yeah.
You cannot do that.
That's
Biologically,
dairy. That's
Like-
dairy. I can eat several pounds of chicken in a sitting. I see what he's saying. Is Lomas about to be on though? I can't hang with you. We're talking about chicken nuggets. and
yeah,
Lomas
I'm
is
gonna
about to be
drop
on here.
out because I'm a
No, you're
professional.
getting out too.
Yeah.
You gotta stay.
Well, I'm gonna go to McDonald's. I'm going to McDonald's to get 100 nuggets.
There's a literal Vice article entitled "Can a Human Eat 50 McNuggets in a Single Sitting?" An investigation. I don't know
50's
what they're.
easy. That's a silly.
I don't know what
50
they're.
silly.
I'm gonna get a water. You guys are nuts.
50 is silly. I do agree with Ryan wholeheartedly there. 50, I'm pretty hungry right now, and I'm sick, and I could eat 50
One person of
with
the
dippies.
four.
I need my
involved-
dippies though. I'm gonna
See,
have mine. Where were they at? Were they in a Midwest city? Were they in like San Francisco? Something weak like that.
I'm scrolling through
Is
the
it,
article. I
were,
don't know.
were 3 of the participants 160 pounds?
Yeah, probably not the best sample size.
I just walked out to get a water, and Laura looked at me and looked me up and down and went, "I bet you could eat 100 nuggets." I don't think I could.
No, she didn't say that, did she?
All right, I need to get to some alerts here. Hopefully, we got Lomas coming momentarily.
I'm gonna slide. I'll come back later.
All right, appreciate you, bud.
I love y'all.
Morgan.
See you guys.
Where did we get to last? Adam, we got to. Oh, I still need to write "Happy Birthday, Emily." Sorry. Let me get to that in a second. I'm going to read the rest of these, then we're going to get to them. Wizard, I think I already said thank you for the 50, but thank you for the 50 again. Dirty Dan going for the 4, got that one. Jacob Frankovich, $20 donated, aka Big J Shaky. Thank you for the $20 donated to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. IO Copenhagen, $25.69. Appreciate that as well. Two $100 individual $100 anonymous donations as well. And Rise Beast $2 super chat says Ryan should just do 101 just to prove a point.
It's a
Problem is I have to
gotta buy
order
that
them.
one extra.
Yeah.
That's right.
How much money is this going to cost me?
That is another part of the equation. Like, didn't they used to have 20 for like $5?
Oh, not
Yeah.
anymore.
I mean, in this economy, no way.
You got some points. Channel points. You got some McDonald's channel points.
I bet.
I'm ashamed to admit how many points I have, and I use 4,500 of them today on my breakfast sandwich.
And you still have a bunch?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I think we should. Oh, you should get a McGrinch meal so you can get the socks.
Socks.
I won't be able to fit into them after I eat all these nuggets.
I'm trying to look up the costs, how much it would cost.
Well, so check this out. Because the Pistons had 6 dunks at home last night, look at this. Free 6-piece with a
Look at that.
$2 purchase.
All right.
There's your extra.
Is the other 94 going to reach that $2 maximum?
I don't know. We'll see.
Whoa.
But the thing that sucks, right? Like, you can't stack these rewards. So I think what I'm going to end up probably doing is getting 20% off my order of like $5 or more.
Are we doing this tonight? Are you committing to it now? Is this happening?
Yeah, Eric upset me. And like
I am concerned for you.
The way he doubted me, I'm just
a 20-piece is like $8, man. That's like $40 in nuggets.
I do have the coupon though, so 20% off. So yeah, it's gonna be about $40 in nugs.
By the time you get the
bullying works, as Morgan says. Oh, Lomas just sent me. Is he? No, I don't see you in the waiting
You
room.
get a 40-piece?
He says he's
Well,
on.
check and see if your place has a 40-piece. If that's I don't know if that wasn't a thing that I looked at.
I know they used to have the 50 pieces, but they were usually around like the holidays. So I don't know, it's around the holidays, but
Yeah. Dude, that's a lot of nuggets.
Lomas just sent me an email saying he's on, but I definitely don't see him in the waiting room. So I sent him a fresh link. I think it's literally the same link, but please hold, chat, as we await Lomas.
When do you think Jeremy throws up? Do you think Jeremy will throw up during the next half hour?
I was gonna say before or after Lomas leaves.
Can I be completely transparent? There was a moment
now.
about 30 seconds ago where I kind of had like blurred vision a little bit. I'm like, am I okay?
Dude, where's the sign?
No, we're fine. We're fine. And Lomas is here. So
all right, I'm getting out of here. Bye. See ya.
All right. See you, buddy.
Look up botulism.
We're fine. There he is.
Hey.
Whoa, what's going on there, man? What in the world?
We're having ourselves a time over here, Lomas.
Wow, I see that. I'm sorry, man. I had plugged in on the wrong link. So
Oh,
I'm
no worries.
sorry, Jeremy, if you get
You're
a
fine.
message from me. Okay.
No, you're good. You're hardly late.
Am I good?
You're great.
Everything's good? Okay.
I can see you. I can hear you. Everything's good, buddy.
Okay.
First of all, I mean, I feel like even though I've congratulated you already in person, I want everyone to kind of celebrate the moment that you got to celebrate it earlier this month or last month of being a semifinalist to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I know this has been a long time coming. I know it must have been emotional, not only for that moment but also to see the whole Detroit Lions organization kind of give you this push to get to this moment. Can you kind of just explain what the last couple months have been like from seeing the Lions making that push to seeing it pay off?
No, it's been a whirlwind, and it's been awesome. You know, a lot of times you don't get your flowers while you're on this earth. And I feel like I've been getting my flowers over the last few months. Like you said, Jeremy, the Lions have been so good to me. That video department, Sheila Hamp, the whole organization, the administration, they've really done a nice job of just kind of pushing me out there. And it's been great. It's been great. I'm appreciative of everything that they.
Oh no, we lost him. I sensed that like something came over his phone because like his screen flashed for a second. We'll go back to this. I'm sure he'll join us back in a second. Maybe he accidentally picked up a call or something like that. But yeah, we just got in a $200 donation from Michael Aid, which has pushed us to the brink of 26,000 here. $21 away from hitting that. Another, dear God, how many did we get rid of there? Like, I feel like we still have so many spins on the wheel.
We got rid of 2.
We got 1 extreme and 1 regular. So now we're 5 left, I think, and we're about to be back up to 6.
Correct.
Okay. The old link should work, but I'll await from hearing back from him. Hopefully he realizes like he's not okay. There he is. He's back.
I'm sorry. I don't know this technology. I'm sorry.
You're okay, buddy. I appreciate it either way.
Okay. Yeah. So should I start over? Or
No.
Yeah.
The one thing I want to follow up though is, obviously this franchise has had a little bit of a checkered past with its alumni. It's there are some players that maybe didn't get the treatment that you did or felt like they were not betrayed, but maybe not as appreciated as you've seen. Have you seen from your perspective like a change in the past, I don't know, 5 years of the Lions making that extra effort to support their alumni?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, I always say I wish the organization was as in line back when I was playing as they are now. Like I say, from Sheila Hamp Ford down to Brad Holmes, Rod Woods, Dan Campbell, and right on down to the players. this is as of line as I've ever seen this organization be. And it seems like everybody's singing to the same sheet of music. And you're right. They made a concerted effort, not just for me, but to bring in the other guys. Like you see Robert Porsche and, of course, Calvin Berry, just all the things that transpired with them. And to see them get back in the fold, to see the Lions make a concerted effort to bring them back in, it's just been wonderful. So I'm just so happy about the way things are playing out. Just so happy about where this organization is right now and where it's going to go, Jeremy. I mean, the sky's the limit, especially with all the young guys that we have on our team and the young talent that we have there. It just seems to be getting better and better each and every year.
Can you? I kind of want to stick on like the organizational stuff because from the fan point of view, maybe some of that stuff doesn't matter as much to them because they just want the good football being played on Sundays. But is there like a trickle down effect where like if you see the people in this organization treating the players right, it leads to better football being played?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you sit in those locker rooms and you watch how guys are being treated, and you better believe the way they've taken care of J-Mo, the way they've taken care of Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, Kirby Joseph, how they taken care of these guys with contracts, and some of these guys before they even had to. Yes, if you're an up-and-coming player, if you're a young guy, it motivates you to want to get out there and play hard for this organization and give it your best because you know that when it's your time, they're going to take care of you. Like I said, it wasn't always like that in the past. I mean, and now to see how they're just all aligned together and how everybody's just wants the best for this organization, wants the best for this team. Absolutely. It's like that little extra motivation that it gives you to go out there and work out hard during the all season, do the necessary things you have to do to make sure you're playing at an ultimate level once the season starts, and also playing hurt. Doing everything you can to make sure that this team wins and ultimately get to the Super Bowl.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about this year's team and Super Bowl hopes because things were looking pretty bleak there for a little bit after the Thanksgiving game and some bad news with Frank and Kirby a little bit. So I'm like, are you fully back in after a big win this Thursday night? Do you think this team has what it takes to do what you did once, which is win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, again, the talent is undeniable. Yeah. The coaching staff, I think, is undeniable. Man, Jeremy, I just don't understand why the injury bug. You forgot Brian Branch, man. That's a huge hit to me. Us losing BB for the rest of the season and possibly some next season. And another big blow to me was Frank not being able to come back. So it just seemed like this injury bug is just hitting us really, really hard. But the talent is here. The talent, the will, the schemes, the fan base, everything is aligned for us to get to a Super Bowl and to possibly win a Super Bowl. It's just been some unfortunate things that have happened along the way. And like I say, when you take guys like Brian Branch out of your starting lineup, then to me it takes two guys to replace a guy like him, maybe three guys. And sometimes you just can't overcome injuries like that. And nobody can predict injuries. No team can predict that, and there's not much you could do about it, but just try the philosophy that we have, which is next man up. And I think Brad Holmes has been doing a great job with bringing in guys that have that mentality of the next guy up, and these guys seem to be stepping up.
So who is the guy that they're going to have to lean on more? Like not necessarily literally at the safety position. It could be anywhere. Like they could get a better. Like, do they have to lean on their pass rush more? Does the offense have to go out there and score 7 more points a game? Given what you know about this roster, like where is there now extra pressure to lean on with Branch out?
Yeah, I think on the defensive side of the ball, our linebackers. to me, that puts more pressure on the linebackers because we know the linebackers are responsible for pass and the run game. And I think it puts a little bit more pressure on them to be just as balanced as they've been, to continuously stop the run and also be able to provide blitz pressure when their numbers are called, to be able to cover tight ends or cover running backs that come out the backfield or cover that receiver that runs that 5 or 10 yard slant route in front of them. I think it puts a lot more pressure on our linebacking crew. And thank goodness we have the linebackers that we have when you start talking about Alex Anzalone, of course, Jack Campbell, and Derek Barnes. So that's where I think the pressure is going to come even more. And, of course, with Jack being the play caller, having the line guys up, and all the other responsibility that he has, Jeremy, I think that's where more of the pressure is going to be put on the defensive side of the ball. And then you look at our offense, we're going to have to score. We're just going to have to score points. And to me, it just can't be field goals. It's going to have to be touchdowns. We're going to have to be really, really efficient when we get in the red zone of putting it in the end zone when we have the opportunity. So I would just say on the defense side of the ball, the linebackers, man, their job has gotten a little tougher without Brian Branch.
No doubt. Well, I mean, we can't have, a future Hall of Fame offensive lineman without talking some trench play on the offense. Obviously, the Lions have kind of been going through a lot of changes on the interior of that offensive line. They come out against a really strong defensive interior from the Cowboys and hold their own after maybe a slow start. I'm just curious, when it comes to those three interior guys, what have you seen from them throughout the season, I guess, that has maybe shown you a little bit of promise over, what has been kind of an up and down season?
Yeah, I've seen some growth out of those guys, but the most important thing to me is the chemistry. Mm-hmm. All right. So I always tell people the offensive line, we have to work like a hand in a glove. If one guy isn't doing his job, that play isn't going to work. And the other thing I tell people is that it's an unspoken language that you have there up front on the offensive line, meaning a lot of times you'll see the center just point, and those guys know what that point means when he's pointing to a certain player or pointing to a certain area. And that's the unspoken part of playing the offensive line. And you have to be on key. You have to have that chemistry there. And I've seen that chemistry developing more and more with those guys up front. The unfortunate part has been, with the left guard position, we've just had to change so many guys in there because of injuries. So it's hard to get the chemistry down when those guys can't practice with you throughout the week because of injuries. So that's been the kind of the unfortunate part of that offensive line, especially the middle of it. But I've seen Graham Glasgow grow. I've seen Tate Ratledge as a rookie grow, and of course, man, when you got stable guys like Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker on the outside, that helps. So, like I say, if they're able to just stay healthy and continue to grow that chemistry, you'll see that line come together more and more, because Hank Fraley, I still say, is one of the best offensive line coaches in this league, and he's done a wonderful job of getting those guys together and kind of getting those guys believing that they can be one of the top offensive lines in this league.
Lomas, if the offensive line is a glove, which player on the Lions offensive line is the thumb?
Ooh, because that is the most important. That is probably the most important part of the fingers of the phalanges. I normally go to the center and say that because he's the quarterback of the offensive line. He's the guy that takes a lot of pressure off Jared by making the mic calls or making some of those late calls that need to be made. So I would say maybe the center, but man, Taylor Decker being the left tackle and that blind side. You don't want your quarterback taking you don't want them taking too many front side hits, but you definitely don't want them taking too many backside hits. So, and that was the position that I fondly played. So, but I'll go with the center position as being the thumb, probably the most important part up there, simply because he touches the ball more than the quarterback touches the ball. He's the guy responsible for getting that play started, and he also makes the calls up front for the offensive line.
Follow up. Is Penei Sewell the best offensive lineman in the NFL? And if not, when will he be, do you think?
Well, I think he is. I mean, I really do. I mean, I could even go and say he's the best in Lions history. I can say that right now because of what he's doing. And I don't have an ego about that. I mean, it's just things that I see in him. How he's just so tenacious, and he's always trying to finish guys. And yeah, I would put him right up there. If maybe not, maybe if he's not 1A, he's 1B. But he is one of the top, if not the top, offensive linemen in the NFL. Yes, sir. I wouldn't be afraid to say that and put a stamp on it.
All right, I'm just going to give you one more before we let you go, and hopefully run the heater in that car a little bit. I don't want you freezing in there. Really simple. Do you think the Lions are going to make the playoffs now?
It's going to be tough. It really is. It's going to be tough. They showed me that they can get on the roll just by the fact that they never lose 2 games in a row. The fact that this is when it's a big game, they seem to step up to it. When their backs are against the wall, they seem to step up at that point. So with all that being said, and from what I've seen, I'm going to say yes. I love what Dan Campbell is doing as a play caller, getting all these guys involved. Calvin Shepard, I think, has just done a wonderful job this whole year with our defense, especially with all the moving pieces that he's had to deal with, not only in the secondary, but all over the defense. So I think, yes, we can make a run. I think we can get in the playoffs. And once you get in the playoffs, all you want to be is invited to the dance. So hopefully we'll be able to go a little longer in the dance. I love dancing I love shutting down the club. So hopefully we'll be able to dance a lot longer this year.
I lied. I'm going to sneak one more in because we're about to have Herman on the show in about 10 minutes here. Do you have a question that I can ask Herman or something that I can ask him about that would elicit a reaction?
Yeah. Ask him, how tall is Amon-Ra? He's about what, 5'7", 5'8"?
Probably like 5'9". Yeah.
Yeah. Ask him, how does a 5'9" receiver do the things that he does at 6'3", and what Megatron did at 6'4", 6'5"? Ask him how a wide receiver can do the things that he's been able to do. That's one question. And then the other thing, off of sports, ask Herman Moore why he refuses to go through the drive-through of a fast food restaurant. Ask him that. Yeah, ask him that. Why he refuses to go through the drive-through of any fast food restaurant. You'll be interested in his answer.
Okay, that's perfect. Lo, man, I appreciate the time. It's a joy every time I see you. You light up a room. Even you light up a car too.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course.
See you
I'll
in a couple
see you
weeks.
soon.
Thanks.
Thanks, buddy.
See you guys.
See you, man. Oh, there we go. All right.
Amon-Ra's 5'11" and a half.
Is he really that tall?
Yeah.
Dang.
Don't look it, but he is. Yeah, that's what it says. I feel like he's shorter than me, but I don't think he is.
We got a couple more donations that came in there. Kylo Den with a $21 donation, which pushed us officially over the 26,000 mark. Oh God, do we really have 7 hours left? Oh my God, we do. Which means we're just barely over the halfway point. There's no way. Wisco, thank you for the $25 donation. Says have Eric get Team Laura written on his face.
Oh, is that one of the donations?
That is
or one
indeed.
of the goals. All right.
Are you gonna step out here for a second? Because I also want to feed my dog because he's giving me the look from the hallway. Like, feed
I can
me.
do either one. I can have her write, or I can.
Hey, never mind. I was gonna pull.
I can take questions.
It'll just be 1 minute.
All I
I've messed
see
up
is
everything.
ceiling. Yes. Here we go.
I'll be right back.
All right. Wait a minute. You forgot your background. All right. So, all right. I don't remember any of the questions that I've seen previously because Lomas has completely refocused me. Oh, after Herman, that's right.
Nice try, awkward. No draft talk.
We can talk draft. I'll talk draft. We talked a little bit. earlier.
Awkward as Jeremy's gone. Draft talk. My God.
Yeah.
No.
Did you have time to put the love in to the dinner you just fed your dog? Because you may have
it's kip.
Put something in a bowl, but where's the love, man? What am,
love
okay,
is
what am I? Remind me. Team Laura. Is that what it's
Team
supposed
Laura,
to say?
I believe is yeah.
LJ, they're gonna have to restructure probably 2 contracts. One of them might be Goff's for sure.
There's like zero doubt that they restructure Goff's because you can create like 40 million in cap space.
Here you go. Laura Hurd. What are some of the pluses that the Lions have? I haven't looked at the Rams yet. Sorry, I haven't got that far yet.
Take your glasses off.
Glasses off. All right, so we are. We're gonna have a little bit of a break in guests after Herman Moore comes on here in 5 minutes ish. At that point, I think we're gonna ramp up the giveaways. We're gonna ramp up some of the what am I saying? Wheel of Pain stuff. If we get to where we want to be on some of that stuff, maybe we'll do some film breakdown stuff over on NFL Pro. Maybe look at some Miles Frazier tape.
That's a big L right in the middle of my forehead. Just a big L.
I feel like that feels intentional.
I feel like I'm in a Smash Mouth song.
With the shape of an L on his forehead. Robert P. $100 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Says TK85 for first team All-Pro special teams. I do wonder, and unfortunately, like it's going to be a full week before we find out, but I do wonder if does he win NFC Special Teams Player of the Week?
Who?
Tom Kennedy.
Tom Kennedy?
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, the it's impressive, but I don't know if it's enough.
We just pulled in a $250 anonymous donation. And as you can tell from the donation reward, the donation menu list, a $250 donation gets you a celebrity impression. And this person wants, can everyone on the stream do a simultaneous Batman impression?
When?
Right now.
What do we have to
do
say?
it for 30 seconds. We're just going to have a conversation. Chat, give us a conversation to talk about, and you and me are going to do it in a Batman voice for 30 seconds apiece. Or is it 60 seconds? I don't remember. You just got to talk real low. Where is she?
I can't. Dude, I'm going to hurt myself.
Where is she? That's how you got to get into the voice.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. Everyone's throwing topics. What's one that... It does depend which Batman you're doing. Of course, Ryan, the Batman expert, is in the chat. But I feel like that's the...
Can I do Michael Keaton?
He's not Batman. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. He is Batman. For some reason, when you said that, I what's the name of the actor who plays Alfred?
I don't know.
Michael Caine. That's who I was thinking. Michael Caine. I'm sorry.
Michael Caine.
Relax, everybody.
Adam West had a wicked accent to his. Oh.
You know what? Let's talk about our thoughts about Aaron Rodgers in a Batman voice.
Oh, fuck off.
We got to do it. Absolutely have to do it. Ready?
Wait, hold on. How do I prepare this voice again?
Where is she? This is content. This is how we become a full-time content creators right here. I don't. People keep talking about Aaron Rodgers' wife. I don't know what that storyline is, but I think we're just going to talk about him as a person and as a player. Are you ready?
What's to talk about? He's the worst person in the world.
Eric, the Lions have got to play him in 2 weeks. And remember, don't you remember? Beginning of the season, he was back. Everyone thought he was back.
He's going to be on his back when he comes to Detroit.
Is he going to be on his back because he got sacked, or is he going to be on his back because he's tripping off ayahuasca?
Yes. That's a little bit of both. That piece of garbage is going to crawl out of the city on his belly.
I don't know if that's enough or not.
Piece of crap.
All right, I'm cutting.
That's kind of what I went with. Yeah, all I did is I went to like Macho Man kind of.
Yeah, a little bit. There was a little Macho Man in there.
Piece of crap.
We also got some more donations here.
His body's already broken, so it's just got to be his spirit.
Ken Fletcher, thank you for the $25.21 donation. Zazu, get out of the trash. The pickle is not there anymore. Said Lomas was awesome. Herm will be great too. Can I get Eric's favorite player to watch all time that isn't a Lion on his face? Love you guys. I'll let you think that over for a minute. Q Note, $50 donation, says POD is the best. I'm extremely grateful to be part of this community because the way y'all go about your business, including Movember, Go Lions, F Cancer. Also, somebody write Ziggy Ansah on their face. I got you. And then 1951 Lions, one of our Pride of Detroit commenters. I see him all the time in the chats. Them. I'm sorry, I don't know. Whatever. $25 donation. Appreciate the donation there. All of you who've donated throughout the day. We're already like inching up to 27,000. I feel like we just crossed over 26,000. So that makes us like 3,500 ish away from video games with Graham Glasgow later. Not tonight, but later. Yes.
I'm trying to think of like who.
It's time for Tom Kennedy to go. We're just gonna write over Tom Kennedy.
This guy's so a little bit controversial off the field. We're just talking on the field stuff, right?
Okay.
On the field
I'm
player.
afraid what you're about to say.
Well, he went to jail for it, so like I feel.
He
I
served
don't know
his
if I want
time.
to write. Okay.
As long as it's not Brett Favre.
No.
He didn't.
Do you want to know something? You want to know the most disgusting thing about me? I
No.
share a birthday with Brett Favre. It's the
Oh,
same
God.
day. It's the most disgusting thing. Me and Morgan.
Oh, that's
It's
right. You guys.
awful.
Was it October 7th or something?
10th. 10-10.
That's right. 10-10.
No.
I just got dizzy again a little bit. I almost feel like that's the Sharpie more than the tainted pickle.
I don't like him though. He's not my favorite player by any stretch.
You said 10-10.
No, but I was just commenting it.
Who am I writing?
Right.
There's a poll? I don't even see the poll. What's the poll? Oh, which Batman would have eaten the most McNuggets? Can see all. Oh, shoot! Sorry. Hopefully you didn't see any of that.
Oh wait.
God, you're bad.
Does
at
it
this.
have to?
You are really
Is it?
bad at
Was mine my favorite player, or was it non-line, or just? Do you remember?
Can I get Eric's favorite player to watch all time that isn't a lion on his face?
Isn't a lion.
That's right.
Yeah, all right.
I wrote. That's what I. That's no. I refuse.
We'll just do this so you can see the poll.
Jeremy. No, just.
What are you yelling at me for? What's happening?
Protesting this.
Adam West? I bet Val Kilmer could have put him down.
It's a little aggressive.
I'm putting like a circle.
Oh God, I'm scratching my head and just like little egg shavings are still coming off my face.
Ow. It's aggressive.
What is it? What does that say?
My favorite player, Vic.
Okay,
remember?
Vic. Gotcha.
Was Mike
Okay.
Vick. I loved him at Vatek. I loved him as a Falcon. I said he's made some terrible choices, went to jail over it and everything, but as a pure player.
Okay. I think a lot of people have not necessarily
moved on from that.
Forgiven, but understood.
Oh my God.
There's also things about that story that I think go overlooked, and there's other aspects of it.
Sure.
And yes, as Ryan says in the chat, he's done a lot to make
He has, but I know it's that he rubs people the wrong way.
No, for some people that is an unforgivable
especially-
act, and understandably so.
I feel like I could have gotten a tattoo and it would have hurt less than what she did when she wrote on my forehead. I did maybe I should have picked Tommy Frazier. Did you ever watch Tommy Frazier?
No, I'm not entirely sure even who that is.
He was basically Vic before Vic. He was good.
Okay. Is he just college?
Yeah, he never played in the NFL. Couldn't. But he was one of the best college players I've ever seen.
Okay. While we're in holding pattern here, I don't know if I want to start a giveaway because that can take time. Let's just do another spin. Why not?
All right.
Streamlabs. Met Mike Vick in Chicago while Prince Fielder was signing my bat. He's genuinely an awesome dude. I am generally a big proponent of the worldview of that we should not judge people by their worst moment. Now, obviously, something like what Vic did was not just a single moment, but I think there is a level of forgiveness that most people should be allowed, assuming the transgression isn't completely irredeemable. And whether you want to judge whether what he did was irredeemable or not is on you. But yeah. Anyways, what do we want on here for just a regular old Wheel of Pain spin? Mustard. Do I want to put Bean Boozled back, push-ups, mustard? Do I want to do up downs? Not hot sauce. Wasabi. There, we'll put wasabi. We'll just keep it at 4.
Oof.
Wasabi, mustard, push-ups, or Bean Boozled. I was going to be honest yesterday, I went to Kroger to pick up some stuff for this, one being the wasabi. The one thing I wanted to get that I couldn't find was mushy peas. Because I know that would have been a treat for our British folk. But that sounds gross. Like, why do you guys eat mushy peas? What do you want, bud? What do you want? You want to say hi to the people? I don't know if you think there's something here, but there's not. He has egg all over his forehead. He was so excited when it happened, and now I just need to give him a bath. You want a bath? Yeah, that's the way to get him to go. Not a fan of a bath. All right, here we go. Let's spin. One of 5 remaining? 6? 5?
Well, this will get us down to 5. We're at 6 right now.
Dang it. Tried to skimp out of one. You wouldn't let me.
Trust me, I'm trying to get rid of them.
Frick.
Oh, yeah. Wasabi and sour pickle. Let's get those gut juices swirling around nice and good.
You don't want this, bud. I'm pretty sure you don't want this. Maybe you do. I don't know. You're a weirdo. You'll eat anything. No, no, no. What do you think? Yeah. All right. Back up. If you guys, I'm sure most people know what wasabi is, but how can I do that so it shows up? No, not really. It's basically Japanese horseradish. I mean, it's basically just horseradish.
Drew, I think that's what Jeremy's hoping for.
What cancel each other out?
The sour pickle and the wasabi just offset each other, and everything's fine.
I need to find next year, find more things that aren't food related. I know every year I think I say something like that where I'm just not going to do more food related stuff. God, that's so much. Like, I feel like I just emptied a quarter of this thing. Where'd the top go? Oh, there we go.
What's your other choices? Like hand in a mouse trap type of thing? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it has to be painful stuff. I'm not the spicy stuff in general. I don't like the spicy. Isn't there like a nut challenge? I'm not doing the one chip challenge ever. Like, that's just not happening. The Sistrum, and that was on the thing last year. I think that was like the 75,000 mark, where it's like it's fish that just smells so bad. Not November. I'm kind of glad we never got there, to be quite honest. Hi, buddy.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I don't have nuggets.
oh. Womp womp.
I have
Sorry
this.
to disappoint.
That's wasabi. That's a lot of wasabi. Too.
Wasabi, I'm very
Like,
concerned
it
right now.
really
I am
is.
more concerned about this than I was the pickle.
Yeah,
well,
I
make
think
sure you tell
I
the
think I'm there
doctor
with
that.
you. I think I'm there. I was hoping that it was Vegemite though.
No, he did that right off the bat.
There's a
8
very
this
good
morning.
chance that Vegemite is right back on the list after I eat this.
Wasabi mustache.
I don't want to do this.
Oh.
Bottoms up. Bon appetit.
No way, man.
So, because I'm 1,000% stalling to build up, are the nuggets coming at some point tonight, or you've decided not happening tonight?
I don't know. I want to see.
Okay.
I want to see.
I guess I should be in the center of the screen while this happens so that you guys see it happen. Sorry. Can I just do an ice bath instead? All right, here we go.
That's a lot of wasabi. Okay.
Oh God.
Just so we get the order right for the paramedics, it was the pickle. The wasabi came later. It was Vegemite, push-ups,
it's in the nose
smelling salts again, one Bean Boozled, a expired pickle from a stranger.
We're not doing that again. That's the worst thing I've done this
Expired pickle from a
That was the worst
stranger
thing I've done
is like objectively a true description. It makes it even worse.
I'm gonna have to eat something, honestly, like that. I might throw that right in the trash.
Some Vegemite. It'll clean you right out.
No.
Well, Maybe literally.
That was. I can like feel it in my upper chest right now. Is that good?
No, that's called heartburn. You need Prilosec.
Probably the pickle.
I'll keep that around for like if we're like close.
An intruder comes in or something like.
No. Like if it's like 11:58 and we're at like some close to thing happening, maybe I'll put that back on the table to get someone to push us over a limit. But that is not even going on the wheel of extreme pain. That is rough.
You know, it's a little more tame. I mean, you should go horseradish.
That essentially is horseradish.
Yeah, but it's like souped up.
Literally is
Japanese horseradish, yeah.
By the way, my favorite part, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Yeah, there you go.
No, best before.
Oh, okay. It actually does have the date. I thought like
you thought it just like had the template.
Yeah, I thought like they forgot to fill that part out, but I guess there it is. It's best by 6/10/2026. So, not keeping it till next year.
Why?
Yeah, why not? You ate that pickle. What do you?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
where you're drawing the line now?
There was no expiration date on the pickle.
What about the pig's feet?
We didn't eat one this year. No, it's in the that's in some landfill somewhere. I did eventually throw. Stop eating a sticker. What are you doing?
Tell Zazu to stop eating a sticker.
Go.
Zazu's like, dude, he's like licking his balls, and he's like, I've seen what you've eaten today. Like, why are you yelling at me?
Right?
Yeah.
You're the one that taught me this behavior. This self-destructive eating behavior. All right, I need to refill this with something that has flavor that isn't wasabi, and I'm literally gonna stick a cold piece of pizza in my face.
Where's Mr. Herman Moore?
I don't know. It happens sometimes where wires get crossed.
Times get crossed, or something.
Yeah.
Days.
I feel like it happened during the live show too.
Yeah, I mean it.
Yeah, but he came in eventually.
Oh yeah.
We've some sort of like bump or I forgot or wrong link type of stuff. It happens every single year, which is why I asked people when I put out the schedule, one, just saying that it's like subject to change. Two, don't hate on anybody who doesn't show up because these sort of things happen.
Oh yeah, of course. Eric, are you laughing at that band name?
Yes. Hey, let's start over. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I was worried about your health, and then I came across as offensive, apparently. So.
Oh no, I was just.
Let's start again.
When people doubt me, it feels it feels antagonistic, but I know it's not.
It's more concerning.
Yeah, I know it's coming from a place of love.
Yeah, like your stomach expands. I get it, but like it's a lot, man. Although I do know that the other food suggestion. I mean, you also put up on there the pizza, the 30-inch pizza thing that we've talked about that like 4 different times today because we hit it.
Yeah. Oh, we hit that.
Yeah, it was 25.
Oh, we're gonna have to call him.
Yeah. We were debating which POD members would best be able to clear that challenge. Jeremy volunteered Miko, really without his consent, but Miko was like, "Oh, well, maybe," and then Morgan felt pretty confident that he could do it.
Yeah,
and then Morgan assumed because I'm fat that I could do it as well. Which apparently is a theme around his house.
Hold on, yeah, right? Yeah, that's what.
What is the ideal 3-person lineup to tackle a 30-inch pizza?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
That was your
Ryan apparently has an endless stomach, so
I have a tapeworm.
And it could be Ryan and like 2 other guys. Doesn't matter who.
I'll say that. With Morgan, do we count those as performance-enhancing drugs before he joins the pizza eating challenge?
If that helps him, I think it works. That would certainly.
Like the restaurant isn't going to piss test or anything.
He's also
Like,
like,
it-
a very tall man. I don't know if people get the sense from video just how tall Morgan is,
Yeah.
but he is a large
the shoulders
being.
too, though.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
He's a-
Like, it's not just tall. He's just like,
Yeah.
He's a former Marine, man. Like, he's a big
True.
dude. He can do this. Like, he can put stuff away. But I mean, there's a picture circulating somewhere that of all of us together. A couple of them, I'm sure.
yeah. The pictures are always like, I should really suck in my gut every time I take a picture, and I
It's usually
forget
what
to
I
do
try
that.
and do. I usually try and do it, and then it is well, that's the best I can do.
Have the person next to you be like, "Hey, can you grip my waist and pull back?"
Laura has pitched in her opinion, which is Morgan, Eric, and Ryan.
Apparently, I can eat more than I think I can, or apparently I do eat more than I think I can. I do.
Apparently, I'm hovering around the food too much at the parties.
You do enjoy the food, though. I mean, you talk about it all the time. You're always very complimentary.
I mean, that pasta dish is just so darn good. Like, I love that pasta dish.
It's simple,
and then
too.
I mean, leftover steak and eggs. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't get any better than that. Like, you walk home with the Ziploc baggie full of steak from the Schlitt house, and it's like, I'm gonna eat for days.
That's a good question, Knoxville Lions fan. I'm not sure who's taller, him or Ben.
Oh, Ben. I feel like I feel like Ben's taller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben's like what, like 6'9"?
Something like that.
6'8"?
He's closer to that. Yeah, he might. I would say he's at least 6'6", and maybe 6'8".
Jeremy, who's
More-
taller,
more-
Ben Raven or Brandon Lee Gouton?
Good question too.
Have you seen Brandon in person, Eric?
I don't think so. I don't think I have.
I think Brandon's legit like 6'9".
I should really know what Brandon's height is because he literally, like, when I hung out with him one time at one of the downtown Detroit casinos, he was wearing a shirt that just said, like, I'm 6'8". Like,
oh yeah,
like you don't have to ask. I'm 6'8".
I'll put his profile in Twitch chat, but like that his header image is one of my favorite pictures because it's him with Coheed and Cambria, and he's just like 2 feet taller than all of them.
I don't think I've ever noticed that about his profile. Now I need to see it.
Yeah, it's good. It's like,
oh yeah, we're big Brandon Lee Gouton fans here.
yeah, I ran the numbers on the calories. I don't know if you guys saw that. I think your guys were talking to Lomas, but like it's like 4,100 calories of nuggets.
What was the OL challenge? Like 5,500, 6,500?
I think so. Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well just do that while you're at it.
Does that
If you're
change your
already gonna
opinion?
Commit to the one.
About whether you can do it?
No, it doesn't change me. It doesn't change my opinion.
You're crazy.
I will say that I wish that I would have said from the onset that I'll do 5 McNuggets for every golf touchdown, but like I severely underestimated his ability to.
Dude, how much were you sweating last game? Are you glad they ran it 4 times?
That game was in December.
So that one technically didn't count.
Those games don't count.
I think maybe the mathematical mistake that we all made was that unlike most Novembers, there were 5 games.
5 games
in November instead of a normal 4.
Yeah. Is that why November felt like hell?
It didn't help. SMERX donated $100 to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer. Says thanks for all you do. Love you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support as we are now 425-ish away from another 1,000 to get us to 27,000, inching closer to the Graham Glasgow video game stream at 30,000.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I have nothing right now.
Okay. So I saw a video of a Lions fan who took out this bottle of like alcohol, and she said, I took a shot of this when the Lions went into overtime with the Giants and they won. And then I didn't have it with me on Thanksgiving and they lost. And so now I'm going to drink a shot. Now I'm going to drink a shot every time the Lions score a touchdown.
People can't see
half
that
a shot every time
your child just broke into. It was funny for us, but no one else saw it.
And a half shot for every time they kick a field goal. And so this is going into the Dallas game. And so, the field goal, she's like half a shot, and she keeps doing shots through the whole game. And she's like, by the time they hit 30, she's like, I'm starting to regret this. It was very funny. It was a funny video. But what I found hilarious was at the end, when she had like completed the whole task and she was kind of liquored up, she showed the alcohol again. That she's like, I'm going to be back next week with this. It was one of those buzz things.
The buzz balls?
Buzz balls.
Jeremy loves?
No. It was like a big one though. It was like this big. I was like, oh, you drank like 4 or like
a buzz
whatever
bomb.
was like 10, like 8 whatever shots. I was like, oh, a buzz ball? Like,
I don't
That's
know
terrible.
if our live chat or if anyone knows like the Pride of Detroit lore of buzz balls, but if you don't know, it's like a mixed drink that I first saw on Spirit Airlines. Like that was like their big breakthrough, I guess. In
Spirit
publicity.
Airlines.
Yeah,
Spirit Airlines.
It's the only thing you need to know about it is that Spirit Airlines thought it was a good idea to carry it, and a lot of times the Schlitz, they'll throw like a little Pride of Detroit event, and Laura was so excited that she got these buzz balls, and she's like, I haven't had them before, but they look so cute because they're in these little circle containers, and they're very vibrant in their colors, and we all tried them, and they are just awful.
Disgusting.
They are so gross.
So what Eric was saying, like the big one that they have, I saw this like on a reel, like at like a family, like at like Thanksgiving, they were doing it like it was a game where like it was like hot potato, and you pass the buzz ball around until the music stopped.
Oh God!
And then that person would have to take a drink out of it, and I'm like, how far we've come in the past 5 years? Because it was
no
like,
kidding. Yeah, I was
you
like,
know what I
none of them
mean?
got COVID. Trick question.
Right.
All of them.
Right. No, you don't got to worry about it with the buzz ball though, right? Because it'll kill
I would
all the
imagine
germs.
That kills everything. Yeah.
It's the COVID era had an interesting effect on like looking back on things that we used to do, and like, oh God, why were we doing that? And the one that always sticks out to me is beer pong, because like, and now you don't play it the same way. Like every time I've seen someone play beer pong since the pandemic, it's you have 6 or whatever, however many cups in front of you. They're all filled with water, and when someone makes it, you just drink out of your beer, your can of beer.
So that's how I've always played the game, because I've always thought that that's like disgusting. I would never do that in my entire life.
When I was in college, it was not that. It was every single cup was filled with beer. And how you play cleanly is like if you threw and you missed and it rolled on the ground, it rolled into some carpet, rolled in some grass if you're outdoors, you just dunk it in this water cup. Just really quick. You just do a little dunk in the water cup, the same water cup that you've been using all day. You dunk that in the water cup, and then you throw it in the beer that you eventually drink.
I like that. That makes me so sick to my stomach right now. I could not imagine eating 100 nuggets. The grossest thing I've ever seen at beer pong though is I remember I was down in Ann Arbor visiting my friends, and we were at a house, and there was a game going on, and there was a guy who was spitting into a cup because he had dip in.
Oh yeah.
And somebody picked up their cup after they like made a shot, and they grabbed the wrong cup. They grabbed the dip cup that he had been spitting into for a long time, and a nice big swig of wintergreen grizzly long cut.
I have not quite a similar story, not quite as bad. I mean, that's disgusting. But I've been on the bad end of a cup mix-up. Me and a person who I'm still friends with. He was my college roommate. He was my buddy in high school as well. We were at I think a U of M party, some backyard thing, and a person from our high school shows up who we all hate, like just like a real POS, and
a real Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, this story seems so like movies cliche, fake, but it really did happen. Where while this guy wasn't looking, my buddy spit in his drink, unbeknownst to anybody, including myself, and then he hands me the cup. He's like, "Hey, you want this one? I'm not going to drink it." And I'm like, "Sure."
Oh no! That's like the plot to every medieval.
Yes.
Like, the poison was supposed to be for him.
Yes. Yeah. And of course, I don't get told what happened until the end of the night, which is probably a blessing in disguise, because if I'd been like whispered in my ear right after it happened, then I'm like throwing a fit, throwing up everywhere, whatever. But
by the way, Jeremy, you just drank my spit.
Don't say it like that. Zach Orr, thank you for the $25 donation. I'm assuming that's not the Zach Orr that we have all known in the NFL community.
Maybe it is.
Might be.
Fantastic player.
Jerry Mallory, one of Jerry Mallory's favorite players.
Isn't he now the defensive coordinator for the Ravens?
Yes, which led me to something that I wanted to share with you guys that I saw about the NFL at large. Do you know there's a very real, distinct possibility that the Cincinnati Bengals win the AFC North?
No.
Really? Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 6
Let's
and
pull
6
up
between the Steelers and Ravens right now, who play each other this week, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up some schedules and standings. But yeah, the Ravens and the Steelers play each other this week.
But you know what? Let's just get into some playoff talk. Why not? Let's open this up to
Pittsburgh's
playoff
going to
picture.
lose both times, plus to the Lions, and they're going to go 8-9. Tomlin's going to get fired. Rodgers is going to retire as a loser, and everything's going to be right in the world.
Can we? I love all of that. I want to start with let's start with Pittsburgh's schedule. Okay, so Pittsburgh, like you said, sitting at 6 and 6. They had the Ravens this week. They have the Dolphins.
That win
could be a win at Detroit. Loss at Cleveland.
That might be a win. Maybe.
Tricky game, and then finish the season with the Ravens.
Another loss. 8-9.
This is
so they finished
Tomlin's,
8. This is the Steelers.
Okay. Mike Tomlin's first losing season.
So if they finish 8-9, let's look at Baltimore's schedule. Baltimore plays the Steelers, and we counted that as a win. Then they go on the road to Cincinnati. That's a game that Cincinnati will have to win.
And Cincinnati did just beat them at home this past week and spanked them.
32-14.
Yeah.
And then the Ravens play against the Patriots. And then they go on the road to Lambeau to play the Packers. And they finish the season at Pittsburgh. So let's say they beat the Steelers, so that's 7 and 6. Lose to the Bengals, lose to the Patriots, lose to the Packers, beat the Steelers. They're 8-9.
Okay. Now Bengals.
Bengals
4 and 8.
Who are 4 and 8. Now
they got to run the table.
They do, but they play at Buffalo. That's the biggest game, right? It's the biggest game, and then it's Ravens, a game they'd have to win, right? At Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns. Cardinals, Dolphins, Browns. Like, if they get through those two games, like if they knock off the Bills and they knock off the Ravens, there's like a real possibility, and they'd win the tiebreaker because they have the tiebreaker over the Ravens because they will have beaten them twice.
I'm going to look at their New York Times thing.
Into the playoffs.
An 8-9 team hosting a playoff game, Eric.
Well, that's happened before. Well, not 8-9, 8-8.
Okay.
But...
Well, was it Seattle that was 7 and 9?
Yeah. 7 and 9. There you go.
Yeah.
I knew it was. Yeah, that
was the Beastquake game, right?
Okay. To put this at least a little bit in perspective, I have the Athletic / the New York Times playoff simulator, which currently gives them a 6% chance to make the playoffs. They have almost a zero. It looks like essentially a 0% chance to get in as a wild card, which means their only way is through the division. And even if they run the table, it still only gives them an 82% chance of making the playoffs. Which, I mean, like, that's obviously a very good chance that it happens, but considering winning 5 straight when you haven't won 5 games as in the season so far, and
you haven't had, but you just got Joe Burrow back.
You did just.
And what'd you do? And what'd you do to the Ravens? And I think they
didn't watch that game at all. I don't know what happened.
No T. Higgins in that game. No Trey Hendrickson in that game. Both of those guys didn't play.
Those guys must be holding them back.
The Ravens had 5 turnovers in that game, though. So.
Yeah, that's tough to replicate.
Including fumbling a ball through the end zone for a touchback.
Oh, you mean the best rule in football?
Is that sincere?
I kind of actually do.
Is that your take?
My take is that people who think it's the worst rule in football are whiners.
I don't know how to feel about it. I truly don't. Like, I feel like I don't have an opinion on it. Like,
I think I'm not saying it's the best rule in football, but I think it adds an element of stakes that I think is enjoyable. Of like, hey, the goal line suddenly has even more stakes. You know, it's not just about a field goal versus a touchdown. Now, like, if you're reckless with it in the end zone, there's like a huge turnaround that could happen, and I like that. I think it's cool.
What do you think, Eric? What's your stance on it?
I don't know. It seems a little overly harsh, in my opinion. I get that it punishes teams for gambling, but where else in the rule book do you get punished for like gambling?
Where else?
Like that?
Where else in the rule book does the offense have a rule against them? This is the only one.
That's
Let
why
it
I'm
stay.
saying it's against.
except when it happens to Calvin Johnson in Seattle, then it's a travesty.
Right.
Well, they extra broke the rules and got away with
true.
it.
Yes.
That shouldn't be allowed.
It isn't. It isn't allowed, actually. In fact,
but the one game where I saw it happen,
some people
allowed
weren't aware of that. Apparently,
I think I tuned in a little bit while you guys were going over penalties that happened in the Cowboys game that may have not been called. But I don't think any of us ever want to be like the refs.
Yeah,
are screwing the Lions people. But my entire timeline after what play was it? There was a play that just unified everybody. It was after Sailors getting his head pushed in the ground. It happened after that, though.
Yeah, we were just talking about it because like that riled everybody up, and then it grew, and like people got even more mad. Was it the
start on third down?
Not the BB one. Yes, it was the offsides.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay.
I always call defensive offsides false start. I don't know why I'm like.
I mean, they kind of are. They kind of are defensive false starts.
That's
right?
what I call it.
Right.
It's.
Yeah.
But yeah, my timeline just like flooded with like, and I even tweeted. I was like, I don't want to like. We're all watching the same thing, right? And then I saw your tweets from the POD account that were in like all caps getting liked, and I was like, oh, great! I'm glad because like Jeremy's never this guy.
But if I am, it's usually on the POD account. Like that, I say it all the time. Like that's where my id is. That's where my id lives. Where I'm a little bit more emotional. I'm a little bit more like Homer. All of that lives on the Pride of Detroit account. Although I think I even tweeted from my account at that point or very near that point. Like, is this game? Am I currently in Arlington? What's happening?
Yeah.
That was wild. I mean. I mentioned it on the stream earlier. Like the offense stayed on the field for a very long time after that play because they just assumed the flag was somewhere that they didn't see, or maybe that they had already picked it up and they were about to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they even had to reset the play clock because the offense wasn't leaving the field, and they're like,
they did
punting.
Yeah, I saw it. Like the play clock was stopped at 15 seconds.
Yeah,
and it seemed like everybody like, I don't know. I don't know. The play clock is a magical thing too, guys, this year. I've noticed the play clock being more of a thing in Lions games this year than I've ever noticed it being. Like the amount of times I've seen Jared Goff do this year is an inordinate amount of time.
Well,
but like
now
the rule with the play clock, seems to be magical as well.
Yes.
Like it's at the ref's discretion, right?
Yes. I think we answered this on a midweek mailbag one week where like someone was just curious, like what are the stipulations in which the clock gets reset? And the answer is there aren't any. Like it's just whenever the official feels like there was something that distracted them that caused, a delay for the offense to huddle and all that sort of stuff. There's not a byline. There's not a place in the rule book where it says like, well, if it gets to below 18 seconds and the refs are still huddling about a call. There's none of that exists. But my new like, because it seems like I'm never going to get my automatic first down, because the Lions rallied for that and it didn't happen, because I feel like I'm never also going to get the 15-yard penalty for all pass interferences and nothing above that. I think my next mountain that I'm going to dig my heels in is like, you need to fix play clocks. And as soon as zero means zero. Like there is no reason why we hold a play clock to a different standard than a game clock. There is no justification in the 21st century for that to happen. I understand when there wasn't technology and you couldn't, for some reason, referees' eyes take like a half a second to go from the play clock to do that.
Even though they're staring, it's in the same line.
Like even though stadiums are built to put play clocks in the vision of the quarterback or the back judge, that little eye movement apparently takes long enough where like you have to give. It doesn't matter anymore. Put a red thing around it like you do the shot clock. Do a buzzer. Put one of those things that you get when you have a reservation at a restaurant in the official's pocket. I don't care. Like there is zero reason why zero should not mean zero.
The fix is you make it reviewable, but it has to. The only way it can be reviewable is by coach's challenge or the quick review, like we got help from New York type of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. So JC brings up an interesting point, which is another one of my like, hey, there's no reason why this doesn't exist. Decimal clocks. Shot clocks
like
go to decimal after 4 seconds. I know normal first of all, like
it goes from 5 to 4 point.
Yes, everything needs to be decimal. Like play clock, game clock needs to be decimal in my opinion as well, under a minute. Like let's make sure the guy on the button is doing things properly so that when the ball is spiked, we get to see exactly how much time is left on the clock. We don't want a Michigan State shenanigans on our hand.
Oh, that's okay. That's a Mandela effect for all of you people, because if you watch that in the past, if you watch that in the past 2 years, you'll notice that he totally spiked it in time. Totally spiked it in time.
I kicked the outside of my apartment building when that happened.
and there's a fissure in the
in Ann Arbor
in the concrete.
I'm just now realizing as I'm continuing to get more ramped up about rules, I just want to be on the competition committee. That's what I want. Maybe that is my dream job. It's not covering the line. I just want to be on the competition committee. Because I honestly feel like these are very, very easy rule fixes that make a ton of sense, and there's no justification not to have these things.
That's definitely clip that, and then we'll send that to the competition committee. I just don't understand. What is easy rules to fix?
That's the resume.
Yeah, but honestly, is the concern for going for decimal timing is that it opens up
Pandora's box?
Officiating to more scrutiny? Oh wow, they were a little bit too slow on that.
Potentially. I know I actually saw a really interesting video about in basketball, there was a referee who it was in the 80s, the early 80s, where there was a game that should have ended, but he actually called a foul and then he said it happened with like, time left, but like they ended up having no time on the clock. Charles Barkley makes both of his free throws and they win the game. And the Barkley's team was the visiting team, and like obviously the home crowd's so pissed and everything. And he's like, there has to be a better way. So like he developed the technology where like they wear the packs and like the clock is attached to the frequency of the whistle. So like when the whistle blows, that stops the clock. It's not somebody's hand at the So like NBA has this technology. Now? Yes, NBA has had that technology for 20 plus years.
You're literally blowing my mind. I've never knew that existed. You blow the whistle and it stops the clock automatically due to a frequency in the whistle.
Yeah, like the pack that the referees, the packs that the referees wear around with them, when they blow the whistle, it's attached to the clock and it recognizes the frequency of the whistle.
That's cool as hell. No, I'm not triggered. That's
and we
awesome.
Can't get that in the NFL. Why? We can't get that in the NFL. Why?
Chips in the football. Why not?
Is it proprietary? Like, will they want to charge the NFL like $1 million to use it per game or some crap?
We've seen how far the NFL has come with being cheapskates. We're getting new fields by 2028, so
I think every stadium just needs to do what that stadium in Spain has. Where you just
that was a cool ordeal, huh?
Yeah, I wonder how much that costs to make. Because easy fixes. That's how you get grass at Ford Field. We never knew a solution. That's the solution. You know what I'm talking about? The one where they keep it underneath.
Yeah,
Did you
the
see
game
that,
the game they played in Madrid, right?
Yeah, where they keep it underneath and like grow in tunnels where it's like grow lights and then it goes up and then shifts up. Like that was insane. How much does that cost? Like I'm legitimately like interested in that. Because. Well, but that's what I'm wondering. Like, is it literally like $1 billion to put that in? Like, it would be at Ford Field. They have to like dig down and all that crap. But I'm just like, that was unbelievable. That was so cool.
So I just double checked. Yeah. So like that's where Real Madrid plays. So of course, that field is state of the art, and
I'm just curious how much it costs. I'm gonna have to Google it again. I tried looking it up and I got distracted. But yeah, that was amazing. Yes, I know they're not gonna do
it. Sue Greenberg, thank you for the $25 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center. Appreciate you. And then King of the North, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I hope you are supporting the right King of the North in 2025. What do we want to do now? Do we want to go through the playoff predictor thingy for the Lions? Do we want to do another spin? We should probably do a giveaway. You know what? That's what we're going to do. Let's give away more shirts. Let's go on Twitch and we're just going to give away 3 shirts right now. We're going to draw 3 straight winners on Twitch. Let me go back to keyword. Because we still have so much to give away. And
okay. Hold on real quick. I found the number for Eric for how much that stadium has cost Real Madrid.
All right. I'm interested.
So in 1947, obviously, when not all of this stuff is here, like just building the stadium itself was like 288 million euros. It says that after the recent and extensive renovation project, which is nearing completion, the final estimated cost is about 2 billion euros, which is about $2.3 billion.
All right. Yeah. So probably not affordable.
Yeah, probably not. But
all right. We are going to give away 3 shirts. I'm going to draw 3 straight entries. That alert is so loud. A $400 donation from an anonymous donor. Thank you so much, anonymous donor. That would be good for an egg smash. but you're not anonymous. So, never mind. I got a text. So I know who the donor is personally, and the text was egg smash, please, on me. So yes, we will do that 100%. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Gets us across the $27,000 mark as well. So we're also going to have another spin on the Wheel of Pain. But before we do that, I need anybody in the Twitch chat that wants to be eligible. Ryan, I don't know if you've even seen these yet.
The cards?
No. The custom-made shirt from our good friend Lion Blood in the chat, which, let me go full screen so everyone can see it.
Nah, that's cool.
Very, very cool. We're going to give away 3 of these right now. If you're in the Twitch chat, type all one word, Bears Suck. So there's going to be a double S in there. Bears Suck. Bears SUCK. There you go. Laser Mouse is in. Ryan!
Well, that's a sweet shirt. I want it.
All right, let me get back to desktop and here. See if your name is on here. We got 40 entries so far. We're going to draw 3. So if you're on YouTube, come on over to Twitch, make a quick free account.
Oh, wow. Is that true?
What?
I mean, that totally
Bears
seems
suck?
like no. Yeah, Detroit pointed out that SoFi costs $5.5 billion.
Dear Lord, it wouldn't surprise me. Remember, it's all one word. Doesn't matter if you capitalize anything, but make sure it's all one word. Bears suck.
So, Eric, it is doable. That's
Yeah,
the
if
long
you're
and short
LA.
of it. It is doable.
If you're LA.
And you have 2 football teams playing there?
LJ, we're not on the front page today, unfortunately. I think the reasoning was everyone tries to fill in the first couple days of each month. Like, one of their suggestions to get picked was like, pick days later in the month, which obviously we didn't really have the option to do. Oh, good. My internet's unstable again. You guys okay? Can you hear me? That sounds like a no. You can't hear me? Oh, no.
I
frame
can hear
drops.
you, but you are very slow and choppy.
Okay. We dropped some frames, but maybe we're back? Seems like maybe we're back. Okay. We've mostly avoided this. 68 entries. Once we get to 70, I'm gonna draw another one. 2 more entries. Ready the whole time. Okay, Twitch went down for a second. YouTube is still going great. McSpearmint gets us to 69. MJ Kimball gets us to 70. All right, our first winner of one of the new shirts is... Oh, you just got in there. I see. Oh, what? AD Jerome. AD Jerome, are you in the chat? What up, AD? If you're in the chat, DM me, AD Jerome. And if... Hey, there you are. Can you click on my name, whisper me just your size? And if you want to send me your address, you can do that too. But right away, I just want your size so I know how many of each thing we have remaining. So that we don't give out more than are available. What happened? Kula! $100 donation says, how do I send my picture for your background? Kula, I'm pretty sure I follow you on Twitter. If not, let me do that real quick, and you can just DM me a picture.
Look at that, guys. So not only does $100 get you the background change, it also gets you a follow from Jeremy Reisman. So
that's right. Yeah, we follow each
keep
other.
that in mind.
Yeah, so DM me on Twitter if you can, if you have the picture available to you on your phone, or I guess you can do desktop as well.
David. Whoa, there's a lot of. We want to see BB Rex's posterior in the chat right now.
Did you see it before? Were you here before?
No, I mean, I saw Colton's tweet.
Okay. Yeah.
Which
All right.
is.
I got you, Eddie Jerome.
Too perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty great. All right. You can still, if you haven't entered, you still can. I'm about to spin it again. Or choose another winner, I guess I should say. All right, let's just choose a second winner here. Wait, did it really just give you another one? Or maybe we're not going to give you another one. I don't know if that was just repopulating what was already happening, but
it was a heat check.
Invader Scrooge. Invader Scrooge is our second winner. Damn me, Invader. Oh, it's actually Scooge. There's no R in there. Scooge.
Watching too much Chair Company.
That's right. DM me, whisper me on Twitch again. Give me your shirt size of choice. We have, I didn't even say it. We have medium, large, XL, and double XL.
Kula said that she sent you a DM, by the way.
Okay, perfect. I will get to that in a sec. Oh man, a lot's happening at once now.
Ryan for cut it out.
What's happening? Currently, we have all sizes available, but we are running low on certain sizes. But I don't want to dox anybody and their sizes.
David Reinfurt subscribed 50 months. Says, does that thing be farting?
What does that mean?
I think it's in reference to the BB Rexa photo, Jeremy.
Great. Oh yeah, let me get to that DM while I await your whisper, Invader Scooge. I like it.
Did you give a new background yet?
Not yet.
Did you check the DM?
Okay. I got yes. We're good. All right. Got your DM, Invader Scooge. You are all set, and we'll do one more. There's still all sizes available for this last poll here. Here we go. Classic Mathis. Classic Mathis is our final winner for now. We're still going to give away more later tonight, but why can't I spell? Classic Mathis. DM me size. Again, it's medium, large, XL, double XL. All are currently available. All right. Now let's go. You gotta go full cam here for a second so you can see me. And unfortunately, I can't like quietly reveal what it's going to be here. But
I was gonna say you could like put it on me
with the background.
No, not on my background. But I'm saying you could put the camera on me now so that, and then you could change. Could you change your background while?
No.
Or no?
The only way I can change the background is oh no, it's flipped. Oh, that's okay. Where? Video capture. Boop. And then I have to flip. Order. No, transform. Horizontal.
Yeah, Lion's Blood. Those shirts are really cool. We appreciate that. Yeah.
Wait. No, that's okay. No, I messed up because once I go back to the other scene, it's going to be the other way. Flip. And then here. And everything's good. Oh, wait, but you can't see it. And it's still no. All right, I'm losing my mind here. Can I flip it here? Can I change my video settings? Video field, no. Can I flip it? Mirror. There we go. Boom. All right. Done. caught up there.
Huzzah.
Did I get the DM from who's the last winner? I've already forgotten. Frick.
Mathis.
Mathis. Are you here, Mathis? I have not gotten your
Classic
DM yet.
Mathis.
Classic Mathis. Let me at least put your name. Honestly, I think the officiating conversation got me fired up a little bit, but I'm already starting to...
Oh, no.
Oh, no, my internet's unstable again.
It is.
We'll be okay. I don't know if that is the Mathis or not. Been a sub for 11 months, so...
There's only one Mathis.
I wonder if I can DM you my...
There's only one Mathis, as in like the former Colts defensive end / outside linebacker, Robert Mathis.
That was his last name.
All right. Mathis, I've sent you...
Eric, who's going to win the Big Ten championship tonight?
Some crappy team.
I don't know. Did you see the clip of Urban Meyer on, or I don't know if it was Urban Meyer's podcast or if he was on, or no, sorry, totally different story. I saw a clip of Urban Meyer and Dave Portnoy talking about Bryce Underwood, which is just crazy. But the thing I'm thinking of, the Ryan Day interview on Bussin' with the Boys with Taylor Lewan.
No.
So he was on after the game, and Taylor Lewan was like, unusual pairing, right? But Taylor Lewan's like, hey, after that first drive and the way that we were running the ball, and then after the interception, he goes, after that interception on the first throw of the game, by saying, he's like, is there any part of you that's thinking, oh shit, this is happening again? And Ryan Day's like, absolutely. Like, absolutely. Like, I'm immediately thinking, like, oh my God, it's happening again.
I knew it was inevitable that streak had to come to an end, and this season made the most sense for it too.
Sure. Can't believe
the way that game. Oh wow.
Is it happening again?
Right.
No way.
That's true. Last year it probably should have come to an end.
We were streaming when it happened. This stream was during the OSU
they're playing
Michigan
above
game.
their head.
And the whole time I'm just like, there's no way. Like, at some point, Ohio State's, like, I'm just score watching at that point. I'm like, at some point, Ohio State's going to pull away, and never happened.
Right.
Am I still super behind you guys and laggy?
Mm-hmm.
No, that was,
what
you
happened?
answered pretty quickly there.
Okay.
Okay. There was an anonymous $25 donation that says, please draw on one raccoon eye. I'm guessing I'm going to be the one that has to do that. That seems like it involves a lot of Sharpie. Excuse you.
Raccoon.
Did you hear him? He gets so excited when the egg thing happens. Just gets a
I can imagine why.
Egg yolk. Yeah. I think we're okay. Definitely refresh.
Yeah, we're
your
better.
pages
It's
if you're going
it's just like choppy on Zoom right now.
Okay.
That's it. So who cares about Zoom?
Who cares? Okay.
Steel Lion. They had a question for Eric because they subscribed.
True.
For 35 months.
What's that?
How tall are you? Yeah.
5'10".
That's it? Really?
Hmm?
I thought I was 5'9", and like every time we do our videos, I'm like, you need to like bend your knees a little bit.
I think I just sit in higher chairs than you.
Maybe that's yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, Eric's no Brad Galley, but
I can't believe all the shit I got after doing that video with Brad.
You can't believe it? It's the internet.
No, okay, fair enough. At the time, I didn't realize how much shit I was going to be getting.
At the time, you didn't realize that you needed a box
exactly
for that interview.
By the way, I was on Amazon Prime. I don't know if you guys noticed during the broadcast, but there's a little smidgen of me.
Oh,
you know how the Thursday night broadcast? It's something that I actually like that they do. Like right before the game's about to start, they do that. Like, here's what happened in the week. Like 36 hours before kickoff, 72 hours before kickoff, and they just have scenes inside each team's facility preparing for the game and things like that. And then there was just like one.
So
there's one point where they were cutting to an, I don't remember if it was Amon Ra or J-Mo getting interviewed, and I'm right there like,
man, look at you. Add it to your credits. Add it to your credits.
You've been on Prime, HBO Max.
So chill.
I think now that Mad Men is on Netflix, that puts Netflix on the resume,
no, it's on
right?
HBO
Isn't
now.
that on Netflix?
They just moved to
it's on
HBO.
Never mind. You were already on HBO.
I need
yeah,
someone.
but HBO Netflix owns Warner Brothers now, so.
Brad is only 5'9". Shut up, David. No, he isn't.
So that makes Jeremy 4'2".
No, we were talking about it the other day. Mad Men went on HBO, and in 4K, it has like a wider aspect ratio, and you can see people on the crew in some of the shots.
I saw, was it the puke machine?
Yes, there was a guy holding a puke machine during a vomiting scene that you can literally see like holding the machine. And so now we need someone to like go in there and see what they can see when I'm during my scenes on the show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you leave? Mm-hmm. All right, let's just do this so that Zazu will leave me alone.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Huh?
Is it an egg?
What
are we doing? Are you doing an egg?
Oh, an egg. Okay, yeah.
Go for it.
All right, great. Oh, I should do full screen too. Or at least this. And we'll pin it. Here we go. Every $400 donation, $400 for an egg. That's about the going price these days. Am I right?
Careful, don't get too political. We get it all the time.
3, 2, 1.
Maybe the worst part is the
worst part is
that
that
get
he
left in your
doesn't-
hair.
Well, he also like drips it on
actually feels really
himself
nice
like
in the
it's
hair, honestly. We're just gonna. How's that for ASMR? Hold on. You guys enjoying that? I can see you holding your head in your hands. Seems like you're liking it. All right. I'll be right back.
Well, the other thing too, like, why doesn't he wear a towel around himself? Like a
don't know.
designated like
The
egg towel, like
preparation-
it's a barber cap.
the
or
lack of
cape.
preparation.
Yeah.
that he puts into this surprises me sometimes. Like he doesn't have his stuff on hand.
Does it?
Like
Does it surprise you?
a little bit. Like he knows people are gonna get the cowboy hat. He should have the cowboy hat nearby. He knows people are gonna get the Mott shirt. He should have the Mott shirt nearby. Like I'm not saying keep eggs on the counter,
Right.
but
Are you or are you not right now doing the have a little decorum bit? When he gets back, will you tell him to sit up straight in his chair?
okay. Oh man. And he like drizzles it on his head like it's
Yeah.
like chocolate syrup and he's trying to seduce us. Ooh, you like that?
So you're saying that somebody should clip that and have him put that like in his Tinder profile? Is that something you might be interested in, ladies?
Show me a short video clip of yourself. Here's a 16-hour stream.
Short as in
A lot of
duration,
good soul.
not as in next to Brad Galley.
Are we still talking about my height? What's happening?
There's a lot of things
God.
that happened while you were gone.
Right. Oh.
I don't really think I
Oh,
should be putting these
Jeremy.
headphones on top of my Gladen hair, but we're gonna do it anyways.
Are those fogging up or
They
was
are.
that
No,
lighting?
they
I was-
No, they literally are fogging up. I'm not sure exactly why, but
It's from all the
thermodynamics.
sexual tension and with the egg all
That's
over
what
himself.
that's what we were talking about.
Excuse me?
You smashed the egg on yourself
Oh,
and then
then
pulled
just
it off and then like let it drip on yourself all seductively. And it created so much heat.
I didn't know that was your fetish. I'm sorry, Eric. I didn't mean to enlighten. Oh, shoot.
What?
Oh,
my buddy was like, text me when you're about to do it. And I didn't see it
Oh,
till
you gotta
now.
do it again now. No?
Feel free to
Have a little-
rewind it, clip it.
Yeah. You gotta be,
You know what? Someone donated
you gotta
another
be better
$400
prepared
and we'll
here.
do it while he's watching. That's right. I'm going to extort you for another $400.
There's always part of me that I don't know how great I feel about you extorting people, or is that bribing them? I think it's more bribery.
Maybe. I mean, it's not like the money's going to me, so.
Right. That's ultimately why I'm like, it's for charity. So like, hey, if somebody wants to step up and actually help us hit our goal and donate $48,000.
I'm reminding him that you can rewind on YouTube.
I keep seeing the question asked about the Rams. I haven't started looking at the Rams stuff yet. Like I have not watched. My first watch through was I was going to try and watch the game this weekend and then
Are they
go
the
back
local
and
game?
watch a bit. So I don't know. I assumed they would be.
What week is it? 14?
But I have not had a chance to break down what they need to do to beat the Rams.
Yeah. No, that is not the game we get.
Which makes sense when you look at which game it is.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out 506 Sports for the map. But almost everybody in the country is getting Bears, Packers instead of Rams, Cardinals.
Oh, yeah.
The late game. Why? It's kind of frustrating that Chicago Green Bay is in that late window. But I get why.
Right. I assumed they were earlier.
It's probably the Fox game of the week or whatever.
What's the spread in that game? Because I'm gonna try to get a hold of my bank somehow on the weekend, so I can get an express loan to put on the Packers. Yeah.
I got your message, by the way, Mathis. You're all set.
7 points seems like a lot, but also like not a lot. You know what I mean?
Agree. I think it's going to be a one-score game.
6.5 on FanDuel.
Ryan has not eaten the nuggies yet. Still questionable to do it tonight or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen tonight, but I want it to happen, like not on a stream. Like I want Eric to be there, so maybe can I just make a surprise midweek mailbag appearance?
Sure.
Maybe. Sometimes we record them when you're at school, though.
Some of these are.
I'll do it at school.
Some of these are probably going to get redeemed in the off season, if we're being honest, because we'll have some free time. I won't feel so stressed.
Oh, we'll just do it at my house then. We'll do it by the pool.
Good.
In the heat.
I'm not eating 100 nuggets in 100-degree weather. That's not happening.
The shirt is coming off for sure.
Oh, I'd start to get the mixed sweats.
We'll do it by the McPool.
Important question here from David Reinford. Will
That's
Ryan
shaped
eat
like a
5
nugget.
chicken finger pitas for $30 for a $30 donation?
No, I don't think I could eat 5. No, too much bread. Yeah,
That's a lot of bread.
Toast.
I don't think I mentioned Emily Evans, their $25 donation. So thank you, Emily. Appreciate that. Gets us up to $27,175.34. We have recently crossed over another threshold, which probably means we should spin again, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I missed one, but how many have you done since the pickle? Just the wasabi?
Yeah.
Right? You just did the
Was
one
Bean
wasabi,
Boozled
right?
with everybody after that?
Oh, that's a great question.
We're either at 5 or 6
Boozled-
left.
Okay.
Correct?
Well, the Bean Boozled one I did not mark, I don't think, because I was participating in that one. What's up?
I don't remember. Oh, there it is.
As far as some quick navel gazing and my chicken nugget endeavor, I see that the world record for eating in 1 minute. 19 nuggets in 1 minute.
So it'll only take 5 minutes to eat that.
Laura is suggesting for this wheel, the next wheel, that you put a dance on there, like the Macarena or Soldier Boy or whatever, something that you could do, as opposed to forcing you to keep shoveling
Ingesting
something
things?
that will make you explode. Yes.
I mean, we can make it a physical challenge. We can put up downs and push ups and what were some of the other ones?
Up downs.
Another.
Up downs are only fun if you hit your head again, and we don't want that to
I
happen.
don't think that's true. I hope that's not true. I don't know. Is the dance even fun to watch? I don't know.
What's the Elaine dance? Do you know that one?
Oh yeah, yeah. The Elaine dance is good.
Come on. Where's your Seinfeld knowledge?
It's not. I just need to be reminded.
It involves a lot of kicking. I could do a plank. I think I could plank for 2 minutes. Why are you licking my bed sheets? There's no way there's egg all the way over there.
2 minutes is a long time.
I got that. Got that in my sleep.
Planking? What is this? 2011? What is this?
I think we all want Jeremy to shave his head.
Wall plank.
It's in the half. You gotta. At this point, someone needs to just drop 50K because it's at 75,000, and we're a little bit of ways. I think the head of hair is safe unless, what's the name of the rich guy that owns the Pistons? That guy, Tom Gores. Unless Tom Gores is watching and it's just like, why not?
Yeah, shave it.
Jared Goff could do it.
He could do it.
It's kind of crazy that like all these people you're naming, like, hey, just come in and throw Ryan's teacher salary in the collection plate.
Right. No, if I do the Amon Ra headstand celebration, I'm gonna hurt my neck. Like, there's a 99% chance of me getting put on IR.
Could you do it at least up against the wall?
No. I mean, that involves head on the ground. I'm going to hurt my neck if I do that. What, Ryan?
Do you have tweezers?
Whatever your name is. Do I have
tweezers?
tweezers?
I'm Ryan. Do you have tweezers?
I actually don't. I don't think I do own a pair of tweezers.
All right, good story then. Let's keep going. Could you?
What were you going to ask me to pluck?
No, we'll worry about that later. Could you do the? I don't know how long is a long like wall one where you like
wall sit?
Put your knees like you're in a chair and you like
wall sit
against the wall. Yeah, like how long? Like what's a long version of that?
I think
what's something most normal people could do.
Yeah,
a minute. Could you do a minute?
I feel like 60 seconds would be like that. Yeah, 60 seconds would be good for him.
I think. I mean, I'm speculating. I don't know.
We can gamble on it.
Your thighs are gonna burn. That's for sure.
All right, let me adjust the wheel of pain here.
I'll take the over.
Hold on. We haven't decided on that one. All right, that's not. We're not just gonna do one. It's a wheel. There has to be a thing of chance involved to let my stomach. What do we want? What are the other things? Up, down. Oh, my stupid internet. Doesn't look like we're dropping frames. Up, downs, push-ups. What? Jeremy pretends he's Michael Rothstein getting...
We talked about that while you were away.
How so? I miss Rothstein.
Well, because Eric was like... Yeah. Eric's like, you know what? Like, if he's going to need the cowboy hat, why isn't the cowboy hat by him? Why is he better prepared for the stream? And I was like, are you doing the decorum bit right now? Are you Jim Caldwell? Are you Jim Caldwelling?
My hat's right there.
See? Point proven. Point proven. Point proven. So then I was like, so when Jeremy gets back, tell him to sit up straight in his chair.
Plank. All right. Push-ups, up, downs, wall sit, plank. Physical challenge.
Is that the pole?
No, that's the wheel.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make my bed. Shut up, chat.
Well, you got baited into it.
I did.
You showed him the goods.
Oh my God, Sazu's face is covered in egg.
And they want make the bed on your wheel of pain. They want to watch you make your bed,
Chat.
Jeremy.
Come here for a sec. Come here, Zaz. Let's show. Come here, all the way up.
That's
up.
Amazing.
I want hashtag
Amazing.
make your bed in chat. I want hashtag make your bed in chat.
He's just licking my chest because there's a little bit of egg on it. I want people to see how gross you are. Like, you can kind of see it on his snout here. All right.
Now everybody does understand, Jeremy. Everybody understands where you get your habits of eating gross things.
Oh my God!
The apple
how are you
doesn't fall
getting
too far from the
inside of your
tree.
ear? Bro. Zaz, we got to give you a bath tomorrow. All right, get down. Get down. All right. I'm getting up to ready to do something that I don't even know what it is yet. All right, let's spin on the wheel of pain. Here we go. Shut up, chat. All right, we're doing a 2-minute plank. Should I get my yoga mat? I should probably get my yoga mat. I don't want my elbows on the wood floor.
I thought you were gonna say, "Should I get my yoga pants?" And I was like, "What?"
No, we're not pulling out the yoga pants. We haven't quite hit that amount of donations yet. All right, I'm gonna get set up. You guys talk some more.
Sounds like that should be a requirement. Athletic attire.
I'm not sure about the implication of how he said that.
Yeah.
We haven't hit that part of the. I haven't gotten enough money to dress like that for chat yet.
Yeah. I'll drizzle egg on myself like I'm a stripper, but I won't put yoga pants on.
Draw the line. Wow, Georgia is throttling Alabama, huh?
Get out. No, you're literally, that's the opposite.
I'm trying to get this to download and I can't get it.
What are you guys talking about? Why is someone asking if I'm a slut in chat?
All that dog porn.
Oh my gosh!
Can you
Someone
okay,
clip that?
You need to get out of here. Go.
Why are they
go.
calling
Stop
me?
showing your dong to everybody.
Whoa. Whoa.
What kind of stream is this?
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I
Next thing you know,
can't
you're gonna have yoga pants on.
Go. Before I put a
You
diaper
can't
on
control
you.
what? Don't finish that. Don't finish that.
All right.
Lost Ocean. I got Ohio State winning tonight. Jeremy, do you have a timer started?
No, not
You have
yet.
a
I
timer
haven't started yet. I'm trying to
Well,
figure
do you
out.
have one ready?
I can make one
No.
ready in a second. My phone has one.
It's in the other room.
You know,
It's in the other room.
how about? Can I trust one of you? Actually, 2 minutes, and you're
I
not
got
going
it.
to.
I can start a timer.
I can't even see. How do I make you guys bigger?
Is that
again?
good enough? You can see it. I'll hit start.
Oh, there we go. Okay. If the person who's calling my phone right now is watching, I will get back to you shortly. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. Is what my message.
I like
is.
the assumption that just everybody I know. That's
Well,
would be
I know
calling
why
at
they're
this
calling,
time.
and
Hold on.
What?
They're mad about their egg not getting to see it.
Stop it. You gotta go. You gotta go. Good boy. Are we ready? Will you see me?
Hold on. No. You hold on. You gotta wait.
I'm waiting. I'm just making sure that you can see me. I'm ready when you are. How bad is the delay happening right now?
Yeah, hold on. We need 2 minutes because we're gambling.
Oh, okay. Just a yes or no gamble.
Yeah. Are it like over 159 or under 2 minutes?
Okay.
There's a lot of there are a lot of channel points on under, Jeremy.
Oh no. No, I would take the over.
They're building confidence. Yeah. Okay. Not. Oh, whoa! There's 177,000 channel points on the under.
Oh my god.
Who put all their money on the under? I love it.
That rug looks like it's wet.
Wet?
Is that just like a gradient, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's just a gradient.
This is shadow. Oh. Hope it's not pickle.
It's
just
it's
a
pickle
gradient.
juice and egg remnants.
There's a sticker here.
Good.
Oh, nope. We're getting close. If you want to get on the over, we have 61% of you on the under. Now it's a 40-60 split.
Am I going to get time updates?
Jeremy, there's 281,000 channel points. That. Do you want me to give you time updates, or is that not
every
fair?
Every 30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in order for the over to hit, you have to be in the plank position, obviously, for the entire time and hit over 2 minutes.
Yeah.
If any part of your body that shouldn't be touching touches, that's the under.
I agree.
Oh, there's a 2-second overlap where we could tie.
What?
Right?
I mean, if we perfectly tunnel it, Eric,
There's
then
no shot. If I'm at 159, I'm not going down at 2. I promise you.
Well, but hold on, I'll be running decimal points. So unlike the play clock in the NFL, it could happen.
Nope. All right. Are we ready? Can
All
I
right,
do this?
ready to go? Okay. Yes. Now, I just want to say it's 45-55 split, Jeremy.
Great.
A lot of money came in on the over, so.
Thank you
Okay.
for being a believer.
Ready.
Count me down from 3. And I'll go
Okay.
on 1.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
Here we go, folks.
Are we at
I think we
30
only have
seconds
Oh boy.
I can tell you, I'm starting to feel like the food in my stomach now. I feel like all I smell is pickle right now.
30 seconds.
Easy.
Here, I fixed
Easy.
your game.
Barely have the shakes.
Barely have the shakes.
We're going to check back in here in a few seconds
Jeremy's.
when you're down to a minute.
Barely have the shakes.
One minute.
His legs are lowering.
Shut up.
Jeremy, 45 seconds.
Shaking a little bit.
It looks like the Mackinac Bridge on a windy day right now.
No fair. You're trying to make me screw up.
Don't let
30
those
seconds,
knees touch.
Jeremy.
Oh.
Oh.
Shut up.
This is a great line, by the way.
Oh, the shaking is more.
This is still impressive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes.
Why stop?
Oh, look, he's
Why
holding
stop?
on
I'm a monster.
for clout.
Why stop?
All right, no, I'm not going to continue.
Oh, man.
Get a little treat of my toes, too. You're welcome.
Whoa, a bunch of Tarantinos in the chat.
All right. We got another treat coming here in a second.
So we need to mark off that part.
All right, that's the over, folks. Your points have been sent. Nice job. Well done.
Thank you. I told y'all. I got this. Herman Moore is waiting in our lobby.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go home and eat dinner.
You can stay if you want.
Yeah, I know I could, but I'm gonna
need someone with breath to ask him questions right away.
That's what Eric's for.
All right, you ready to carry?
I'm on the stream too.
Bye, Ryan. If you want to
Bye,
come
guys.
back later, you're more than welcome.
See ya.
Hey, buddy. Whew. Okay. All right. Give me a second to compose myself here. Get all the bells and whistles off the screen.
You look like Richie Valens in The Outsiders.
That is an old person reference. Holy cow. Ooh, thank you. Yeah. I will ask him about the drive-thru. All right, here we go. Let's bring him in. There he is. Herm. What's going on, man?
Good. I'm gonna move you guys over to my other section over here. I got 12 screens open.
Okay. What do you got going on over there? Watching some
Not
college
man.
football?
I like right now I'm working on statistics and analytics, and I'm one of those guys like that, man. I like to live with objective data, not the subjective side of things. And then that way, when I'm talking, I know what I'm talking about. So
That's right. Is it about like football stuff, Lions stuff?
Oh yeah, it's football stuff. It's football, it's Lions, it's NFL, it's college sports, it's all that. Now that I've gotten really deep into doing a lot with this, with the media stuff, I have to make sure I'm tried and true.
Yeah. Well, let's start right there because I know you're starting to do some things with your show Route 84. And what I didn't know until I dug into it a little bit more is you're working with one of my favorite people in sports. Wow, I'm sorry. I just did 2 minutes of a plank, and now I'm exhausted and can't think of anything. But Bellino, Anthony Bellino, huge buddy of Anthony. So tell me more about that and what you're doing.
So with Anthony, known him for years. I really respected him as a person and as a media personality, and just salt to the earth, man. He's a good guy. I like dealing with people that have that type of quality, and it's been a fun thing to do as of late.
Tell me more about what it is and where people can find it. And
how'd you
what
get
sort
hooked
of
up
stuff
with
you're doing.
him?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on delay.
It's okay. You can check it out on our YouTube channel, Route 84, Big Play Network, Big Play Sports, but also on our social handles. You can go to any of my social channels and jump from there as well. But it's something we're going to be doing a lot more with. We've built out a few studios, and we're excited to launch those in 2026 for a lot of content creators. We got about 7 studios, so we're pretty excited.
I was just going to say, I assume he came highly recommended from Lomas as well. I'm sure, but I'm sure you've known Anthony a while as well. But he's still doing his show with Lomas. So how's that bond work out with that connection between you guys, you three?
It works out well. Lomas is with JR, and he does the other stuff with Dan Miller. So they have their own thing. So for us, it's leveraging people that we all have access to. And I work with a lot of content creators, and he's just another guy that I kind of like his style and just kind of his approach. So that's how Anthony and I, over the years, have kind of hung together. And of course, my guy Low, just super proud of what he's got going on.
Yeah.
And happy to see that finally one of us made it to the next round.
You're next. We gotta talk to our friend Greg and get him to start as much of a campaign for you, maybe next year or whenever.
Yeah, but we got a team, man. I got a nice team of people that I have working on that, and that's, we're gonna definitely do it internally. We don't want to wait for others to kind of beat that drum for us. I've been waiting for quite some time, and if it was going to be done, in my opinion, it would have been done by now. So anyone wants to jump in later in the game, kudos. I'll take it, but that's all I'll see it as now. And that's not any shade or anything. It's just, it is what it is.
For sure. Well, we had Lomas on about a couple hours ago, and because I knew you were coming up, I asked him if he had any questions for you or anything that he wants me to ask you and us to know about. So the first one, he was wondering how Amon-Ra at 5'10", 5'11" is able to do all the things that you were able to do as a player.
Well, he's misinformed at that point because I think if you throw the ball 2 feet higher, then I think that's, it doesn't work the same. So he's a lineman giving commentary on a receiver. So I'm gonna have to throw him under the bus a little bit. We're completely two totally different players, and there's things that I'm gonna do he's just not gonna be capable of doing, and vice versa. So it's the nature of it. We're two different type of players. We played two different ways. Two different eras of play, two different type of style formats, quarterback situations, offensive situations, passing opportunities. So it's not the same. It's just that if you look at it, it's based on system. So everything is broken out by system. And I'm really, really, super proud of him because he's keeping that legacy of wide receiver excellence for the Lions going. Yeah. And we're always relevant in each of our decades. And I'm hoping for him that it's a long and just continued record-breaking campaign, man. He's been awesome to watch. Love him as a player. Love watching what's happening with J-Mo and even Tesla, my guy. So, I get excited for just the guys, just as receivers, right? It's like I say, everyone wants to compare us, but I'll never take a second fiddle or backseat to anybody. That's just my style, and that's just the way I roll. So,
Lomas throwing jokes aside, can you talk about what Amon-Ra, the fact that he was able to play with that ankle injury? Can you talk about the challenges as a wide receiver to be able to have a lingering ankle injury and what challenges it poses as a receiver to do the things that he does?
Yeah, I could tell you definitely because I played in the 90s when you had to play
right.
You never played not hurt. Right. So whether it's hamstring, shoulders, fingers, toes, it doesn't matter. It becomes difficult because it impacts your ability to, whether it's making cuts, being able to plant the way you want with confidence, and also some acceleration and deceleration. But for him to come out and play under control, if you look at the way he was running his routes, especially when they isolate, it's a control style run. And because you're not having to beat press all the time and have to fight guys at the line of scrimmage, you're not going to have that pressure of someone leaning on you all the time or someone you're having to drape time or having a lot of contested catches like that. So, when you're injured, it can definitely play a role if you have that type of physical play. But for him just to step in and just say, to go a whole week without practice and then to come in and still have that performance and have that execution, just speaks to the level of his professionalism and his dedication to the sport. And that's why I say I really like him as a player and respect him as, for what he does in his craft.
That level of commitment, competitiveness, who was someone in your era, besides I'm sure yourself, who kind of had that insane drive and saying, I'm just going to go out there and compete. Doesn't matter what our record is. Doesn't matter how I'm feeling. I'm going to go out there and lay it all on the line.
Wow. I mean, trying to isolate different players. I can't think of any of our starters that didn't have that mentality. I mean, you can't play this game if you don't have that. And if you are playing that way and you're not playing with that type of that mindset, then you really shouldn't be playing because you're a liability to your teammates. And I would love to say that that's a unique feature, but it's not. It's one that should be part of who you are as a player. Be willing to do any and everything you can to get out on the field and make it go for your team, and then to be able to come in have a no quit mentality. Think about it. I mean, if you say, hey, I want players who do less than that, why would you want to play with them?
Right. Yeah, it does feel like it's a prerequisite almost for the NFL, but you never know unless you're kind of in there, and you know, there are some probably examples of people who didn't last long because they didn't have that. But
I actually have a curious.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a curious follow up. Just looking at the game last week, looking at the effort put forth by Amon-Ra versus a George Pickens on the other side, who's getting a lot of slack for what looked like kind of a lot more lackadaisical effort. As a receiver, like, do you look at that performance by Pickens and say, yeah, he's not putting his full effort? Or is that would you look at that and say, no, people are just not seeing what he's going through?
Right. So that goes back to exactly what Jeremy and I just spoke about. It jumps off the page. I mean, the minute you see someone that's not playing at that level with that same temperament or mentality, right, it shows, and you don't even have to call it out. Everyone's going to see it. And when you look at the Lion players, I mean, they all play hard. They play with heart. They're not going to always be the most talented at some positions. They're not going to always get, the job done. But one thing you can't accuse this team of is not trying. And I'll go to war and I'll go to play with those guys any day of the week. They don't bicker. They don't complain. Even a guy like J-Mo, who hasn't been receiving a lot of passes until as of late, he went out. He blocked. They blocked. They work hard. They do everything. The linemen, even if they get beat, they're trying. So that's what I love about this team, and I love about the coach and the culture versus what George Pickens did. That wouldn't have lasted long. Not only here with our Lion fan base, but in that locker room, because that locker room wouldn't have allowed something like that to occur.
The other question here that came from Lo, I'm interested in the full story behind this one, so my apologies if this is a sore spot, but he was wondering why won't you ever drive through at a fast food place?
Man, he's gonna really do that to me. Well, first and foremost, man, listen, the fast food places, they make a lot of money because they have high profit margins, and a lot of their stuff, especially if they're national or global chains, and sometimes they don't take care of their employees as best they should and could.
Sure.
And therefore frustration is going to set in because you don't get the nicest customers coming through. And so I like to come in and just see what the crew looks like. I do a quick little drive-by to make sure that everyone looks happy and smiling and they're having a good day. I want to make sure I see cars in the parking lot. And I want to see that as a busy time because I know they're turning food, and it's not something they're going to give me that's been sitting. And then I got to go, hey, can I get some hot French fries, or can I get, something else because this isn't quite right. And then all of a sudden now I'm the guy that threw them off, and I'm not trying to do that, but I'm the one that maybe it gets taken out on. I'm not saying anything about their character, but come on, man, you understand. Listen, if I give you $5 or I give you $10, the food is supposed to be like top notch, like whatever you're supposed to provide. But I don't want to go through there and get all the extra that comes with it. I just want what I want. Sure. And so that's it. Lo knows how I do. I respect the employees, but I respect my dough too. It's hard out here.
Totally good.
I didn't play in $50 million contracts.
Totally fair.
I want hot French fries. I want hot coffee, fresh cup. I don't want like all the sauce and everything that's supposed to be on the condiments. I don't want them in the bag. I don't want them on the wrapper. I just want it, man. Just as advertised.
Right. I feel like it's a little bit like, especially since COVID, no one dines in at a fast food place anymore, and so you don't have that opportunity to like check out how busy it is, or if you get something you don't want, you can't go up to the counter. You got to pull it back around if you want to.
Hey man, if I got to spend an extra $1.50 going up the street to find me another place until I do another drive around and make sure everything's cool, then so be it. But I respect people, and I respect also the grind and the work that I put in to provide that resource. And I want them to just be their excellent self.
Yeah.
To be their best. And you just want to make sure you don't that's all it is. Yeah. Keep it easy. I want them to be proud of what they do,
Yeah, no matter what you do, take pride in it. Absolutely.
Because even if you go to a high-end restaurant and you want food a certain way, people get mad at you if you don't take it the way that they want you to have it. If I want it cooked a certain way, and that's an option, I don't see why I can't have it cooked that way without all the extra, attitude or mad or why are you getting it cooked that way? Well, because it's like you asked me how did I want it prepared.
Right.
Like,
so what I'm hearing,
I didn't know it was a right or wrong answer to it.
So what I'm hearing is you're a well done guy. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'll do. It depends. Like for instance, like if I eat lamb chops, right? I like it if with the bone and stuff. I like it a little burnt, a little bit, not burnt, but more well done because it has a little bit more flavor, and that little char on it that's a little bit closer to the bone is actually really good. I want my steaks typically, kind of a medium push,
Okay.
Well pushed. It's got a little pink in it, but I don't want it to where I'm pushing on it and it looks like you haven't done anything except seared it, so that's, we all have our preference, right?
Of course.
Some people like peanut butter and jelly. Some people like, crunchy peanut butter. Some people like, creamy, right?
Right.
It's the same thing, but you don't get mad at the person who says he wants crunchy and peanut butter because you don't like it,
Right.
Think about it. That's how we are. We like to think for other people, but we ask you a question, we give you an answer, but then people hate your answer, and then they get mad at you for giving the answer option. I mean, that's where we are, man.
Yeah.
And
It's
everyone, the
tribalism.
people listening, truly understand that. They I'm telling you, you're gonna get those that are gonna defend it, and then you're gonna get those who truly understand and go, I know what he's saying. And then you're gonna get those that say, man, he's just too picky. But you're not gonna deal with me then. So it's cool. So either way, we win, right?
That's right. All right.
Right.
We're
We're not for everyone,
Thank you for humoring me and Lomas on those questions, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Next time you tell me you're going to do this, make sure you catch me ahead of time because I want to ask him some questions.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Next year,
I got
come
some
first.
questions that throw at him. Right.
Next year, you
come on, man.
Like,
Look, man. I'm a 7'2" high jumper. How are you going to try and compare me and St. Brown, man? Come on. It's too different. You're not even comparing apples to apples.
Listen, I see Lomas every week. If you want me to come at him in person with something right now, you can hand
think
it
about
off.
that. I mean, but think about it. Let's just ask him. That's like me saying, hey, Lo, like that's comparing him to a 400-pound lineman compared to him as a more mobile 300 or 380 guy. Like they're two different people, but they're both blocking. They're both protecting the blind side, but they're doing it different ways, right? One can accept bull rush. One is a little bit more active when you got a more active guy, a little bit more athletic. It's two different people. Calvin and I, we're different. Like it'd be better to compare me more to Calvin than St. Brown. I mean,
to be fair,
compare St. Brown to Golden Tate, Johnny Morton, and probably Brett Pearman, right? Like guys like that.
Yeah.
To be fair, he did include you and Calvin in the same breath. He said, "How does St. Brown do what he does? The same thing as you."
That's
and
just
Calvin.
crazy. That's just not even. That's how did you guys even take him serious as a media personality asking a question like that? That was too novice.
I took it as he was going to try and get your goat. That's what I took.
No, he can't do that. Anyone who knows me, listen, you can't erase history.
Oh no,
it is what it is.
100%.
I'm not soft in the skin like that. So,
well, before we let you go, and I do appreciate you making some time for us, and again humoring us with some of the silly questions. I do kind of want your perspective on the team this year, and I guess, do you view Thursday's win as like transformative for the season? Do you think could now push them not only to the playoffs but deep into the playoffs?
All right, so I'll give you a couple real quick things on that. So you have to look at it. The goal is not playoffs. It's ultimately you get in and maybe you do some work, you try and win. You look at it and say, is this team capable of going start to finish to the end? It's an uphill challenge because not because they're not talented and they can't do it. They're not playing with a full deck. And then the other thing is you have some other issues that you're dealing with. And while we may think that the play calling is resolved, I think it's still up in the air. That you're going to play that week by week, competition by competition, defensive sets by defensive sets, because the play calling is going to change every single week based on the opponent. The other problem you're going to have is the consistency of the team, right? Right now, defensively, they're still giving up points. Offensively, they're having to score a lot of points, and sometimes they're not scoring the points. So we've seen how they perform. So right now, I think the jury's still out. Do I have any concern about if they'll be trying their best and give their all? Not at all. I think this team is going to go as far as it can. But I think it's going to be a challenge because you don't want to have some of the things they're going through right now with only 4 games left in the season. Whereas other teams are really putting it together. Guys are getting healthy, systems are being formalized, and then positions for playoffs and postseason are being kind of ironed out. But they're only 2 games back, so a lot can happen in the next 4 weeks. But I still think that this is a team that's still unsettled, in my opinion.
Herman, that's why I love having you on. Is you're always real, no matter whether it's positive or negative. You're always going to give it to us straight, and that's valuable in this business, and I very much appreciate it.
Unless they want to give me a Lomas Brown check, and then I can all of a sudden go one way with it. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I could be overly optimistic about everything.
If you want more of Herman Moore and why would you not, you can go to @Route84 Show on socials to see your new show and see it grow here. It's being played on bigplay.com. Check out all that. Check out Herman Moore. Is it HMan84? Is that what it is on Twitter?
Yeah, HMan84. HMan84.
Yeah. Herman, always appreciate you making time this time of year, and I hope to see you around the facility here sometime soon.
Always, man. You want the real, you know where to come get it.
That's right. 100%. All right, buddy. You have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll see you guys soon.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Thanks.
Oh, man. Love talking to Herm, because literally, like a lot of times, I mean, pretty much all day we've been asking people about, how this team can do. Are they going to make the playoffs? All this and that. And like people are like, yeah, they seem to be turning the corner. I think there are a lot of good things about this team. And yeah, I think they can make the playoffs, and who knows what happens then. And Herman's like, I don't know, man, this team's flawed. Like they got some things they have to work out in the final month of the season. And he's not wrong. Like none of that is wrong. And he's not saying yes, he's not saying no, but he's saying like, let's be real here. Like there's some issues with this team. And if they don't figure them out, then, even if they get in, it might be an early exit. And that's why I love talking to him, man.
My feature wet blanket, Gene.
Stop it. All right. We got some more donations that came in.
I'm smearing all of this.
Wash
Can
your
I
face.
Clean it.
Go wash your face.
I'll be right back.
I will answer some questions. Face some of these donations. JT Sam with a $25 donation. Says the clip that Ryan missed. Sorry, he's not here anymore, but I'll pass that along to him in Slack. Says also write #1 Vikings fan on your face. JT, why? We got an anonymous $10 donation. Thank you to whoever that was. I appreciate all donations. Thank you so much. Jay Scott, $200 donation to the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center as we inch closer to 28,000. Remember that at 30,000, we'll have a stream with Graham Glasgow playing some video games. Another big help there was from Dr. Scissorgy. $250 donation, says another impression request, a Stitch voice. If you need something to read the Billy Madison Industrial Revolution puppy who lost his way speech, your sister can send you the link. All right, I might need a reminder of what Stitch sounds like, because it's like something like this, right? Is that a good Stitch impression? I feel like it's something like that. And I will absolutely read that iconic moment from Billy Madison. Do I need to listen to Stitch? How close am I, chat? Nothing is coming through in chat. Are we live? Are you guys asleep? What's happening? Am I that delayed? Where is everybody? Hello. My chat is frozen. Oh. Okay, so you do hear some of that. Okay. Just no one's talking. Okay, you guys are just a little quiet. Are you a little tired? What's going on? I feel like I'm bringing the energy. I've been live for 12 hours. Where's your energy? Okay. Great. It's 2 a.m. What do you want? I did see Detroit, Indy. Where did you say you were from? I saw you like 6 hours ago. You're like, oh my God, you guys are finally live at a reasonable hour. I can watch. Sorry, making dinner. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. All right. Should we do this? All right. I'm going to need Eric's help when he gets back. I want him to read. We're going to do this like a scene. He's going to read the principal part. I'm going to read the Billy Madison part, and then he's also going to deliver the line. That's one of the most idiotic, insaneful thing. This is going to be good. We're going to run lines like we're actors. Ukraine. Oh, that's dang, dude. Well, thanks for stopping by, man, and supporting. Because again, like, even if you aren't able to donate during these streams, your patronage here makes us more viewable on Twitch, makes us more viewable on YouTube, and the more people that are part of these streams, the more people that are like, hey, I've never heard of Pride of Detroit. What are they doing? What is this 16-hour thing about? And then they'll see us. They'll see that we're supporting the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer Center, and then maybe they donate. So even just being here is very much helpful to us. Did I see your earlier question about donation? I don't think I did, Purple Yosh. So let me know. We just got another $50 donation from Paula. Thank you, Paula. Appreciate that. Which gets us less than 300 away from 28,000. Your Amazon thingy soon? What is that? Oh, the Amazon Prime. Should we send you an email if we did a prior $100 donation but forgot it came with a sub? Should we send you an email if we did a prior? So I haven't sent out any of the Pride of Detroit direct subs for $100 donations yet this month. I'm going to try to do that in the upcoming days after this whole thing is done. If that's what you're talking about, like a Pride of Detroit direct. Hey, that's awesome, Upercorn. Ooh, that reminds me. We are getting close to the point in, I think, YouTube streams end after 12 hours. So we're at 11. So, chat, if you want to do me a favor at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, just like someone flood chat at 7:30 so that we're going to stop stream and then restart it just so that we don't run out of, just so that, because we're supposed to have Dan Miller at 8, and I also have to text him that reminder. I don't want the YouTube stream to cut out in the middle of that interview. So we'll stop stream just for like a minute and then restart it right around 7:30, but I'm going to probably need the reminder. Eric, you have homework.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. It's all you have to do is read a line in a normal voice.
Don't worry. Laura wants to do it.
Oh, Laura's going to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we are going to do a scene from Billy Madison where apparently Laura is playing the game show
principal,
host.
which is.
But he's not. It's not the principal.
Wasn't it the principal?
The principal was.
Wasn't?
No. It's. I know what I sent you says principal.
Oh, that's right. I know who the principal was.
Yeah. The
I know who the
principal
principal
is
now.
Newman from Seinfeld. But he's not the one that
no, it's
reads
not
the lines in
Newman,
the
but
game
it's
show.
a guy like Newman.
Oh, is it not
It's
him?
not. It's not Newman. No. Mm-mm.
No.
All right, fine. Oh God.
And then I'm going to read the Billy Madison part in a Stutz voice.
You know I'm old, right?
You can zoom in on it. Just click it again.
I tried. It didn't work. I'm gonna have to go to my phone.
Put on your reading glasses.
They're the same.
Oh, Wayne Knight. Wait. Who's the guy that plays at Newman? Is that?
Mm-mm.
Wayne Knight is Newman.
But
who's the guy that plays Principal Billy?
He ends up being the wrestler.
Oh, Jim Downey. Wait, Jim Downey.
Mm-mm. It's not Jim Downey.
It can't
Jim
be, 'cause
Downey
Jim,
was
Jim
the,
Downey is the guy. Oh, Josh Mostel. Okay, that. Anyways. Yeah, Josh Mostel.
Oh, it does say principal.
The revolting blob. What did Alien say? Just reset now? No. We'll do it soon.
When I washed my forehead, I had a really hard time getting the big giant L out of the middle. I couldn't quite get that. Everything else came off in one wipe, and then that big L just it's stuck there.
Okay. Let's do the scene.
I was going to ask Herm if we hadn't gone. Oh, go ahead. You want to do the scene first?
I want to do the scene. Apparently, it's a high school principal, not the elementary one. Interesting. Ryan has something that he wants to share with the class. Which
there you go. That is right. I remember the guy who became the wrestler was the elementary principal.
That's right.
This is all coming back to me. This is good memory. Whoever, I took my glasses off, so I apologize, but good memory. Am I throwing you off?
No, I'm mentally preparing.
That's what I mean. Am I throwing you off for your mental preparation?
No. I'm ready.
All right, Mr. Madison. The Industrial Revolution changed the face of the modern novel forever. Discuss, citing specific examples.
Okay. The Industrial Revolution, to me, is just like a story I know called The Puppy Who Lost His Way. The world was changing, and the puppy was getting bigger. So you see, the puppy was like was like industry in that both were lost in the woods, and nobody, especially the little boy, society, knew where to find him. Except the puppy was a dog, but the industry, my friends, that was a revolution. Need my football rules.
I'm sorry. I lost it. I don't know what happened. I felt like at one point I had. It's easy to just go like, oh, no, I lost it. I lost it. I don't know where it happened.
The last line when you started to scream went almost Donald Ducky.
It did.
Question: do all your voices have the same basic inflection
Probably.
to them?
I mean,
are they all Donald Duck based?
Those are the ones I've been asked to do. What do you want me to do? Like, if I was asked to do, I don't know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I wouldn't be like.
Maybe. I feel like you'd be like, I want to pump you up.
All right. Are we caught up on everything? Okay, now Ryan has something to share with the class of an email that he got.
Is it from McDonald's?
It sure is from McDonald's.
Is
Gift
it about,
yourself
listen.
BOGO McNuggets. When your wish list is filled with delicious McNuggets, always you'll spend $15 plus this weekend. But what does that mean? Like, what is if you buy, can you buy a 40 pack and they will give you 40?
There's got to be a limit. There's got to be an asterisk on that.
It says terms and fees apply. Are you still here, Ryan? Do you know the fine print? All right. I need to make sure that I have fully communicated with Dan Miller, because I think the fact of the matter is that I have not. And I want to make sure I do that because he's due up in an hour. I don't think he was in on the email that I sent. No. Okay. Which means I need to get the link and send it to him. Frick.
I do think I mean, I get why you want to get the stream closer to 8, because that way you get closer to Dan on the second wave.
Yeah.
I just don't want to forget.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Giveaway.
I was good idea. I was gonna ask Lomas, or I was gonna ask Herm about the if he'd ever been challenged to, like, if he was in a food competition, like, how many nuggets does he think he could realistically eat? But we had already gone so far off the rails.
True.
Like, I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to get a dissertation. What kind of nuggets?
Right. Right.
So I left it alone. But I wanted to. I wanted to ask.
Sorry, my head is spinning right now. I feel like there's a million things I need to do.
It's the pickle.
Probably. I'm probably slowly dying from the inside, but let's be honest, who isn't?
That's how it works.
All right.
Starts with the pickle.
I'm going to do another one on Twitch here. We're going to give away 2 packs of Barry Sanders cards. Since we've just been talking to some Lions legends, there's about 4 cards in each. Barry Sanders cards. Let me go back. We'll set a new keyword. And since it's Barry Sanders, how about just the keyword GOAT? GOAT, all one word. Type in GOAT in chat and you'll be entered. We'll draw 2 winners. What'd you say?
Is it GOAT's one word?
Yeah, believe it or not. Silver Streamer, thank you for the follow. We are still 2,300-ish away from a video game stream with Graham Glasgow, Lions Center. Play some CSGO together. 35,000 is... Or is there 35,000 or does it go straight to 40 after that? I don't remember.
No, there is.
Is that the 4K?
30 is the video game with Graham.
Oh, 35 is the caffeine
Ryan
challenge.
dies due to caffeine.
Yeah. 40 is the 5K. 50 is public karaoke.
Ryan's explanations for why he can do these eating challenges is a little concerning for me.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm like, that's a lot of caffeine, and he's like, well, I drink coffee.
Right. I think I agree.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of nuggets. I can do it.
By the way, 1951 Lines, if you're in here, just want to say I appreciate you trying to get the chat active on the website. I do appreciate your support. And you're always one of the more active chatters on the website. And I appreciate that. That's sometimes I feel like maybe our staff and myself very much included don't interact enough on that part of our community. But just
sometimes it's hard.
Sometimes it can be hard. but
because sometimes people want to use that platform to tell us why we're wrong and just yell into the void. And it's so it's nice to have fun conversations. It's nice to look for comments that have that are designed to interact as opposed to you spelled there wrong.
What kind of idiot are you?
My bad.
By the way, also while we're shouting out people, our good friend Kyle D. Dominicantano, who had one of the most epic first bites during the month of Movember a couple of years back, just liked one of my posts, and it just reminded me how much I enjoy him and how much I think about that stream all the time when we do Movember, where not only did he crack an egg on his head, but he shaved his full like goatee into a mustache, which is just like, I didn't tell him any of that sort of stuff, and he was so on board to do all of it. It was very awesome. Kyle is also the goat. Yeah. Yes, this is a giveaway on Twitch. You type in GOAT. If we get to once we get to 65, I'll just draw 2. Again, they're for 2 sets of Barry Sanders cards, and I realize I'm holding up to a camera and you can't even see me. 2 sets. I think they're mostly identical, so I'll just send whichever one to whichever one. And then there's 2 more that we'll give away a little bit later as well. Plus, we already gave away the Amon-Ra, I think, cards. We have Panay Sewell cards to give away. We have a freaking knife to give away. We have Amon-Ra bobbleheads to give away. Cool. We have a ton more shirts to give away. We have a Righteous Felon snack pack to give away. I think that's a scarf that I picked up from the game yesterday. That was their giveaway. Sorry you didn't get one, Eric, because you were sick. All right, we're at 65.
I literally have been wearing a Lions scarf all week too.
By the way, if you need a break, you're the sick one. Like,
I'm just sitting.
I can ride solo for a little bit. If we need
I might need to eat again, but
yeah. All right, let's give away some stuff.
You might need to eat again too, like something that's not.
I don't want to eat anything right now. I might not eat anything ever again. Oh, the Morgan stuff too. Frick, I didn't write it down. All right, whatever.
Do you have anything healthy?
Bonsai Wells. Bonsai Wells is our first winner. Bonsai Wells. DM me.
Nice.
Did I spell that right? Excuse me. An anonymous $25 donation. I'm not really sure what this means. It says Eric Wright Thar, Thare, on your forehead. What is that? What is that in reference?
I just said I spelled there wrong.
Oh, guys, right. Okay. I'm a little slow today. All right. While I wait for Bonsai, we'll just roll again. And Lugan _ is also a winner. At Lugan _ DM me. All right. Yeah, let me know that you're here. And I'll mark you down. I'll mark you down now anyways. So Bonsai Wells and Lugan _ All right. You've been marked as one of the winners, even if... Whoa.
Okay, keep going. Sorry.
No, that's it.
I was just going to say, what was the spelling on that?
On what, Lugan? Or Thare?
Oh.
Dari. All good, Soulful Break. We still have, let me do a count. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 giveaways to go in 5 hours.
And 4 spins. 4
You have to
spins.
remind me of
Still
that.
Oh,
Lugan, you're there.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I thought
If
I
you
was
can
being helpful.
Yeah, you are. But Logan, if you can click on my name when I typed in earlier and click whisper and just send me a quick message. We did do a spin on the Wheel of Extreme Pain, Soulful. Although we're not that far away from another one. We're less than 3,000 away, less than 2,500 away. I did take a big chomp into the sour pickle and immediately threw the rest away. It was...
Yeah, look at McVay Rob showing other people how to poison you.
5 hours I could go to sleep, wake up in the morning. If you only sleep for 4 hours, yeah, we're still gonna be here. We're gonna be here until midnight Eastern, so that's 4 hours and 45 minutes away. Now I can I feel like I've been a little bit what's it called when you're the opposite of depressed, like manic. I feel like I've been a little bit manic for the past 2 hours, and now I'm feeling I'm starting to feel the crash.
Depressed?
Not really. No, it kind of is.
I don't think so.
Manic depressive, that's a thing, right? Where you're a little, you go up and down.
But it's not the opposite.
That's close enough.
The opposite of depressed would be joyous, right?
I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. If I win a prize, is there a way to donate the prize to a patient at the Rogel Cancer Center? Could you make that happen? It's a good question. If you do win a prize, we can talk about it, and I can pass it along and see if there's a way I can do that. 100%. I can't promise that the answer is yes, but it's something I could certainly look into. And listen, if you do ever win a prize and turns out you don't want it, or you want to donate it and then it turns out we can't, we can always just donate it. We can always just raffle it off at another time too. I'm going to hold on to everything until it gets sent to the rightful owners, but until then it's sitting here, so we could always give away more stuff. And honestly, we probably should do it all year round, because we do appreciate all you guys just for hanging around and being part of this community. I had a long talk with SB Nation just about what we do here this past week, yesterday, because they're fascinated by our Twitch community and our YouTube community as well. Don't get me wrong, just the live streaming community, and I tell them this, and I tell everyone this all the time. It's my favorite part of the job, and not just Movember, although I adore Movember, but it's these live streams that that make the job super duper 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 fun. And so much of that joyousness comes from the interactions, the inside jokes that we have, the teasing that I do to you and you guys do to me. It makes this all feel more human. And then I texted this to Ryan after our Monday stream. No, after first bite with RJ. Because I was feeling down. I don't know. I was just in a little bit of funk before Thursday. Part of it was because of how the team was playing. Part of it was probably some other stuff going on in my life. And I texted him just so you know, every time that you show up and we do these live streams and we get to riff off each other, I come out feeling so much better than I do going in. It doesn't even matter what my feeling is. Yeah, Madi, you're not wrong. I usually do make this speech at 11:55. But I don't know, gratitude comes up at different times. And I just want to say that if I'm happy, if I'm pissed, if I'm sad, if I'm depressed, if I'm manic, the opposite of depressed, I always come out at the end of streams feeling better. And part of that is the awesome people that I get to work with, but a lot of that is you guys too. So I want to make sure that we're showing that gratitude more than just giving you the content. And I know a lot of you just the content's all we're here for anyways. You don't need to do anything else, but I still feel like I owe you guys more for letting me and everyone else on staff do a dream job. Making your bed helps you feel better? No, I don't think that's true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What are we doing over there?
Oh, Laura's writing my...
Oh. Thar?
Thare.
Thanks, Experiment. Appreciate that, buddy. No, you're good.
I need to get duller Sharpies in. My God.
I'm good. The wasabi is done. I don't even think I'm going to put it on the Wheel of Extreme Pain at this point. You feel like you're bleeding?
It's ridiculous.
Hurts.
You and I both.
Soft.
So
Soft.
Since you have,
No, not this
In
one.
all senses.
Made out of like. People are going to take that as a penis joke. Look, yes, Jeremy has frozen because of your joke.
Oh no, my internet's unstable.
Hopefully they didn't hear it.
I heard it.
Listen though,
Well,
I think you need to put some different things for your wheel of pain. So
we did the physical pain.
but like it's gonna come up again, and he's gonna have eating things, and we have to like look out for him. So like, do you have marshmallows at your house?
Marshmallows are not a punishment.
No, you just want me to chubby bunny it?
Well, no, I'm just looking up different things that we can add on there that's not gonna have you.
Yeah,
eating things and
I thought this morning, I'm like, oh, I didn't get whipped cream. Whipped cream is always a good one.
Yeah,
Like whipped cream to the face, but I don't have it.
I have my phone. There was some. We need to like add other things, like a truth or dare, and people can like that can be a spin, and like people can.
Ooh,
ask
a truth
you
or dare.
question. Yeah, and then you can put like the people's names in the chat, and they could ask you a question, or you have to do something stupid, or like just like some fun things like that don't involve you, like eating.
They can't see you in case you wanted to be on the
No,
screen.
it's fine.
Oh, here,
Doesn't have to be.
There you
No,
go. You are a little quiet, but I hear you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. I don't know how much more eating things I'm gonna do anyways, because when I did the plank, like it suddenly I felt everything that I had eaten today.
Was the pickle a bad choice?
No. No, we're good.
Huh.
He's got a tattoo on his forehead. Yeah.
Because I'm trying to be like
But like,
That-
yeah, I think you could add on like a
that
truth or dare.
superstar.
You could add it.
She's gonna knock that all
I'm
over the place.
listen. I want to make this a collaborative thing too. So if there's anyone in chat that has good ideas for Wheel of Pain that don't involve me eating things, you guys can always throw it in there.
Because I feel like.
What is that?
You need,
Oh.
What is that, G?
It's on the floor. That's what it is.
Oh, it's a car.
Oh.
Car.
When you pull it back and then let go of it. So you pull it back and then let go of it and that goes forward.
Hey, can you move so she can see your background? What's
Hey, Georgia, what does Jeremy's-
what's Jeremy's background say?
I hope both teams lose.
Wax my
Oh,
chin. I
okay.
don't.
No. So here's the deal with the blind date stuff. Every time I was able to go write something for him, player Jeremy ended up getting himself a girl, and then like I couldn't do some. Well, not player Jeremy, but you know what I mean. So like that, at the time being, might be back on the table right now because like it kept happening. Like, ooh, I get to do it. Oh wait, there's a girl. Ooh, I get to do it. Oh wait, there's a girl. So like, right now it might be back on the table.
Is this what we're talking about right now?
I don't know. This is, you know, this is usually after Dan
That's
Miller
Dan.
talk,
That's Dan Pask. Say hi to Dan Pask.
Dan.
Dan's our buddy.
Yeah.
He's from
I don't know.
England.
We'll talk about that part
He has
later.
a fun accent.
Well, no,
But I think
she made some changes to my profiles. That happened.
I did. Yeah, one time, but then every time it like got serious, you ended up meeting somebody. So. So
Wheel of Pain idea. Talk about Jeremy's love life. No, we're not going to do that.
Well, we'll get back to it because you have to be on your A game because Dan Miller is my favorite human being in the world. So
Oh, yeah.
it's a true statement. I get really excited about Dan
He is
Miller,
great.
So
No doubt.
I know. Oh. We got to meet him at what was it?
Taste of the Lions.
No, yeah, but then also.
Well, they came to training camp.
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh right, yeah.
We remember when we came to training camp and I brought him to the building and then Dan walked in when we were all in the lobby. You were there?
Yeah.
You
I
don't
remember.
that?
Yeah. I remember.
That's my favorite.
Not on the
thing about
computer,
your
baby girl.
family. He's like my favorite human being in the world. Why?
Why?
Because he's wonderful.
You'll have to go watch to find out why.
Put some better things on the wheel. So you're against your.
I'll
It's
work
a
on it.
wheel of punishment, not a wheel of better things.
Like no, not better thing. I mean embarrassing things, like non-eating things. You need some non-food items on there.
All right, say let's go Lions, and then you go.
The Lions.
Come on.
Who's the best team in the NFL?
Let's go Lions.
That's right.
Georgia, do your chair. Do let's go Lions.
Let's go Lions. Let's go Lions.
Never mind. Come on.
Have a good one. Try not. He's cooler than me. We have a different microphone, silly goose.
All right. Put it in chat. Chat, help him out. Get some good stuff. I think Truth or Dare. Add some stuff on there. Let's go.
Are you doing Seven Nation Army?
Bo, 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 bo.
Let's go, woman.
All right. Dan is confirmed for 8, so we're good on that. We do have a half hour here to kill. Do we want to do a couple more spins on the Wheel of Pain? Do you guys want to do some Lions talk, some Q&A Lions talk? I know we haven't had a midweek mailbag in a little bit. So if you guys want to have 5 minutes before we reset the stream and then another 20 minutes or so of Q&A, we can do that. Emotional Wheel of Pain.
Spin the wheel. Oh no. Tell you my 5 greatest fears.
We can do. How about we do a little bit Q&A? And it can be about the job. It can be about us. It can be about the team. Anything you guys want to get us back on track a little bit.
Oh no, I have to call my ex-girlfriend and apologize
on stream. No, we're not. To be clear, we are not involving anyone else I know unsuspectedly or have known. That is not cool. With working Thanksgiving, how do you, Eric, celebrate family cook another day? It depends. I don't have a lot of family in the local area, so I've spent Thanksgiving one time, I think, at your house, Eric, after a game. I have some family friends that I've spent some time with this year. I did a little like non-traditional Thanksgiving get together on Friday. I don't know, what's your Thanksgiving like after you get home from the game? I didn't get home until like 8:30 after the game this year, so I was just pooped.
Yeah, well, Laura likes to host. And at the beginning of my credentialed career, that worked out great because my siblings, her siblings, and their kids, and then Laura's mom, and then my dad, they would all come over here. They'd spend the day with her. They'd cook. They'd do the whole thing. And then, unfortunately, a couple years ago, it started where my siblings would go to their significant others' families, and then Laura's siblings did the same thing. And so now it's 1 year, everybody comes, and then the next year it's nobody. And on the years where it's nobody, those are harder years where it's like, okay, well, we gotta, you gotta be more creative, and and usually I come home from the game, and on the years when nobody's here, I come home and then we just immediately bounce, and we go to like another family member's place, and it's we spend from I get home like. I feel like I got home like at 8:30 this year too. Like it was kind of later than normal. So then we end up spending, a couple hours with some family members or something like that, like just kind of hanging out and trying to be with family, right? So inevitably it always ends with a group of people that I'm related to. It just some days or some years it's a little smoother than others. And so on the years when like my family's not here, it's a little harder on me to go to those games. Because it's not as busy at my house, right?
For sure. There are actually a couple good, like me revealing a yearbook photo. I feel like that might be a good wheel of pain.
Ooh,
I definitely have
dude.
all my yearbooks within very short reach. Someone suggested release the Lonely Island style video, which I was kind of hoping most people would forget about. But there was definitely a short stint after college in which me and a couple buddies recorded like little comedy sketches that still exist on the very deep corners of YouTube, but I don't think they're findable by searching. You might have to break me down to convince me to do that one. But I'm not saying no, but I'm not ready to say yes either. One more question before I'll stop and restart streaming, and probably on the other end of it, it'll be more Lion-centric talk, but someone wants to know how we met each other, and I'll be honest, I don't know like the exact initial moment. I feel like we crossed paths a couple times, maybe at training camps.
We had met online, like through the business of things, just online, on Twitter, essentially, right? But we met in person at training camp that first Patricia year, I believe, was the first time we met in person. I think that was it. I don't think we had actually crossed paths prior to that.
So as Credentialed Media was the first time that we met?
In person.
Yeah.
We'd done stuff together. I think we did a podcast together or two or something, or I'm trying to remember. I know we had a lot of, at that point, we had already been sending each other messages and trying to rely on each other for information. And we were already always double checking stuff with each other. So we had already like established a professional, like working relationship, even though we were at different companies prior to that credentialed year.
Now I'm curious as to like,
but like I knew a lot of the guys.
Back could I go?
Oh,
in
I
our
have
Twitter
no
DMs.
idea. But like I had met a lot of the other POD guys. Like I think what might surprise people is that back when we all first started writing, the community of like blogs was not very big. It was just it was a kind of small group, and most of the people that we have linked up with over the years have all kind of worked in one of these small different groups. Like Mike and Risden worked together at one site, and I worked with Zach Snyder, who's now on our staff as an editor on another site. Both of those were fan-sided sites. Reno worked at one of those fan-sided at one point. It was just there was a lot of intermixing of like we were all in the same community. We all had gone to training camps a few times here and there. So like we all kind of were at the same, we're all friendly with one another.
Yeah.
And then people started going to POD, and then POD started to build a base. Then Ty started Lions Wire, and he brought me along with him to Lions Wire, and then he passed that back to Jeff, and like, so we all kind of are in this same little bubble where we all kind of have developed together over like 6 years or so before we eventually kind of took off.
For sure. And that leads into Tim Bauer's
How far
question.
does it go back? Okay.
I didn't.
Did you go back?
I didn't go all the way back, but I feel like I found something that I need to share with you, which is this.
Who's that guy with the mustache?
Amazing. That was from 2021. But Tim Bowers asks, this is my first year following the Movember stream, and I think it's cool how much rapport and friendliness there is on the Lions beat. Do you see the same rapport on other teams' beats? The short answer is I don't know, because I haven't been a part of other teams' beats. I feel like there was a clip that went semi-viral like a week or two ago of like Eagles beat writers are arguing over like, you always ask the first question. Like they were literally yelling at each other during a press conference.
there's I see a lot amongst other fan bases. San Fran, you saw that. I'm surprised. Like, I'm surprised because I don't know if it's just the way that we were all kind of introduced, right? Because when we kind of got the door opened for us, we never took that for granted.
Yeah.
And we also quickly learned there's a hierarchy, how to be respectful towards other people, we were learning on the fly, like how to be professional. And then, it was like the newspapers and then the radio. And then like, we were just kind of these guys that were just kind of figuring crap out. And they respected the way that we did it. And I feel like we kind of earned that level, and it just made it easier to interact.
For sure.
And then the beat changed and people switched companies.
Right.
And so then that breeds collaboration when that happens. And then the beat got younger as well.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Is like
younger.
Now it's crazy to think about, but like I'm one of the more tenured guys out there when it comes to some of the other newer people on the beat. And I'm just like, me, a veteran? Like, I feel like I'm a baby still. But
it's interesting, like, because there's some people have been around for like, some of the newspaper guys have been around for like a long time, but some of the newspaper guys haven't. They've been around much, like you said, they're less senior than us.
Yeah.
But like it's a very kind community of people. And there's a level of respect that is shared because we never try and burn each other.
Right.
Right. Like you can tell which people on the beat don't care for others, but it's, because there's like that in any workplace.
Sure. Of course.
But honey, you got to go to mommy for a second, but it's interesting that like what's been interesting, I think, about this situation is that it's not just like you had to win over the radio guy or the like the newspaper guys. Like the fact that Tim came on, you know what I mean?
Right.
The fact that Will talks about going to us for information. We get that a lot from like people who are in TV who don't cover the team. Like they tell us like, oh, we go to your site because you guys have all the news of all the things that happened.
Right.
And so if I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, this is the way to do it. And it's like, it's such a huge compliment, but it also, when you try and do things the right way, it shows people like they can trust you. And it's just, I think it helps. It's just the people there have also been doing it that way even before us. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they've been getting along forever. Like someone like Paula, who's been on the beat, for decades, right? Yeah. Like, and even Mike before he retired, like, Mike never shied away from us. He goofed around with us and he did it, what, 40, 50 years, right? And it's so like, I think it's the character of the people. It's the room being relaxing. It's sharing of information. It's just everybody has kind of like earned their respect for one another. And that's really where it starts. Because a lot of these rooms, I don't think there's that level of respect.
Archer, how did you find that? You know what? That isn't even one of the ones that I'm scared about finding, but I'm not sure how you found that. You're crazy. Let's take a breather. We're gonna restart the stream here just to make sure we don't get cut off on YouTube. It's just gonna be like a 1 minute break. I might go pee real quick as well. It's crazy, Archer. Anyways, taking a break. Just stick around. If you're on YouTube, you'll probably have to go back to our front page. If you're on Twitch, you can just stay where you are. It'll repopulate here in a minute. And then at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour, we'll have Dan Miller. 9 o'clock is Dave Burkett, and then it's just us the rest of the way. God, I told him to take my name off of those things. Either way, yeah, my fro was out of control back then. Either way, we'll be back here in a minute. Stick with us as we close out our Movember stream supporting the University of Michigan Rogel Cancer